Chapter 1, Traverse. Well, it's been 6 years since I've been here. What kind of golden finger, what grandfather, what kind of wish to travel through are all deceptive. In the heart of this forest, a little boy muttered while looking at the sky with a grass in his mouth. This boy is called Yang Yi, who has traveled across the earth. Yang Yi looked at the blue sky, recalling the scene when he was traveling. At that time, Yang Yi was watching the last big movie of Digimon on the internet. The Final Evolution. When Yang Yi was seeing the moving place, a lightning struck the antenna on the roof, and then the current flowed down the wires. And Yang Yi poured the water on the ground so he could not die. Then a burst of sparks and lightning passed through gloriously. Every time Yang Yi thinks back, he feels a bit of resentment. I didn't think that I was the one who was electrocuted and killed in the news. After all, it's 0202. Is there any creativity in the thunder and lightning? But it depends on you sending me. I will forgive you for the face of my favorite Douluos continent. Yes, Yang Yi had crossed to the Douluos continent, and now Yang Yi was in the Stardo forest with the most terrifying soul beast strength in the Douluos continent. At this time, a voice came from behind Yang Yi. Yi, where are you? Come over for dinner. After Yang Yi heard the voice of the master, Yang Yi no longer complained, and immediately got up and said, Here. Then printed in Yang Yi's eyes is a beautiful woman. A long aquamarine hair is scattered behind her head, and her eyes are also aquamarine. She has a slender figure. A long aquagreen dress perfectly outlines her slender body. A pair of snow-white arms like tender lotus roots are exposed. What is peculiar is that there is a pair of wings behind her, a pair of wings carved like a gem. These wings are aquamarine green, each feather looks so dazzling and dazzling, the vivid green is full of vitality, and it sets off her as moving as the goddess of nature. Yes, she is ranked 4th among the top 10 fierce beasts that only appeared in the peerless Tang sect. The prototype is Bridget of the Emerald Swan. Yang Yi immediately ran up, hugged Bridget and rubbed her face against Bridget and said, Sister Bridget, what are you eating today? Bridget nodded the little guy's forehead in her arms and said, Eat roast piglet today. Yang Yi immediately slobbered after hearing this. You must know that the flower pig is the soul beast that breeds most in the Stardo Great Forest. This kind of soul beast has a characteristic that none of them can live for 100 years, but the meat on their bodies is indeed abnormal. It's delicious, so this kind of pig has become a favorite food for humans and soul beasts. Yang Yi immediately took Bridget's hand and said, Then let's go quickly, or we will be eaten by Uncle Seongjun and Uncle 10,000 Monster King. Bridget covered her mouth and smiled and said, Haha, well, let's go. Then Bridget picked up Yang Yi and walked towards the Lake of Life. When Bridget and Yang Yi felt that Seongjun and 10,000 Demon King had already swept all the pigs, and at this time, Dityen had eaten and rested next to him. After seeing it, Yang Yi dissatisfied with Mr. Seong and the King of 10,000 Demon and said, Really, Uncle Seongjun and Uncle 10,000 Demon King, won't you keep me some? Jun Seong looked at Yang Yi, then stretched out his bear's paw, using the nails on his bear's paw while picking his teeth, while saying, It's not that you are too slow. I don't have to blame me. Yang Yi grabbed his head and looked at Jun Seong. It's not that Uncle Seongjun has eaten too much. You are a 400,000-year-old soul beast. You can eat 1 or 2 meals less starving, but I am different. I am still young. I am the talent of the future Stardo Great Forest, so I can't leave me hungry. Still looked at Jun Seong with pride. After hearing this, Jun Seong looked at Yang Yi disdainfully, also a pillar? Just your little arms and legs. Besides, why don't you talk about Dishan? When Dishan heard Seongjun mentioning himself, he immediately looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised his neck at this time and said, Uncle Seongjun, how can you compare with Uncle Dishan? Uncle Dishan is the guardian of the Stardo Great Forest. You must eat and drink well to protect the Stardo Great Forest. Actually, Yang Yi's heart is damn it, it's been 6 years since Dishan was involved. Don't I know Dishan's personality? It's just a deadly arrogant one. Fortunately, my flattery just now was very good. Mr. Xiong laughed and cursed, "You little slippery head." At this time, De Tian took out a small pig from behind and put it in front of Yang Yi and said, "Eat." Yang Yi immediately hugged him up after seeing Xia Huazhu. Bridget, Xiong Jun, 10,000 Demon King, and De Tian all laughed, and Yang Yi who was eating the piggy also laughed happily. Yang Yi was picked up by Bridget when he crossed the Star-Do Great Forest, and was raised by these fierce beasts. Only after living with them did Yang Yi know that the spirit beasts are also very good. Yang Yi is already there. I decided to guard the Star-Do Great Forest for a lifetime. After Yang Yi was about to eat, De Tian said to Yang Yi, "Let's go, Yang Yi, let's go to the Lake of Life to awaken the spirit of martial arts." Yang Yi thought excitedly after hearing what Dishan said, "It's finally coming." Chapter 2, Wuhan Awakening. When Dishan brought Yang Yi to the inside of the Lake of Life, there was already a person who could be said to be a dragon waiting here. After Yang Yi saw the figure, he immediately ran out of De Tian and rushed towards the figure. Yang Yi hugged the silver dragon wing and said, "Sister Yuina, Yi misses you so much." A trace of gentleness appeared in Gu Yuina's dragon eyes, and said to Yang Yi, "Yi, let's awaken the spirit of martial arts." Yang Yi nodded. Yang Yi has been in the Douluo continent for 6 years, knowing that it is not the legendary era of Huo Guo, nor the era of the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina and Tang Wulan, the son of Tang San, nor the era of Lan Xuanya who bombed the planet. Now is the beginning of the Douluo continent, and it is also the age of Tang San, the strongest 3 gods in history, the strongest in the god realm in the future, and the strongest god king in the great god realm. According to what Yang Yi said by those 100,000-year soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest, the Blue-Silver Emperor had already sacrificed a titled Douluo 6 years ago, so now he should agree with Tang San's era, and the plot should have just been to begin. Great! Bridget came up from behind and touched Yang Yi's hair, and said softly, "Yi, then let's start now." Yang Yi nodded to Bridget and the others, and then walked to De Tian. In fact, although Yang Yi looked very calm, he was actually flustered, and he didn't know what martial soul would be awakened without the golden finger. The Emperor is above, the earth is below, Pangu God, Hung Jun Daezu, Sanking Sage, Nuwa Empress, Jade Emperor, 3 Emperors and 5 Emperors, Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jehovah and Satan bless me to awaken a good spirit and bow down. De Tian saw Yang Yi walk in front of him, and then shot a soul power into Yang Yi's body. For a while, Yang Yi's body appeared with golden light, and a huge figure appeared behind Yang Yi. I saw that figure was wearing a white cloak, with a yellow dragon head in his left hand and a blue wolf head in his right hand. His figure is biased towards human figure. The color of the whole body is pure white. Standing there is full with majesty and a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, another huge figure appeared behind Yang Yi. Behind this figure was a white cloak on the outside and a dark blue cloak inside. There were 2 huge black wings on his back. The figure is as human as the figure next to him, but obviously this one is more human, because his hands have nothing at all, they are completely human hands. The difference between him and the figure next to him is that his overall color is that pitch black. Gu Yuina, everyone in Dishan not only shouted twin martial souls. You must know that this is not the time when twin martial arts spirits will be seen casually. Now even if you add the person who failed to add the spirit ring before, plus Bibi Dong, Tang San is at best 3 people, and Yang Yi is the 4th person. After Yang Yi saw his martial soul clearly, he was not only surprised that he was a twin martial soul, but also that his martial soul was Omegaman X and Alphaman. Yang Yi looked at his martial spirit and thought, is it because I watched Digimon before I crossed it? Leave it to him, these 2 martial spirits are really awesome. When these 2 martial spirits grow up, what? God will kill you too. You should know that Omegaman X is the form of Omegaman that is ranked in the Royal Knights after absorbing X antibody. It is formed by the fusion of battle Tyrannosaurus and steel Galuruman by the strong will of people. Digimon, holding a sword and shield in his left hand, and a cannon and missile in his right hand, can take care of any battle at any time. The most important thing is that Omegaman X has one more ultimate power than Omegaman Terminal Acquisition Power. This is to predict the enemy's next attack, and it can also give Omegaman X's fighting ability always at the peak of feeling. And the other Alpha Beast is even more incredible, although Alpha Beast is one of the most advanced paladins in network security Royal Knight. Although it is a paladin, it is an existence that restrains the paladins. Usually it does not appear. The cloak of the blue is fluttering. It is called the Lonely High Hermit, and it is the royal in the position named Blank Seat Knight. Moreover, Alphaman is a Digimon born with X antibodies, and when it comes to combat, Alphaman possesses the ultimate power to instantly retrieve the elapsed battle time, the power of initial acquisition. Alphaman's attack ends in an instant. In fact, I don't know how many attacks were made. In theory, the enemy can only see the last blow he was defeated. The appearance of these two spirits gave Yang Yi the capital to fight against the gods even without the gods. Dityen said to Yang Yi, Yi, what kind of spirit are these two? Yang Yi looked at Emperor Tian and they said, the dragon on the right is called Omegaman X. The dragon head on his left hand can transform into a sword, and the wolf head on his right hand can appear cannons. The one on the left hand is called Alpha Beast, and he can also summon a dragon sword called Wang Long Sword. Sword, but now I can't summon it. Dityen, they all met after listening to what Yang Yi said, and their eyes were filled with relief and happiness. Yang Yi said to Dishan at this time, Uncle Dishan, let's test the innate soul power. Dityen did not neglect, and took out the spirit power ball used by the soul master who died when he came to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt the spirit beast before. I saw the light on the soul power ball, which is innate full soul power. But for this, whether it is Guyuina, Dishan, or all the remaining fierce beasts, there is no doubt, because judging from the oppression of these two spirits, they are definitely top martial spirits, and they are twin spirits. Yang Yi was not surprised when he saw that he was born with full soul power. After all, they are one of the strongest Digimon in Digimon, but it is still too bad, compared with the previous Traverser in the previous generation. When I got up, I was still too bad, but they were born in the 30s, in born titles, and directly became gods. But you can practice. After Emperor Tian finished measuring Yang Yi's martial soul and spirit power, Guyuina on the side asked, Yi, you have to cultivate that martial soul first. After Yang Yi heard Guyuina's words, he didn't hesitate to say, I'm going to cultivate Omega Beast X first. Actually, this was when Yang Yi had already awakened these two spirits, because Omega the offensive and defensive characteristics of Beast X are very good, coupled with his terminal acquisition power is the big killer in this stage of battle. Guyuina said, okay, then let Dityen catch a soul beast for you to absorb it tomorrow. Okay, everyone can retire. After saying that, Guyuina entered the depths of the Lake of Life again. Dityen looked at Yang Yi and said, Yi, come here early tomorrow morning and don't be late. Saying that he had left, the other fierce beasts also returned to their respective territories. For a while, Bridget and Yang Yi were left on the spot. Bridget hugged Yang Yi and said, Yi, then we will return home. Yang Yi looked at Bridget and nodded. At the same time, in a village in the Heaven Do Empire, a young man awakened the blue-silver grass, which was full of soul power. Chapter 3, First Spirit Ability. Yang Yi came to the Lake of Life early in the morning to wait for the arrival of Dishan, and Dishan came here on time. Dityen pulled in front of Yang Yi and asked Yang Yi to release his martial soul to him again. Yang Yi released Omega Beast X after hearing Dishan's words, and then Dishan observed Yang Yi's martial soul and said, "You martial soul's left hand is a dragon head, and your right hand is a wolf head." I felt a sense of restraint in the dragon's head, but forget it, since you decide to cultivate this martial soul first, then I will ask Mr. Xiong to grab a soul beast with dragon blood for you. Speaking, Dishan began to give orders to Mr. Xiang. Yang Yi was a little surprised after hearing Dishan's words on the sidelines. You must know that Omegaman X's left hand was changed from the Tyrannosaurus bats, and Tyrannosaurus bats had a trick that had all dragon attributes. Nemesis, and Omegaman X should also inherit this characteristic, so Dishan felt threatened. After a while, Jun Xiang brought a soul beast to Dishan and Yang Yi. Jun Xiang shouted, Xiao Yi, come and get Uncle Xiang to catch you the best soul beast for you. I saw that Mr. Xiang's hands were one with two big horns on top of his head, and his whole body was wrapped in iron sheets. Yang Yi had lived in the Star Do Great Forest for so long and recognized at a glance that this soul beast is a blasting iron rhinoceros. It is a soul beast with the blood of the Mountain Dragon King. Although its attack power is not high, its defenses in the entire soul beast world is one of the best. Dityen glanced at the explosive rhino and said, this iron explosive rhino is a soul beast with a year of about 550 to 600 years. Although some humans say that the year of the first soul ring should be about 400 years, you are twin spirits, and it looks like your spirits are beast spirits, so you should be able to bear it. Okay, kill it. Yang Yi walked to the front of the iron rhinoceros, then took out the knife given by Dishan and turned his spirit power, pierced into the iron rhinoceros abdomen, and a yellow spirit ring appeared above the corpse. Yang Yi saw the yellow spirit ring emerging from the corpse, and immediately summoned Omegaman X to absorb the spirit ring. When the iron rhinoceros's spirit ring was put on Omegaman X's body, Yang Yi felt a strong shock begin to hit his body. The energy produced by the iron-blasting rhinoceros spirit ring began to flush Yang Yi's body, and the energy ran away in Yang Yi's body over and over again. Yang Yi's spirit has been tortured hard at this time, but these have not yet reached the peak. In the process of Yang Yi absorbing the spirit ring, Yang Yi felt that the blood of the Mountain Dragon King contained in the iron explosive rhino was activated. It may be because of the large amount of resentment generated by being killed by himself that activated the blood of the iron explosive rhino. Also brought great difficulty to Yang Yi's absorption. Bridget looked out and saw Yang Yi's expression. She wrinkled for a while and didn't say, it doesn't make sense, it's just a blasting iron rhinoceros less than 600 years old, how could it be so difficult for Yi to absorb it? Dishan said, it may be our problem. What I feel from the spirit ring is that the explosive iron rhinoceros actually awakened the blood of the Mountain Dragon King before he died. Bridget looked at Yang Yi's pained face and said, what about that, let's let Yi stop. Dishan said to the side, no, if Yi is stopped now, the impact on him will be a lifetime thing. We must believe that he will stick to the past. Although Dityen said so, his hand was secretly clenched in the dark, which showed that Dityen's heart was not as calm as it seemed. Yang Yi just felt that all the energy of the spirit ring was concentrated in his pubic area, which was very hot. At this time, the eyes of the left-hand dragon head of Omega Beast X behind Yang Yi glowed. At this time, Yang Yi felt that all the pain and riots had disappeared, and Yang Yi started to melt the spirit ring smoothly into his body. After half an hour, Yang Yi woke up from the absorption of the spirit ring. Yang Yi opened his eyes and squeezed his fist and thought, it seems that Omega Beast X saved me. At this time, Bridget rushed up and hugged Yang Yi and said, Yi is okay, you're fine, next time we won't absorb any spirit rings that are out of age. Yang Yi patted the back of Bridget and said, okay, Sister Bridget, am I okay? Besides, my gains are huge. Dishan walked over and said, that spirit ring should have activated the bloodline of the Mountain Dragon King when Yi absorbed it, so it became difficult for you to absorb it, but it seemed to be solved by your martial soul afterwards. Yang Yi thought, it should be the attribute of Omegaman X's left-handed Tyrannosaurus sword. Dinosaur Nemesis saved me. Bridget came out of Yang Yi's arms at this time and said to Yang Yi, Yi, the gains you mentioned before are also huge, so what gains did you get? Yang Yi smiled and then there was a little spirit power fluctuation in Yang Yi's body. A yellow dragon head like Omega Beast X appeared in Yang Yi's left hand. It was installed in Yang Yi's left hand and in the mouth of that dragon head. A sword engraved with mysterious runes appeared, and the spirit ring absorbed by Yang Yi also floated under Yang Yi's feet. Bridget looked at Yang Yi's change in surprise and asked, Yi, you are? Yang Yi said with a smile, at this time, I have absorbed the spirit ring. This is the Tyrannosaurus sword. In fact, Omegaman X should have a cannon in his right hand, but it hasn't appeared yet, it's supposed to absorb the second one. The spirit ring will only appear. Said, he looked at a huge stone next to him, and saw a light wave of the Tyrannosaurus sword. The huge stone was like tofu. It was easily cut in half by the Tyrannosaurus sword. Dityen and the fierce beasts present were very surprised, because they did not expect this sword to have such a strong power. Yang Yi then looked at Bridget and said, this is the Tyrannosaurus sword, but it is very powerful, and after absorbing the spirit ring, I feel that my spirit power has reached about level 14. Bridget gently touched Yang Yi's hair and said, yeah, so powerful, Yi, then what is your first spirit ability? Yang Yi felt for a while and said, my first spirit ability is the Shield of Courage. It is a 20% increase in all attributes, a 50% increase in defense, and a 10% increase in every additional spirit ring, which can also remove all negative anomalous effects. Bridget looked at Yang Yi in shock. This spirit ring is indeed a spirit ring baptized by the power of the Mountain Dragon King's bloodline, and its ability is indeed very powerful. At this time, the Lake of Life appeared restless. A beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes walked out of the Lake of Life, and the fierce beasts of Emperor Tian knelt and said, see the Lord. This is the first time that Guyuina has appeared in front of Yang Yi in person. Although Guyuina was known to be very beautiful before, she was shocked when she saw it. Guyuina said, get up all the time. Then Guyuina walked to Yang Yi and said, Yi, now you have awakened your martial spirit and got your first spirit ring, then we will train you, are you ready? Yang Yi thought of the future three gods' hegemony and seriously said to Guyuina, Sister Nana, I'm ready. Guyuina smiled slightly and said, okay, from tomorrow I will let Junxiang start training you. Okay, Dishan stay, and everyone else will leave. After hearing Guyuina's order, everyone retreated. Dishan looked at Guyuina and asked, I don't know why the Lord kept me behind. After Guyuina said something to Dishan, Dishan's eyes were full of shock and she looked at Guyuina and asked, is this true, Lord? Guyuina nodded, and Dityen immediately said, I will definitely not live up to the Lord's request. After Guyuina glanced at Dityen, she looked in the direction where Yang Yi left when she left, and then returned to the Lake of Life again. After Guyuina left, Dishan immediately left the Stardo Great Forest and flew in one direction, and that direction was the direction of the far north. Chapter 4, Make God. Dityen. What are you doing in the far north? Dishan, who came to the extreme north from the Stardo Forest, is now facing all the powerful 100,000 year soul beasts in the extreme north. There are three great northern kings, the Patriarch of the Ice Bear Clan, and the Ice Wolf King. Patriarch. Shwedi, this seat is not here to fight with you, but to discuss something with you. Although facing many 100,000-year soul beasts, Dityen did not panic. Discussion. Yes, I am going to send a human spirit to you after reaching level 20, so that you can teach him. Swati immediately yelled at Dishan after hearing this, Dishan. Are you crazy? You are actually going to send a human to the far north. What are you doing? Dishan stared at Emperor Shwe and said, this is an order from the Lord, of course I can tell you why. Swati and others of course vaguely knew the existence of the Silver Dragon King in the Stardo Great Forest. Swati frowned and said, well, tell me the reason. Dishan told what Guyuina in the Lake of Life of Swati told Dishan. Dityen, I feel that the Douluo continent is not going to be peaceful now. I felt the aura of the gods from the spirit hall of the continent before, and there were not only one, but two. Lord, this is not a good thing for us. Yes, if what I perceive is not wrong, the two breaths should be the angel of the gods and the Raksha, and the of Raksha should have found the inheritor. The angel is not sure but feels it should be coming soon, so the Star-Do Great Forest will have to face at least two deities in the future. Then Lord, should I go and kill them directly? Impossible, you must know that the inheritors cannot be killed maliciously. They can fight and die in the trials of the inheritance, but they can't kill the inheritors deliberately. Besides, I can't be discovered by the gods. Then Lord, what can we do now? I originally wanted you to hide in the Star-Do Great Forest, and wait until they have passed on to the God realm before they come out, but now it doesn't seem to be necessary. Lord, is it because Yi's martial soul awakened? Yes, in fact, after Yi awakened the two spirits, you may not feel the oppression of those two spirits very clearly, but I can feel that it is a particularly strong law. Crushing, after Yi got the first spirit ring and the sword appeared, I was even more certain. I felt a force from the sword that might be deleted. So the Lord means that we try our best to cultivate perseverance. Yes, Yi was raised by us. He has no less affection for spirit beasts than you and me. Besides, from my guess from those two spirits, they should be God-level spirits. As long as we cultivate them, we can. He reached the height of Lord Dragon God back then. Haitang Bookstore www.lvshuw.com. We want to create a god. It's the Lord. I will train Yi with all my strength. Dityen, you don't need to train him first. Before the 20th level, Xiangjun exercises his physique and combat literacy. You start to train him after Yi level 50. In addition, I have observed Yi's Omi. The head of the wolf on Jiaju X's right hand exudes coldness, so now you go to the far north and tell the Snow Emperor that you will send a human over. Yes, Lord. Swati asked after hearing this. Yes, do you want to choose a spirit ring in the far north? Then why do you need to notify me? Can you just leave after taking the spirit ring? Dishan looked at Emperor Shui and said, I think the Lord meant that after Yi got the second spirit ring, he hoped that Emperor Shui would teach Yi sword skills. Swordsmanship. Swati seemed to know something when he heard this. Dityen nodded and counted, yes, the entire soul beast world knows that the Snow Emperor has 3 uniques. The Emperor Sword Emperor holds the Emperor Hantian. Among them, the Emperor Palm and the Emperor Hantian are your Snow Emperor's innate soul skills, but the Emperor Sword is your Snow. The Emperor has done it himself, so I don't ask you to teach Yi the sword, as long as you teach him how to use the sword. Swati looked at Dishan and said, please wait a moment, Dishan, let's discuss it. As he said that, Emperor Shui began to discuss with the 100,000-year soul beast on the side. Ice Emperor said to the side, how can we let a human come to our far north and let Shui teach it? I don't agree. The Titan on the side said, I don't think so. If the Lord in the Star-Do Great Forest feels right, we should make every effort to prepare. I think we should be able to accept what Dishan said. While standing by, the patriarch of the Ice Sky Wolf King Xiaoyu said, I agree with Titan's opinion. Ice Bear King Xiaobai of the Ice Bear clan said naively, I listened to my mother. At this time, all the decision-making powers returned to the hands of Emperor Shui. Now 2 votes were agreed, 1 vote was disapproved, and Xiaobai followed Swati, so Swati's decision became crucial. Swati thought for a while and turned back and said to Dishan, I understand Dishan, you can send him over when he is at level 20, and I will teach him personally. Dityen arched his body and said, thank you Swati. After that, he flew back to the direction of the Star-Do forest. After the people of Swati watched the Emperor Sky fly away, the Ice Emperor on the side asked dissatisfiedly, Shui, why did you agree to it? Swati looked at the direction of the Star-Do forest and said, Binger, if what Dishan said is true, then that child has the qualifications to become a god. Even if he does not become a god, he has the ability to kill the gods and can protect our souls after being killed by the Soul Master after becoming a god. Our time is very long. For us, this is also a bet. Even if the bet fails, it doesn't matter. Let's take a gamble. Besides, creating a is not very interesting, isn't it? Bingdi was stunned for a moment when he heard it, then turned his head and said, "Whatever you want." Swati smiled, then looked at the soul beasts and said, "Now everyone, go back and get ready." The soul beasts that were still gathered in the same place instantly disappeared. The next day. Yang Yi was doing push-ups on the ground with a huge rock on his back. Standing aside are the 7 fierce beasts such as Ditian, Xiangjun, Bridget, 10,000 Demon King, Qi King, Zig, and Demon Spirit. Now he began to train Yang Yi in different aspects. Jun Xiang trained Yang Yi's strength and physical fitness. The King of 10,000 Monsters trains Yang Yi's body's resistance to various poisons and environmental adaptability. The Red King trains Yang Yi's speed, body skills, and various positions. Zig is playing against Yang Yi to help Yang Yi quickly improve his combat experience and feeling of combat. The Demon Spirit trains Yang Yi's mental power and the perceptual power of the surrounding areas. You must know that whether it is fighting or absorbing the spirit ring, the spiritual power in the spirit bone is particularly important. Bridget is to treat Yang Yi, who has finished 1 day of training, to make him full of energy the next day. Dishan supervises Yang Yi during each training. Yang Yi's training is a cycle every 7 days. For the first 5 days, Xiangjun and other 5 fierce beasts start to conduct targeted training one by one each day. Then on the 6th day, he learns about soul beasts and their knowledge of various natural treasures. The last 7th day is a comprehensive test. If the test fails, the next training will be doubled. After Yang Yi heard it, he not only complained in his heart, "How come to the Douluo continent, there is also an illusion of coming to school? Isn't this comprehensive test an exam? Isn't it possible to go to school a week, and the exam is common in the world?" But Yang Yi still worked very hard to start training for future battles. 1.5 years later. Why are you going to the far north? Chapter 5, Meet the Snow Emperor. Yang Yi has been receiving various teachings from Ditian and others throughout the year and a half, and today Yang Yi's spirit power has reached the level 20 bottleneck. Yang Yi is going to ask God Tian to take the spirit ring. At this moment, Yang Yi was told by Dishan to go to the far north. Ditian looked at Yang Yi and said, "Yes, this time we are going to the far north. One is to get a second spirit ring for you, and the other is that you have gained a lot in all aspects of this year and a half of teaching. You can't get the same qualitative leap in a short period of time, so you can go to the far north and let Swati teach you swordsmanship." After listening to Yang Yi, he felt that what Dishan said was a bit reasonable. Although there are some 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire Star Do Great Forest that can teach me swordsmanship, the strongest swordsmanship recognized in the soul beast world is Shwedi. In addition, it should be seen that the Garuru Cannon is a spirit ring that needs to absorb ice attributes. Yang Yi looked at Dishan and said, "Dishan, I understand, I will go to the far north with you." After hearing Yang Yi's answer, Ditian immediately grabbed Yang Yi's body and flew toward the far north without hesitation. When was flying in the air, the powerful air current kept hitting Yang Yi's face, and Yang Yi's face also felt pain while flying in the air. Yang Yi said to Dishan with difficulty, "Dishan, uncle, can you slow down?" Dishan still flew to the far north with all his strength, but he said to Yang Yi, "Yi, this is a good opportunity for you to exercise your soul power. You must use your soul power to block the backflow of these air." Dishan finished speaking and accelerated again. The use of soul power? Right, right. After Yang Yi heard Dishan's words, he remembered what the 10,000 Demon King had taught him during the year and a half. What Uncle 10,000 Demon King taught herself was resistance to poisons and adaptation to different environments, and Uncle 10,000 Demon King said that adapting to various environments requires a strong body to adapt to the environment outside. And also know how to use soul power to cover different places of oneself to block the adverse effects on oneself that appear in that environment. Thinking that Yang Yi began to call up all the soul power in his body, he began to form a thin shield to block the airflow against him. But because Dityan is currently flying with full strength, even if Yang Yi releases his soul power with all his strength to form a barrier wall, it is still relatively reluctant for Yang Yi, who has only 20 soul power. Dishan actually seems to be no matter what Yang Yi is doing, but in fact, Dishan has been following Yang Yi, preparing to help Yang Yi with a barrier of spirit power after Yang Yi's failure. But after seeing Yang Yi's success, Dishan was still very pleased. Even if Yang Yi is still very reluctant now, Dishan is still very happy. Actually, with Dishan's cultivation base, I don't know that there will be resistance when flying. Normally powerful spirit masters and spirit beasts directly use their physique to carry them directly, while weaker ones use spirit power. And Yang Yi, a 20th level guy, although his physique had been trained by Junxiang for a year and a half, it was still far from enough, and his spirit power was just like that. But Dishan will do the same. As for the reason, in this 1.5 year training, although Yang Yi passed various tests, he did not integrate them very well, so this time Dishan hopes that this can help Yang Yi understand that he needs to learn and apply. Then Dityan silently propped up the spirit power barrier for Yang Yi, and then speeded up again. But at this moment Yang Yi didn't know that Dityan had already propped up his spirit power barrier, and now he can only release his spirit power with difficulty. In Dishan's full flight, it took less than half a day to reach the border zone of the far north. Although Yang Yi's spirit power is still running out, he still observes the appearance of the far north. Although the land of the north actually existed in the era of Tang Wulin and Lan Xuanyu because of the loss of the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, in the era of Tang San and Huo Yuhao, the land of the north has always been the restricted area in the entire Douluo continent. Especially in Tang San's era. In this era, sea god Tang San didn't even go to the extreme north, until Huo Yuhao lifted all the veils of the extreme north under the guidance of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Yang Yi looked at the white piece of white in front of him, not only sighed, but it is also too beautiful. Although the Star Doe forest is full of vitality, full of colors, and very beautiful, the far north is a pure white, which makes it impossible to align and destroy. Dityan looked at Yang Yi and said, Yi, do you feel the cold? After hearing Dishan's words, Yang Yi realized that he didn't feel any cold at all. Although it is in the border zone of the far north, the temperature here has reached about -10 degrees, and my soul power is not much left. There is no reason why I can't feel the cold. Could it be the cause of the Garuru cannon? Yang Yi shook his head at Dishan. Without Uncle Dishan, I didn't feel the cold. Dityan said, that's good, you consumed too much spirit power just now during the flight, so let's recover first, and wait for someone to come back to pick us up. Yang Yi immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regain his spirit power. This may be because the Garuru cannon can issue ice-based attacks. The Garuru cannon is unconsciously absorbing this far north. The heaven and earth aura. Yang Yi felt that after being absorbed by the Garuru cannon, the spirit power in his body had not broken through, but it had also become more solid. Yang Yi certainly wouldn't let go of this good opportunity. Yang Yi began to speed up the movement and absorption of his soul power. After a while, Dityan said to Yang Yi, who was cultivating, Yi, you can get up now, someone is coming to pick us up. After hearing what Dishan said, Yang Yi stopped practicing and got up to find the soul beast that came to pick him up. At this time, a human spirit beast flew from a distance, and she saw that she looked like a human being. A girl of 17 or 8 years old, with long white hair hanging down to her feet, her sky blue eyes were ethereal and transparent. It seems to be able to see through everything in the world. The slender body is perfect and flawless. Although there is no half of the decoration in a white dress, she looks so noble and stunning. Just like Lagzihan Miai, outstanding, proud of Shuez Huang. Yang Yi, as a loyal fan of Douluo, of course knows who the stunning girl is approaching. The top 10 fierce beasts ranked third, the first of the 3 heavenly kings in the far north, and the Snow Emperor with a 700,000-year soul beast cultivation base. After a while, Emperor Shui appeared in front of Ditian and Yang Yi. Ditian looked at Shuedi and nodded. Yang Yi on the side immediately arched his hands and bent over and said, "Boy Yang Yi, I have seen Emperor Shui." Shuedi looked at the boy in front of him and said to Ditian, "Is that him?" Ditian nodded and said, "Yes, then he will teach you later. Don't worry, I also look forward to his future." Ditian knew what Shuedi was like. He was relieved after hearing what Shuedi said. Then he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Yi, you will have to stay in the far north until you are 11. Follow the Shuedi practice, and Shuedi will teach you. As for the training of Junxiang and the others, you also need to do some basic training. When you reach the age of 11, I will come to pick you up. Don't be negligent, you know." Yang Yi looked at Ditian in front of him with some teardrops in his eyes and said, "I see. Uncle Ditian." Ditian looked at Yang Yi and said, "What does it look like crying? I'm going now." After speaking, Ditian disappeared in front of Yang Yi and Shuedi. Yang Yi shouted at the sky, "Uncle Ditian, I will cheer." At this time, the Snow Emperor on the side took Yang Yi's hand and said, "Let's go, I will take you to meet the other spirit beasts." Then Yang Yi followed the Snow Emperor and disappeared into the depths of the far north. At this time, a figure appeared in the same place. This is Ditian who just disappeared. Ditian looked at the disappearing backs of Yang Yi and Shuedi, tears also appeared in his eyes, and muttered, "Yi, come on." "What?" Ditian stood there and looked at the direction of Yang Yi's disappearance. After a while, he returned to the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. Chapter 6, Far North Palace. Yang Yi was led by the Snow Emperor and walked towards the depths of the far north. The more Yang Yi walks into the depths of the far north, the more Yang Yi can find that the temperature is gradually getting lower. When Yang Yi came, he discovered that some plants were growing on the edge of the extreme north, but as Yang Yi went deep into the extreme north, there were very few plants. And whenever Yang Yi feels cold, he adapts after a while, and now Yang Yi doesn't know whether his martial spirit is helping him or his Snow Emperor is helping him. After Yang Yi walked for a while, Shuedi stopped and said, "We are here." Yang Yi looked up and saw that what appeared before his eyes was not the deserted one he had imagined, but a place with only white snow. Here stands this palace made of ice. The palace emits rays of light one after another under the sunlight. There are 5 different types of soul beasts carved on the gate of this palace. Below there were different spirit beasts kneeling and worshipping them, and then a vague figure appeared above the 5 kinds of spirit beasts, and that figure seemed to dominate the entire northern region. Yang Yi has been staring at the mural at the entrance of the palace for a long time, unable to return to his senses. Snow Emperor looked at Yang Yi like this, and explained, "The person at the top carved at the gate of the palace is Lord Ice God." "Ice God Lord?" "Yes, this palace appeared in the far north when I was born, and it is said that this palace was the residence of the first generation of Lord Ice God, and the 5 souls standing under Lord Ice God the beasts are the 5 soul beasts that have always ruled the far north. They are the Ice Snow Girl, the Ice Jade Scorpion, the Titan Snow Devil, the Ice Wolf King, and the extremely cold Snow Lotus. We will manage the Lord after the ice leaves. In the extreme north, our soul beasts in the extreme north respect the Lord Ice God more than the Dragon God." Oh, I didn't expect that there will be such a story in the far north. Then wait a minute, can I see the other 4 soul beasts? There are 4 types, but the extremely cold Snow Lotus has become an ice bear. Why? Because not long after Lord Ice God went to the God realm, the extremely cold Snow Lotus also disappeared in the entire northern territory. We don't know the reason, maybe only Lord Ice God knows the reason. Yang Yi has been staring closely at the mural of the extremely cold Snow Lotus after listening to what Shuedi said. Yang Yi has a feeling that he might meet the extremely cold Snow Lotus in the future. At this time, a figure appeared from each side, and only a scorpion opened his mouth and said, "Shweer, is this the human being? Yang Yi looked at the scorpion, which was 1.5 meters long, with 2 colors on his body, one was the color of ice, and the other was green. Its front body has 4 layers superimposed, and each layer is slightly longer than half a foot. The head grows on the frontmost layer, and the silver-white mouth parts are shining with a faint cold light. The front half of the 4-layer superimposed body is covered with a special kind of scale. No, it should be convex to be precise. It was presented as hexagons one by one, shimmering with extremely bright luster, like diamond-like protrusions. These bumps are densely covered on its front body and the 6 slender and powerful legs. Under the radiance of the snow, it exudes an unparalleled brilliance. It seems that at this moment it has become a light source, and thousands of brilliants are refracted by it. The 2 fronts are exactly 1 meter long, and the strange hexagons are also covered with diamond-like protrusions. Only the front clips and mouth parts are silver-white like a mirror. What Yang Yi noticed most was its eyes. Its eyes are yellow, as if 2 yellow diamonds are set on it. It is also a hexagon. The crystal yellow light flickered, and there was a feeling of shining precious light. If its upper body is dazzling enough, then the long and cocked tail at the back of its body is the core of everything dazzling. This is the Ice Emperor. Different from the bony joints of the ordinary scorpion tail, the Ice Emperor's long tail has only 5 sections in total. Each section is a seductive emerald green that shimmers, and is full of life. The 5 sections have the same color. The section close to the upper body is the widest, and narrows as it goes back. At the position of the last section, the tail hook with diamond particles is raised high, and the tip is also the hook tip with silver-white mirror gloss. How can such a soul beast that is completely as bright as a gemstone cannot be regarded as beautiful? And to describe it only in terms of beauty, it is really pale and weak. And at this time, there was also a very large ice bear. Its huge body is almost like a small mountain bag. Even if it is walking forward with its limbs on the ground, its height is more than 15 meters, and its huge body has thick hair. The white hair exudes a faint bright silver. Yang Yi looked at and smiled and said that this should be the Ice Bear King Xiaobai. Boom! 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 There was a loud walking sound from behind. Yang Yi turned around and looked. A huge figure appeared in front of Yang Yi. The huge body obscures the sky, and the whole body is white as snow. If Xiaobai was a small hill before, then he is a huge mountain range. Just looking at it, he has a shuddering feeling. This is the Titan Snow Demon King Arda. The last thing that appeared was a wolf. The large grey hairs on its neck, chest, and abdomen glowed like platinum, dazzling, shooting out a fierce tiger wolf power, and the claws of its limbs revealed cold light. This is Bingtian Wolf King Xiaoyu. Yang Yi looked at the 4 soul beasts gathered around him, unexpectedly showed an expression of excitement. Although Yang Yi lived in the Star Do Great Forest and had seen more spirit beasts than these before, it felt boring if people's thoughts were more in one place, so now he came to the far north and saw that he didn't. Yang Yi, the soul beast he had seen, couldn't help getting excited. Bingdi looked at Yang Yi who was looking around, and said dissatisfiedly, "Little devil, what are you looking at? Watch me, be careful that the emperor beats you." But Yang Yi was not surprised by the words of the Ice Emperor. He walked in front of the Ice Emperor and observed the Ice Emperor's scorpion tail and said, "Ice Emperor, your scorpion tail is so beautiful. Can you tell me how to form this?" After hearing that Yang Yi had collapsed himself, Bingdi was stunned, then turned his head aside and said, "This is the Emperor's innateness, there is no way, the Emperor is naturally beautiful." "Ah, don't be so stingy, just tell me." "I don't have a tail." "I won't tell your master." "Just tell me." "No, this Emperor won't tell you." "Say it." "Don't." Yang Yi and Bingdi started a non-nutritive dialogue, and their feelings were also established in this non-nutritive dialogue. Snow Emperor said at this time, "Well, this is the human Yang Yi sent by Emperor Heaven." Then he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, this is Titan Snow Demon King Arda, Ice Bear King Ziobai, and Ice Sky Wolf King Xiaoyu. Standing next to you is Bingbai Emperor Zibing Emperor. They are all patriarchs of their clan. Yang Yi looked at them and said, "Hello, my name is Yang Yi, you can call me Yi." Ziobai and the others also nodded to Yang Yi, saying hello. Only Bingdi snorted at Yang Yi and turned his head. Swaity looked at Yang Yi and said, "Dishan should have told you before, you are here, right?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, Dityan hopes that Emperor Shui will help me obtain a second spirit ring and teach me swordsmanship." Swaity said, "Okay, now you release the martial spirit for us to see." Yang Yi immediately released his martial soul, and saw Omega Beast X appeared behind Yang Yi. It was different from the time when the martial soul was just awakened. The appearance of Omega Beast X this time except for the violence on his left hand. Most places other than Dragon Sword are ghosts. Before Dityan analyzed for Yang Yi, it may not be until Yang Yi at least becomes Soul Saint before Omega Beast X can fully become an entity. Snow Emperor looked at it and said, "I know, tomorrow I will take you to obtain the spirit ring and teach you swordsmanship, then I will take you to rest now. Everyone, let's go away." When he said that, Emperor Shui took Yang Yi and left, and the others also left where they were. Night. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor once again gathered at the gate of the far north palace. Swaity looked at the other four people with a serious face and said, "Now I believe what Dishan said, presumably you also feel the power of that Wuhan." Bingdi moved his scorpion tail and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, but only seeing the sword coming out of the dragon's head, I feel that I might be killed all at once." The other three soul beasts also nodded. Swaity said, "Yes, I feel that way too, so it is an opportunity for us. As long as we succeed in creating gods, then there will be someone in our soul beast world who can fight against the gods, so that we will be in the far north. It's safer." Then Swaity looked at the frozen wolf king and said, "Xiaoyu, I think Yi Yi's right hand is a wolf head, and his physical and mental strength should be able to withstand a spirit ring below 1500. I'm looking for it in the race, please." Xiaoyu said, "Don't worry, leave it to me, Snow Emperor." Snow Emperor looked at everyone and said, "From tomorrow on, you will have to work hard, but for the future of the soul beast, we must work hard. Understand, Swaity?" Chapter 7, Awakening in Crisis. Early the next morning, the Snow Emperor took Yang Yi to a piece of snow, and there were 4 other people standing there. Yang Yi saw the Bingdi very naturally and went up to the Bingdi and said, "Sister Bingdi, we have met again." Bingdi turned his head and said, "Little devil, don't get close to my old lady, I don't know you well." "Ah, the Bingdi is still ruthless. He was so close to me yesterday." Bingdi exploded instantly when he heard it. He stretched out the pliers of his left hand and said to Yang Yi, "Little devil, don't talk nonsense." Yang Yi was not very afraid of the Bingdi like this, and made faces at the Bingdi. Bingdi looked at Yang Yi with such annoyance. Swaity said at this time, "Okay Binger, Yi, stop making trouble. Yi now has to remember what I want to say." Yang Yi looked at Shueti's serious expression, and stopped fighting with the Ice Emperor, and said to Shueti, "Good Shueti, please tell me. Yi, when you come to our far north, you must follow the rules of the far north. I said before that I will help you hunt the second spirit ring. I will only help you bring that soul beast. As far as you can, it's up to you if you can't kill him or turn him into your spirit ring." "Okay, I know Swaity." Swaity looked at Xiaoyu afterwards and nodded to him. Xiaoyu also understood what Swaity meant, and immediately brought an ice wolf of about 1500 from below. Snow Emperor said to Yang Yi and Frozen Wolf, "Now you are the target of each other and you can only survive by killing each other. Then let's start." Bingdi suddenly said to Yang Yi, "Boy, come on, don't die." Then the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Xiaoyu, Xiaobai and Arta all disappeared in place, and now only the Ice Sky Wolf and Yang Yi remain. After seeing that his patriarch had disappeared, Bing Tianlang immediately rushed to Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately retreated to the back when he saw this, but the scratches of the ice wolf were already deep on the snowy ground. At this time, Yang Yi realized that what Sweaty said just now was not a joke. If he hadn't been hiding quickly, his head and body had been separated. At this time, the ice wolf was looking at Yang Yi again, and was about to pounce on Yang Yi again. Yang Yi didn't dare to relax his vigilance at this time. Just then Ice Sky Wolf once again stretched out its claws to attack Yang Yi, and just then Yang Yi shouted Omega Beast X. The Tyrannosaurus sword appeared in Yang Yi's left hand, and Yang Yi used the Tyrannosaurus sword to block the attack of the ice wolf. Yang Yi immediately retreated to the rear after confronting the ice wolf for a while. And after the attack just now was blocked by Yang Yi, the ice wolf did not dare to act rashly, but Yang Yi didn't care so much. If you dared to attack me just now, then I had to kill you. When Yang Yi mentioned the Tyrannosaurus sword, he slashed towards the ice wolf. He saw Yang Yi's feet begin to take a few steps, and he came to the front of the ice wolf in an instant, and then he raised the Tyrannosaurus sword towards the ice wolf. Passed. Ice Sky Wolf raised his front paws to block the Tyrannosaurus sword. Although Ice Sky Wolf was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, his spirit power and strength were much stronger than that of Yang Yi, a 20-level soul master, but Yang Yi's it has been trained by the fierce beasts for a year and a half, and all aspects cannot be speculated by common sense, and there is also a powerful weapon such as the Tyrannosaurus sword, which instantly matched the ice wolf. And everything that just happened was seen by the snow emperors on the snow-capped mountains in the distance. After seeing Yang Yi's few tricks, Artaeist analyzed, strength, speed, explosive power, and reaction speed when suddenly encountering danger are very strong. It seems that the guys in the Stardow Forest have trained this kid very well. Bingdi disdainfully said, sloppy, it's still a lot worse than this emperor. Xiaoyu ridiculed the Ice Emperor at this time and said, Ice Emperor, you don't have to come. When I saw that little demon was attacked, I don't know who was calling to slaughter the ice wolf. Ice Emperor froze a little at this time and said, that's my instinctive reaction for fear that the Emperor will come to settle accounts, in order to protect the far north. Artaeist said with a smile, who knows this? Bingdi at this moment scolded Artaeist and Xiaoyu angrily, you two want to fight, don't you? Even if you hit two emperors, it is worthwhile. Sweaty didn't stop the fight on the side at this time. Instead, he watched Yang Yi and the frozen wolf fight, but from Sweaty's face he could see his satisfaction with Yang Yi. During the stalemate between Yang Yi and the ice wolf, his own disadvantages slowly emerged. Yang Yi was only 7.5 years old. Even if he was so good in all aspects, his disadvantages in endurance appeared due to the passage of time. Yang Yi slowly felt that he was suppressed under the confrontation with the ice wolf. This was not enough. Yang Yi shouted at this time, the first spirit ability, the Shield of Courage. The spirit ring at Yang Yi's feet lit up. At this time, Yang Yi felt that he was promoted in all aspects, and his fatigue was temporarily eliminated by the side effect of the Shield of Courage. Yang Yi also raised his foot at this time and kicked the frozen wolf, and then immediately slashed at the frozen wolf. The ice wolf's reaction speed is also extremely fast, and immediately made a defensive posture in the air, and Yang Yi also changed his pace at this time, appeared on the left side of the ice wolf, and immediately raised the Tyrannosaurus sword against the ice. Sirius' left leg was just cut off. Without any accident, the left leg of Ice Sky Wolf was easily chopped off by Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword. Ice Sirius rolled on the ground immediately after landing, his facial expression also showed pain. At this time, Yang Yi looked at the painful and struggling ice wolf in his heart. Although Yang Yi killed him very easily when he killed the iron rhinoceros before, but at that time the iron rhinoceros walked very much serene. In fact, Yang Yi's heart has not changed after crossing. When some soul beasts are in pain, Yang Yi's heart will soften, just like watching cats, dogs, and birds on the earth before they die. The tears are the same. When Yang Yi slowly stepped forward to end the pain of the ice wolf suddenly violent and attacked Yang Yi with his claws. At this time, Yang Yi did not expect the ice wolf to fight back. So there was no defensive preparation. The scratch of the ice sky wolf directly caught 3 scratches on Yang Yi's chest. Although Yang Yi's first spirit ability was still released, the counterattack of ice sky wolf was still terrifying. Yang Yi's body fell backward, and the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand disappeared. At this time, Bing Tian Wolf climbed up with difficulty and prepared to end Yang Yi with the next blow. Yang Yi was lying on the ground looking at the ice wolf in front of him and thought, is it coming to an end? It seems that I am still too naive. The power of terminal acquisition. The voice of this sentence suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Before he could react, Yang Yi's mind showed the attack route and methods after the ice wolf. Then the picture disappeared, and the ice wolf also stretched out its claws and rushed towards Yang Yi. Sure enough, the picture is the same as the one that just appeared, but what should I do now? Although Yang Yi knew the attack route and method of the ice wolf, now he has no combat ability at all. The power of getting started. At this time, a different voice sounded in Yang Yi's mind, and then Yang Yi felt that the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand appeared again, so his spirit power instantly recovered to its previous peak. Looking at the ice wolf, Yang Yi thrust the Tyrannosaurus sword into the body of the ice wolf without any hesitation. At this time, the claws of the ice sky wolf were only 1 centimeter away from Yang Yi's head, and then only heard. There was a touch. Ice Sirius' body fell on the snowy ground, and the purple spirit ring that appeared on his corpse could fully prove that Ice Sirius was dead. Yang Yi felt the current sufficient spirit power in his body, if it weren't for the wound on his chest that was scratched by the ice wolf, but the pain passed to Yang Yi's brain. Yang Yi couldn't believe that he had just fought with this ice wolf. After that, Yang Yi sat on the ground and thought happily, it seems that starting power of acquisition and terminal acquisition of power really came here with his martial soul. Great! Yang Yi happily forgot to deal with it. My wound is gone. At this time, 5 people including Swaity appeared in front of Yang Yi. Chapter 8, The Awakening of the Garuru Cannon. Yang Yi is really happy for himself when he really has the power to acquire the beginning and the power to acquire the terminal. Snow Emperor and Bing Emperor and others appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked when he saw them, and this caused the wound on Yang Yi's chest to be affected, and a huge pain followed. Come! Swaity immediately waved to Yang Yi, a white light appeared from Swaity's palm and flew towards Yang Yi's wound. Yang Yi watched the white light covering his wound, and the wound on his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short while, the wound on Yang Yi's chest had healed, leaving 3 scars. Although it looked a bit hideous, Yang Yi felt that this was a symbol of a man. Yang Yi said to Swaity, "Thank you, Swaity." Snow Emperor waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal, now your top priority is to recover and absorb this spirit ring." Yang Yi actually, after the sudden activation of beginning to acquire power, your spirit power has returned to its peak period, but because of a chest injury, your body cannot withstand the squeezing of the powerful force of the spirit ring. But now the Snow Emperor has healed the wound on Yang Yi's chest, so for Yang Yi, he can start absorbing the spirit ring at any time. Yang Yi said to Snow Emperor, "Snow Emperor, then I will start now." Swaity nodded after hearing this. Later, I watched Yang Yi's back as he pulled the spirit ring over and absorbed it, and thought to himself, it seems that it must not be a coincidence that he suddenly regained his combat power and spirit power before. It should be a secret in his martial soul. At this time, people look forward to it. Yang Yi looked at the 1,000-year-old spirit ring that he had pulled over, and looked a little confused. Although it was previously seen that there was a 200,000-year-old spirit ring, only the spirit master who had absorbed the spirit ring knew how to absorb the spirit ring. The danger, not to mention the cross-border absorption. Before, when Yang Yi absorbed the 550-year-old blasting iron rhinoceros, it was only about 100 years longer than the limit year and almost failed. Moreover, it is at least 700 years longer. Yang Yi looked a little panicked. At this time, Yang Yi raised his other hand and slapped himself. Damn, what am I counseling? Is it really embarrassing to the translator? Life and death are indifferent, just do it if you don't agree. Let me conquer this spirit ring. After that, Omega Beast X appeared behind Yang Yi, and Omega Beast X began to receive this 1000-year spirit ring as before, but this time because of the previous experience of the first spirit ring, this time it received more than before. That time it was quick. This time the energy of the 1000-year spirit ring was absorbed by Yang Yi because it was on sale. The energy began to flow into and destroy Yang Yi's body like a wild horse. But the current Yang Yi is no longer the Yang Yi who had just awakened the martial soul before. Now Yang Yi has undergone qualitative changes in both his body and spirit with this year and a half of training. Although the energy of the 1000-year spirit ring is relatively violent, Yang Yi now feels that it is more than enough to deal with this energy. After all the energy in the 1000-year spirit ring flowed into Yang Yi's body, the cold air belonging to the ice attribute of the ice sky wolf also entered Yang Yi's body. The cold air tried to freeze Yang Yi's body. There are also meridians for each organ in the body. Of course Yang Yi won't let it succeed. Yang Yi wrapped his soul power in various parts of his body. The cold air froze an organ in Yang Yi's body, and Yang Yi used his soul power to deal with the cold air. Perform ablation. Just like this, you come and go. In fact, the energy that belongs to the 1000-year spirit ring has been divided up by Yang Yi's body, soul power and mental power. Now, as long as the cold energy is absorbed or consumed, you are done. At this time, Yang Yi's spirit power was like a flame, used to dispel all the cold, and the cold air in the ice sky wolf's spirit ring was like snow, coming to freeze everything. This is a contest between flames and heavy snow. Whether the flame melts the snow or the snow freezes the flame, this will be the next key. Yang Yi's spirit power slowly offset the cold air, and then the cold air was gradually disappearing. At the last moment, this cold air suddenly flew out of Yang Yi's body and flew into Omegaman X's right hand. At this time, Galuru's eyes lit up in Omegaman X's right hand. Because the cold air entered the right hand of Omegaman X, Yang Yi perfectly absorbed the 1000-year spirit ring this time. After absorbing the 1000-year spirit ring, Yang Yi not only broke through level 20 and reached level 22, but also Yang Yi also felt that his Garuru Cannon had awakened. Ice Emperor discovered that Yang Yi's spirit ring had been absorbed, and immediately came to Yang Yi and pretended to ask nonchalantly, "Boy, what is your spirit ability? It's not a garbage spirit ability, right?" Yang Yi stretched out his finger at this time, and put it in front of the Ice Emperor very tuggingly and said, "Hee, my little master, my harvest this time is huge, you won't understand." I didn't see Emperor Bing. Yang Yi pretended to be forced in front of him, and immediately hit Yang Yi on the head with his tail. After Yang Yi was beaten by the Ice Emperor, he touched his head and looked at the Ice Emperor pitifully and said, "Look at it, why are you hitting someone?" Then I saw the Tyrannosaurus sword appeared in Yang Yi's left hand, and a cannon that had not appeared before in his right hand. The Snow Emperor and everyone on the side were a little surprised. Yang Yi raised the cannon and said, "The name of this cannon is the Garuru Cannon. As for its function..." Then Yang Yi raised his Garuru Cannon to aim at a distant ice wall, and then Yang Yi gathered his soul power in the Garuru Cannon and sent it towards the ice wall. Bump! The ice wall was destroyed by a loud noise. After Swaty and the others saw it, their eyes were full of shock, not only because of the power of the cannonballs fired by the Garuru Cannon, but also because Yang Yi's shot was not his own soul ability, but only a cannonball fired by soul power. That's it. Yang Yi then lit up his 1000-year spirit ring and said, "Below is the Garuru Cannon that emits spirit abilities." Seeing the masterpiece of the Millennium Soul Ring purple light at Yang Yi's feet, Yang Yi once again raised the Garuru Cannon and shot it towards another ice wall. The second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. said that the cannonball fired at the distant ice wall at a very fast speed. Then there was a loud noise of bang, 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 on the ground, and for a while, smoke burst into the snow. When the smoke dissipated, there were traces of shells bursting on the ground. And I don't know why some craters are still frozen and iced. At this time, the Snow Emperor walked to Yang Yi's side and said, Yi, let's explain your second spirit ability. Yang Yi took back the Tyrannosaurus sword and Garuru cannon and said, my second spirit ability is called Omega Meteor Shower. It is a mass attack, and one of the characteristics of the shells fired by Garuru cannon is that it has a certain chance to hit those who have been hit by the cannonballs or frozen. 100% can make the people who have been hit by the cannonballs be attacked by the chill. The Ice Emperor said happily after listening, you are not bad, your spirit ability should be comparable to the fourth spirit ability among human beings. After Yang Yi heard what the Bingdi said, he was not afraid of being struck by lightning, and said, it's normal, I think it's okay. Snow Emperor touched Yang Yi's head and said, now you are both melee and long-range attacks, so now you go to stabilize your soul power first, come to the extreme north palace to find me in the afternoon, and I will start to teach you personally. Then Swaity left, and at this time Ziobai, Arda, and Xiaoyu all left with expressions of good luck. Looked at Yang Yi somewhat inexplicably. At this time, the Ice Emperor was a little gloating and walked to Yang Yi and said, come on, kid, the Ice Emperor will take you to the last lunch. It's not a delicious lunch. Yang Yi looked at the Ice Emperor with a face of disbelief and said, Ice Emperor, what are you hiding from me? Bingdi smiled and said, you'll know this afternoon, let's go. This Emperor will take you to eat special products. Yang Yi didn't care about anything after listening to it, and followed the Ice Emperor away, but there was always an unknown premonition in Yang Yi's heart. Chapter 9, Swaity and Number 039, S Training. The Land of the North. Yang Yi patted his stomach, walked towards the far north palace with a face of contentment, and kept muttering, the snow cock, a specialty of the far north, is delicious. Next time I return to the Stardow Forest just give Sister Bridget a taste. When Yang Yi walked to the far north palace, the Snow Emperor was already there waiting for Yang Yi. After Yang Yi saw Swaity's figure, he trot up and said to Swaity, Swaity, I am here. The Emperor Shui had already sensed Yang Yi's breath, and saw that a sword made of ice appeared in Swaity's jade hand, then pointed at Yang Yi and said, now you show your sword, I don't use spirit power to fight me, let me see your foundation. Yang Yi heard the Shui Emperor say this, and without a trace of hesitation, the Tyrannosaurus sword appeared in his left hand and he attacked the Shui Emperor. When Yang Yi carried the Tyrannosaurus sword to stab Swaity, Swaity stood still and didn't move. Just as the Tyrannosaurus sword was about to pierce Swaity's body, Swaity just waved his hand gently. The ice sword of Yang Yi picked up and flew out. Yang Yi looked at Emperor Shui in shock. Yang Yi was very sure that Emperor Shui didn't use spirit power, but he defeated himself only by skill. Moreover, his Tyrannosaurus sword has clearly collided with Swaity's ice sword, but Swaity's ice sword has nothing to do now. His Tyrannosaurus sword can even cut down the world tree, but it cannot destroy the snow. The ice sword in the Emperor's hand, why is this? Swaity pointed at Yang Yi with his sword and said, if you want to know why, please come and try again. Use your full strength to chop off the ice sword in my hand. Tell you that the ice sword in my hand can be made with any piece of ice. You can't cut it off, it means you are still too weak. Yang Yi couldn't bear the provocation of Swaity at all, and once again he carried the Tyrannosaurus sword to the ice sword in Swaity's hand. But once, twice, 3 times. No matter how many times Swaity just picked Yang Yi to fly, and every time the Tyrannosaurus sword touched the ice sword in Swaity's hand, but that handle the ice sword didn't hurt at all. Yang Yi stood up from the snow again, his soul power was almost exhausted, and his physical strength was running out. Yang Yi had only one thought in his mind now, that is, to smash the Snow Emperor's ice sword. Yang Yi once again rushed up with the Tyrannosaurus sword. The Emperor Shui still blocked Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword in the same way, but this time Yang Yi was not picked up again. To be precise, Yang Yi was about to be caught. At the moment of picking up Fei, he watched his last strong will block Shuidi's ice sword. Shuidi looked at the boy who refused to admit defeat and smiled. Then he changed his technique and forced Yang Yi back again. But this time, the ice sword in Shuidi's hand was colliding with this time. It broke apart. Yang Yi knelt down and saw that the ice sword in Shuidi's hand was broken. He smiled happily, and said, "I succeeded." Then fell on the snow and fainted. Shuidi looked at the stubborn young man in front of him, and suddenly laughed. At this time, all the beauty was powerless in front of Shuidi's smile, but no one or soul beast could appreciate this scene. Yang Yi was slowly waking up from his coma, and at this time, the Shuidi sitting aside said, "Are you awake?" Yang Yi said, "Sorry Shuidi, am I very useless?" "Yes. Snow Emperor. But you are fine too. Do you know why only your last collision broke my ice sword?" Yang Yi shook his head after hearing this. In fact, Yang Yi himself was full of doubts about this question. Shuidi looked at Yang Yi and said, "It's undeniable that the sword in your left hand is indeed stronger than a single spirit sword, let alone my ice sword. You can even use those sword spirits. Use the sword in your left hand to chop them to pieces. It's not a sword problem, it's your own problem." Yang Yi looked at Emperor Shui and asked anxiously, "Is there a problem with my cultivation level?" Shuidi went on to explain, "No, it's because you have a problem with your heart. I saw it during the morning fight with the Ice Wolf. You hesitate every time you use your sword when facing the Ice Wolf. The final kill of the Ice Wolf was clean and tidy. You must know that for soul masters or soul beasts who use swords, their attack power is the strongest of the same level, but there are too many distracting thoughts in your heart. If you think about it, you will hesitate, your sword will become not sharp enough, your sword will be blunt. If it goes on, your sword will be useless. You must have a pure heart and a firm conviction when you use the sword. I hope you understand." After listening to Shuidi's words, Yang Yi realized that the last one he killed the enemy Ice Sky Wolf was because he wanted to survive, and the sword that smashed the Snow Emperor's ice sword was to prove his power for the Tyrannosaurus sword. Besides, other times, I seem to be making a sword just to make a sword. Thinking of this, Yang Yi lowered his head and said frustratedly, "Shuidi, then what is my goal?" Shuidi touched Yang Yi's hair and said, "You have to find this yourself, and I will teach you swordsmanship and some techniques of using swords, but why do you use swords? You must rely on them for what or people? You will find it yourself later." After Yang Yi heard what Shuidi said, he nodded and promised to Shuidi, "I will find it." Snow Emperor smiled and said, "That's great, then go and run 20 laps around the far north palace now, and then swing the sword 10,000 times. At this time, Shuidi's smile was like a devil's smile. Yang Yi hee, and said to Shuidi, "Shuidi, you are kidding, it's going to be night now." Snow Emperor said with a smile, "Who told you that you just fell unconscious? You can only start now. Isn't this all right? Whoever does it will do it." And many more. After Snow Emperor stopped Yang Yi, he patted Yang Yi's back. Then Yang Yi couldn't feel his spirit power, and then the Snow Emperor carried a 5-kilogram ice block to Yang Yi and let Yang Yi run on his back. You must know that one circle of the far north palace is 5 kilometers, and the 20 circle is 100 kilometers. It also carries fast ice cubes, and the spirit power is sealed by the Snow Emperor. But Yang Yi didn't dare to resist Shuidi, so he could only bite the bullet and start running. Not long after Yang Yi drove away, the Ice Emperor came to the Snow Emperor's side and said, "Shui'er is really bad-hearted. It is obvious that Shui'er's own spirit power has been injected into the ice sword over there, so that makes the ice sword so sharp and strong. Ordinary swords cannot be cut into pieces." Xiao Yi's ability to cut into pieces is already remarkable. Swaity said, yes, that Tyrannosaurus sword is indeed a very powerful sword. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a divine weapon, but this is how Xiao Yi can't let Xiao Yi know that he is only 7 years old and cannot let him produce it. In an arrogant heart, and what I said before that he has not found the goal in his heart is not wrong, this is the reason why Dishan sent him to me. It seems that we will not be in the next 3.5 years boring. Bingdi said to Swaity, don't train him to death. Swaity looked at and said, of course I know this. Then Swaity looked at the young man who was holding the ice block and running around the northern palace and muttered, I really look forward to it. What position will this monster cultivated by the strong in the soul beast world occupy in the future? I look forward to it. What? Chapter 10, Mysterious Space. I'm so tired, I didn't expect Swaity to be such a devil. I will train under Swaity for 3.5 years. I won't die here, right? Yang Yi just finished his training and returned to the room that Swaity had prepared for him. I don't want to, Swaity said to get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you are late for training, you will double. Rest early. Yang Yi lay on the bed, and fell asleep in a short while. Yang Yi. Who is calling me? Yang Yi. Who is calling me? Yang Yi. When Yang Yi woke up, he found that he was no longer in the previous room, and now he appeared in a grey space. Suddenly, 2 huge statues appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi could see the appearance of these 2 statues. They were his spirit Omega Beast X and Alpha Beast. Yang Yi walked in front of the 2 statues, touched the statues with his hands, and then a video appeared above the statue of Alpha Beast. Yang Yi knew it as soon as he watched that video. It was the Digimon Theater version he watched before. It was also the first appearance of Alphamon and Omegamon X in that movie, and this video is the last Alphamon and Dark Death. A scene of the last battle of the beast. But what does this video tell me? While Yang Yi was thinking about the meaning of this video, a video appeared on the statue of Omega Beast X, and this video was the last theater version Yang Yi watched before crossing the final evolution. And this video shows the scene of the final battle between Omegamon and Eismon, and Yang Yi was electrocuted when he saw this. The 2 videos have ended, and at this time Yang Yi was still in a daze. A bit of a second monk puzzled. Yang Yi patted the 2 statues and said, if these 2 videos are of any significance to me, please tell me. Suddenly the statues of Omega Beast X and Alpha Beast all glowed. At this time, Omega Beast X and Alpha Beast's phantom appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't help feeling a little nervous as he watched the 2 big men appear in front of him. At this time, Omegamon X said, Yang Yi, hello for the first time. Yang Yi nodded and said, hello. Alpha Beast hurriedly said at this time, it is a very coincidence that this space is brought into this space with your current strength, so we have to tell you a few things quickly now. Yang Yi hasn't questioned yet, the Omegamon X on the side answered, actually, it is not only the 3 of us who came to this world after you were electrocuted. Alpha Beast said, there are also Eos Beast and Dark Death Beast that have also come to this continent, and they do not exist in the form of a martial soul, but exist in the Douluos continent in the form of a soul beast. Omega Beast X said again, Eos and Dark Death Beasts have to resist the torrent of time and space in the process of traversing like us, and have to let the world accept that we are not repelled by the laws of the world and have lost all of themselves. The power of Alphamon took the words of Omegamon X, we finally existed as your martial soul, and the 2 of them are recovering their power somewhere. Omegamon X then said, they want to hide, even we can't find them, but we have speculated that if they want to restore their full strength, based on the time I have traveled, it will be 3 at most. 10 years is enough. If they encounter any treasures, the time will be shortened a bit. Alpha Beast then said, once the 2 of them have restored their full strength, then according to the power system of this continent, only the so-called gods can fight, and the top gods. Yang Yi knows the dangers of the Dark Death Beast and Eos Beast. Dark Death Beast wants to erase all existence in this world, while Eos Beast wants to create a virtual world, allowing everyone to live in a dream world. Is completely non-conflict for each other. Yang Yi looked at Alphaman and Omegaman X and asked, then what should I do now? Omegaman X and Alphaman looked at Yang Yi and said, we will help you, but now you have to cultivate to the level before you are 30, and then we can have a chance. Between the words, this space began to collapse. Alpha Beast looked around and said, Dark Death Beast interfered. Now you have to practice quickly. When you reach Soul Saint, this space will no longer be affected. Remember, the sooner the better. Then Yang Yi was pushed out of that space by Alphaman and Omegaman X, and then Yang Yi woke up from the bed. Yang Yi looked at the sky where the sun had already risen. Yang Yi looked at his hands and said to himself, yes, a dream? No, it's not so simple as a dream. It seems that if you want to know if it is a dream, you can only cultivate Deo Soul Saint as soon as possible. Although it was only around 6 o'clock, Yang Yi was no longer in the mood to rest. Now Yang Yi wanted to arrive at the Soul Sage earlier, and then wanted to see if it was a dream. Then Yang Yi came to the Far North Palace and started running around the Far North Palace. The more Yang Yi ran, the memory in his dream became clearer, and what Alpha Beast and Omega Beast X said to him in the dream became clearer and clearer, and Yang Yi also felt more and more real. Yang Yi's heart began to mess up. This is the first time Yang Yi felt fear and panic after he came to Douluos continent and awakened his spirit. Even when facing the Shwedi and the others alone, he was not afraid and panicked, except because of Dishan's sake, there is also an understanding of them. But because of his understanding, Yang Yi knew the horror of the Dark Death Beast and the Eos Beast, exactly as Alpha Beast said. If the Dark Death Beast and Eos Beast came to this continent, they might only be the 5 highest in the God realm. God can deal with it, and at this point in time, except for the of Shura, no other supreme gods can enter the Douluos continent, and this of Shura was when Tang San had just inherited the god, so it seemed that he could only rely on himself. At this time, the Snow Emperor walked behind Yang Yi and said jokingly, oh, Xiao I got up so early. It seems that Xiao I's training yesterday was not enough. It seems to be doubled today. At this time, Yang Yi looked at Swati seriously and said, Swati, please train me strictly. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely hold on. Swati saw the determined look in Yang Yi's eyes. There was no way to disguise that kind of look. Swati couldn't help being a little shocked. He couldn't believe that this was a look that could only be seen by a child close to 8 years old. Swati looked at Yang Yi and said, although I don't know what you have posted, it will be very difficult if I train you with the strictest method. Can you persist? Yang Yi solemnly said to Swati, I can. Snow Emperor said, okay, let's start. First of all, the first item is to climb 10 back and forth around this snow mountain. Then Swati sealed Yang Yi's spirit power, and at this time, Yang Yi didn't complain like yesterday, but started to complete the Swati training project alone. Swati looked at that little figure from behind and felt that the future Douluos continent would be changed because of this little ghost. In this way, Yang Yi began a 3.5 year training in the far north. Chapter 11, Parting and Preparation. 3.5 years, fleeting. Today is the day when Yang Yi is about to leave the far north. The Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Arda, Xiaobai and Xiaoyu came to the border of the far north. Only Shwedi came here 3 years ago, took Yang Yi from Ditian, and took Yang Yi to see all the spirit beasts. 3 years have passed, and Yang Yi has also become a gentleman and elegant, handsome boy. In the past 3 years, it has become not only Yang Yi, but also the feelings of Bingdi and others towards Yang Yi. 3 years ago, only Swati came here to pick up Yang Yi. Now 3 years later, everyone will come to send Yang Yi. It's just an accumulation of emotions. Bingdi held Yang Yi at this time, with a little teardrop in the corner of his eyes and said, Xiao Yi, be well out there. If you can't beat others, you must run right away. After this, the emperor will go back and give you revenge. Oh! Yang Yi patted the Bingdi on the back and said, Bingdi, don't think I'm so weak, I will take care of myself. Arta said at this time, you have to eat well and grow your body like me. Yang Yi smiled bitterly, no matter how much I eat, I won't be like Artaist. Xiaobai said with a bit of loneliness on her face, when Xiao Yi is gone, no one can catch fish with me. Yang Yi said with a smile, then Xiaobai, you have to cheer up in the future. I catch fish now, but you are not good at Xiaobai. Xiao Yi walked in front of Yang Yi and said, Xiao Yi, don't forget what I taught you. You must think twice before doing anything. Sometimes you have to endure, for a while, for a lifetime. Yang Yi solemnly bent towards Xiao Yu and said, I must remember teacher Xiao Yu's teaching. After saying parting words with everyone else, Yang Yi looked at Suidi. Suidi looked at Yang Yi gently and said, Xiao Yi, although I still don't know why you worked so hard in the past 3 years, your will has moved me. You have completed all the plans I gave you. After you leave the far north, you will still find your own way on the mainland. Don't be negligent, don't forget. Yang Yi knelt down towards Emperor Shuet, kowtowed 3 heads to Emperor Shuet, and said, I really appreciate Suidi's 3 years of teaching. I will definitely remember it. At this time, there was a roar of dragons in the distance, and a black figure appeared in front of Yang Yi and the others. That person is Dishan, and Dishan came to pick up Yang Yi according to the previous agreement with Yang Yi. After seeing Dityen coming, Yang Yi walked to the side of Dityen. After looking at Yang Yi, Dityen said to Shuedi, you have worked so hard for the past 3 years. At this time, the Snow Emperor's face no longer had the gentleness that he had faced Yang Yi. At this moment, the Snow Emperor turned back to the Queen of the Far North. Dishan said, it's up to you to fulfill our agreement. My Dishan owes you a love, then we go. Dityen grabbed Yang Yi and flew towards the Star-Do forest. Yang Yi shouted to Shuedi and the others in the sky, goodbye, I will definitely be back. After, he was taken away by Dishan. Bingdi looked at Yang Yi's departure direction and muttered, Xiao Yi will be back, right? I don't know if this sentence of Bingdi was talking to himself or asking about the spirit beasts around him. Suidi nodded and said, I believe Xiao Yi will come back, and I will definitely surprise us next time. Dityen observed during the flight that Yang Yi's various aspects were much stronger than 3 years ago, and his spirit power had reached level 30 or higher. I don't know how much. Dityen said to Yang Yi, Yi, you have improved a lot in all aspects, especially your soul power. Yi, how many levels are you now? Yang Yi looked at Dityen and said, Dityen, I only broke through half a year ago, and now I am at level 33. Is it level 33? It's a little higher than my previous estimate. It's very good. Then, are you proficient with Suidi with your sword? Well, the Snow Emperor is very strict with the sword, but the teaching is very good. Ha ha ha, that's fine, let's go quickly, Bridget and the others know that you have already prepared things when you come back today. Dityen, I have something to say after I go back. Oh. What's the matter? I will announce it to everyone when I go back. Okay, then let's hurry up. After Dityen and Yang Yi returned to the heart of the Star-Do Great Forest, Bridget and other 6 fierce beasts had been waiting here for a long time, and the Silver Dragon King Guyuina was the leader. At this time, Yang Yi and Dityen landed in the center area. After seeing Yang Yi's figure, Bridget ran over and hugged Yang Yi and said, Yi, let my sister take a good look and see if there is any weight loss. Yang Yi looked at Bridget, then stretched out his arm to compare and said, Sister Bridget, Suidi, they are very good to me. Look at my muscles and my body is strong. Bridget smiled at this moment and nodded to Yang Yi's forehead and said, Xiao Yi, you're such a big kid. At this time, Guyuina said, well, Xiao Yi is hungry when he comes back, let's go eat. Mr. Xiang and they also said, let's go, let's go. Then they all walked inside, and at this moment Guyuina hugged Yang Yi and said, "Yi, welcome home." Yang Yi smiled in Guyuina's arms and said, "Well, I'm back with Sister Nana." Guyuina smiled and brought Yang Yi to the banquet. Everyone happily eats, drinks, and asks about Yang Yi in the far north. They are like a family, and Yang Yi is their favorite child. Just when the banquet was about to end, Yang Yi stood up and said, "Uncles and sisters, I have something to say." Dishan knew that Yang Yi had something to announce before, so he had been waiting quietly, while Guyuina and others looked at Yang Yi with a look of confusion. Yang Yi said to Guyuina and the others, "I want to leave the Stardo Great Forest tomorrow and go to the human world." At this time, Jun Xiang and the others quit. "Why Xiao Yi? Why go to the human world? Isn't it good for us?" "No, I am." "Then why leave?" Guyuina said at this time, "Enough Jun Xiang, let Yi finish." Jun Xiang stopped talking when Guyuina had spoken, but his eyes were fixed on Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at the puzzled faces of the various beasts and said, "When I was practicing in the far north and Emperor Shui said that I had not found the goal and boundary in my heart, and Emperor Shui thought that I had never been to humans. I have seen and experienced it in the world. I was protected by Uncle Dishan very well. It is not good for me. Besides, I feel that the future may be very dangerous. I have to go outside to experience." At this time, the fierce beasts were also silent. In fact, they had discovered what Swaty said before, but they did not dare to let Yang Yi go outside to practice, fearing that Yang Yi would be cheated by others, and fearing that he would be injured. At this time, Guyuina said, "I know, then you go." Dishan, they looked at Guyuina and said in shock, "Lord." Guyuina ignored them and said, "You can go, but I have a condition." Yang Yi looked at Guyuina's face and said, "Sister Nana, please tell me. The time I set for you is 3 years, and after 3 years you will return to the Stardo Great Forest." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I see." Guyuina nodded and said, "Okay, it's all gone now, come here tomorrow to send Xiao Yi." This night, none of the fierce beasts in the Stardo Great Forest fell asleep. They were all looking back at the time that Yang Yi spent here. The next morning, all the fierce beasts appeared to Yang Yi to see off. At this time, Dityen gave Yang Yi a ring and a scale, and said to Yang Yi, "This is a storage ring, which contains about 50 cubic meters. It was picked up from the corpse of a soul master, and there are gifts from all of us in it. Besides, you carry this scale around your neck. There is my power in it, and my power will protect you immediately when you are in danger." Yang Yi took what Dishan handed over and said to them, "I'm leaving." Guyuina said, "Yi, don't forget our agreement." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I see, Sister Nana, then I'm leaving." Yang Yi turned around and left, and the beast's retention came from behind, but Yang Yi did not dare to look back, because he was afraid that he would never be able to leave once he turned around. Yang Yi's eyes were full of perseverance, and he took a firm step toward the human world. Chapter 12, Go to Shrek. The Great Arena of Souls in Soto City a year later. I announce that this battle will be won by the Royal Knights. The current Royal Knights winning rate is 50 games and 50 wins and 0 losses. We have won the Silver Fighting Soul badge. Let us congratulate the Royal Knights. The host on the stage said excitedly. Royal Knight! Royal Knight! Royal Knight! Royal Knight! There were enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding audience. And standing here is a teenager with a mask, wearing a black robe and black trousers. That person is Yang Yi. Yang Yi began to practice on this continent after leaving the Stardo Great Forest. When walking around this continent, Yang Yi also met many people, including some characters in the future plot, and Yang Yi and a little story happened between them. Originally, Yang Yi planned to meet Tang San in order to deal with Eos and Dark Death Beasts, so he came to Soto City 3 months ago, but because the time may come a little earlier, Shrek has not yet started. To recruit students, Yang Yi could only kill time in the battlefield first, which also made Yang Yi the name of the royal knight. Yang Yi settled the gold coin points for this game, and after taking the silver fighting spirit badge from the staff, he left the fighting arena and moved in the direction of Shrek. Yang Yi walked towards Shrek in a hurry, and about half an hour from the battlefield, a dilapidated small village gradually appeared in Yang Yi's sight. This is a small village with about 100 households, which is smaller than the size of Shengun village. There is a wooden fence around the village, which seems to be used to guard against wild animals. There seemed to be a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village, not knowing what happened. Yang Yi certainly knew that many of the crowded people were children of his age, accompanied by their parents, who had come to sign up for Shrek. And the center of the crowd is a wooden table, behind which sits an old man in his 60s, and not far behind the old man, there is a broken wooden arch that says Shrek Academy. After Yang Yi walked in, he saw in front of him a height of about 1.7 meters, wearing a light blue strong suit, around his waist a belt inlaid with 24 jade stones. Yang Yi looked at the boy and thought, it seems that that person is Tang San. Then Yang Yi noticed the woman next to Tang San, her silky long hair combed into neat scorpion braids, and her upper body was wearing a pink coat. At this time, Yang Yi already knew that Xiao Wu was able to walk with Tang San. Although Yang Yi was born in the Star Do Great Forest, Yang Yi did not know Xiao Wu. Before the spirit awakened, Yang Yi had been Dishan and the others were protecting, so they couldn't see Xiao Wu. After Wuhan awakened, Xiao Wu went to Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, so Yang Yi and Xiao Wu didn't know each other at all. Suddenly the old man at the door released his spirit ring, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, 1 black and 6 spirit rings. The proper Soul Emperor level powerhouse was obviously a warning to the person who was about to make trouble, and then he faced those parents said, if you are over 12 years old and have not reached the 20th level of spirit power, the registration fee will not be refunded. Those parents who were just about to make trouble don't dare to do anything at this time. The Soul Emperor class powerhouses are civilians who are not even a Soul Master and cannot be offended. Suddenly the number of queues dropped a lot, and those who stayed were confident in themselves, and because of this trouble, Yang Yi's position moved a lot forward. Although it was still the last one to sign up, the current one there is only 1 position difference between Yang Yi and Tang San. And Yang Yi already knew who she was when he saw the girl in front of him. The long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was a little over 1 meter tall. Although Yang Yi could only see her back, her figure was extremely hot. Yang Yi looked at the girl's back and thought, it seems that this is Zhu Zuqing. Then there were fewer and fewer people in the line, some moved to the next level, and some fished in the troubled waters were exposed and left. Finally, Zhu Zuqing in front of him had finished the test. When he arrived at Yang Yi, the Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai in front were obviously to see if Yang Yi passed the test, so that Dai Mubai didn't have to run another time. He was there, and Tang San and the others next to him wanted to wait. Maybe the last one was a future classmate. Yang Yi handed 10 gold soul coins to the wooden box and then stretched out his hand to the old man. The old man touched Yang Yi's hand a few times, and what Yang Yi felt was a tingling. Then the old man said, "You are the right age, then release the martial soul now." After Yang Yi heard the old man's words, he released the Wuhan. The figure of Omega Beast X appeared behind Yang Yi. The powerful pressure that accompanied everyone surprised everyone, but it surprised everyone the most. It was the 3 spirit rings behind Yang Yi, 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The old man stood up excitedly and muttered, 12-year-old soul venerable, the 2nd ring of the millennium. Tang San next to also didn't expect that this last young man was the most fierce among them, the 12-year-old soul venerable, surpassing the spirit ring with the best spirit ring configuration. It is a monster among monsters. Yang Yi looked at the old man and asked, "Am I qualified for the old man?" The old man reacted at this time and waved his hand to Dai Mubai and said, "Mubai, bring this little monster in. Yang Yi smiled and walked to Dai Mubai and the others, and said to them, my name is Yang Yi, hello. Tang San and others all introduced themselves to Yang Yi one by one, and the iceberg girl Zhu Zuqing was not surprised. At this time, Tang San was extremely excited after seeing that Yang Yi was the second ring of 1,000 years, because his teacher said that the second spirit ring's ultimate spirit ring was 764 years, so after seeing Yang Yi's spirit ring, he thought need to ask. Tang San walked up to Yang Yi and said, Brother Yang, I have something to ask you about. Please tell me if it is convenient. Yang Yi said, just call me Yi. My uncles and sisters in my family call it that way, so let's talk if you have any questions. After Tang San heard Yang Yi say this, the expression on his face became closer to Yang Yi. Asked Yang Yi, can you tell me why your second spirit ring can be 1,000 years old? Hearing this question, not only Tang San, but also Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing and the old man before him were interested, only that Xiao Wu, who had produced his own spirit ring, showed no interest on his face. Yang Yi said, actually, my family members said that as long as your physical strength and mental strength reach a certain level, you can exceed the age of absorbing spirit rings. If these requirements are not enough, some people are in the reasonable age of absorbing spirit rings. They will also explode and die. Tang San's eyes lit up after listening to Yang Yi's words. He was a disciple of an invincible master in theory. Tang San immediately understood that what Yang Yi said was a very correct theory. At this time, Dai Mubai said, it's okay, we will all be classmates from now on, and we can talk about this kind of thing at any time in the future. Let's go for the assessment now. Although Dai Mubai wanted to listen to it very much, he wouldn't be in a hurry if he didn't go for the assessment, so he opened his mouth to stop Yang Yi and Tang San. Yang Yi and Tang San looked at each other with a smile, and then led the team with Dai Mubai, and the five walked into Shrek Academy together. Chapter 13, Reach the 4th level. Shrek Academy is a veritable monster academy. The second level of Shrek Academy's test is to test the spirit power. When the spirit power exceeds the 25th level, the quality appraisal of the second level and the next level of the martial arts, and the third level of the test of the application of the own martial soul, are eliminated. Go directly to the actual combat test of the 4th level. But one thing happened while going to the 4th level. When the 5 people walked into Shrek, Zhu Zuqing took the lead to leave, and Dai Mubai followed Zhu Zuqing in the direction. Yang Yi, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were left there for a while. At this moment, there was a soft voice not far from Yang Yi and the others. Sausages are sold, sausages are sold. Oscar's secret small sausages are good enough. I don't have to miss them when I pass by. If I can't buy it, I won't be fooled. After the village, there will be no such shop. Only 5 copper coins. Yang Yi and the 3 of them heard the sound and looked over. They saw a man pushing a car and selling it there not far away. There was a burst of meaty fragrance from the car, and some students in the line had already walked over to buy it. The man standing behind the cart is dressed in a simple grey coat, neatly short hair, full-faced beard, but has a pair of big peach eyes. His eyes flowed around, looking specifically at the girls in the candidate team. Xiao Wu naturally couldn't escape the scanning of his eyes. It's hard to believe that that soft female voice could come from a big man with such a rough appearance. Tang San said to Xiao Wu, there are still a few people in front. You don't eat much for breakfast. Do you want to eat a sausage? Xiao Wu tilted her head and said, it smells good. Then try it. Tang San nodded, let Xiao Wu line up here, and walked towards the cart. Is getting closer, and I can see that the man who sells sausages is about the same height as me. There is a wooden board nailed to the cart with the words Sausage Monopoly. When the seller saw someone coming, he immediately said enthusiastically, well, let's have a sausage. Oscar brand sausages, you can't be fooled. The taste is guaranteed. Tang San smiled and said, Uncle, please give me 2. The look on the seller's face suddenly became stiff. You, what do you call me? Tang San was also stunned. I'm calling you uncle, is there a problem? The seller smiled bitterly. Of course there is a problem, but the problem is still big. Brother, I'm only 14 this year, so you call me uncle. Are you only 14 years old? Tang San looked at the person in front of him in surprise. The seller said affirmatively, yes, my name is Oscar. I am 14 years old this year. I am an early student at Shrek Academy. You can't just call my uncle just because my hair is denser. Tang San was speechless for a while, looking at Oscar's thick beard. He secretly said in his heart, your hair can't be explained by luxuriant hair. Are you really only 14 years old? Tang San couldn't help asking. Oscar nodded affirmatively, and said, of course, I am a student of the academy, and everyone knows that I am 14 years old. Tang San secretly said in his heart that he deserves to be the Monster Academy. A 14-year-old boy with a beard that grows to this level is definitely a weird flower. Oscar picked up 2 bamboo sticks from his cart and wore 2 10 cm long sausages to Tang San. The sausages had been baked on the charcoal brazier on the cart before, exuding a strong aroma. Tang San took out a silver coin and handed it to him. Senior, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Oscar said softly, it's okay, just visit my sausage store more in the future. Tang San said readily, no problem. Tang San, what are you doing? Dai Mubai walked over with the last student who signed up, the cold girl he had been staring at for a long time before. When Oscar saw Dai Mubai, his expression suddenly appeared miserable. Boss Dai, do you want to eat a sausage? Go to hell. Dai Mubai glared at him, you are really ashamed of the academy. I seem to have warned you more than once not to sell sausages in the academy. Do you want everyone to vomit? Tang San, this sausage cannot be eaten. Tang San asked suspiciously, why? The look on Dai Mubai's face became a little strange. Xiao Ao, you get a new sausage out. Oscar's expression suddenly became awkward. Boss Dai, don't do it. How can I say that we have been classmates for a few years, and you will make the new junior brother resent me? Dai Mubai snorted coldly, and said, I'm just reminding Tang 3. Tang San is my brother, so I can't fool you. Hurry up, don't let me do it. Oscar obviously can't afford to provoke Dai Mubai, so he stretched out his right hand in desperation, and cried out in his soft voice, I have a big sausage. The yellow light suddenly condensed in his palm, 2 yellow halos rose from Oscar's feet, and then, a sausage exactly like Tang San's hand appeared in his palm. When Tang San heard Oscar's phrase, I have a big sausage, his whole person froze. This sentence is too ambiguous. Let's not talk about the quality of this sausage and whether it is edible. He didn't dare to eat Oscar alone. Especially, this sausage was bought for Xiao Wu. Feeling Tang San's angry eyes, Oscar quickly explained, I can't help it. When using the food martial spirit, if you want to change the food, you must match it with a different soul curse. The words are spells, not what I want to shout. Moreover, there is no problem with the quality of my sausages. Tang San quickly put the sausage in his hands back on the charcoal stove. You should leave your sausages for yourself. Brother Dai, thank you for reminding you. At this moment, Yang Yi, who had been standing by without speaking, took out a gold soul coin and placed it in front of Oscar and said, bring me a sausage. Tang San, Dai Mubai and Oscar's faces all showed strange expressions. Tang San and Dai Mubai showed shock and weirdness, while Oscar's faces showed themselves in happiness. Oscar took the golden soul coin and said, okay, brother, but this money is too much. Yang Yi smiled, I exist here first. Dai Mubai said in surprise, Yang Yi, do you really want to eat Oscar's sausage? Even Tang San on the side wanted to stop him. But after Yang Yi took over the sausage in Oscar's hand, he said with a serious face to Tang San and Dai Mubai, Oscar's sausage is a kind of food type martial spirit, if only because of the spell he used to activate the spirit ability. If we discriminate against his martial soul, then we don't need to be a soul master. In the speed of life and death, Oscar's sausage may become the key to turning things around. After asking for a bite of sausage, he gave Oscar a thumbs up. Oscar said excitedly, "Brother, soulmate, you will get 50% off when you come to me to buy sausages." After Yang Yi clicked, he left the Oscar booth, followed by Tang San and Dai Mubai, but both of them were thinking about what Yang Yi said. Especially Tang San felt that he was too immature in doing this, saying that there are no waste spirits but only waste spirit masters. Now he even discriminates against food-type spirits, right? Yang Yi and the others returned to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu found that Tang San had nothing in his hands and asked, "Little San, where's my sausage?" Tang San didn't want Xiao Wu to know what happened just now, so he just made up a reason and told Xiao Wu. At this time, the four of them continued to walk in the direction of the last level. When they came to the second level, Dai Mubai introduced to the three of Yang Yi. "This is teacher Shaozhen Shao, Wuhan, Tang Do, a 71-level soul sage, the top 5 existence among the soul masters of the food department of the whole continent." Teacher Shao Xin heard Dai Mubai's words and nodded and said, "Okay, you can take them directly to the 4th level." Hearing what Shao Xin said, a male examinee said, "Teacher, what's going on? Why can they be exempted to enter the 4th test? But we have to pass every level." Teacher Shao Xin said indifferently, "If your spirit power is also over 25, then you can go directly to the 4th level exam without having to waste time with me. But the spirit power you test now is only 21 level, then, one must pass one by one." Dai Mubai took the crystal ball from the table in front of Teacher Shao, and handed it to him. "Yang Yi, let them see the gap." Yang Yi knew that this crystal ball could only test spirit power below level 30, and saw that Yang Yi released a yellow and 2 purple spirit ring, and everyone was shocked for a while. Soul Sovereign. He is a monster, right? The second spirit ring is the 1000-year spirit ring. Is he really only 12 years old? Beside, Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't know when they came to Yang Yi, reached out to take the crystal ball in Dai Mubai's hand, and tested them one after another. Are all lit up with the 9th level light of 20 country novel www.xiangcun7.com. 3 consecutive peers over the 25th grade slapped the faces of the onlookers. At this time, the noble girl in the middle of the line suddenly said, "Teacher, I think I should also be able to avoid the 2nd and 3rd levels." The noble girl received the crystal ball and it was indeed a spirit power light that exceeded the 25th level. Yang Yi looked at the girl and thought, "This is the little witch Ning Rong." Then, a 4th person of the same age over 25 appeared. Teacher Shao Xin's smile is even better. Before all the examinees could relax from the slap in the face that didn't stop, another light appeared stronger than Ning Rong. It was Zhu Zuqing before. "Haha, there are monsters every year, especially this year. There are 5 this year. The old fellow Flander is going crazy this time." A series of 5 people of the same age over the 25th level appeared, making the man who clamored before want to punch a hole in the ground and jump in. Yang Yi and the others waited for a while and found that there was no 6th person above the 25th level, so Dai Mubai took Yang Yi and the others away. Ning Rong looked at Yang Yi with curious eyes when he was leaving. After, Yang Yi and the others arrived at the 4th level without any accident, but at this time Dai Mubai cried out in surprise after seeing a figure sitting in the 4th level. Zhao. Chapter 14, War Zhao Wao Qi Part 1. Teacher Zhao, I have brought someone to the 4th level assessment. Hey? The 4th level is coming this year? There are still 5. The middle-aged man opened his dim sleepy eyes and looked at the 4 young men and women in front of him with some surprise, as if he had encountered something incredible. Dai Mubai said, Not only are there 5 of them who have come to the 4th level, but they are all exempted from the 2nd and 3rd levels. Teacher Zhao's eyes lit up, and he stood up from the chair. He was not tall and looked very ordinary. But it looks extremely strong. He was taller than Tang San, who was 12 years old, and he felt majestic. The broad shoulders are like a city wall. The coat can't cover up his majestic muscles like steel casting. Although the expression on his face is kind, his sturdy figure will give people a strong pressure. All 5 are above level 25, yes, it seems that there are a lot of little monsters this year. This is the last level for me. After passing my test, you can officially become a member of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easy to pass. Actual combat experience is what every soul master must possess. What I test is your ability in this area. That person glanced at Yang Yi and they said, "My name is Zhao Wao Qi. As long as you can survive my stick of incense under your joint hands, even if you are qualified, I would like to remind you not to fight against me on your own. The time for discussion is a stick of incense." Ms. Zhao is not good, right? Daimyo Bai said. Zhao Wao Qi said with an impatient look, "Is there anything to say? That's what I'll decide if the dean is not there," said as he took out a stick of incense and stuck it on the ground, then he sat in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. Daimyo Bai gathered the 5 people with a solemn expression at this time, and whispered, "This is troublesome." Xiao Wu curiously asked, "Is Teacher Zhao very strong?" Teacher Zhao is a 76th level war soul sage, a powerful spirit of Vajra bear, and his overall strength is second only to the dean. Daimyo Bai said quickly. Xiao Wu dare not say anything, "Hey?" But he looks much younger than the 6th ring soul emperor at the door. "Aren't you only 12 years old, aren't you nearly level 30? In the spirit master world, age can never represent any problem." Daimyo Bai squinted. Yang Yi looked at everyone and said, "We should introduce ourselves to each other now, report our martial arts and abilities, and see how we can cooperate to survive the exam later." Tang San said, "Yang Yi is right. We are mainly passing the exam now. My name is Tang San, the weapon spirit Lan Yinko, the 29th level control type war spirit hand. Xiao Wu, beast martial spirit rabbit, a 29th level assault war spirit master. Ning Rong Rong, Kai Bao Liulai Pagoda, the 26th level auxiliary soul master. Zhu Zuking, the spirit of the beast, the ghost cat, the 27th level agile spirit war master. Yang Yi, beast spirit Omega Beast X, a 36th level assault war spirit master." At this time, all 3 people except Yang Yi looked at Ning Rong Rong in surprise. "Your martial spirit is the strongest auxiliary martial spirit of the Kai Bao glazed tile pagoda." Ning Rong Rong spit out a cute little tongue, and said, "Don't look, I am no different from ordinary people. I sneaked out of the house. Let's talk about it after we have passed the test before us. My martial soul, it is the 7 treasure glazed pagoda and 2 spirit rings. It can increase the attributes of speed and strength for everyone. The increase is about 30%. There is no problem with continuing a stick of incense." At this time, Tang San said, "Then I will be the master." Yang Yi and Xiao Wu will attack, Zhu Zuking will stab from the side, and Ning Rong Rong will assist us. Yang Yi and others nodded and said that Tang San's tactics were okay. At this time, the incense on the ground has burned out. Zhao Wao Qi stood up and moved his body, saying, "The time is up, then let's start." Then Zhao Wao Qi turned another incense into his hand. Before he could light it, Ning Rong Rong took the lead. Kai Bao turns out there is colored glaze. The body rotated around in the same place, and the dazzling colorful light was released from her body. I saw that where the colorful light condensed, Ning Rong Rong had more than a foot in the palm of his right hand. High colorful pagoda. The precious light flickered, and the extravagance was compelling. Ning Rong Rong smiled, and the whole person looked like a fairy. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings rose from her feet and quietly circled around her. Kaibao is famous, and one says, strength. The first spirit ring rose and enveloped the colorful pagoda. Under Ning Rongrong's left finger, 4 colored lights were released at the same time, covering the 4 of Yang Yi. Body. Suddenly, a warm energy poured in from the limbs and hundreds of skeletons, and the 4 of them immediately felt that their bodies were full of power, and even the spirit power in their bodies surged upwards like it was boiling. Zhao Waoqi looked at Ning Rongrong with a little surprise. Good guy, one of the candidates this year is from the Kaibao Liulai family. Yes, yes, old Flanders must be excited this time. As he said, the incense in his hand has been ignited, and it was thrown away and inserted into the ground. 7 treasures are famous, and the second is, speed. 3 more colorful lights floated out, and Ning Rongrong's second spirit ring also played a role. The lightness of the body made Yang Yi feel that his body seemed to have lost its weight, and he secretly admired that the 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda really deserved its reputation, and it was indeed the first martial soul of the auxiliary system. The speed and strength increased by 30% at the same time, and he immediately felt his strength greatly increased. Go on! Yang Yi and Xiao Wu rushed out together. And Zhao Waoqi also moved for the first time. Zhao Waoqi's thoughts were very clear, and the sole master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect was immediately solved. It is the consensus of the soul masters to first solve the soul master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect on the battlefield. Yang Yi obviously couldn't let Zhao Waoqi achieve his wish, but Yang Yi's left hand appeared with the Tyrannosaurus sword and swung 2 sword auras towards Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi's whole body flashed yellow light and collided with the 2 sword auras that Yang Yi wielded, and then the sword aura disappeared. Although Zhao Waoqi was able to block Yang Yi's sword aura with his own strong soul power, he did not possess martial arts, did not use soul abilities, and only his physical body and soul power still caused Zhao Waoqi to be injured. Zhao Waoqi felt 2 scars on his arm, looked at Yang Yi and said, interesting. At this time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing appeared behind Zhao Waoqi, but Zhao Waoqi was very confident and stood with his back, acting as if he were allowed to attack. But Yang Yi would not let go of this good opportunity, and suddenly Yang Yi's 3rd spirit ring lit up. This 3rd spirit ring is that after Yang Yi broke through to the 30th level in the far north, he found a spirit beast called Frozen Bear. This spirit beast is one of the few souls with fire attributes in the far north. Beast. And this spirit beast brought Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword a powerful attack spirit skill, Blast Flame Slash. This soul skill brought the flame attribute to the Tyrannosaurus sword, while the ice attribute belonging to the icy and explosive bear was absorbed by the Garuru cannon. The 3rd spirit ability, Explosive Slash. I saw Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword cut out a sharp edge with fire and sword. At this time, Zhao Waoqi obviously felt a bit of danger from this soul ability. At this time, it didn't matter if Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing came back, but for the sake of his own face, Zhao Waoqi was still preparing to take the slash as before. Next. Zhao Waoqi's soul power once again wrapped his body. Using his whole body strength to block Yang Yi's blasting slash, but when Zhao Waoqi barely blocked it, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing attacked Zhao Waoqi's back at this time. And at this time were attacked before and after. Had it not been for Zhao Waoqi's strong King Kong bear's defensive power, Zhao Waoqi would have fallen long ago. Yang Yi shouted at this time, "Get out of there!" Before Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing could react, Tang San had already pulled them back with the blue-silver grass wrapped around the waist of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. And Yang Yi immediately withdrew to the back at this time, shouting blast. Only a sound of clashing was heard, and Zhao Waoqi's previously stabilized blasting slash suddenly exploded. For a while, the smoke was everywhere, and Xiao Wu excitedly asked, "Little San, do you think Yang Yi's attack is useful?" Yang Yi answered first, "Impossible, in fact, Teacher Zhao hasn't used Wuhan just now." "Little bunnies, you are very good." Then the smoke was suddenly torn apart by Zhao Waoqi's powerful aura. Zhao Waoqi stood there a little embarrassed at this time, but the 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black spirit rings behind him made Yang Yi feel the 5 people. A strong sense of oppression. Okay, little brats, I will teach you well. Chapter 15, The Battle of Zhao Wao Qi. Children, come on. We continue. Zhao Wao Qi took a big step and went straight to Yang Yi and the others. Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer. Tang San shouted at this moment. Xiao Wu put her toes on Tang San's shoulder, and flew towards Zhao Wao Qi. This time she no longer had her hands in front, but instead turned her feet in front, and kicked directly to the head. At the same time, dozens of blue-silver grass rushed out of Tang San's body at the same time, entangled towards Zhao Wao Qi from different directions. Zhao Wao Qi raised his hand and patted Xiao Wu, but who knew that Xiao Wu's body hadn't been in front of him, but suddenly changed direction, and his palm was naturally empty. Xiao Wu passed by from the side and kicked Zhao Wao Qi on the shoulder. Zhu Zuqing was not idle. Seeing Zhao Wao Qi rushing towards Yang Yi and the others, the 2 yellow spirit rings attached to her body also lit up at the same time. The pupils in the eyes of one blue and one green suddenly stood up, quietly speeding up. He rushed forward, his body instantly vacated, and the whole person rose up in the air under the package of soul power, and rushed in the direction of Zhao Wao Qi rapidly spinning. Amidst her group of figures, there were many claws, which was her second spirit ring skill, Nether 100 Claws. Relying on the rapid rotation of the body and the sharp penetrating attack power of the cat's claws, it can attack the enemy hundreds of times in a very short time, and attack the same position. The power is extremely amazing. When Zhao Wao Qi was kicked by Xiao Wu, it was the moment when Zhu Zuqing's netherworld claws hit his back. Nether paw claw is like a rapidly rotating serrated gear, cutting Zhao Wao Qi's back quickly. At this time, Zhao Wao Qi's first spirit ring lit up, a roar sounded, and a strong golden light broke out in an instant, attacking Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. When Tang San was about to save Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, he realized that his blue-silver grass couldn't get close to Zhao Wuji at all. Yang Yi instantly appeared next to Zhao Wao Qi at this moment, and then grabbed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing with both hands and threw them in Tang San's direction. After, Zhao Wao Qi's attack came the moment Yang Yi threw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing out. At this time, Yang Yi knew that it was too late to activate the first spirit ability. He saw that Yang Yi appeared the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand and the Garuru cannon in his right hand, and then crossed his hands across his chest to block Zhao Wao Qi's first soul ability. Although it was the first spirit ability, it was an attack from a soul sanctuary after all. I only heard a muffled noise from Yang Yi. If Yang Yi hadn't been training his physique since he was 6 years old, it might have just been the blow. Will suffer a lot of harm. Ning Rongrong on the side saw that Yang Yi was very anxious after he was injured, but his 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda did not have the soul ability to heal. When Tang San was about to pull Yang Yi back to his side, he saw that after Yang Yi blocked the attack, he raised his Tyrannosaurus sword to stab Zhao Wao Qi. And after Zhao Wao Qi received Yang Yi's sword energy twice before, he knew that he couldn't underestimate the sword in Yang Yi's left hand. At this time, I saw Zhao Wao Qi catching Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword in an empty-handed posture. Other people were kneeling, while Zhao Wao Qi was standing, and the Tyrannosaurus sword was at a distance from Zhao Wao Qi. His body is only 5 centimeters. Although the Tyrannosaurus sword is very sharp, it doesn't make any sense if it fails to strike a person. At this time, Yang Yi cannot be compared with Zhao Wao Qi in terms of strength. Zhao Wao Qi firmly fixed Yang Yi's violence with both hands. Dragon sword, and Yang Yi has no possibility of moving. Boy, now you can't run away. Zhao Wuji smiled and said to Yang Yi. I saw a mysterious smile from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth, and said to Zhao Wao Qi, Teacher Zhao, now you can't run away. Just when Zhao Wao Qi was puzzled by Yang Yi's words, Yang Yi's right hand was already raised, and the dark muzzle of the Garuru gun was aimed at Zhao Wao Qi, and no one could run this distance. Second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. Dozens of blue light condensed in the muzzle of the Garuru gun, and some cold air was emitted from the blue light from time to time. At this time, Zhao Waoqi knew that he couldn't avoid Yang Yi's move. Zhao Waoqi had to use offense as defense, and also used a second spirit ability against Yang Yi. Vajra Palm. Zhao Waoqi's second spirit ring also lit up, and the vigorous diamond palm hit Yang Yi's body, and Yang Yi's Omega Meteor shower all shot onto Zhao Waoqi's body. Yang Yi, because of Zhao Waoqi's powerful Vajra Palm and the power of the Garuru cannon, Yang Yi returned to Tang San and the others in an instant. At this time, Yang Yi spit out blood towards the ground, standing beside Tang San with a little languid breath. Yang Yi, are you okay? Tang San asked concerned after seeing Yang Yi vomiting blood. Yang Yi said at this time, I'm fine, Teacher Zhao is still merciful. Yang Yi and Tang San actually knew that Zhao Waoqi's subordinates were merciful. Otherwise, even if it was a second spirit ability, even if Yang Yi's physical body was now particularly powerful, he would have been severely injured if he hit the Soul Sage's full blow. At this time, Zhao Waoqi was hit by Yang Yi's Omega Meteor shower. I don't know if it was his bad luck or Yang Yi was lucky. Zhao Waoqi triggered a feature of Yang Yi's second spirit ability, which might freeze. I saw that Zhao Waoqi's whole body was frozen in the ice cubes, but these ice cubes were also slowly cracking apart, and Yang Yi and Tang San looked at each other at this time and nodded. Then Yang Yi glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing and motioned to them. Tang San also glanced at Xiao Wu. The four of them appeared in the four directions of Zhao Waoqi at the same time. At the moment when the ice cube was broken by Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong once again activated two of his soul abilities, and Yang Yi and others gained a sharp increase again. Tang San wrapped the blue-silver grass around Zhao Waoqi's whole body, while Xiao Wu kicked Zhao Waoqi's abdomen. Zhu Zuqing used his own ghost thrust to stab Zhao Waoqi in another direction. Yang Yi faced Zhao Waoqi head-on because of his strength. Tyrannosaurus 3 swords, first sword, smashing dragon point. I saw a bright red light on the end of the Tyrannosaurus sword, while the atmosphere around the Tyrannosaurus sword was stained with the cold air of Garuru cannon. Yang Yi stabbed Zhao Waoqi in front of him, and the three attackers simultaneously attacked Zhao Waoqi. With the strength of Zhao Waoqi's body, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's attacks could be easily blocked by his spirit power, but this attack by Yang Yi made Zhao Waoqi particularly uncomfortable. Although Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword only touched Zhao Waoqi's body slightly, and even Zhao Waoqi could not feel the pain of being stabbed by the Tyrannosaurus sword, but he felt a sense of heat and cold. Alternating in his body, it was particularly uncomfortable. After being attacked, Zhao Waoqi burst out with spirit power all over his body, after he completely resisted the attacks of Yang Yi and others. The fifth spirit ring behind him lit up. Fifth spirit ability, Gravity Squeeze. A burst of strong gravity squeezed Yang Yi's four people on the ground for a while. At this time, Zhao Waoqi said, "Babies, you are very good, but now I am here." Yang Yi and the four of them couldn't lift their heads because of gravity. Just as Zhao Waoqi was about to attack, a voice came over. "Mr. Zhao, it's time." Chapter 16, Tyrannosaurus 3 Swords. "Mr. Zhao, it's time." After hearing Dai Muebai's voice, Zhao Waoqi looked at the place where the incense had just been inserted, and found that the incense had burned to the end. Zhao Waoqi also disarmed his soul abilities at this time, and then sat on the ground, speaking to Yang Yi and the others with a depressed expression on his face. "You have passed the assessment." After Zhao Waoqi lifted the gravitational squeeze, Yang Yi already felt the weakness of his body. When Zhao Waoqi announced that they had passed the examination, Yang Yi could no longer help but faint. Yang Yi heard many voices before fainting. "Yang Yi, what's wrong with you? Yang Yi, cheer up. Yang Yi, you wake up. Xiao Ao, come here. Yang Yi." When Yang Yi woke up again, he found that he was already lying on a bed. Yang Yi sat up from the bed and looked around. At this moment, Tang San, who was sitting on the side bed cultivating, also woke up. Yang Yi, you are awake. How are you feeling now? Yang Yi said, now I am fine. I used too much soul power before. How did I come back? And where is it? Oh, it was Mubai who brought you back. You suddenly fainted before, but it scared us to death. This is your dormitory. Apart from you and me, there is also the previous Oscar who sells sausages. Oh, I see, thank you for sending me back. I will be classmates from now on. Do you want mutual insurance and mutual assistance? I'm going to find Xiaowu to eat in the restaurant. Do you want to be together? No, I will go later. Okay, then I'm leaving now. Then Tang San went out, and Yang Yi's left hand showed the Tyrannosaurus sword. Yang Yi looked at the Tyrannosaurus sword and smiled bitterly. It seems that the current 3 Tyrannosaurus swords only use one move to bring my spirit power. It consumes a full 80%, and it really can't be used until the moment of danger. The so-called Tyrannosaurus 3 swords, more accurately, should be called Omega 3 swords. But at present these tricks are all performed by Yang Yi with the Tyrannosaurus sword, so they are called Tyrannosaurus 3 swords. Tyrannosaurus 3 swords is a self-created soul skill that Yang Yi comprehended under the guidance of Emperor Shui when he used swords against Emperor Shui in the far north. The first trick to break the dragon was when Yang Yugong learned some basic swordsmanship. Sweidi said, if your Tyrannosaurus sword can join the chill of your Garuru cannon, it should be better. Because of this sentence, Yang Yi also understood. Now his spirit is Omega Beast X instead of a single Garuru cannon or Tyrannosaurus sword, and he can combine them together. In the beginning, only cold energy was injected into the Tyrannosaurus sword, and after obtaining the third spirit ring, flames and cold energy could be used. Human skin has gaps, so as long as Broken Dragon clicks on the enemy's skin, cold air and flames can be infiltrated into the enemy's body immediately, which can be destroyed from the inside. Yesterday it was because Zhao Waoqi was not an enemy, so cold air was injected. The ratio to flame is not too much. The second trick, Tyrannosaurus Sword Gang, was to see Emperor Shui looking around with the sword aura in his ice sword before, using the attributes in the sword aura and the sharpness in the sword aura to resist all attacks, and even someone will also get hurt when they want to attack melee. This is the so-called best attack is defense. And Yang Yi was also inspired by Sweiti's trick, and developed this trick according to the same pattern. Later, with the acquisition of the third spirit ring, and this year's experience on the mainland, Yang Yi this trick of Tyrannosaurus Sword Gang has been perfected. As for the third move, Yang Yi's strongest attack is currently the Tyrannosaurus Annihilation. The Tyrannosaurus Annihilation slash was accidentally used by Yang Yi when he was fighting the Frosty Bear again. After that move cut the Frosty Bear's leg, the Frosty Bear's leg disappeared. More accurately, it should be was deleted. Yang Yi didn't know what was going on, even if he asked Sweidi later, Sweidi didn't know. After, Yang Yi thought it was just because of Omega Monster X's strongest trick delete all. Although Omega Beast X has not fully recovered its power, Yang Yi can now use a little bit of power to delete, but once this trick is used, all of Yang Yi's spirit power will be removed instantly. If you fail to hit the enemy, Yang Yi will be killed by the enemy. Actually, Yang Yi hasn't used this trick since it was created, so there are pros and cons. At the moment, I don't know what strength this trick will be in. Yang Yi took the Tyrannosaurus sword back and murmured, the tactics of Tyrannosaurus 3 swords except Tyrannosaurus Sword Gang are very soul-consuming. It seems that you have to be careful in the future, but yesterday's battle gains. It is also huge, especially under the squeeze of Teacher Zhao's gravity at the end, his soul power is closer to level 37. Yang Yi got up and took out a piece of dry food from his space ring and stuffed it in his mouth, then walked outside. After reaching a small forest outside, Yang Yi's left hand once again showed the Tyrannosaurus sword, and then began to practice the sword. Pump, bring, lift, grid, hit, stab, point, collapse, stir, press, split, cut, wash. The 13 basic swordsmanship is something that Yang Yi will practice every morning, and if someone looks carefully, you will find that there is no spirit power fluctuation on Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword. Now Yang Yi is relying on himself. Pure flesh is practicing swordsmanship. While practicing basic swordsmanship, Yang Yi used his mental power to simulate the precise firing of the Garuru gun in various directions in his mind. This is a training method that Yang Yi discovered when he was practicing on the mainland. Before, he practiced swords in the morning and the accuracy of the shells of the Garuru cannon at night. Later, I found that this was too time-consuming. After Yang Yi's body had a muscle memory of the basic swordsmanship, Yang Yi began to use mental power to simulate the accuracy of the Garuru cannon. This can also exercise one's mental power, and this cultivation method is a bit like the distracted control of the Kai Bao Liulit song. The morning time just passed bit by bit. Just after the bell ringing remembered, Yang Yi finished his sword practice and ran towards Shrek's square. At this time, a person holding a huge silver gun in the Tiandu Royal Academy suddenly stopped, glanced at Shrek's direction in response, and smiled. Chapter 17, Meet Flanders for the first time. When Yang Yi heard the bell and came to Shrek's clearing, he found that there were already 7 people standing in the clearing. In addition to the 6 people he saw yesterday, there was a little fat man. Yang Yi looked at the little fat man and thought to himself, this should be Ma Heng-jun. At this time, Tang San saw Yang Yi trotting over. Yang Yi, class is about to start here. Yang Yi smiled and ran to the far right of the team and stood there. At this time, Ma Heng-jun said to Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, this is the last of the 5 freshmen you mentioned in the cafeteria just now. Dai Mubai nodded and said, yes, his name is Yang Yi, don't look at his gentle face, fight, that can scare you to death. Ma Heng-jun heard Dai Mubai describe a person like this for the first time. He won't be like Tang San, he will soon break through level 30, right? Dai Mubai smiled mysteriously and said, you can try it, I can guarantee that he is definitely not a level 29 spirit power. Ma Heng-jun listened and said, that would be great. Actually, I just broke up with Qiwa when I was in the cafeteria, and I didn't feel very good. In addition, I was educated by Xiaowu and Tang San and now I need to vent. I heard from Boss Dai before that there are 5 new students this time, and the person who did not come to the cafeteria said that the personality should be very good when he was in the cafeteria. In addition, Boss Dai just said that the spirit power is not level 29, and should be with himself. Almost, that would be great. As for Ma Heng-jun above level 30, he wouldn't even think about it. At this time, Ma Heng-jun walked to Yang Yi and said, this schoolboy, you still don't know Shrek's rules. Yang Yi heard Ma Heng-jun's words a little dazed, and asked, what are the rules? Ma Heng-jun said proudly at this time, when I enter Shrek, I have to fight against the seniors. Of course, the seniors will make 3 tricks for the juniors. Yang Yi is still dazed at this time. There is no such rule in the original work before, is it not written? I think so. While Tang San on the side was about to say something at this time, Dai Mubai pressed Tang San's shoulder and shook his head at Tang San with a smile on his face, and waved his hands to everyone. Only Ma Heng-jun, who was facing away from them, and Yang Yi who were stunned, didn't see this action. Yang Yi said, I understand, but don't you need to fight with me? Dai Mubai smiled and said, you don't need Yang Yi, Hong-jun is very powerful. Ma Heng-jun heard what Boss Dai said and raised his head and said, look, come on. Yang Yi thought, is Ma Heng-jun's strength much better than the original? Then Yang Yi left the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand, and behind the Garuru cannon in his right hand, 3 spirit rings appeared behind him and said, do you want me to make 3 moves? Ma Heng-jun closed his eyes before and had already imagined it. After hearing what Yang Yi said, he opened his eyes and said, of course Soul Lord. Ma Heng-jun sat on the ground in shock after seeing the 3 spirit rings behind Yang Yi. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Dai Mubai and the others burst into laughter, even Zhu Zuqing, who had a cold face, raised his mouth slightly at this time. At this time, Oscar and Dai Mubai said, "Fatty, come on, beat him up." Ma Hongjun shouted at this time, "Boss Dai, you wait for me." And at this time, if Yang Yi didn't know what was going on, he would have lived for nothing. At this time, Yang Yi smiled and walked to Ma Hongjun and said, "Senior, let me do 3 tricks first." Ma Hongjun said at this time, Big brother Yang Yi, I just finished laughing." Yang Yi said in a black belly, "Don't worry, senior, I will be gentle." All of Dai Mubai had turned their bodies and stopped watching this scene at this time. After a while, a middle-aged man with glasses came over. He was Shrek's dean, Four-Eyed Owl, Flander. At this time, Flander looked at his disciple's face now with a black nose and swollen face, and asked Hongjun, "What's wrong with your face?" When Ma Hongjun was really about to tell Flanders, he saw Yang Yizheng looking at himself with squinting eyes. Ma Hongjun said at this time, "Teacher, I'm fine, so I fell by myself." Although Flander knew after hearing this, he didn't care, walked in front of the 8 students, and stopped. His characteristic hoarse sound with a bit of magnetism sounded, "This year is very good, we have 5 more little monsters. I, Shrek Academy Dean Flander, welcome you on behalf of the Academy." Later, everyone handed 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who was in charge of finance. Mubai. President. Dai Mubai took a step forward, and seemed to respect Flander, even with some admiration. Flander said, "There are 5 more juniors and younger sisters. When you turn back, you tell them the rules of the Academy. Then you will go back to rest and try your best to restore your condition to the best possible level. Today's first class will start in the evening. Oscar, exceptions are you and Ning Rong Rong. You two come with me." Oscar's face suddenly collapsed, and he walked up to Flander to salute unwillingly and unwillingly. When he saw Ning Rong Rong walking by his side, his face only improved. Flander waved his hand and said, "Others can go to rest. Remember, let yourself be at your best before dark. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching in this college is different from other places, you even will be in danger." Zhu Zuqing left without looking back, and Dai Mubai did not catch up this time. Ma Hongjun was walking at a very fast speed, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Tang San, Yang Yi and Xiao Wu weren't in a hurry to leave. Tang San wanted to see how the dean in front of him taught. Although Yang Yi knew how to teach, he still stayed. Flander didn't care, and said to Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, "Everyone has their own cultivation method. Different martial arts have different cultivation methods. In Douluos continent, there are almost no identical martial arts, so, what the Academy wants to teach you is not how to practice martial arts, but how to use martial arts, how to better preserve yourself and assist your comrades in future battles." Oscar seemed to have heard something similar, and he lowered his head non-committal, but Ning Rong Rong nodded in agreement. Flander continued, "You two are auxiliary spirit masters. One is for attribute addition, the other is for food martial arts. A spirit master like you, whether on the battlefield or in peacetime, you need the protection of your partners, otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive. Oscar, you tell me, as an auxiliary soul master, how can I better protect myself on the battlefield?" Oscar said without hesitation, "Hide behind your partner as much as possible, and use all the surrounding terrain and buildings to avoid risks. Keep away from the dangerous area as much as possible." Flander nodded and said, "That's right. But there is one thing you didn't say. As a support-type spirit master, escape is a necessary quality. A support-type spirit master who can't escape is not a good spirit master. What is needed to escape? What is needed is physical strength. Although as a spirit master, you have your own spirit power assistance, your physical fitness is better than ordinary people. However, the enemies you may face are the opponent's war spirit master. Therefore, as an auxiliary type spirit master, you also need to exercise your physical strength. At the critical moment, perhaps you can survive by taking one more step. Oscar still knows Flanders very well. Listening to the dean in front of him speaking grandiosely, he smiled secretly in his heart, and when it was over, he couldn't escape today. Sure enough, Flanders nodded to Oscar and Ning Rongrong after the long talk, and said, "Your class today is about physical training. From now on, run around the entire village 20 laps. You don't have to eat lunch before you come back. You can use your martial arts to assist. Now, let's go." Oscar is responsible for leading the way. Yes. Ning Rongrong promised and ran out without hesitation. Oscar glanced at Tang San and the others who were standing next to him with a bit of bitterness, and then followed. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not big, Oscar understands that the entire village Flanders is referring to includes the cultivated land in the village. After a lap, it is at least 3 kilometers away. 20 laps, that is a pretty scary number. Today he has more than 20 levels of spirit power, but completing this course before noon is still a painful thing for auxiliary spirit masters. For a war spirit master of more than 20 ranks, running such a distance would not be very easy. Seeing Oscar and Ning Rongrong run out, Flender pointed to Tang San and said, "You come with me alone." Tang San nodded, and waved his hand behind Xiao Wu who wanted to follow. Only then did Flanders strode towards the academy. But Xiao Wu and Yang Yi are ready to go back after they have nothing to do. And at this moment, Yang Yi's voice remembered from behind Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, no, 100,000-year soul beast soft bone rabbit." Chapter 18, Frank. "Xiao Wu, no, 100,000-year soul beast soft bone rabbit." When Xiao Wu heard Yang Yi output these words, her whole body froze at that moment. Xiao Wu turned her head and smiled and said, "What are you talking about? My spirit is a soft bone rabbit, what 100,000-year soul beast, I don't know." Even though Xiao Wu tried extremely hard to restrain her mood, she knew from her tight fists and tight legs that Xiao Wu's emotions were not as simple as it seemed. Yang Yi said at this time, "Don't be nervous, I actually know the sky blue bull python and the giant ape." Xiao Wu looked at Yang Yi in front of her and thought to herself, he knows Daming and Erming, do they really know each other? No, maybe he is playing my words. Xiao Wu pretended to be puzzled at this time and said, "What are you talking about? I know the soul beast of the Titan giant ape, but what kind of soul beast the sky blue bull python is? I don't know. You can go to this aspect. Ask Xiao San. Xiao San is an expert in this area." Yang Yi smiled and shook his head and said, "It seems that you still don't believe what I said, so how about this?" Then Yang Yi exploded with the aura of the scales given by Dityan, an ancient, huge, vicissitudes and darkness aura directly attacked Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was full of fear and shock after feeling this breath. Although the sky blue cattle python and the Titan giant ape are known as the two great kings in the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu knows that in fact De Ming and Er Ming are actually the kings on the bright side. In fact, there are at least 6 soul beasts that secretly control the Star Do Great Forest, and the cultivation base of each soul beast has exceeded 200,000 years. And before Xiao Wu was transformed into a form, he and De Ming and Er Ming felt the aura of the strongest soul beast. I heard De Ming said that it was the strongest soul beast on the Douluos continent, the golden-eyed black dragon king Dishan, and it was Star Doda the real master of the forest. At this time, Xiao Wu sensed this aura again. Although the current aura is much weaker than before, there is nothing wrong with the aura on that scale, and it is so close to sense that Xiao Wu is absolutely it won't be wrong. Xiao Wu didn't know what to say at this time. You said Yang Yi was a soul beast, but Xiao Wu did not find the same aura of a soul beast in his body, unless he could cover his aura. But if Yang Yi wasn't a soul beast, how did he know De Ming Er Ming and the others, and how could there be scales of Emperor Heaven? Yang Yi took out a green feather from the ring and showed it to Xiao Wu. You don't need to think about it, I am a human child raised by Dishan, so I know so much. And this feather for you, it can block the breath of the soul beast on you. He said that he put the feather in Xiao Wu's hand and turned around and left. Xiao Wu didn't react for a while, but after a while, Yang Yi turned around and said, yes, if you fall in love with someone, don't give up just because of your identity, you must break through many difficulties if you want to be together, so come on. Yang Yi disappeared before Xiao Wu's eyes. At this time, Xiao Wu's also fell into thinking, not knowing whether it was because of the feathers that Yang Yi gave, or because of his identity, or what Yang Yi said at the end. Xiao Wu stared at the ground in a daze, she didn't even know Tang San came to her. Tang San patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said, what's wrong with Xiao Wu, look in a daze. Xiao Wu only saw Tang San and shook her head and said, brother, I'm fine, let's go for a walk. Tang San didn't know what happened with Xiao Wu, but he was accustomed to Xiao Wu's requirements, and nodded. Xiao Wu took Tang San's hand and walked towards the outside of Shrek, but at this time, Xiao Wu's eyes looked at Tang San's hung a little more. And Yang Yi thought at this time, I hope this can change your tragedy in the Soul Master competition. As night fell, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander was standing on the big playground, looking at all 8 students in front of him. Yang Yi, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zuqing, who was neat with an ice-cold face, were all ready to go to class in the evening, and they were all full of energy. However, Flander's attention was not on them, but at the other 2 students. Oscar, have you finished 20 laps? Flander's gaze gave people a sharp feeling, which made people afraid to look at him. Oscar coughed, nodded, and said, Dean, I'm finished. Flander snorted coldly, I am asking you, not you. Oscar turned his head and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him, with an innocent look in his big beautiful eyes. Oscar gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, yes, we are all finished. Very well, Oscar, I didn't expect you to be very friendly. Come here. Flander smiled and pointed to the position in front of him. A wry smile appeared on Oscar's face, but he did not look at Ning Rongrong again, strode to stand in front of Flanders. Flanders slowly raised his right hand and patted Oscar's shoulder lightly, I admire your spirit of friendship. In that case, you will run another 20 laps and let me see how deep your friendship is. If you don't finish running, you don't need to eat. I have sealed your spirit power, so I don't have to try to release it. Go. Oscar didn't say anything, but silently nodded, turned, and ran outside. Flander turned his gaze to Yang Yi, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and others, do you not understand why I did this? Why should he keep running? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were very familiar with Flander's temper and did not say a word. Zhu Zuqing was cold by nature, but just looked at him lightly, and Yang Yi also knew the reason. But Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded subconsciously. They really didn't understand why Flanders did this. Flanders still had the chilling smile on his face, because he lied. Although he lied for friendship or other reasons, he still lied. You are all still children, and lies are the least. Good character. I hope you understand. As he said, his gaze shifted from Yang Yi's 6 people to an innocent look, looking pretty and pitiful Ning Rongrong, tell me, have you completed the course I set out in the morning? Ning Rongrong shook his head honestly, and said, I don't. The distance is too long, and I am hungry and can't hold on. Flanders smiled slightly and said, so, you ran to Soto City alone, and you had a big meal, and you went around the commercial streets of Soto City. You just came back to find Oscar, right? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes, you watch me. Flanders' face suddenly became cold, as the dean, I am responsible to every student in the academy. If Oscar lied because he couldn't bear to let you be punished, it would be excusable. Then, you commit the mistake made is unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disobeying the academy's arrangements, and letting the senior lie for you. Nothing is a mistake that a good spirit master should make. If this is on the battlefield, your only result will be one, that is military law disposal, just one death. Flander, who do you think you are? It's just a little soul sage. As soon as these words came out, Tang San, Xiaowu and others lost their color. They never expected that a little girl who felt so gentle would actually say such things, but Yang Yi did not have any surprises. I already knew Ning Rongrong's character when I was, but I was very surprised when I saw it. Flender was not angry because of her words, smiled slightly, and said, "Yes, I am just a little soul saint, but now you are too far away from me. Even if you are Kai Bao Liuli, the most talented one of Zong's generation, you are only a great soul master after all. There is still an insurmountable gap between you and me. Since you don't like this, please leave. Shrek Academy is not welcome an unruly student like you." Ning Rongrong sneered, "Want to drive me away? It's not that easy. Since I'm here, I didn't plan to leave early. Flanders, I advise you to leave me alone. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can afford." Flender smiled lightly, "If I'm afraid of any consequences, there won't be this academy. This is my site, I have the final say." Mubai. Master Dean. Dai Mubai took a step forward. At this time, his eyes on Ning Rongrong were still full of incredible. He vaguely understood that Ning Rongrong at this time was her true color, but yesterday she also covered up too well. Flander said, "You go and take this Miss Ning Rongrong's things from her room, and then send her away from here. If she resists, I allow you to use any means." "Flander, dare you?" Ning Rongrong shouted, hands on hips. The 12-year-old girl showed an extremely sturdy breath. "I'm so old, you're still the first person to dare to treat me like this." Flander smiled yinly, "Your father is reluctant to discipline you. It doesn't mean that I am reluctant. You are not my daughter. Nor is it my treasure. In my eyes, any student here is better than you. Kai Bao Liuli Ta Wuhan is indeed one of the most powerful beings in the auxiliary Wuhan, but unfortunately, you will only put it to shame. You are talking nonsense." Ning Rongrong's chest heaves violently in anger. "I'm talking nonsense? Then tell me which one are you better than you?" Flander said disdainfully. Ning Rongrong said, "I am an auxiliary soul master, and of course I can't compete with them like war soul masters. But my role on the battlefield is greater than that of them. With my help, a whole soul master group strength will be greatly improved." Flander shook his finger to Ning Rongrong, "No, you are wrong. Everyone present will have a better role on the battlefield than you. Because they have the possibility of surviving on the battlefield, and you. With your personality, if you are on the battlefield, you can only be cannon fodder. Impossible. R7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sex 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's martial arts is the best in the world, no one can compare. Why am I worse than them?" Flander said coldly, "Because of your heart. Because of your impetuous and arrogant, you take yourself too high. Even your father would not think that he is the best in the world. If he is not outstanding, accompanied by his partner, even an ordinary spirit master can kill him. With your personality, do you think you can find a partner who can completely hand over your back to the other party?" Ning Rongrong was stunned when he heard Flander's words. Flander pointed to Dai Mubai and said, "He is 15 years old this year, a martial arts white tiger, a combat-type soul master. He is born with double pupils. Level 37. He has 200-year spirit rings and 1000-year spirit ring. Yes. Shrek Academy is the youngest student who has reached the 30th level of the Soul Venerable in history. He was only 13 years old when he reached the Soul Venerable. Can you ask yourself whether you can break through the 30th level of the bottleneck at the age of 13? Yang Yi was already a soul venerable when he entered Shrek, and now Yang Yi is still 12 years old. The second ring of the spirit ring is the 1000-year spirit ring, and you have seen his martial soul, close and remote. The attacks are perfect. It can be said that they are the first genius on the Douluo continent. What can you compare with others? There are also Tang San and Xiao Wu, who have reached the level of a 29th level Great Spirit Master at the age of 12. In terms of genius, they are better than you. Ma Heng-jun, he is about the same age as Tang San, Xiao Wu, and you. He entered Shrek Academy at the age of 11. Although there are defects in his martial arts spirit. However, the mutant martial arts spirit he possesses is a unique top beast martial arts spirit. In terms of martial arts alone, there are few people on the entire continent that can match him. His soul power is also not weaker than yours. This is because he uses part of his mental power to make up for the defects of the martial soul. Zhu Zuqing, the soul power is similar to yours. However, she is different from you in that she has a firm and persistent heart. Flanders said lightly, Ning Rong Rong, have you seen all of them? Ask yourself, which one of them is better? Here, you are already the worst existence. What qualifications do you have to be proud of? Dare to say, as long as you leave me, in 20 years, each of their achievements will be much greater than yours. Ning Rong Rong was not reconciled, she was really not reconciled. There is also an Oscar, how can I be better than him? He is also a support type spirit master. Just a small food type spirit master. He is always incomparable. I am. Flanders shook his head and said, no, you are wrong. If you think so, then you are very wrong. Oscar's talent is even higher than Mubai. Otherwise, why should I allow him to enter the academy? Ning Rong Rong, I only want to ask you one question, have you ever seen a food martial soul with innate soul power? Ning Rong Rong Warong paled, no, this is impossible. How can the auxiliary martial arts soul have innate soul power? In the world of soul masters, although there are few people with innate soul power, they are not uncommon. But the auxiliary Wuhan never appeared. The reason why Ning Rong Rong thinks that she has an extraordinary talent and an extraordinary genius is because her martial arts reached the level of 9th level when she awakened. Only one step away from the innate full soul power. This is already the existence of the best among the auxiliary martial spirits. She never expected that the big sausage Uncle Oscar, who is a little handsome but so awkward when he recites the soul curse, is actually full of soul power. Flanders said indifferently, Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His future achievements are limitless. It may even replace your 7 treasure glazed glass sex status in the auxiliary spirit masters. You may not believe what I said, but I can be sure. Tell you, this is very likely to exist. Ning Rong Rong stood there in despair, while every word of Flanders pierced her heart like a sharp sword, smashing the proudest thing in her heart completely. Ning Rong Rong's face looked a little pale, and suddenly burst into tears, turned his head and ran towards his dormitory. Flanders looked at Ning Rong Rong who was running away and thought, if I can't even get a movie for a 12-year-old girl, I'll be a fool. When Dai Mubai was about to say something, Flanders said, Mubai, needless to say, there is no need to handle that eldest lady's stuff, so I don't have to run to call Oscar back. Dai Mubai said, the dean is wise. Then went to call Oscar and stopped. Dai Mubai returned after a while. Flanders waved his hand at this time and said, then we shall go to our training place tonight and set off. Chapter 19, Sword of the Future. When Flanders announced his way to tonight's teaching place in the open space of the college, he set off immediately. Flanders led the way, followed by Yang Yi and Dai Mubai, followed by Zhu Zuqing, who is good at speed, followed by Tang San and Xiao Wu, and finally Ma Heng-jun. Under the leadership of Flanders, all the blades came to their destination, the battlefield of Soto City. Dean Flanders looked at everyone and said, here, this is the great arena of souls. I know you have a lot of questions, but these are not very important now. Now you only need to know that you will get the silver fighting medal before graduation. That's all right. Then looked at Mubai and said, these are not as simple as you think. Mubai, tell them your results. Dai Mubai looked at the crowd and said, I started to participate in the Soto Arena game when I was at level 29. I fought a total of 56 matches and my current record is 29 wins and 27 losses. The current points are, second, to upgrade from Iron Fighting Spirit to Copper Fighting Spirit, 100 points are required. Yang Yi and the others looked at Dai Mubai with a look of disbelief, because this result was incredible. You must know that Dai Mubai is a top-level assault martial arts spirit. How could a martial spirit of this level achieve such a performance? Ma Hongjun said, I have 21 wins, 12 losses, and 9 points in 33 matches. Flander looked at the crowd and said, do you know now? It is not easy to get the Gintama emblem before graduation. Yang Yi raised his hand at this time and said, Dean, I am already a Gintama badge. All the people who were present at this time shouted in shock, what did you say? Flender was the first to react at this time and said, Yang Yi, you mean that you already have the Gintama badge? What is your code name? Yang Yi replied to Flender, yes, Dean, I already have a Gintama badge, and my code name is Royal Knight. The Royal Knight. Except for Tang San and others who had never participated in a soul fight, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun of course knew what the Royal Knight meant. The Royal Knight is one of the legends in the arena of souls. The Royal Knights only started their battles in this arena 3 months ago. During these 3 months, the Royal Knights participated in a total of 50 games. The victories of these battles are the victories of the Royal Knights. So the Royal Knights' winning rate is 100%. If some of the battles in these 50 victories were not for life and death, the current Royal Knights might not have only the silver fighting spirit, it might be the gold fighting spirit, or even higher. When they heard Yang Yi said that they were the Royal Knights, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were shocked. Dai Mubai still did not react in the shock just now, and asked Yang Yi, are you really that Royal Knight? Of course, I don't have to lie to you. As he said, he took out the badge dedicated to Silver Fighting Soul from his pocket. Everyone believed after seeing this badge. At this time, Flender laughed and said, ha 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 ha, what a little monster. Okay. Then Yang Yi, I stipulate that you must get the Golden Fighting Soul badge before graduation. Come in, everyone. Then everyone went to the inside of the arena to sign up. Among them, Tang San and Xiaowu formed a 3-5 combination. After, there was a Shrek civil war between Tang San and Zhu Zuqing. While everyone thought today's Battle of the Souls was over, the broadcast on the Battle of Spirit Arena rang, next, please let the Royal Knights fight against the Sword of the Future. Oh. All the people present at this time boiled, even Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. Tang San asked Dai Mubai next to him, Mubai, where is this? Is it because Yang Yi wants to compete? Dai Mubai said, this is just one of the reasons, and another part is the Sword of the Future. At this time, Ma Hongjun continued Dai Mubai's words, this Sword of the Future is the same as Yang Yi's title of Royal Knight. It is one of the legends in the arena of souls. He also appeared with Yang Yi 3 months ago. It is also the Soul Sovereign. Among them, Boss Dai has played against him, Boss Dai has the most say. Dai Mubai said at this time, very strong, I am not an opponent at all. Yang Yi said at this time, I'm going to prepare. Come on. Yang Yi helped me beat him. Yang Yi, I will press you to win. Yang Yi slowly walked towards the ring. Actually, the name of this Sword of the Future is called Lan Hao. He and Yang Yi didn't just know each other so simply. He met when Yang Yi just came out of the Star Do forest to practice on the Douluos continent. Lan Hao and Yang Yi are very predestined. Lan Hao and Yang Yi are now 12 years old, and Lan Hao's spirit is the strongest speed in the Royal Knights, the ultimate V-Dragon Beast, like Yang Yi. Ultimate V Dragon Beast is a paladin who liberates the power of ancient times and lives with the power of the future. It is a member of the Royal Knights at the highest position of network security, or known as the Guardian of the Network. Possess the highest speed among the Royal Knights. Actually, I was shocked when I saw Lan Hao before Yang Yi, because there was actually a Royal Knight spirit on this Douluo continent. It may be because the spirits belong to the Royal Knights. Yang Yi and Lan Hao quickly became close friends. Although he became a good friend, Lan Hao's eyes were still full of desire to fight, and he wanted to fight Yang Yi very much. Yang Yi felt it was nothing, but in all battles, Yang Yi basically won, only a few. The field is Lan Hao victory. At this time, a blue-haired boy with a height of about 1.75 meters and wearing a blue tights and trousers appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at him helplessly and said, "It seems we must fight in front of this group of people, Lan Hao." Lan Hao looked at Yang Yi and said, "It doesn't matter to me, but you must use all your strength. I won't allow you to give me water. Don't worry, I will try my best." Yang Yi and Lan Hao both smiled and passed to their ring. After Yang Yi and Lan Hao both appeared on the battle arena, a host flew up and said, "Everyone present, welcome to the Arena of Souls in Soto City. What we are going to see below is the battle between the two legends of Soto City, the Royal Knights and the Sword of the Future. Are you ready?" Oh. Okay, next I announce that the Royal Knights vs Future Sword will now begin. Chapter 20, Battle Lan Hao. At the moment when the referee said it started, both Yang Yi and Lan Hao released their spirits in place. Yang Yi is still the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand. Behind the Garuru cannon in his right hand, there are 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple. As for Lan Hao, a blue long sword appeared in his right hand, a V-shaped armor appeared on his chest, and 3 spirit rings appeared in the back, 2 yellow and 1 purple. He was also a strong soul. Lan Hao held the V-sword in his right hand and appeared in front of Yang Yi at an unclear speed. Yang Yi and Lan Hao are so familiar with each other. Of course they know that Lan Hao's speed is the fastest among them. Yang Yi directly raised the Tyrannosaurus sword and blocked Lan Hao's V-sword. The collision between the Tyrannosaurus sword and the V-sword caused some sparks. Yang Yi spotted this time, he picked up the Garuru cannon and shot it at Lan Hao. But Lan Hao's ultimate V-Dragon Beast is the highest speed in the Royal Knights. Although it has not yet awakened, its speed has already shown a certain degree. The shelling of the Garuru cannon penetrated Lan Hao's body and hit the arena where there was an explosion. All that Lan Hao left at this time was the afterimage left behind when he moved, and the real Lan Hao had appeared behind Yang Yi. And Yang Yi also retreated back. At this time, neither Yang Yi nor Lan Hao can overcome each other in a short time. When Lan Hao looked at Yang Yi, the 3rd spirit ring behind him lit up. The 3rd spirit ability, Flash V-Strike. At this time, the V-shaped armor on Lan Hao's chest lit up, and a blue light shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi certainly knew the horror of Lan Hao's flashing V-Strike. When Yang Yi avoided, the ground where Yang Yi was standing was melted by Lan Hao's flashing V-Strike. But the flashing V-Strike from the V-shaped armor on Lan Hao's chest did not end, but moved again with the movement of Lan Hao's body and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was not avoiding the flashing V-Strike fired by Lan Hao at this time. The 1st spirit ability, the Shield of Courage. Tyrannosaurus 3 Swords, Tyrannosaurus Sword Gang. Yang Yi's 1st spirit ring and Tyrannosaurus Sword Gang were simultaneously displayed, and Lan Hao's flashing V-Strike also attacked it. There was a loud touch noise for a while. The smoke is everywhere, and at this time everyone can't see clearly what is in the smoke. After a while, a voice came out. The 2nd spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. Several shelling shots shot out from the smoke and attacked Lan Hao. Lan Hao also reacted immediately. The 2nd spirit ability, V-shaped shield. At this time, a blue shield appeared on Lan Hao's surface to protect Lan Hao. However, the Omega Meteor Shower is a 1000-year spirit ability, and the V-Shield is only a century-old spirit ability. In addition, Lan Hao and Yang Yi's spirit power levels are in the middle, so it has resisted several shots of the Omi family meteor shower. After the shells, Lan Hao's V-shaped shield shattered. But why Lan Hao, who is very familiar with Yang Yi, didn't know. The V-shaped shield was just to block the time in a few seconds. Lan Hao avoided the moment the V-shaped shield was broken, and the rest of the shelling hit the spirit barrier on the arena. Just when Lan Hao dodged and started looking for Yang Yi's figure, Yang Yi appeared behind Lan Hao and raised the Tyrannosaurus sword to hit Lan Hao. Lan Hao had already felt Yang Yi's position from the fluctuation of the airflow behind him when Yang Yi swung his Tyrannosaurus sword, but the previous high-speed movement also consumed soul power, and now he cannot use it immediately. Lan Hao could only twist his body immediately, barely blocking the Tyrannosaurus sword with the V-sword. At this time, Yang Yi smiled and said, "Lan Hao didn't expect your reaction and speed to be much faster than before." Lan Hao said, "Of course, I have to know that my speed has always been the fastest among the few of us. If I don't make progress, they will laugh at me to death. Ha ha ha, this is indeed something Hong Yu and the others might have done. Then it's over now, Lan Hao." As Yang Yi retreated to the back, the third spirit ring lit up. The third spirit ability, Explosive Slash. Tyrannosaurus 3 Swords, Smash Dragon Point. Yang Yi integrated the explosive flame slash and the dragon smashing point into his Tyrannosaurus sword. Yang Yi did not immediately attack the past, but kept accumulating his power. Lan Hao smiled when he saw Yang Yi like this. The first spirit ability, the Blade of the Storm. Fast Strike in the Future. The Speedy Future Strike is one of the two spirit abilities of Lan Hao's ultimate V-Dragon Beast when he awakens. Later, as Lan Hao improves, it has become stronger and stronger. The first spirit ability, regardless of its speed and power, has been greatly improved. At this time, Lan Hao took the lead against Yang Yi. Lan Hao could say that he came behind Yang Yi at a teleporting speed, but Yang Yi's eyes lit up at this time. It is inaccurate that it should be Omi. Jiazhuo X's eyes lit up. The power of terminal acquisition. When Lan Hao was about to hit Yang Yi avoided Lan Hao's attack very desperately. Then Yang Yi mentioned that the Tyrannosaurus sword was facing Lan Hao and attacked. Lan Hao's reaction was very quick, and he immediately resisted it with his V-sword. For a while, the sword ends of Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword and Lan Hao's V-sword fought against each other, and only one sentence from Yang Yi was heard. Blast! There was a huge explosion at the two sword ends of Yang Yi and Lan Hao. The powerful light shrouded both of them at once. When the light dissipated, Yang Yi and Lan Hao were both standing on the ring. At this time, their spirits were all taken back, and there was only some dust on their bodies, and there were no substantial scars. Everyone present didn't know what was going on for a while. Dai Mubai on the side asked Tang San, "Little San, did you see who Yang Yi and the Sword of the Future won in the end?" Tang San shook his head and said, "I don't know, I didn't see it clearly." At this time, Tang San was shocked. He was completely inferior to Yang Yi and the Sword of the Future in martial spirit, and if he used hidden weapons, he might not be able to defeat them. The speed of the Sword of the Future would be his own. It's a bit incomparable, but Yang Yi's Wohungaruru cannon can withstand his hidden weapons from a long distance, and its defense power is also very high. It seems that I underestimated the spirit masters in this world. Just when the referee didn't know how to judge, Lan Hao raised his hand and said, "I lost." The audience was stunned for a moment, and then burst into cheers. Royal Knight! Royal Knight! Royal Knight! At this time, the referee said, "Okay, I declare that the Royal Knights won, 51 battle and 51 wins and 0 losses. Future Swords 60 battles 59 wins and 1 loss. This battle is over now, everyone, we will see you next time." Yang Yi, who walked off the ring, beckoned to Lan Hao and said, "Let's go, but you can meet a few people." At this time, All of Shrek's people also ran to Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi pointed to Lan Hao and said, "At this time, Lan Hao, the sword of the future, we have known each other before." Lan Hao said, "Hello." Then Yang Yi introduced everyone in Shrek to Lan Hao, and then Yang Yi asked, "Mubai, is it possible to leave now?" Dai Mubai said, "Yes, today's teaching has ended, and the dean has already left. We are ready to attend the college." Yang Yi said, "Okay, I want to get together with Lan Hao, you go back first, I will go back before class the next day." Dai Mubai and Tang San nodded and said, "Okay, we see, you have to be careful." Yang Yi nodded to them, saying that he knew. Everyone who saw Yang Yi's statement about Shrek also left, except for Ma Hung Jun. Everyone was ready to go back to school. Yang Yi and Lan Hao looked at each other at this time and said, "Let's go, let's see what's wrong with that guy." Then Lan Hao and Yang Yi walked towards a store. Chapter 21, Lan Brothers. After Yang Yi and Lan Hao said goodbye to everyone in Shrek, they walked towards the Shengxiang Hotel in Soto City. Yang Yi and the two came to the Shengxiang Hotel. After seeing the name, they casually said, "It's been a long time." At this time, Lan Hao, who was standing behind Yang Yi, lost the spirit of being on the battlefield, and now Lan Hao's face only looked scared. Lan Hao said to Yang Yi, "Boss Yang Yi, you can go in. I have to go to the arena of souls for a few matches." Yang Yi looked at Lan Hao playfully and said, "Why, did you make your sister angry again?" Lan Hao pretended to be calm and said, "How could it be that I am the kind of person who would be afraid of her? Before you all gave her face, but in fact, it was me who said that between us. I don't go back now. I want to work hard." Yang Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Really?" Lan Hao waved his hand and said in a magnificent manner, "That's still fake." "Really? Didn't I answer it? Why don't you listen carefully?" Yang Yi pretended to be innocent and said, "I didn't say anything." At this time, a hand was placed on Lan Hao's shoulder. "Ha Hao, is what you just said is true?" Lan Hao's body completely froze at this time, and he turned around like a robot and saw the familiar face. After, Lan Hao teleported behind Yang Yi at the fastest speed in his life, showing half of his head trembling and saying to the woman, "Sister, I just got drunk and talked nonsense." The woman smiled and said, "The so-called drunk speaking truth, and you dared to drink when you were 12 years old. The most important thing is that you broke one of my favorite dolls a few days ago and dared to run. You say, sister, how can I love you?" At this time, the woman suddenly grabbed Lan Hao from behind Yang Yi, twisted his ears, and continued to reprimand. Yang Yi looked at the two in front of him and thought to himself, "It still hasn't changed. This blue hair has a face that is 90% similar to Lan Hao, and a woman with a body similar to Zhu Zuqing now is called Lan Xiying, who is Lan Hao's twin sister." Both Lan Xiying and Lan Hao met Yang Yi in a small town in the far north for a year and a half. At that time, Yang Yi would often go to that small town to buy something. At that time, their siblings were the little ones. The orphans in the town, Yang Yi often went to help them. Then Yang Yi discovered the martial spirits of their elder brothers and sisters by chance, and their luck was not bad, and they could absorb the souls that were not long dead every time they were in a bottleneck. Beasts, but Yang Yi felt that this was impossible, so he started to teach them how to use their spirit power and help them hunt for spirit rings, and slowly the bond between them was established. But I don't know if it's a coincidence or fate, because Lan Xiying and Lan Hao are twins, so Lan Xiying's martial arts and Lan Hao's martial arts are of the same origin, not just the royal knights, but Lan Xiying's martial arts soul is the strongest defense among royal knights. Golden Armored Dragon Beast. Golden Armored Dragon Beast is an armored paladin Digimon that evolved from the power of Miracle Digit Spirit. The digital spirit of Miracle has the attributes of metal and is made of super metal digital alloy of time. He has majestic defensive power, its attack power may be equivalent to the ultimate body, and it is a member of the Royal Knight. Golden Armor Dragon Beast is a warrior with innocence, hope, gentleness that causes miracles and gives birth to gold. Proud of the best defense power of the Royal Knights, the Golden Holy Warrior. No matter how desperate the Digimon got the power of Miracle Digital Spirit, it is a veritable miracle item because of its miraculous powers that can alleviate danger. Also, Lan Xiang's Golden Armor Dragon Beast and Lan Hao's Ultimate V Dragon Beast are both from V Zibiast. So I don't know if this is a destiny. Alright, Xiang, please let the kid Lan Hao go. Yang Yi looked at the brothers and sisters and discouraged. Yes, the boss said so, let me go, sister. I won't dare any more. At this time, Lan Hao was full of desire for survival. At this time, Lan Xiang let go of Lan Hao's ear and said, see if you dare next time, boss, you are back. Yang Yi looked at Lan Xiang in front of him and said, as long as I am the college where I am now, I want to come here to practice, so I have time to come here. By the way, I just heard Lan Hao say that you have decided. Lan Xiang knew that Lan Hao had told Yang Yi about this when he heard Yang Yi's words, and then stared at Lan Hao fiercely, as if he was talking about it. At this time, Lan Hao could only smile awkwardly. Lan Xiang looked at Yang Yi and said, it's true that Hao and I have already decided. We always thought that as long as we follow the boss, we can do it, but then we found out that it was too naive. Yang Yi smiled at this moment and said, do you understand anything, Xiang? Lan Xiang said, yes, Xingyu and Yang Chuan came back a few days ago. Although their spirit power has not improved as a star, their physical fitness and fighting have improved in all aspects. I customized it and went to another college for 2 years of training. I thought it was a waste of time, but after they came back, they talked a lot with me. Then I knew that we had to go to various places for intensive training in order to fulfill your dream of the boss. Yang Yi smiled very happily at this time and said, Xiang, it's okay if you understand. I don't want to teach you, but the method of my childhood cultivation is not something you can bear. I can lay the foundation for you, but I still need you. Go to learn systematically. Lan Xiang nodded. Yang Yi said at this time, Xingyu went to Tianshui Academy, Yang Chuan went to Shenfeng Academy, Si Ming went to Xingluo Academy, Zihan went to Wuhan Academy, Hongyu went to Tiandu Academy, then you and Lan Hao, where are you going? Lan Hao said at this time, my sister and I have decided, I will go to Thunder Academy, and my sister will go to Blazing Academy. Lan Xiang said, yes, but we will only go to study for 2 years, and we will be back in 2 years. This is what you said, the boss, will you still want us at that time? Tears appeared in Lan Xiang's eyes. Yang Yi smiled gently and hugged Lan Xiang and said, of course, because the 7 of you are all my family members. It will be only 2 years. 2 years later, we will participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Elite Competition. We let the Royal Knights resound across the continent at that time. Lan Xiang nodded from Yang Yi's arms, and then came out and said, I know, boss, for this goal, and boss, your dream, we will work hard. Yang Yi nodded and said, when are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. Well, I will send you out of Soto City tomorrow. We will not be drunk or return tonight. Lan Xiang heard what Yang Yi said, and remembered that she had just told Lan Hao not to drink. Now she was beaten in the face and couldn't help laughing. But it doesn't matter so much now. Early the next morning, Yang Yi sent Lan Hao and Lan Xiang out of Soto City. Watching them go away, Yang Yi hurried back to Shrek. Lan Xiang and Lan Hao moved forward for Yang Yi's goals and dreams. At this time, everyone in different places seemed to feel it. Although they were moving in different directions, it was indeed the same place, Soto City. The place where the Royal Knights began. Chapter 22, Ready to go to the Stardo Great Forest. After Yang Yi sent away Lan Xiang and Lan Hao, he quickly moved in the direction of Shrek at high speed. Yang Yi didn't want to be late, and then he was chanted by Flander, and finally Yang Yi could barely feel Shrek. When Yang Yi came to the open space yesterday, there were only 6 people including Dai Mubai and Tang San. Oscar is not there, and Flander is not here yet. Yang Yi looked at everyone and thought to himself, it seems that I am not late yet. At this time, Flanders slowly walked over. In addition to Yang Yi, the six of Tang San and the others waited for a quarter of an hour, and the dean was late. Flanders' gaze fell on Ning Rongrong first, but he didn't say anything to Ning Rongrong. Today is the second lesson. Where's Oscar? He slept again. Tang San hurriedly said, he was still cultivating when I came out in the morning. Maybe he was in meditation. He didn't wake up in time. Flander frowned, I can't take this class today without him. Tang San, go call him. Tang San was about to go back to the dormitory, but he saw Oscar hurriedly running from the direction of the dormitory. However, his face did not show the panic of being late, instead he was full of excitement. On the August 1 Chinese website www.x81zw.info. Oscar, do you want to go laps again? Dean Flender glared at him. Oscar shook his head hurriedly, no, Dean, listen to me to explain. I broke through, I'm at level 30. What? Not only Flanders, everyone at the same time cast surprised glances at Oscar, including Ning Rongrong. Oscar is 1 year younger than Dai Mubai in age, and he is only 14 years old. At 14 he has reached the 30th level of spirit power. This is already a pretty shocking number. More importantly, Oscar is food. It is a martial soul, belonging to the most difficult type of martial soul to cultivate. In a sense, his 30th level is much more difficult than the 30th level of a war spirit master. And every time the strength of the food type spirit master increases, its role in food assistance will be greatly enhanced. Yang Yi looked at Oscar in front of him and smiled, and thought to himself, it seems that this time I can go back to the Stardow forest and take a look at Dishan and the others. Flender's eyes lit up clearly, okay, Oscar, you didn't let me down. You are the third among the current students to reach level 30. I congratulate you on behalf of the college. Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun also came forward to express their congratulations. Ning Rongrong stood there, looking at Oscar with some complicated eyes, while Zhu Zuqing lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Okay. Today's lesson begins now. Flender's voice pulled everyone back from congratulating Xiaoao. Today's course is very simple. Oscar, you are today's protagonist. In today's course, except for Oscar, each of you must eat at least one of the 2 sausages produced by Oscar's spirit power. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed when he heard Flanders' words. Dean, what class is this called? Flanders said grandiosely, this is called adaptive training. I ask you, is life important or face important? When you can only choose one of the 2, which one would you choose? Oscar's soul curse is a bit trivial, but I said yesterday that he is an innate soul-powered food-type spirit master with extremely high talent. The martial arts sausage he made is the best food-type martial soul I have ever seen. During his time in the academy, he was as one of you, you will practice together. If you cannot reach a tacit understanding with him, you will waste your best support partner. At the same time, this is also a training for your mentality. If you can't even do this, how can you survive in the Soul Master world in the future? In order to survive, you must do whatever it takes. Not to mention eating a sausage. When your life is in danger, eat even rats, cockroaches, and earthworms. Upon hearing Flanders' last words, the 3 girls present turned pale at the same time, making it obviously difficult to look. Especially Ning Rongrong, already had the desire to vomit. This class is something that each of you must do. Otherwise, there is no need to stay. Don't question my decision. On the first day each of you came here, someone told you, Shi Lake Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary people. Oscar, start. Oscar stretched out his 2 hands at the same time, smiled, and recite his soul curse. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. One thick and one thin. 2 sausages with very different flavors appeared in Oscar's palms. He smiled and said, "Who will come first?" Yang Yi walked up to Oscar very calmly at this time and said, "Oscar, give me 2 of them." While talking, he looked at a certain position of Oscar mysteriously. Oscar felt his lower body tighten, and tremblingly gave Yang Yi 2 sausages. After Yang Yi took the sausages, he solved them 3 times, then looked at Oscar like this, and joked, "Xiao Ao, your sausage tastes as good as ever." At this time, everyone behind them shuddered. They didn't expect Yang Yi to have such a black belly. Oscar said without tears, "Big brother, please stop talking." Yang Yi looked at the Oscar in front of him and laughed twice before retreating. After, Ning Rong Rong, whom no one had expected, came out. After Ning Rong Rong took Oscar's sausage, he took a bite, then licked his lips and looked at Oscar and said, "It tastes good." Oscar felt that Ning Rong Rong was the little witch and Yang Yi was the little devil. Everyone after also took turns to complete this course. Flander nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, all of you have passed today's course, and you must remember that when you are together in the future, Oscar will be your logistics supply. Forget those meaningless souls. Curse, save your life, make yourself stronger, exert your full strength, even super-level performance, is the most important. Now, each of you go back to prepare, you have a day to adjust and rest, tomorrow morning, all set off, Teacher Zhao Waoqi will lead you to the Star Do Great Forest to help Oscar obtain his 3rd spirit ring. This is not just Oscar's own business, but also the experience of all of you. Before encountering the 1000-year spirit beast, Teacher Zhao was it won't be easy. Everything depends on you. Okay, disband now." After everyone heard what Flanders said, everyone disbanded. Ma Hongjun went to Soto City and didn't know what he was doing. Dai Mubai ran in the direction of Zhuzuking, while Oscar followed Tang San and asked what to get tomorrow. The soul beast was suitable, and Xiao Wu was also beside Tang San at this time. For a while, only Ning Rong Rong and Yang Yi were left on the ground, but at this time Yang Yi was going to practice swordsmanship, but after seeing Ning Rong Rong, he had no idea. Ning Rong Rong looked at Tang San and the others going away, her eyes were full of envy and confusion. Yang Yi looked at Ning Rong Rong's back and asked, "Envy this feeling?" Chapter 23, Yang Yi and Ning Rong Rong. "Are you envious?" Yang Yi's voice came from behind Ning Rong Rong at this time. Ning Rong Rong turned around at this time and found Yang Yi looking at himself with a smile on his face. There are no other people in the open space at this time, only myself and Yang Yi are left. After hearing what Yang Yi said, Ning Rong Rong said bitterly, "I don't know what I think, I don't know if it's envious, but I see that they are so good, and I don't know how to blend in with them." Yang Yi walked to the side of Ning Rong Rong and said, "Actually, as long as you change your personality, they will all accept you." Ning Rong Rong lowered his head at this time and said, "Of course I understand this, but when I think of what they said last night, I can't hold back my face. And since I was a child, I didn't know how to get along with others." Yang Yi looked at Ning Rong Rong's low face and said, "You've been protected by your father since childhood. You are the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Since childhood, many people want to turn around you. That's why you have the illusion that others will be around you. In fact, wrong, you just have some princess illnesses. As long as you work hard to change these, I believe they will understand you." Ning Rong Rong raised his beautiful face, looked at Yang Yi and asked, "Really, can I really do it?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you use your sincere heart to help them care about them, they will feel it over time, but if they continue to be like this after a long time, then I think you can give up, because you really have paid, and if they don't respond, maybe they really don't treat you as a friend." Ning Rong Rong looked at Yang Yi who was comforting him and asked, "What about you, do you treat me as a friend? Do you treat them as a friend too?" Yang Yi said, yes, but it's just a friend. What? Ning Rong Rong, you are just a wayward 12-year-old kid. I have watched a lot since I was a child, so I can understand you. I can treat you as friends. Tang San and Miu Bai are just friends. I can't treat them as a partner. Why? Didn't we study together in this college? Why not treat us as partners? Partner is a whole, it is a whole who wants to fight together, survive together, and be able to hand over one's back to the other party. A partner is a manifestation of fetters. Ning Rong Rong heard Yang Yi's explanation and asked, do you mean you don't worry about handing over your back to us? Yang Yi said, no, it's not just that the time we know now is very short, besides, I already have a partner of my own. Ning Rong Rong muttered lowly at this time, really? Yang Yi raised his hand on Ning Rong Rong's head and said, Rong Rong, you are not the same as me. I am leaving Shrek Academy soon. Ning Rong Rong looked at Yang Yi in shock at this time, you are leaving Shrek Academy? Yes, I want to participate in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition with my partners. I want to participate in our own team, so I cannot represent Shrek. But you are not the same as Rong Rong. You can represent Shrek. Participating in the competition, Tang San and the others may be your future partners, so you have to put down your identity and get along with them in an ordinary way. At that time, you will find something different. Will it really be like this? Of course, try hard first, Rong Rong. Then if you are leaving in the future, will we meet again in the future? Of course, as long as Rong Rong you work hard, even if I leave Shrek, we will meet again when it comes to the Soul Master Classic. Ning Rong Rong looked at and said, thank you for telling me so much Yang Yi today. I will keep in my heart what you told me today, and I will work hard. Then we will act as opponents. When we meet, I will not show mercy. Said and blinked at Yang Yi, and his mood improved, as if he had changed back to the previous Ning Rong Rong. Yang Yi nodded towards Ning Rong Rong to show that he understood. After Yang Yi's consolation, Ning Rong Rong turned around and prepared to take a walk elsewhere, but then turned his head and said to Yang Yi, although you say you only treat me as a friend, Ning Rong Rong doesn't just know how to treat you as a friend, I must ask you to not just treat me as a friend in the future. Changed into a trot and left. Yang Yi looked at Ning Rong Rong's back for a moment, then smiled, I look forward to that day. Early the next morning, after breakfast, when everyone assembled in the playground, Zhao Waoqi was already there waiting for them. Seeing Zhao Waoqi, the students were a little surprised, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Zhao Waoqi does look a little embarrassed, at least 3 black spots on his face have not faded, especially the image of panda eyes in the left eye socket, which is really uncontrollable. Of course, while being funny, 7 students including Tang San couldn't help being surprised at the same time. How could Zhao Waoqi become like this? Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh at this moment, it seems that Tang San's father still beat teacher Zhao. Look at it, you little bunnies, is it itchy? After hearing the words little bunny, Xiao Wu was obviously reluctant, and said in a low voice, why don't you say little bear is blind? Zhao Waoqi stared, Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Tang San subconsciously took a step, waved his hand to Xiao Wu behind him, while blocking her behind him, his love of care was beyond words. Seeing Tang San, Zhao Waoqi's expression clearly showed a trace of embarrassment, and he was not pursuing Xiao Wu's run. He snorted and said, okay, everyone on the road. Miu Bai, you lead the team. Then under Dai Miu Bai's arrangement, everyone set off toward the Stardo Great Forest. Soon after the journey started, the students began to understand the importance of the second class given to them by Dean Flanders yesterday. Thanks to yesterday's experience and Dean Flanders' reprimand, everyone is no longer so repulsive to Oscar's sausage. As they continued to rush, except for Yang Yi, who had been training in the devil since childhood, even the strongest among the others, Dai Miu Bai and Tang San, were constantly consuming their physical strength. But with Oscar's sausage as a supplement, they were surprised to find that the consumption of running was nothing at all. Eating a sausage transformed by Oscar's martial spirit every hour, everyone's energy can always be kept full, even Ning Rong Rong can barely keep up with everyone's pace. Without real application, one would never understand the importance of assisting martial arts. Oscar also impressed everyone because of the wonderful effect of his sausage, and received the best treatment. Since he has not yet entered the forest, the strongest daimyo Bai and Tang San took turns holding Oscar's arm, sharing part of his weight and moving forward, allowing him to more easily restore his spirit power and continue his supporting role. After being comforted by Yang Yi yesterday, Ning Rong Rong slowly merged into this small group. Not only did he accept Oscar's sausage, but he also used his martial spirit to speed up everyone, and everyone's for a while. The speed is much faster. Everyone also changed a lot to Ning Rong Rong because of Ning Rong Rong's little action. Because of Ning Rong Rong's help, everyone came to the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest in the evening. Now everyone saw that the sky was already dark, and they were going to rest directly outside the Star Do Great Forest tonight. Yang Yi looked at the Star Do Forest in front of him with warmth and softness in his eyes. And this scene was only seen by Ning Rong Rong. Chapter 24, Anchovy Coxcomb. In the early morning of the next day, as soon as the sky was overwhelming, Zhao Waoqi yelled everyone with his loud voice. After everyone had settled their breakfast on the spot, they began to walk towards the interior of the Star Do Great Forest. Star Do Great Forest is located just south of the Heaven Do Empire. The forest spans the two empires. Due to the large number of soul beasts here, this is also the most unclear place between the two countries. Judging from the map, most of the Star Do Forest is in the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Of course, the Heaven Do Empire has never admitted this. As one of the three major wild soul beasts settlements, this is naturally the place where soul masters most hope to come, because every time they come here, it means that they are about to advance. No one knows how long the Star Do Forest has a history. Just the ocean-like green, towering trees no less than 20 meters high on the periphery, and the lush canopy covering the sky and sun are enough to show its longevity. Yang Yi walked in the Star Do Forest. For a while, he felt that his body and mind were more relaxed than before. Only here can he relax completely. This is his home. Stop it all! Zhao Waoqi said. Everyone stopped, their bodies warmed up after hundreds of miles of walking, especially Oscar and Ning Rong Rong. As auxiliary spirit masters, although their physical fitness was good, they couldn't compete with Yang Yi after all. Compared with them, Oscar chanted his wretched spell in a low voice, and handed someone a sausage. After several days of running in, everyone no longer disliked his sausage. At most, he pretended not to hear it when he sang the spell. Sausage enters the belly, turning into a torrent of heat, restoring everyone's physical strength, and everyone's emotions become elevated. Zhao Waoqi looked at the 8 students in front of him seriously. You have heard clearly. The Star Do Great Forest is not the kind of place where the country raises monsters. The monsters in it are extremely dangerous. You may face 1,000 years, even 10,000 year level monster attacks. Therefore, after entering the forest, none of you should leave my body for more than 20 meters. Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, you two should follow me closely. Without my order, no one can easily attack the soul beast. Do you understand? Understand. Oscar chanted a spell quickly, and after a while, he had a lot of sausages in his hands. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi, Yang Yi, and Tang San looked at the same place at the same time. Something is coming, everyone is ready. Zhao Waoqi shouted at this time. At this time, Yang Yi and Tang San hit Ning Rong Rong and Oscar behind them at the same time, and then everyone released their martial arts, including Zhao Waoqi. Shasha's voice was from small to large, even Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, who were auxiliary soul masters, could clearly feel how fast the unknown creature approached. "Zhu Zuqing, see what it is," Zhao Waoqi ordered in a deep voice. Zhu Zuqing didn't say a word, but rose up quietly, his sharp claws popped out, and quickly climbed up a big tree next to the ground and looked in the direction of the sound. Cat's vision is very good, even at night, not to mention it's still midday. Soon, Zhu Zuqing's cold voice came from the tree. "It seems to be a flying snake, but it doesn't fly high and can only fly forward about 3 meters above the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head. It looks bigger than the head, and it is as red as blood. The tail is special and fan-shaped." Zhao Waoqi's eyes lit up. "It's the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. This kind of soul beast is quite rare. The meat crown on its head has many wonderful effects. Oscar, you are blessed. Unfortunately, I don't know what this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is. How many years?" Zhu Zuqing, staring at the direction it is heading, "Immediately report to me whenever there is a change." "Yes. It is coming in our direction, very fast, but its body seems to be a little out of balance." Tang San asked suddenly, "How long is this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and what color are its wings?" Zhu Zuqing said, "The wings are light red, and the length is about 6 to 8 meters. Tang San calculated a little in his mind, and said in a positive tone, "This is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Its light red wings are the symbol of its evolution for thousands of years. According to its length, 6 to 8 meters should be 1,000. The cultivation base between 300 and 1,800 years. Oscar is right for you. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake itself is non-venomous and is a rare and powerful non-venomous snake. It uses its body to entangle the enemy to suffocate it as an attack method. Its attack method is very simple, but it is extremely fast, and its coxcomb stores various nutrients. In times of crisis, you can give it the effect of increasing speed instantly. If you acquire this spirit ring, then your next spirit ability should be related to speed. Whether it's assisting in speed increase or adding speed to yourself, both it's a good choice. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not very strong and relatively single, so it is rare for more than 1,000 years. This time you are lucky." At this time, everyone looked at Yang Yi and Tang San in shock and didn't expect them to understand the characteristics of spirit beasts so much. "Here." At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's voice just came out, and in a low voice, she jumped down from the air like that, not afraid that the other party was a 1,000-year spirit beast, and the sharp claws and the first spirit ring on her body lit up at the same time. Nether stab, launch. It was a huge snake. It looked exactly like Zhu Zuqing described it. It was 6 or 7 meters long, with a bright red flesh crown on its head. It looked a bit vicious. Its fast-moving body happened to be hit by Zhu Zuqing. With Zhu Zuqing's ghost thorns directly patted the fleshy crown on top of its head. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacted quickly. Although it was rushing forward, the head of the snake was also in a hurry. Zhu Zuqing's claw did not catch the crown of meat, but instead patted it on its body with a muffled noise. The forward speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb was suddenly reduced by a few points. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake seemed to be frightened. When the snake head tilted, it suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of colorful dense fog toward Zhu Zuqing. At the same time, the bright red flesh crown on top of its head lit up, and the speed at the moment of stagnation increased again. Dai Mubai yelled almost without thinking, "Be careful!" Yang Yi immediately raised the Garuru cannon and fired a few shots in the direction of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, but the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb was too fast, and the shelling of the Garuru cannon did not hit the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Snake! At this time, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit released his pressure with all his strength. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake may have felt the breath of the evil fire phoenix, and his body trembled. However, it was a 1,000-year-old soul beast after all, and it was not so easy to die willingly. Although it was temporarily unable to fly, it did not completely affect its actions. Seeing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake still wanted to run, Tang San immediately trapped the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with his blue-silver grass, and then Ning Rongrong added soul skills to Yang Yi. Kai Bao is famous, and the second is speed. Yang Yi's speed increased a lot at this time, and he quickly rushed to the front of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, and then raised the Tyrannosaurus sword. As the saying goes, when a snake hits 7 inches, Yang Yi used the back of the Tyrannosaurus sword to hit the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake on the 7-inch position of the abdomen. After the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was attacked, it immediately went unconscious. Zhao Waoqi nodded secretly when they saw their cooperation so well, and then said to Oscar, "Okay, Oscar should go and absorb him." Oscar immediately drew a knife from his waist when he heard what Zhao Waoqi said, and walked towards the coxcomb snake. A voice came out just as Oscar was about to end the snake. "Stop it!" Chapter 25, Goodbye Jun Xiang. "Stop it!" Suddenly, a hoarse-stern shout came to mind from behind everyone. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures jumped out from the direction where the phoenix-tailed coxcomb flew before and appeared in front of everyone. These 2 people are women, one old and the other young. The old look like 60 or 70 years old, with white hair combed very neatly. Although they are not young, they are extremely energetic. Although there are a lot of wrinkles on their faces, they are ruddy like a baby. A pair of eyes were full of vomiting. He held a 3-meter-long snake head crutch in his right hand, and his 6 spirit rings moved up and down. There was no change in her body, but the spirit ring showed that she had already used her martial soul, and without asking, the crutch in her hand should be her martial soul. Following the old woman was a beautiful young girl with short hair and short hair. She looked like she was 16 or 7 years old. She was dressed in a neat and strong outfit, tightly covering her well-developed figure, with a pair of the big brown eyes were staring at the coxcomb snake in Zhao Waoqi's hands. She also held a snakehead crutch in her hand, but it was shorter than the old woman's, only 2 meters long, and the spirit ring on her body was only 200 years old. Everyone sighed after seeing the spirit ring behind the old man. After all, this old man was just a soul emperor, and Teacher Zhao was indeed a strong soul sage. At this time, the face of the old woman was a bit unnatural. Teacher Zhao's spirit ring had already appeared in her cry just now, and she did not expect to be a soul sage. "What's the matter?" Zhao Waoqi glanced at the old woman, his gaze fell on the snake-head crutch in her hand, and he couldn't help thinking of a person in his heart. His voice was not too harsh, but it sounded a little gentle. The old woman said at this time, "Respected Mr. Soul Saint, can you cut love and give up this soul beast?" At this time, the Oscar on the side was not happy to hear it, and said, "Why, is this yours?" The old woman said, "That soul beast is indeed not an old man, but I still ask you to cut off your love, so that I owe you personal love." At this time, Yang Yi looked at the 2 people in front of him and judged their identities. The old woman was a snake woman and the girl was Meng Yujin. At this time, even Zhao Waoqi, who was a little suspicious about the identity of the snake woman, stopped doing it, and said, "This is a bit unreasonable." The snake woman smiled at this time and said, "It seems that you don't know the identity of the old man. The old man, first introduce yourself." "The old man is full of fragrance, and my friends in the Spirit Master world can appreciate it. I gave it the title of Snake Woman. My husband is Meng Shu, known as Duke Long. This time I came to Stardo Great Forest to find a suitable 3rd spirit ring for our granddaughter. I wonder if this favor is enough." The expression on Zhao Waoqi's face changed slightly, and he didn't expect that he would really guess it right. He has long heard of the name of the dragon snake. The couple debuted very early and their strength is extraordinary, especially the Dragon Duke Meng Shu. When I heard about him, the Dragon Duke was already at the level of the Soul Sage. Even if he had reached the realm of Contra, he would never be surprised. Duke Long's spirit is a leading head crutch, which complements Snake Poe's snake head crutch. The husband and wife have an extremely domineering spirit fusion technique, which is difficult to resist unless they possess the power of title Douluos. Zhao Waoqi is just a soul sage. Although the snake woman in front of him looks weaker than him, as long as Duke Long appears, Duke Long is not something he can deal with. But the phoenix-tailed coxcomb cannot be handed over. Zhao Waoqi arched his hands and said, "The conditions offered by the seniors are very attractive, but please forgive the younger generations for not agreeing." Snake Po's face turned black at this time. "So you don't agree with me?" Zhao Waoqi felt Snake Po's anger, but at this time he still said, "There is nothing wrong." "Humph!" This heard a voice coming from the sky. At this time, a tall and thin old man appeared beside the snake woman. The old man seemed to be at least 70 years old, like a snake woman, with silver hair. A faucet crutch with a length of more than 4 meters in his hand is shiny silver. The head of the stick is lifelike and looks extremely dazzling. The most important thing is that there are 8 spirit rings around him. He is a strong contra. It seems that he is Long Gong Mengshu. At this time, Zhao Waoqi's face changed drastically. Besides Xiao Wu had been hiding behind Tang San for fear of being seen by Duke Long. But at this time Duke Long didn't have time to watch Xiao Wu. Duke Long shouted to Zhao Waoqi, "Since this sir does not want to give us this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the old man had to grab it." Zhao Waoqi's face became even worse and said, "Senior, isn't it bad?" Duke Long said at this time, "This continent is respected by strength. If you are to blame, you are not strong enough." At this time, the aura of Duke Long's body is much greater than before, and the snake woman beside him is also ready to go. Zhao Waoqi knew at this time that if he didn't give this soul to Duke Long and the others, he and his students would return here today. Zhao Waoqi said at this time, "Senior, I will give you the phoenix-tailed coxcomb." Duke Long nodded in satisfaction and said, "Isn't that right?" Said that he stepped forward to take away the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. At this moment, everyone in Shrek was unwilling, only Yang Yi showed a smile on his face. Just when Duke Long picked up the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, an aura suddenly spread, and in an instant he hit Duke Long on a distant tree. "That's great! This continent is respected by strength. I want this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." After hearing this voice, Yang Yi smiled. This voice was familiar to him. It was Jun Xiang. "I saw a huge figure walking out of the Star Do Great Forest, about 3 meters tall, with dark skin, and very burly figures. Tang San and the others looked like a huge mountain. But what shocked them the most was that this man shook Duke Long just by virtue of his aura. If you know that Duke Long is a powerful contra, then this man is considered a powerful contra-level power." Duke Long and Snake Po also realized this at this time and said, "I don't know who your excellency is." Mr. Xiang said impatiently, "So many words, as long as you know that I want this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, you can bring your old woman and granddaughter to go. You must know that Duke Long and Snake Po have been walking on the Douluos continent for many years. With their martial arts fusion skills, even the titled Douluos would give them face to their husband and wife, and now they can bear this kind of anger." At this time, Duke Long and Snake Po glanced at each other, nodded, then looked at Jun Xiang and said, "This one, then we are offended." At this time, Duke Long and Snake Po-seed their martial arts into the sky. At this moment, they read a few mantras. After that, the martial arts of the two merged together, and then the spirit rings of the two were set. Among them, the aura of that ray of light under the blessing of the 14 spirit rings is so powerful. Martial soul fusion skill, dragon and snake strike together. At this time, a dragon appeared from the dragon stick of Duke Long and the snake stick of the snake woman, and a snake, both of them entered the light, and then became a dragon and snake. The aura of that dragon snake has surpassed that of Duke Long himself, and he has reached the level of title Douluos. Zhao Waoqi immediately guarded Yang Yi and the others behind him at this time. The momentum at this time was something Yang Yi and the others could not completely resist. This is the first time that Yang Yi and others have seen the martial soul fusion technique. They not only sighed the magic of this, especially Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at Long Gong snake pose martial soul fusion skill and not only thought to himself. Since the martial soul fusion skill is a skill jointly launched by two spirit masters who are extremely compatible with each other, then as long as the quality and type of the martial soul are closer, the more you can succeed. Hong Yu and I are all royal knights in their martial arts spirits. They are all paladin knights. I don't know if any of them can succeed. I will have to try them next time we meet. At this time, Jun Xiang saw the dragon and snake exuding a huge aura and said disdainfully, "It's just a thing that is strong in the outside world. Go and die." Then Jun Xiang's right hand turned into a huge bear claw, aiming at the dragon snake formed by the fusion of Duke Long and the martial soul of the snake woman. Dark Gold Terror Claw. The bear claw of Mr. Xiang's right hand tore a cold light towards the dragon and snake, and the dragon and snake were torn apart by this cold light in an instant. At this time, Lord Long and the snake were broken because of the martial arts fusion skills. After I was caught, I was vomiting blood. At this time, Meng still ran to Duke Long and Snake Po to take care of them, but Duke Long at this time told Meng to still run quickly. At this time, Jun Xiang slowly walked towards Duke Long to end their lives. Yang Yi on the side said, "Okay, Uncle Xiang Jun will let them go this time." At this time, everyone looked at Yang Yi with surprise. Jun Xiang heard what Yang Yi said and looked at Duke Long and said, "Then go away, but I will take this soul beast." At this time, Duke Long didn't hesitate. After helping the snake woman, he arched his hand towards Jun Xiang and took Meng still and left immediately. At this time, Yang Yi walked to Xiang Jun and said, "Uncle Xiang Jun, long time no see." Chapter 26, I am back. When Yang Yi walked to Xiang Jun, Zhao Waoqi was frightened for a while. I was afraid that Yang Yi would offend the strong man named Douluos. How terrifying title Douluos is, Zhao Waoqi had personally experienced that night on Shrek. When Yang Yi called out Uncle Xiang Jun, not only Zhao Waoqi, but everyone else present was bewildered. At this time, Xiao Wu believed that what Yang Yi said that day was true. Although Xiao Wu didn't know who this person was before, Xiao Wu's instinct told her that the big man in front of her was a soul beast, and he was better than De Ming. 100,000-year soul beast that is strong in Erming. When Jun Xiang used the dark golden terrifying claw, Xiao Wu knew that this was from the dark golden terrifying claw clan, which was a soul beast race that was stronger than the Titan Great Ape clan. At this time, Jun Xiang smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Yi, didn't you think that you have become very strong after not seeing it in a year?" Yang Yi looked at Xiang Jun and smiled, then introduced Xiang Jun to Tang San and they said, "This is my uncle Xiang Jun, Xiang Jun, they are all my classmates in the same college." Jun Xiang saw other human beings, but he didn't give Yang Yi the same face. If Yang Yi hadn't stopped him before, the Duke Long and the snake woman would have died long ago. It is the same now. If these people weren't for Yang Yi's students from the same college, they would have slapped them to death. However, when Jun Xiang swept through the people of Tang San, he stayed a little longer on Xiao Wu's body. It was obvious that Xiao Wu had been transformed from a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and that he was born of Bridget's body. Feather, it seems that Yi should have given her to cover her breath. Although Jun Xiang's eyes were full of surprises. I don't know why this little rabbit needs to transform, but this is a choice that every 100,000-year soul beast has to make after breaking through the bottleneck. This is something that even Dishan can't manage. For this reason, the Emperor World issued an order that any soul beast transformed into a 100,000-year-old soul beast is not allowed to approach the Lake of Life again, and after going to the human world, the soul beasts who live or die are not allowed to shoot. At this time, Oscar said, "That. Senior Xiang, can you give me that soul beast?" Mr. Xiang discovered that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was already half dead due to the battle between himself and the dragon male snake woman. Originally, Mr. Xiong was planning to save the soul beast, but now it seems that even if it is let go, it will die soon. Jun Xiong glanced at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi nodded to Jun Xiong. Then Jun Xiong threw the chicken-crested snake in front of Oscar, and then Oscar excitedly began to absorb the spirit ring of the chicken-crested snake. At this time, Yang Yi saw Xiong Jun glance at himself, and he knew what Xiong Jun meant. He walked in front of Zhao Waoqi and said, "Teacher Zhao, Uncle Xiong Jun will pick me up for a while, and I will return directly afterwards to the college." Zhao Waoqi glanced at Oscar and knew that this time the mission was basically completed. As long as Oscar had absorbed the spirit ring, he could go back, and Yang Yi's uncle came to pick him up. With his uncle's title level strength, safety is no problem. Besides, even if you disagree, there is no way. Zhao Waoqi nodded to Yang Yi and agreed. Yang Yi said to Tang San, "Everyone, I will go back to my home first, and then I will go back to Shrek Academy directly. You have to be careful." Tang San said, "Don't worry, we will take care of ourselves." At this time, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and said, "You have to be careful too." Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ning Rongrong to say such things to him. It seems that Ning Rongrong has also begun to slowly change, and he smiled and nodded to Ning Rongrong to show that he knew. Then Xiong Jun grabbed Yang Yi and flew away. The direction Xiong Jun takes Yang Yi to fly towards is the direction of the Lake of Life. Yang Yi asked Xiong Jun at this time, "Uncle Xiong Jun, how did you find me here?" Jun Xiong said at this time, "Actually, when you stepped into the entrance of the Stardo Great Forest yesterday evening, Ditien realized through the scales on your chest that you have returned to the Stardo Great Forest. That's why I came here. But I will go. By the time you had left that position, I sensed your position only through the breath of the martial soul you released. Uncle Dishan, Sister Bridget, are they all okay? We have all lived like this for hundreds of thousands of years. After you left, the lives of a few of us have become the same as before. Isn't it bad? Is it? But this time you are back, Ditien, Bridget and others are already there and everything is ready to celebrate your return. Let's go quickly." "Well, I am looking forward to seeing them, let's go." After a while, Xiong Jun and Yang Yi came to the Lake of Life. When Yang Yi and Xiong Jun just got off, Dishan and others knew. At this time, Dishan brought all the fierce beasts to the entrance of the Lake of Life. Yang Yi looked at everyone in front of him. Ditien, Bridget, 10,000 Demon King, Scarlet King, Zig, Demon Spirit and Guyuina, who was supposed to be healing, all appeared in front of Yang Yi, plus Jun Xiong next to him. "All the fierce beasts, we are all here again after a year." Yang Yi looked at these people in front of them with tears in their eyes and said to them, "I'm back." At this time, Dishan and their eyes also had a trace of tears. Guyuina walked up to Yang Yi, stretched out her hands and hugged Yang Yi and said, "Yi, welcome home." Yang Yi buried himself deeply in Guyuina's arms. All people want to enjoy this quiet and warm moment. After a while, Guyuina said, "Okay, let's go in, everyone has been preparing for your return for a long time." Yang Yi looked at Dishan and they smiled, "Then let's go." "Yi, let's not get drunk tonight." "Yi, tell us the story of your year outside tonight." "Yi, ignore them and have a good rest tonight. Sister Bridget hasn't seen you for a long time, so I miss you." "Yi. Yi." The other side of the Stardo Forest at this time. Oscar has already absorbed the spirit ring, the spirit ability has not changed at all, it is flying, everyone is happy for Oscar. At this time, when the Oscar was ready to thank Yang Yi, he knew that Yang Yi had gone home temporarily. Originally, Zhao Waoqi was going to go back after seeing that Oscar had already obtained the spirit ring, but Tang San actually broke through to level 30. While everyone was happy for Tang San, they had to stay in the Stardo Forest for a few days. Chapter 27, Dishan and number 039, S Test. Yang Yi and all the fierce beasts sat at a wooden round table this time, on which were placed the delicious dishes that Bridget and Zig made to celebrate Yang Yi's return. This day, Yang Yi told them what he had seen during the year, what he had cultivated during the year, and that he had his own team ready to participate in the Soul Master Elite competition 2 years later. Yang Yi said over there, Dishan and the others were listening to Yang Yi's narration, and sometimes they would cut in to tease Yang Yi. And Bridget, as the existence who raised Yang Yi from a young age, doesn't care what Yang Yi's experience this year is. She is safe as long as Yang Yi is not injured, and Bridget cares about Yang Yi most here. Are there any girls I like now? Yang Yi's face turned red when asked by Bridget, but he still told Bridget that he hadn't yet. At this time, everyone did not see that Guyuina's expression was a bit unnatural when Bridget asked this question, but when Yang Yi answered Bridget's question directly, saying that she did not, Guyuina's expression it was also restored at this time. This time the party also ended with the passage of time. Mr. Xiang, the king of 10,000 demon, the king of Scarlet and the demon spirit fell asleep on the spot because they drank too much. Only Bridget, Zig, and Yang Yi are not drinking now. Still awake. Guyuina and Dishan used spirit power to disperse the alcohol because of some things, while others did not use spirit power to disperse today. At this time, Dityen stood up and said to Yang Yi, Yi, get up. Let me see your progress this year. Yang Yi knew that Dityen was trying to test his current strength. Guyuina said, Biggie, Ziji, stay here to avoid human beings suddenly coming in and hurting Junxiang and them. As for Dishan and Yi, come to the Lake of Life. It's the Lord. It's Sister Nana. Guyuina opened the way to enter the Lake of Life. Guyuina took Dishan and Yang Yi into a space. On the way, Yang Yi saw a giant white silkworm that was tied to a place. His whole body exudes a terrifying chill and massive mental power. Dityen and Yang Yi were taken by Guyuina into a pure white space. Guyuina said, this is a small space that I opened up when I was healing, so let's fight here. Dishan respectfully said to Guyuina that he knew it at this time, and then said to Yang Yi, come on Yi. At this time, Yang Yi knew he was going to go all out. The Omega Beast X appeared behind him, and then the Tyrannosaurus sword appeared in his left hand, and the Garuru gun appeared in his right hand. Some white armor appeared on his body, and his spirit ring appeared. After Yang Yi's feet, the breath of the whole body burst to the peak, which is Yang Yi's current peak. But Dityen hasn't changed a bit, but Yang Yi will feel that this way he can defeat Dityen. Don't be kidding, this is Dityen, the first soul beast in Douluo continent. Second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. Yang Yi took the lead and started with the second spirit ability, and a large number of Garuru shells attacked Dityen. Dityen didn't mean to dodge after seeing the oncoming shells at this time, only heard a few sounds. Boom 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 boom. This is the sound of the Omega Meteor Shower hitting Dityen's body. The first spirit ability, the Shield of Courage. The third spirit ability, Explosive Slash. Yang Yi knew that the simple Omega Meteor Shower had no effect on Dishan. Yang Yi immediately mentioned that the Tyrannosaurus sword was ready to win the pursuit, and he had to attack in a way, and could not give Dityen a little breathing time. When Yang Yi carried the Tyrannosaurus sword and slashed towards Dityen, Dityen just raised his hand and gave Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword to the next, and Yang Yi's third spirit skill Explosive Slash Slash. The explosion of his backhand was also abruptly pinched by Dityen with his right hand. Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword couldn't move at this time, and then Yang Yi used the same method as that of Zhao Waoqi to deal with Dityen. Yang Yi raised the Garuru cannon in his right hand, and aimed it at Dishan's body. But what is Dishan? Dishan is a super soul beast that is more than 800,000 years old, and its body is the golden-eyed black dragon king. Is the body of the dragon kidding you? Dityen just lifted up his other hand easily and flew the shells from Yang Yi's Garuru cannon. Immediately after throwing Yang Yi out, Yang Yi would have been injured if he were not in a space now. Dityen looked at Yang Yi and said, Yi, attack again. Yang Yi didn't speak, but just collected his Garuru cannon for a while. At this time, Yang Yi poured all the cold of his Garuru cannon into the Tyrannosaurus sword. Tyrannosaurus 3 swords, smash dragon point. Yang Yi mentioned the Tyrannosaurus sword and came to the front of Dityan, and stabbed the Dityan with the end of his Tyrannosaurus sword. But because Dishan's physical strength is too strong, and Yang Yi's current spirit power is too weak to show the true power of the Tyrannosaurus sword, this time the broken dragon not only did not pierce Dishan's skin, but also the cold air and flame power that were supposed to flow in from the skin gap were blocked by Dityan. Dishan hum, and Yang Yi was blown to the ground again. Dityan looked at Yang Yi and said, "Is this your current strength?" Yang Yi, don't be kidding. I know you must have a whole card, let me see your whole card. Yang Yi. At this time, Yang Yi stood up with difficulty and said, "Then I have never used Dishan's trick, you have to be careful." Then all of Yang Yi's spirit power poured into the Tyrannosaurus sword at this time, and the white armor on his body was gone at this time. Then behind Yang Yi appeared the full picture of Yang Yi's martial spirit Omega Beast X. Yang Yi raised his left hand, and hovered the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand above his right shoulder, and then a stream of silver airflow floated around the Tyrannosaurus sword. An Omegaman X behind Yang Yi also made this action. The difference is that the silver air current generated by the Tyrannosaurus sword in Omegaman X's hand has entered Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword. Although there is no strong aura on the surface, Dishan's intuition told him that Yi Yi's strike was not easy. Tyrannosaurus 3 swords, Tyrannosaurus annihilation. A silver sword aura slashed towards Dityan, and Dityan first sent out the power of darkness to test it first, but the power of darkness disappeared just after touching the sword aura. But the silver sword aura did not stop at this time, and there was no sign of being consumed, it still attacked towards Dityan. At this time, it was not just Dityan, even Guyuina said to Dityan, "Dityan hide, don't follow." Then Dityan avoided the blow Tyrannosaurus annihilation slash, and then the sword aura hit the wall of this space. But there was no impact sound that should have occurred, but the walls of this space quietly disappeared in front of Dityan and Guyuina under the sword aura. At this time, Dishan was a little scared. If he had just taken this trick, what would happen to him? At this moment, Dishan didn't dare to think about it. Guyuina on the side felt a bit of obliteration from Yi Yi's sword aura, but I have to ask Yi Yi for details. Just when Dishan and Guyuina were about to inquire, Yang Yi fainted. Guyuina went up and checked it immediately and found that Yang Yi had only fainted because of exhausted soul power, and there was no other injury. Dishan also breathed a sigh, looked at Yang Yi's face and muttered, "I didn't expect it, it's already so powerful." After, Guyuina hugged Yang Yi and left here, and Dishan followed closely behind. "Oh, that sword gas scared my brother to death just now, that kid is terrible." The white silkworm woke up at this moment and looked in the direction where Dishan and the others had left. Fortunately, brother wakes up quickly, otherwise brother was in danger just now. No matter what, brother should sleep well to make up for himself. Chapter 28, Conversation with Guyuina. The stars in the star-fighting forest sky are exceptionally bright, shining little by little on the surface of the Lake of Life. After Dishan and Guyuina left that space with Yang Yi, Guyuina then said to Dishan, "Dishan, you have worked hard today, go back and rest. Yi Yi will have me take care of it. And the last sword that Yi Yi wielded today, you must have a good understanding. It's the Lord, then I will go first." After Dityan left, only Guyuina and Yang Yi, who was temporarily unconscious, remained on the shore of the Lake of Life. Guyuina looked at the unconscious Yang Yi's beautiful face with gentle emotions. Guyuina's hands gently stroked Yang Yi's cheeks. In Guyuina's eyes, there was a feeling that had never appeared before, and even Guyuina didn't realize what it was now. So time passed slowly in this beautiful picture of Guyuina and Yang Yi. After a while, Yang Yi finally woke up from the coma. After Yang Yi woke up, she found herself lying on Guyuina's lap. Guyuina felt something at this time, opened her eyes and said to Yang Yi, "Yi, wake up." And Yang Yi couldn't help being stunned when he saw Guyuina at this time. Guyuina's long silver hair, the moonlight shone on her rare hair color, naturally reflecting the light. The eyes are large, and the pupils are like two clear amethysts. Even if there is some distance between them, it seems that he can see his reflection in her pupils, and the long eyelashes naturally rise upward. The skin was fair and tender, as if squeezed out water with a slight pinch, and the body exuded a fresh faint scent, and the pink makeup was like a porcelain doll. Guyuina looked at Yang Yi's sluggish gaze, and somehow her mood became very good. Guyuina was also very playful at this time. Guyuina stretched out her finger and hooked Yang Yi's chin and said, "Yi, is my sister good looking?" Yang Yi unconsciously answered Guyuina's question, "Good, good looking." Guyuina said again, "Then do you have any wrong thoughts about your sister?" Yang Yi unconsciously said, "A man will put." No, no sister Nana, not you, listen to me explain ah." Yang Yi finally reacted after blurting out and waved his hand to Guyuina, as if saying that he was just nonsense. Guyuina didn't care about these things, and said to Yang Yi, "Sister, don't care about these things, sister will give you a little punishment." Then under Yang Yi's nervous gaze, Guyuina leaned close to Yang Yi's cheek. Then used his lips to leave a lip mark on Yang Yi's cheek. Yang Yi looked at Guyuina in shock at this time, not knowing what to say. Guyuina looked at Yang Yi and said, "Today this mark means that you are my person. No one else can touch you, you know." "Yes, yes." Yang Yi looked at Guyuina, who suddenly became overbearing and couldn't react for a while, but his body still subconsciously agreed to Guyuina. Guyuina smiled and said to Yang Yi, "Yi, let's have a chat." Yang Yi sat beside Guyuina. Guyuina then said, "Yi, in fact, you don't know why we want to take you in." "I don't know, all I know is that you have taken care of me by my side since I remember." In fact, it's the fault of Yang Yi not knowing. When he arrived in the Star-Do Great Forest, Yang Yi fell asleep temporarily because his soul was too exhausted when he traveled. Even if the shelter of Omega Beast X and Alpha Beast is for an ordinary person, to travel through time and space are also difficult. Guyuina looked at the stars in the sky and said, "That day was the same as today, the sky was full of shining stars, and I was healing in the lake of life as usual. But suddenly I felt two very dangerous auras coming to the Douluos continent. At that time, I wanted to check it out, but then the priests of the God realm came down. I was afraid of being discovered by those in the God realm. So there is no manifestation." Yang Yi frowned. "Are the two dangerous breaths that Sister Nana said are Eos and Dark Death Beast?" Guyuina attacked and said, "But just when I was not going, I felt that those priests had been wiped out by those two dangerous forces, and then they didn't know how to do it, so that the God realm was right. The inspection of Douluos continent was cut off. Now only when the gods are inherited, the last can come to the Douluos continent to inspect the Douluos continent. This also makes humans already have two gods inheritors, and there will definitely be more in the future, because Douluos continent is a lot. The place of inheritance when God is in the world. But this also has some advantages, that is, I can move freely before God comes, and I will not be discovered by them." Yang Yi asked anxiously, "Sister Nana, do you know where the two forces are now?" Guyuina looked at Yang Yi and smiled, "It seems that you really know Yi." Yang Yi lowered his head at this moment, not daring to look at Guyuina, but he could only vaguely say this, that. Guyuina said with a smile, "I'm not blaming you, in fact, I already knew Yi, you must know what." Yang Yi looked at Guyuina puzzled. "Because on the second day after those two forces came, 13 forces also came to Douluos continent. I also felt their strength, and I felt from these 13 forces. Afterwards, their respective enlightenments flew away to the surroundings of the mainland. 2 of the powers came to the Star-Do Great Forest. Then I asked Dishan to search for it, and then I found you. After you awakened the martial spirit, I was sure. After those two forces are you, and you may save the world in the future. Yang Yi looked at Guyuina blankly, but didn't expect that Guyuina actually knew these things, and that the 13 forces should be the power of the royal knights. Yang Yi said to Guyuina, "Sister Nana, I will tell you everything below. The 13 powers are actually called royal knights, they." Then Yang Yi told Guyuina that there were 13 royal knights in total, and he had found 7 now, and he also told Guyuina about the dark dead beast and Eos beast that he knew when he entered the mysterious space in the far north. Guyuina's face became more and more solemn after hearing this. She didn't expect these two forces to be so dangerous, and it might still exist in the Douluos continent in the spirit beast's posture, which would be devastating to the spirit beast world blow. After that, Guyuina seemed to have made some determination to say to Yang Yi, "Yi, I know what you said, I will make Dishan ready. But you have to promise me that after the Soul Master Elite competition is over, come back to Stardo Great Forest soon, and bring your teammates back together. I want to take you to a place." Yang Yi looked at Guyuina with a serious face and said, "I know Sister Nana, I will definitely bring them back right after the contest." Guyuina said, "Well, since it's rare to come back this time, let's take a rest tonight, and come here tomorrow, I will give you something in advance." Yang Yi asked puzzledly, "What is it?" Guyuina said, "You will know this tomorrow." After touching Yang Yi's head, she disappeared in front of Yang Yi. And after Yang Yi watched Guyuina leave, he smiled bitterly and left. Apart from Guyuina and Yang Yi who now know about this in this lake of life, there is only the white silkworm baby in the lake of life. Chapter 29, Heavenly Ice Silkworm. Yang Yi came to the shore of the lake of life once the next morning. At this time, other fierce beasts except Guyuina also appeared here, but their faces now did not have the joy and excitement of yesterday. At this time, everyone's faces were solemn. Obviously Guyuina had already told them what Yang Yi said last night, and Guyuina said, "Everyone knows the seriousness of the matter. Next, you must be careful in your own territory, Dityen. The master, the subordinates are. Dityen, you immediately go to the Sunset Forest, the far north. The evil forest tells those guys the seriousness of the matter, and they should pay attention to it." "Yes, Lord." "The others go back now, be careful, Yi, you stay." After, all the beasts greeted Yang Yi and left. Yang Yi walked up to Guyuina and said, "Sister Nana, what's the matter?" Guyuina looked at Yang Yi and said, "I originally wanted to help you get it when you reached level 50. It seems that it should be a little earlier now." Yang Yi didn't know what Guyuina was saying at this time. When Yang Yugong wanted to ask Guyuina, Guyuina put her index finger on her lips, telling Yang Yi to stop speaking. Then once again went into the interior of the Lake of Life along the road yesterday, but this time while walking Guyuina said, "The Lake of Life is the Stardo Great Forest, which can breed so many powerful soul beasts and the top 3 souls. The root of the beast cornucopia is that there is a vein of life gold under the Lake of Life." Yang Yi said, "Do you want me to absorb the energy of the Lake of Life now?" "No, you can perfectly absorb a little energy in the Lake of Life with your current cultivation base and my guidance, but now is not the best time. I brought you in for something else." Said that Guyuina stopped, then looked at the white energy group and said, "We are here." Yang Yi looked at the white energy group in front of him, knowing that this was what he saw yesterday. He had felt the strong chill and mental power before, and now he stood in front of him more clearly. Guyuina looked at the white energy group in front of him and said, "This is the fundamental reason why the energy of the Lake of Life has increased again in the past tens of thousands of years. There is a soul beast, the longest-lived soul beast in the Douluos continent. 90,000-year ice silkworm." Yang Yi also confirmed at this time that this is the fundamental million-year soul beast heavenly dream ice silkworm that Huogwa will rise in the future, but it is still 990,000 years old. Yang Yi looked at the energy group in front of him and said in his heart, "Damn, I don't know who said that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm can't do a 100,000 year soul beast, such a huge mental power and cold energy. Quantitative change will produce qualitative change. Even if you can't fight the murderer compared to ours, but definitely stronger than the average 100,000 year soul beast. Yang Yi then looked at Guyuina and asked, Sister Nana, why did you bring me here? Guyuina replied, although the bloodline of this ice silkworm is very poor, it is undeniable that his cultivation base is very high. If his bloodline is only a little better than you, even Ditien may not be its opponent. But it's not the time to talk about this. For the next 5 days, you have to stay here all the time. I will apply some gravity to this space and stimulate the ice silkworm to release powerful mental pressure. I want your physical and mental strength to break through the limit again. Originally, your physical and mental strength didn't need to break through the limit before reaching level 50, but now it seems to be ahead of schedule. Are you ready? Yang Yi smiled and said, Come on, Sister Nana, I'm always ready. Then Yang Yi did it under the energy cluster of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. After, Guyuina left and returned to the center of the Lake of Life to start healing. Guyuina's gravity began to increase as soon as she left this space, and the sudden gravity almost pushed Yang Yi to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Yi's release of the martial soul in time barely blocked this gravity. Yang Yi felt that this gravity was probably suppressed by the soul power of about 65 to 70. Although Yang Yi's physical strength surpassed many people, it was only about 50th level. Now he started to be stressed with his 65th level soul power, and he almost couldn't hold it. Yang Yi just barely used his martial soul. After blocking, a powerful mental force began to exert pressure on Yang Yi's sea of spirit. This mental power is stronger than the pressure of soul power on the body, I don't know how much. At this time Yang Yi even mobilized the soul power in his body has become very difficult. Without sufficient spirit power to support Yang Yi's martial soul, it began to slowly dissipate, but at this time Yang Yi had no way to prevent this situation. After some parts of Yang Yi's body began to lose the protection of Wuhan, he could only rely on his original physical strength to resist these oppressions. Crack, click, click, click. The sound of muscles and bones being squeezed came from Yang Yi's body, and Yang Yi could only endure it, because now as long as he relaxes a little bit, he will be severely injured by this spirit power and mental power. Slowly, Yang Yi also began to get used to the oppression of his spirit power, but he still had no habit of mental power. The main reason was that Guyuina was not in control of this mental power, although Guyuina could stimulate the sky. Meng Bing Silkworm allowed it to release its mental power, but there was no way to control the amount released by Tian Meng Bing Silkworm. Although Yang Yi has become accustomed to the coercion of the spirit power, the damage he has received on his body is also huge. He has fractured his right leg and left hand, and his spiritual sea has also been traumatized. Other body parts also suffered different injuries. A little bit of time has passed, and then Yang Yi can finally use his spirit power normally during this oppression. This is great news for Yang Yi now. At this time, the oppression of the spirit power disappeared, and the impact of the spiritual power disappeared. At this time, Guyuina appeared behind Yang Yi again and said, You have done a good job with Yi. Come here first today. Right. Yang Yi suddenly disappeared because of the oppression, and all the pain and fatigue rushed over, making Yang Yi almost unconscious. After seeing Guyuina coming, Yang Yi said, I still can. Then Guyuina raised her hand, and Yang Yi fainted. Guyuina hugged Yang Yi and smiled and said, It's all like this and still be aggressive, go to heal first. Then Guyuina took Yang Yi into the spring of the Lake of Life to heal her injuries. The spring water in the Lake of Life flows into every corner of Yang Yi's body following Yang Yi's wounds. Although Yang Yi does not deliberately use his soul power to digest them, the spring water in the Lake of Life is still changing subtly. Yang Yi's body. This kid is really amazing. He can actually block brother's coercion. Although it is because of his mercy, it is not bad. I heard yesterday that this kid has a good relationship with Bing Bing. It seems that I can find a chance to let this kid take brother is out, and those guys don't seem to be embarrassed by this kid. Ha 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 ha, a happy life is coming. For a while, Yang Yi heard a laugh in the space he was in before, but fortunately no one heard it at this time. Chapter 30, Take Brother Out. In the next few days, Yang Yi, with Gu Yuina's help, clearly felt that his physical strength and mental strength had increased significantly. But the damage was huge, every time either limbs were broken, or the Sea of Spirit was damaged. If it were not for the powerful healing ability of the Lake of Life, Yang Yi could no longer practice. And today is the last time Yang Yi has practiced in this space. After today, Yang Yi will return to Shrek. The oppression of soul power in this space today is also the strongest in the past 5 days. The oppression of soul power has changed from the first 65th level to the current 73rd level, although there is only 8 levels. The improvement, but this improvement is a leap. Yang Yi did not immediately summon the martial soul as before when the pressure of the soul power came this time. This time Yang Yi was ready to completely use his body to block the oppression, and he could release the martial soul only at the last moment. The pressure of the powerful soul power once again caused Yang Yi's body to collapse. This time when Yang Yi was about to release his martial soul, he found that his soul power could not be mobilized, and his soul power had been suppressed by this soul power. He couldn't move anymore, let alone release his martial soul. At this time, in addition to facing the oppression of soul power, Yang Yi had to face the oppression of Tianmeng's silkworm's spiritual power, but at this time, because Yang Yi's soul power could not be mobilized, Yang Yi could only rely on himself. Wuhan cannot be used to share the pressure, and all the pressure in the sea of Yang Yi's body and spirit has reached the maximum value in the past 5 days. Yang Yi's heart still didn't mean to give up. Gu Yuina said before that as long as she couldn't bear it, she could slightly change her hands. At that time, Gu Yuina could immediately touch the pressure. Although Yang Yi looks particularly gentle, and sometimes has some black belly, Yang Yi is indeed a proud person in his heart. As long as Yang Yi wants to achieve or sets his own goals, Yang Yi fights. You have to do it yourself. This time, since I promised that Gu Yuina will complete the training and break through herself, and she said to herself, to guard the Star Doe Forest, guard the Northern Land, guard the Emperor Tian Bridget, guard the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, guard my friends, and Sister Nana. Yang Yi relied on his beliefs and his own will to slowly resist the dual oppression of soul power and spiritual power. At this time, Yang Yi's soul power began to flow by himself, but he himself did not notice the same. It means to blend in with nature. At this time, Yang Yi also appeared in his own sea of spirit. Yang Yi looked at his own sea of spirit at this time and muttered to himself in doubt, "Where is this? Why am I here? This is the sea of your spirit. Ha 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 ha, brother brought you here, don't thank you brother. Ha 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 ha, brother is finally free." At this time, a huge white silkworm was rolling not far from Yang Yi's spiritual sea. It seemed that he was in a particularly good mood. At this time, the silkworm stopped its rolling body and crawled slowly towards Yang Yi. "Do you know who brother is?" Brother is a world cultivator in the Douluos continent who combines wisdom, strength, talent, and charm. For the highest soul beast 990,000-year-old soul beast Tianmeng's silkworm. Ha 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 ha, worship brother. Yang Yi took a few steps away from Tianmeng Binkan to keep his distance. Tianmeng's silkworm looked at Yang Yi and said, "Why don't you get closer to your brother? Oh, I know you are shocked by the charm of brother, I know how to rest assured, brother is still very good." Talked and raised his head, as if saying, "Come on, I don't mind you." At this time, Yang Yi said blankly, "No, I stay away from you for fear of being infected by you." Tianmeng's silkworm squirmed his body and said, "I don't have any disease, but I am a noble ice silkworm with natural health and no bacteria or viruses. I am afraid of infecting your IQ." As soon as Yang Yi's voice fell, the whole spiritual sea was filled with silence, and then it was. Ah, you actually said that brother is mentally retarded, you, how can you say that to brother? How can you know how great your brother is? Apologize to brother quickly, otherwise you will, is about to, ignore you. Tianmeng I's silkworm originally wanted to say something cruel but thought that Guyuina, Dishan and others outside had to bow their heads, but even without them, Tianmeng would just talk about it. After all, Tianmeng never killed it as a special soul beast that can reach this kind of strength beyond the soul beast and human beings. Yang Yi obviously knew that Tianmeng was actually very kind, so he didn't make the first move. He touched his head helplessly and said, I don't know Tianmeng I's silkworm, you came to my sea of spirit and pulled me. Why did you come in for? Tianmeng was not making trouble at this time and said to Yang Yi, I know your name is Yang Yi, right, then let brother tell your brother's history, this is to start from the past. Actually, you don't have to say anything, I dare not. I was originally a very ordinary ice silkworm soul beast. I was not born in the Star Do Great Forest, but in the extreme cold of the north of the mainland. Our ice silkworm is born with both spiritual and ice attributes. But their combat power is severely affected by speed, and they can only be regarded as ordinary soul beasts. What's more, we have natural enemies. Almost few people in the tribe can cultivate for more than 10,000 years. But I am an exception. When I was 13 years old, I accidentally fell into a crevice of ice while avoiding hunting by natural enemies. I thought I was finished. But who knows, I fell into a cloud of 10,000 years of coldness. Then I fell into a deep sleep. At that time, I was still very weak, less than 3 inches in length. This sleep was 10,000 years. When I woke up, I found myself in an ice cave. The original Wanyan cold marrow has long since disappeared, and I have absorbed it all by myself. I have also become a Wanyan soul beast. At that time, I was really surprised and inexplicable. But I found that there was no way out. In that ice cave, the surrounding ice is extremely hard. Although I am a 10,000-year soul beast, our ice silkworm clan has always been weak in combat, and it is impossible to force a breakthrough. Fortunately, in the ice, there are still many holes in the cave for me to crawl. So, I crawled inside to find my way. As a result, I didn't find the way out, but I found a larger group of 10,000 years of cold marrow. With 10,000 years of cold marrow, it means that I have food, so I fell into a deep sleep again, and this sleep is another tens of thousands of years. Although I couldn't get out of the cave, Wanyan cold marrow made me feel so comfortable. Later, fortunately, I didn't look for a way out, so I crawled inside to find Wanyan cold marrow to eat and find when I got a big ball, I just slept. After that, I didn't even know how long I slept until the first ring of gold patterns appeared on my body. The golden pattern is extremely important to our ice silkworms. It symbolizes that my cultivation has reached the level of 100,000 years. In my memory, our ice silkworm clan has never had 100,000 years of cultivation. The existence of I was the first one in history. At that time, I evolved into a golden patterned ice silkworm. At that time, I also had enough strength to break through the ice and go out. I didn't know at that time. After 100,000 years of soul beasts, it will be greatly restricted, and it is difficult to improve the cultivation base. Maybe my luck, coupled with the lack of combat power of our ice silkworm clan, magically did not attract any dam. Well, if I slept a lot, I just went out lazily. Fortunately, I continued to sleep in the ice cave. Because my cultivation base has increased, I can break through the ice in places I couldn't go before. That's why I found more top quality cold marrow deep in the ice cave, and they have also become my food. In this way, I ate and slept and ate, and I don't know how time passed. Only the gold pattern on my body can calculate the time of my existence. Finally one day, I have eaten all the cold marrow in the ice cave, and I also drilled directly from the bottom of the ice cave into the sea. I floated along the sea, drifting southward along the edge of the continent. Go. In this process, I encountered an enemy for the first time. At that time, I already had 9 gold patterns, a powerful 900,000 year soul beast. I thought I should be an invincible existence in this world. But, speaking of this, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was obviously embarrassed. However, I don't seem to be able to do anything except sleep, and I don't know how to fight. In the end, I frightened away the enemy by virtue of my spiritual power. Finally aroused my vigilance, I tried to cultivate the ability to attack. But I found that the long training years does not mean that the strength is strong. I am indeed a million-year soul beast. But my combat power is actually still not as good as some 10,000-year soul beasts. Those 100,000-year soul beasts that are good at fighting are even more impossible for me to win. The outside world is too dangerous. However, I have no way to go back. It's dangerous in the sea, maybe it's safer on land. So, I went on land. However, I found that the land was not flat either. Perhaps because of the absorption of too much cold, my body has a special smell. Can attract the attention of all soul beasts. It will attract them to treat me as food. Yang Yi interrupted the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's narration and said, I know that the next thing is that you are caught by one of the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, and you will stay here forever. Tianmeng said embarrassedly at this time, it's not wrong, that's it. Yang Yi looked at the cute Tianmeng Binkan with a smile and said, hey, the name Tianmeng Binkan is not just a name that you got when you sleep and dream every day. Tianmeng blushed and said, how is it possible, you don't know the greatness of this name? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Tianmeng's appearance, it was obvious that Yang Yi was right, and Yang Yi laughed. Then Yang Yi converged a little and said, then our heavenly dream ice silkworm, what are you looking for? At this time, Tianmeng looked at Yang Yi seriously, and even Yang Yi was made serious by Tianmeng's expression. It's just that. Suddenly Tianmeng hugged Yang Yi's thigh, crying and squirming his body. Yang Yi, Master Yang Yi, please take your brother out of here, please. Chapter 31, Agreement. Take you out. Yang Yi finally understood why he pulled himself into the Sea of Spirit after hearing what Tianmeng Binkan said. Tianmeng was holding Yang Yi's thigh at this time, with flattering gazes in his eyes. It blinked at Yang Yi with its big eyes like Kazilan and said, Dear Mr. Yang Yi, I know you are the best. Yang Yi only felt a whole headache at this time, and said to Tianmeng, where have you gone as a 999 million year soul beast? Tianmeng said magnificently, in front of freedom, all morals are false. Besides, I believe Master Yang Yi, you will definitely not leave me alone. Yang Yi helplessly patted his forehead and said, oh, I really convinced you. You don't need to call me Master Yang Yi, you can just call me Xiao I or Yi, but why are you going out? After hearing this question, Tianmeng's eyes showed some light, but then it was completely dimmed, but after a while, he recovered his appearance, saying ha ha ha, what do you ask this for? Of course I am for you, to help is you. After listening to Yang Yi, the black line on his head aggravated a little bit, and said to Tianmeng irritably, don't fool me here again, it's the truth. So I can think about it. Actually, after arriving in the Douluo continent for so many years, Yang Yi can only remember the approximate things, and other details are completely forgotten. And Tianmeng had become Huo Yuhao's wisdom spirit ring before leaving the Stardo Great Forest, and becoming Huo Yuhao's wisdom spirit ring should have other reasons besides being to survive and to create a god. Tianmeng heard Yang Yi's words at this time, his eyes began to drift, and he said with an embarrassment, how can this be possible? How can brother have other purposes? Yang Yi looked at Tianmeng blankly. Ha 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 ha, don't doubt brother, brother really wants to help you. Yang Yi still stared at Heavenly Dream blankly. Ha ha ha, brother, okay, brother tell you. Tianmeng seemed to have made up his mind at this time and said, brother is going to find brother's lover. Lover. Wait, could it be? After hearing Tianmeng's words, Yang Yi's memory turned on the switch, as if he had remembered something. Heavenly Dream, your lover will not be in the far north, right? Yes, brother's lover is the Ice Emperor, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Yang Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and said, he, it really is. Tianmeng said with an idiot face at this time, when I saw the Ice Emperor 190,000 years ago, I was already overwhelmed by his noble appearance. At that time, I knew that my generation would marry the Ice Emperor. I am a wife. Yang Yi looked at Tianmeng and said, you should know that you belong to the Ice Silkworm clan, and the Ice Emperor belongs to the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. You have been natural enemies since your birth. It is not easy to say that your clan has always been the Ice Emperor and their clan. Food. Tianmeng was not shocked by Yang Yi's words at this time, but happily said, of course I know, but I just want to break the limitations of the race. I want to be with my Bing Bing. Even some soul beasts are transformed. You can be with humans if you are in shape. Bing Bing and I are both soul beasts. Even if there are barriers between races, as long as I work hard, I can break them. Yang Yi looked at Tianmeng, who was extremely longing for the love between himself and the Ice Emperor, and was shocked by Tianmeng for a while and was speechless. Yang Yi at this time asked himself if he was a Tianmeng, could he be as determined as Tianmeng? At this time, the appearance of Guyuina came out of Yang Yi's mind, but immediately followed by the identity of his own Guyuina. She is a human being, and Guyuina is the king of soul beasts. She was the king who wanted to shoulder the revival of the soul beast, and she might face the Eos beast and the dark death beast directly afterwards, not knowing what her life and death would be like. Do 2 people like me and her really have a future? Yang Yi kept asking himself in his mind, but then Yang Yi stopped thinking about it, and now he is not qualified to think about these things. Yang Yi looked at Tianmeng and asked, Tianmeng, if one day you meet the Ice Emperor, the first thing he will do is to eat your cultivation level. Tianmeng smiled brilliantly at this time and said, if there really is such a day, I will let the Ice Emperor eat it, not only because I can help the Ice Emperor, but also because I can see the ice before I die. The last sight of the Emperor, or death in the hands of the Ice Emperor, is worth it to me. Yang Yi looked at this very brilliant smile in front of him. Yang Yi was infected by him for a while. From Tianmeng's eyes and tone, Yang Yi knew that Tianmeng was not just talking, Tianmeng would really give everything for the Ice Emperor. This is the charm of love. Not all love in the world is perfect. Some will leave, some will disappear, some will transfer, and some will be mispaid. But it is undeniable that love is indeed the most beautiful thing in the world, and the love between Tianmeng and Bingdi is a perfect love. Although it is now a unilateral effort by Tianmeng, Yang Yi knows that Bingdi is actually a hard-talking and soft-hearted. Cold outside and hot inside, as long as you persist in Ice Emperor, it will respond to your heart. www.bikuza.vip. Yang Yi looked at Tianmeng and said, I understand Tianmeng, I want to know what you are going to do. Tianmeng said excitedly after hearing Yang Yi agree to him, I thought about it a long time ago. I know you are a twin spirit. The second spirit I sacrificed to you will become your spirit ring. Yang Yi listened to Tianmeng wanting to sacrifice to yourself, saying that it was not moved, it was a fake, it was a 99-million-year-old soul beast, although the bloodline was not good, the energy that could not stand others was huge. But at this moment Yang Yi shook his head at Tianmeng and said, no, at least not now. Tianmeng said at this time, when will it be possible? Even if you sacrifice to me now, I might soar my spirit power level in a short time, but this will cause instability to my foundation. I want to know if you can isolate some of the origin. Tianmeng has lived for hundreds of thousands of years after all, and of course I understand what Yang Yi means. I know, I will separate some of the origins and enter your spiritual sea. Yang Yi smiled and said, yes, then you can view the outside world from my spiritual sea. Later, I might go to the far north. When I see the Ice Emperor again, there will be do you want to leave here yourself? In the end, you will become my spirit ring or leave here and return to the far north. I promise you. But the premise is that in the past few years, you will release some energy for the lake of life to absorb. Tianmeng was silent for a while and said, okay, I promise you, if I want to come out, when will you come back? Yang Yi said, everything is up to you. As long as you decide, it's up to you whether you want to be my soul ring or leave. The time is set for 2 years. After the Soul Master Elite competition is over, I will go to the far north. It's up to you then. Tianmeng lifted his body at this time and said, it's so agreed, it's a deal. A word is definite. Chapter 32, Assimilate into. Yang Yi and Tianmeng Binkan have reached an agreement with each other in the Sea of Spirit. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm wants to put some of his spiritual origin into Yang Yi's spiritual sea. Yang Yi's consciousness returned to his body once again. This time Yang Yi felt that the pressure of his soul power on him was already much smaller than when he went to the Sea of Spirit. At this time, Tianmeng said, Xiao, I'm about to start. Yang Yi said to Tianmeng, let's start. Tianmeng told Yang Yi when he was in the Sea of Spirit, this time he was going to introduce part of his spiritual origin into Yang Yi's spiritual sea, but when it was introduced, it was an external spiritual origin, so his own the Sea of Spirit will produce rejection, so you have to hold on with a strong will in this process. A silver stream of light flew out of Tianmen's body, and entered Yang Yi's body at a speed of light. When the spiritual origin of Tianmeng entered Yang Yi's body, it was about to reach Yang Yi's spiritual sea. Yang Yi's Sea of Spirit began to function as an automatic defense, and Yang Yi's mental power was constantly being used to counter the spiritual origin of Heaven's dream. At this time, Yang Yi not only had to withstand the oppression of the soul power from the outside world, but also tried his best to control his own spiritual power so that the spiritual source of Tianmeng could enter his own spiritual sea, but in this way, what Yang Yi has to face it will be many things. And at this time, the spirit power is still running extremely slowly and can't keep up with the consumption of mental power. Yang Yi, in order to allow the spiritual origin of Tianmeng to fully enter the sea of his own spirit, now he is slowly withdrawing all the spirit power from his body that resists oppression. However, at the moment when the spirit power was removed, the muscles in Yang Yi's limbs were immediately torn apart, and the bones were slowly squeezed to make a clicking sound, and the blood in the body was also squeezed. The reason for the pressure was slowly squeezed out from the pores of the skin. Yang Yi had to endure no matter how painful he was at this time. After Yang Yi removed his spirit power, he began to pave the way for the spiritual origin of Tianmeng in his own Sea of Spirit. Used his own soul power to deal with the spiritual power in the sea of his own spirit. For a while, these soul power and spiritual power belonged to Yang Yi himself and were of the same origin. At the beginning, Tianmen's spiritual origin moved a long way towards Yang Yi's spiritual sea. Just when Tianmen's spiritual origin had reached the door of Yang Yi's spiritual sea, Yang Yi's spiritual power and soul power great changes have taken place. Because the location of the Sea of Spirit is in the center of the brain, and the spiritual origin of heavenly dreams must pass through the cerebral cortex to reach the center of the brain to enter the Sea of Spirit. You must know that the cerebral cortex is the most advanced center that controls the movement of the human body. If the cerebral cortex is traumatized, your body will also be irreversibly damaged. So when the spiritual origin of Tianmeng reached the cerebral cortex, Yang Yi's spirit power was no longer under Yang Yi's own control at this time, and together with his spiritual power began to resist the spiritual origin of Tianmeng. Yang Yi suddenly had to endure 3 kinds of oppression at this time. The gravitational pressure produced by the soul power in the space was the spiritual oppression of Tianmeng I's silkworm, and finally it was the confrontation in Yang Yi's own head. Ah 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 ah! Yang Yi couldn't help it at this time, and screamed painfully and violently. In fact, Gu Yuina at this time had already discovered the result of the matter. It should be said that Gu Yuina knew it as early as Tianmeng entered Yang Yi's spiritual sea and pulled Yang Yi into it. Although I don't know what Tianmeng and Yang Yi talked about in the Sea of Spirit, what agreement should be reached, Tianmeng should ask Yang Yi to help him, and Yang Yi also agreed. The origin was handed over to Yang Yi, and then this scene just happened. If the spiritual origin entered smoothly, Gu Yuina would want to let the flow go, but now it seems that if Yang Yi is not given some guidance, Yang Yi will be hit hard. Yi, can you hear me? Nana, sister, you. Okay Yi, don't speak now, just listen quietly. I don't care what agreement you have reached with the ice silkworm, now you have to listen to me. First, you have to temporarily disconnect with your own will the appearance of your own spirit power, and spiritual power is just to make a mark in your own sea of spirit, and then penetrate into the spiritual origin of that ice silkworm, and then you don't have to disconnect your spiritual power and soul power. And that is that the spiritual origin of the ice silkworm already has your mark on it, and then your spirit sea will perfectly enter the spirit sea because of this mark. But remember to disconnect it. It's done in an instant, and there is only one chance. It's better to make the mark as simple as possible so that the mark can be imprinted at an extremely fast speed. At the moment Gu Yuina's voice stopped, Yang Yi began to try to cut off her spirit power and spiritual power, but in this environment, both the spirit power and spiritual power in Yang Yi's body actively protected the master's thoughts. Began to resist the master's control, Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi began to temporarily retreat the spiritual origin of Tianmeng a few steps. As expected, the deterrent power of spirit power and mental power was reduced by a few points, and then Yang Yi refocused all the spirit power on his body. After being obstructed by spirit power, Tianmeng's spiritual origin at this time only had to face spiritual power. At this time, Yang Yi quickly cut them off while his spirit power and mental power had not yet reacted. At this moment, a strong sense of weakness struck Yang Yi, and the strong sense of weakness almost made Yang Yi faint. But Yang Yi bit his tongue, and the sudden pain instantly made Yang Yi temporarily awake. At that moment, Yang Yi casually intercepted something in his own sea of spirit and entered the spiritual source of heavenly dream. And the spiritual origin of Tianmeng under the powerful control of Tianmeng, without any accident, merged with the mark of Yang Yi's penetration. But what Yang Yi didn't know was that the little imprint he had hurriedly intercepted was actually his own spiritual origin, and under the control of Tianmeng, Yang Yi's spiritual origin and part of Tianmen's spiritual origin were perfect. Blended together, after blending together, Yang Yi's spiritual source and the spiritual source of Tianmeng can no longer be separated. But at this time, Yang Yi and Tianmeng didn't know at all. Yang Yi and Tianmeng only found out at some point in the future, but they didn't regret it at that time, but this is something to say. After Yang Yi finished this, his spirit power and spiritual power broke through Yang Yi's control under Yang Yi's relaxation, but at this time it did not stop the spiritual origin of Tianmeng, and the spiritual origin of Tianmeng was also smooth at this time. Entered Yang Yi's spiritual sea. After finishing this, Yang Yi couldn't help but faint anymore. Gu Yuina also appeared in front of Yang Yi at this time, picked up Yang Yi, and led him to the direction of the Lake of Life. But when she left, Gu Yuina's killing intent was everywhere, and the purple dragon eyes were full of coldness, and she said to Tianmeng, "Although I don't know what deal you have with Yi, if you are injured by Yi later, I will make you sacrifice to heaven." After talking about Gu Yuina, she disappeared with Yang Yi. This space has returned to silence once again. Happy Tanabata everyone! The author is a lonely widow. Chapter 33, Back to Shrek. Ah! My head hurts. When Yang Yi woke up again, he found himself lying on the shore of the Lake of Life. After Yang Yi woke up, he felt his own spiritual sea, and discovered that the spiritual origin of Heavenly Dream floats in Yang Yi's spiritual sea. It seems to be a success. Yang Yi murmured at this moment. Of course it succeeded, and almost died. Gu Yuina's voice came from behind. Yang Yi turned around and looked over and saw that Gu Yuina came to Yang Yi's side with some food in her hand. Gu Yuina put down the food in her hand and said, "You eat first, I will tell you things while you eat." When Yang Yi saw the food in front of him, he realized that he was indeed very hungry now. He entered that space and merged with the spiritual origin of the Heavenly Dream. Finally, he fainted, but from the sky, the sun has set. Look! It's been a day. Yang Yi took the food in front of her and stuffed it into her stomach. At this time, Gu Yuina did not speak but looked at Yang Yi quietly. After a while, Gu Yuina said to Yang Yi, "Yi, do you have any agreement with that ice silkworm?" Cough cough cough. Yang Yi almost didn't choke him to death after hearing Gu Yuina's words suddenly. "Sister Nana, let me explain to you." Gu Yuina shook her head and said, "I have no interest in the agreement between you and the ice silkworm. You don't have to tell me anything, but you have to know if the ice silkworm does anything to harm you. It must be broken into pieces." Yang Yi listened to Gu Yuina's words, looked at Gu Yuina with a touch of emotion and suddenly hugged Gu Yuina's waist and said, "Sister Nana, it's nice to have you." Gu Yuina was suddenly hugged by Yang Yi, her face flushed slightly, then she turned her head to prevent Yang Yi from seeing her blush, and whispered, "I will only be nice to you." Because the voice was too soft, Yang Yi did not hear Gu Yuina clearly. Yang Yi looked up at Gu Yuina and asked, "Sister Nana, what did you just say?" Gu Yuina shook her head and said softly, "It's nothing, but don't you check your current spirit power level now? After these 5 days of training and after incorporating part of the spiritual origin of that ice silkworm, you will receive the stock is full." After Yang Yi heard Gu Yuina's words, he immediately felt that his soul power level had reached the 38th level, and he had constantly broken his own limit these days and made his soul power improved. Gu Yuina said at this time, "Yi, your physical strength and mental strength have almost reached level 55, so you will have to constantly compress your spirit power when you practice spirit power to make your own. The quality of soul power has improved again, although these will slow down your cultivation speed, but you must remember that these are for your later cultivation to lay the foundation, especially at this stage before the soul sage." Yang Yi looked at Gu Yuina and said, "I know Sister Nana, I will pay attention when I practice." Gu Yuina smiled and said, "Well, I already feel that your teachers and classmates have left the Star Do Great Forest. Then I will let Dishan send you back early tomorrow morning." Yang Yi said, "I know, then I will go back to practice now." When Yang Yi was about to leave, Gu Yuina took Yang Yi's hand and said, "Don't go to practice tonight. Let me watch the stars here with me tonight." Yang Yi looked at Gu Yuina in front of him, a corner of his heart seemed to tremble, and he had agreed to Gu Yuina's words in a ghostly manner. Yang Yi sat next to Gu Yuina, and Gu Yuina took Yang Yi's hands at this time, and looked up at the stars in the sky. After Yang Yi glanced at Gu Yuina, he didn't take his hand back from Gu Yuina's hand, but quietly enjoyed the moment. No one made a sound at this moment, nothing appeared at this moment. At this moment, both Yang Yi and Gu Yuina are enjoying this time. At this moment, they both want time to stop, and the only thing that is turning is the few stars in the sky. Yang Yi left the Star Do Great Forest again the next morning. This time, only Bridget was the one who sent Yang Yi to Shrek. The other fierce beasts did not come to send Yang Yi away this time, because they had to guard carefully in their own territory, and they knew that Yang Yi would abide by the agreement and would return to the Star Do Great Forest again 2 years later. As for Gu Yuina, all the farewell words were left under the starry sky last night. Dishan took Yang Yi to fly away again. In the sky, Yang Yi still felt the same as before. "I remember that the last time Dishan carried himself to fly, it was a year ago, and now he was taken by Dishan to fly again. It still feels exactly the same at the time." Yang Yi said to Dishan, Uncle Dishan, this time you have to be careful after returning to the Star-Do Great Forest. Dit Yen said at this time, I know, the Lord has already told me. I didn't expect the two terrifying creatures to come suddenly in this world, but you are also very dangerous compared to me. If those two guys if you find you, your situation is also very dangerous, so Yi, you have to take my scales on your body so that I can come right away when you are in danger. Yang Yi smiled and said, I know Uncle Dishan. Then Dit Yen accelerated again and flew quickly in the direction pointed by Yang Yi. Shrek School at this time also started a new round of learning. Apart from Tang San and Dai Mubai in the open space at this time, Flander also took all the teachers to the open space. Flander is really talking to everyone at this time, although Yang Yi has not returned yet. Let me introduce all the teachers to you first. As he said, Flander pointed to the old man Tang San had seen before, the old man whose spirit was a long stick. This is teacher Li Yuzong, martial soul dragon pattern stick, 63rd level soul emperor. Pointed to the second older man who seemed to be in his 70s, and said, this is Lu Kaiban teacher Lu, Wuhanxing Glocky, the 66th level soul emperor. The last teacher is younger than the first two, and seems to be similar to Flanders. This is teacher Shaozin Shao, Wuhanjidu, a 71 soul sage. Food is a soul master. Teacher Shao believes that you have known it before and I won't introduce it too much. The last one, I want to give you a detailed introduction. He, based on his own research, has found the top 10 martial arts competitiveness. He is known as the strongest in martial arts theory, the most intelligent soul master, and also Tang San. Mr. Yu Xiaogang. Of course, he is also my old brother. We have known each other for decades. You may not know his name clearly, but I think you should all have heard of his title. You just call him a master. When they heard the word master, everyone couldn't help but lift their spirits. They looked at Tang San one after another. Although they didn't know the master, but they were able to train an excellent disciple like Tang San, how could the teacher not be good? Tang San was also a little surprised, because this was the first time he knew the name of the master. The master had never said it before, so naturally he was not easy to ask. It turned out that my teacher was called Yu Xiaogang. Flander said, from today, the master will be fully responsible for your teaching, and we will cooperate with the master. You only came back yesterday, and I think everyone is tired. Today I will give you a day off. Classes will resume tomorrow. In this trip to the Star-Do Great Forest, 3 more people have reached the realm of Soul Sovereign. Ningrongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zuking who have not broken through the 30th level. You have to work hard to catch up with the others as soon as possible. Master, do you have anything to say? The last sentence was a question to the master. Master nodded, his stiff face looked at the 7 students in front of him, as he was about to say something. A powerful coercion fell from the sky, and everyone present at the scene felt difficult to breathe, and the whole body was under tremendous pressure. At this time, a huge black figure descended from the sky with a person. Everyone, I'm back. Chapter 34, Emperor Tian vs Tang Hao. When he heard this sentence, everyone could clearly see that one of the 2 figures in front of them was Yang Yi. And Dit Yen also retracted his pressure at this time, and everyone was liberated. Although everyone at this time wanted to greet Yang Yi very much, the huge black figure beside Yang Yi was too terrifying, but Flanders at that time also showed the spirit of the Dean. Flander took a few steps forward and bent over to Dishan and said respectfully, I have seen this one. Dishan didn't show Flander a good face. It shouldn't be said that he didn't show good face to everyone present. Dishan said in a cold voice, I have sent the man back. If he has any surprises, then you will kill everyone in your college. The aura of the overlord of the Star-Do Great Forest that was exclusive to Dishan radiated. At this time, Flander said with a cold sweat on his forehead, I understand it. Then Dit Yen stopped looking at Flanders, walked to Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, I'm leaving, remember what I told you before." Yang Yi said, "I see, Uncle Dishan." Dityan immediately disappeared in front of Yang Yi when he heard Yang Yi's words, but before leaving, he looked deeply at Xiao Wu in a direction behind him. All the talents present after Dishan left breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Oscar said, "Xiao Yi, who is this? How can there be such a terrifying aura?" Yang Yi answered Oscar's question and said, "This is the oldest uncle in my family. By the way, Oscar, has your spirit ring absorbed?" Hearing this, Oscar said excitedly, "Of course, thank you Xiao Ai. If it weren't for your other uncle, I wouldn't be able to absorb the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, thank you." Also, Tang San and Xiao Wu also got the third spirit ring. Yang Yi looked at Xiao Wu and Tang San in surprise and asked, "Really?" Tang San and Xiao Wu both gave Yang Yi a positive answer. At this time, Flander brought the master to Yang Yi and said, "Lai Xiao Gang, this is Yang Yi. This is Yang Yi, Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiao Gang, known as the master." Yang Yi looked at the stiff face, the average-looking middle-aged man, and thought to himself, "Is this the master?" Actually, Yang Yi didn't like the master when he saw the Douluo continent in his previous life, because the master was not a scumbag at all. He fell in love with one and fell in love with the other, and then ran away when he discovered that the other was his cousin. Later, for Tang San's twin martial arts cultivation method, he even ran to the Pope Hall and said something to Bibi Dong. "Actually, I didn't forget you." It was hypocritical to beg Bibi Dong to let Tang San go, but not to let Tang San let Bibi Dong go in the end. Yang Yi looked at the master in front of him and said, "I have seen the master." But Yang Yi's face was missing a smile at this time, but only the careful Tang San discovered this detail. Tang San looked puzzled at this time, because I don't know where the teacher offended Yang Yi, otherwise Yang Yi shouldn't be like this, so ask again when you have time. At this time, the master nodded and said, "Well, I will start to announce the training arrangements for a while, first." A corner not far from Shrek. A man wearing a black robe was looking at the Shrek students, but the main ones watching were Yang Yi, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. The emotions in the eyes of the three people are also different when the nerves of the eyes are passing through the three of them. Yang Yi is frightened, Xiao Wu is nostalgic, only when he sees Tang San is gentle. And this person would be shocked if Tang San saw him, because this person was his father Tang Hao. Just when Tang Hao was still watching, a voice came. "Is it so good looking?" Tang Hao immediately became vigilant in his heart, and quickly withdrew to the back, then fixed his eyes to see that it was his uncle who had sent Yang Yi back. "That's right, the person in front of you is Dityan." It turned out that Dityan discovered Tang Hao's location when he came to Shrek, so after he left, he went to Tang Hao's location to see what he wanted to do. And Tang Hao looked at the man in front of him solemnly, and saw from him an aura even stronger than his grandfather Tang Chen, as terrifying as an abyss. Under Tang Hao, I don't know what seniors can advise. Dityan looked at Tang Hao coldly, always feeling that he was familiar with him. At this time, a dark energy of Dityan hit Tang Hao. Tang Hao immediately released his martial spirit upon seeing this, and the world's first martial spirit Clear Sky Hammer appeared. Tang Hao used the Clear Sky Hammer to reluctantly block the attack of Dityan. At this time, Tang Hao had 2 yellows, 2 purples, 4 blacks, and 1 red and 9 spirit rings. Dityan looked at these 9 spirit rings and knew that this was a titled Douluo, and among them, Dityan had been staring at the 100,000-year spirit ring. Emperor Heaven muttered, "The Blue-Silver Emperor actually returned the Blue-Silver Emperor's spirit ring." The fact that the Blue-Silver Emperor's transformation left the Star Do Great Forest was actually known to Emperor Tian, but Emperor Tian would not stop it, because it was the choice of every soul beast. Although Emperor Tian would not care about them, if it's not easy to see them become the spirit ring of a soul master. Dityan looked at Tang Hao coldly and said, "Very good. Since you have 9 spirit rings, it means you have hunted 9 spirit beasts, and one of them is 100,000-year spirit beast. Then this seat will attack you 9 times. Once, as long as you can survive, I will let you go. Senior. The first trick. Then Ditien's hands were filled with powerful dark energy, and these energies gathered into an energy ball, and Ditien aimed these energy at Tang Hao. Feeling the power of these energy balls, Tang Hao knew that the one in front of him was not joking. He really wanted to kill himself to make himself take the 9 moves. Tang Hao could only deal with it with all his strength. At this time, Ditien's dark energy ball was overworked towards Tang Hao's attack. The 5th soul ability, Haoshan's Fury. The 6th spirit ability, Ling Qian's Blow. The 5th and 6th spirit rings on Tang Hao's body lit up together. Vast Sky's Wrath increased Tang Hao's full attributes by 60%, and then used his Vast Sky Hammer to send a Ling Qian strike, and the energy ball facing Ditien was a frontal attack. When Tang Hao used his Clear Sky Hammer to fight against Ditien's energy ball, he realized how powerful opponents he was facing. Not to mention his current self, even his peak period would not be the opposite. The guy's opponent. Tang Hao knew that he might not be able to withstand the blow from the front, so he took the 4 or 2 strokes and transferred the energy ball of Ditien to a high mountain behind. Bump! At this time, because of Ditien's energy ball, the top of the mountain was exploded. There was a loud noise for a while, and not only Tang Hao, but everyone in Shrek had heard it, and even everyone in Soto City. After Tang Hao felt this power, he looked at Ditien in shock. Now Tang Hao's mind is only how to escape, and the only 8 tricks he wants to take over are idiotic dreams. Ditien looked at Tang Hao and said at this time, "There are 8 more tricks, then the second one." Chapter 35, Emperor Tian vs Tang Hoxia. The second trick. Ditien condensed some powerful spirit power on his fist, and rushed towards Tang Hao to attack. Tang Hao watched Ditien's seemingly ordinary fist attack, but because of the first move before, Tang Hao had to pay attention to Ditien's move. At this time, Tang Hao looked at the fist that was about to reach in front of him and was about to avoid it, and found that his body could no longer move at this time. His feet had been confined by 2 soul powers, and he could not move. And when Tang Hao found out, Ditien's fist had already arrived in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao immediately picked up the Clear Sky Hammer and greeted Ditien's fist. Bump! Ditien's fists and Clear Sky Hammer collided with each other and made a loud noise, and the air current caused by the collision between them destroyed all the trees around Ditien and Tang Hao at this time. At this time, Ditien's fist and Clear Sky Hammer were deadlocked. At this time, both Ditien and Tang Hao looked at each other in surprise. Ditien was surprised because the other party could take his own punch, and Tang Hao was surprised that the other party could take his own Clear Sky Hammer with bare hands. Knowing that the Clear Sky Hammer is the world's #1 martial soul, the power is evident. But this stalemate only lasted for a while, and in an instant, Emperor Heaven suppressed Tang Hao's Clear Sky Hammer. Ditien raised his other hand and punched Tang Hao's stomach. This punch directly knocked Tang Hao to the rear, but when Tang Hao was flying towards the rear because of the punch of Ditien, Ditien appeared behind Tang Hao with his extremely fast speed, and punched Tang Hao in the back again, directly hitting Tang Hao to the ground. Ditien also landed not far from where Tang Hao was shot down. Ditien looked at Tang Hao, who was knocked down to the ground by himself, and there was no trace of pity in his eyes. At this time, Ditien just wanted to kill him. Tang Hao got up from the ground with difficulty at this time, but the blood left from the corner of Tang Hao's mouth knew that Tang Hao was not as good as he looked at this time. But it's understandable to think about it. After all, Tang Hao stubbornly resisted Ditien's 2 punches. Although Ditien did not use his full strength, it should be known that the dragon is the prototype of Ditien. There is nothing wrong with the 2 punches of the dragon. Hao is really invincible. At this time, Ditien looked at Tang Hao and said, "You can stand still after hitting my 2 punches and 1 energy ball. It seems that you do have the strength to kill 100,000-year soul beast." I will let you go with the next 9 moves. I will not break my promise. As long as you can follow along, I will kill you in the next move. During the words, the black energy of Ditien's right hand emerged, and then Ditien's right hand turned into a dragon claw. On this dragon claw there was a terrifying aura and spirit power fluctuations, even where Ditien and Tang Hao are now. The surrounding space was cracked due to the appearance of the dragon claw of Ditien. As a titled Douluo, Tang Hao certainly knew that the so-called space rupture, apart from the spiritual master's own attributes of space, could only be that the person's strength was too strong. Tang Hao at this time knew that if he wanted to leave here alive today, he would have to pay some price besides working hard. After all, after the person in front of him said the words just now, Tang Hao clearly felt a strong murderous aura from Ditien's body, which was much stronger than his so-called killing god realm. Tang Hao looked at Ditien, and the clear sky hammer in his hand tightened again. Ditien stretched out his dragon claws to face Tang Hao and then attacked. A dangerous dark attribute was directly thinking of Tang Hao attacking. The red 100,000-year spirit ring behind Tang Hao lit up. Yin, give me strength, the 9th spirit ability, the 9 Haoshan styles. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method. Chaos Cloak Hammer is a secret technique of the Clear Sky School, which is equal to the distraction control status of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass School, but it can also be forged. The Chaotic Cloak Hammer method can swing 99,981 hammers without interruption, and the power of each hammer will increase more than the previous one. Each hammer swing affects the field, and the attack power is superimposed. After swinging the 9981 hammer, it will break its field. Coupled with Tang Hao's 9th spirit ability, the Haoshan 9 types, can once again increase the power of his hammer. Even ordinary title Douluo Tang Hao can kill them, but now Tang Hao is indeed the Emperor Tien. Tang Hao raised the clear sky hammer and displayed the Chaos Cloak Hammer method to confront Ditien's dragon claws. At the moment he met, Ditien was also shocked by the power added by the clear sky hammer. Because the power contained in this is indeed quite terrifying, if the average 100,000-year soul beast is indeed unstoppable, this also strengthens the heart to kill Tang Hao. At this time, Tang Hao picked up the clear sky hammer and attacked Ditien for a few more points. At this time, Ditien didn't hide anything anymore. A dragon claw firmly grasped Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. It was the same as holding Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword before, and Tang Hao was also like Yang Yi at that time, and Yang Yi couldn't move the clear sky hammer in Ditien's hands by half. Tang Hao had no choice but to immediately take back his martial soul. Also at this time Ditien bumped out a golden dragon flame from his mouth. At this time, Tang Hao could only use his body to block it deeply because he had taken back his spirit and had no spirit and spirit skills. However, Emperor Tien's Long Yan could not be easily blocked, even if it was Tang Hao. Having spirit power and spirit abilities can't be blocked casually, let alone now. After Tang Hao was attacked by Long Yan, his body was burned to varying degrees, and there were some dark powers corroding on his body in some places. Ditien looked at Tang Hao, who was about to be killed by himself, and said, "You can be content, after all, there are at least 9 soul beasts for your company." At this time, Tang Hao murmured, "I can't die. I can't die." At this time, Tang Hao's spirit ring appeared again, and Tang Hao's martial spirit also appeared again. Tang Hao shouted to Ditien, "Blow ring." I saw all the spirit rings in Tang Hao's body except the 9th spirit ring exploded, and at this moment he attacked Ditien. Ditien was attacked by this sudden force and retreated towards the back, but he stabilized his body in an instant, but it was enough for Tang Hao to escape. Tang Hao ran away in Shrek's direction, because Tang Hao wanted to bet that Ditien would not kill himself in front of the kid named Yang Yi. Ditien saw Tang Hao's purpose in the direction of Tang Hao's escape, and attacked Tang Hao with a single blow of the black dragon claw. Tang Hao's back was exposed, he was directly attacked by the black dragon's claws and suffered huge damage, but he couldn't stop now. Tang Hao could only forcefully endure the pain and flew towards Shrek. Ditien watched Tang Hao fly towards Shrek and had nothing to do, because Yi Yi was still there, Yi Yi should not let me kill people there for the time being, and the Lord said not to expose himself too much now, but for the future. Prepare for disaster. Dishan looked at the direction Tang Hao was leaving and said, there are 6 more tricks to remember. Next time I will kill you. At this time, Dityan found a cyan seed on the ground. From this seed, God Heaven sensed the breath of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Although I don't know why it appeared here, the Blue-Silver Emperor is also a member of the Soul Beast. She brought it back to the Lake of Life and allowed the Blue-Silver Emperor to grow again. Then Dityan took the seeds of the Blue-Silver Emperor and flew back towards the Stardow Forest. Chapter 36, Special Training begins 1. After Master explained the training requirements to everyone, today's training will begin. Master Wei Leng's gaze swept across the students. Of course he could see that some people hadn't listened to it, but he didn't emphasize it anymore. I already understand your respective martial arts and abilities. Starting today, I will carry out intensive training for you. Dai Mubai, go out. Dai Mubai took a step forward, the light in his evil eyes puffed up. Maybe his previous private life was not very accurate, but when he was in class, he was definitely a good student. The teacher's words are commands to him. Then the master looked at Tang San and said, Tang San is out. Tang San also stepped forward. Tang San always respected the master's words. Master looked at Tang San and said, you can't use the third spirit ability and your special weapons, you can start now. Wait a minute. Dai Mubai said, Master, this is unfair. If Tang San can't give full play, then what is the point of our fight? His level itself is lower than mine, if he is still restricted. That's too much for me. Although Tang San's third spirit ring human face demon spider is quite powerful, I have confidence in myself. The master said indifferently, if he uses the third spirit ring, you won't have any chance. Controlling the spirit master, before encountering a restrained martial spirit, is the strongest singled out. Now that you ask for it, let Tang 3 use the third spirit ring. As partners, you also need to understand each other. Everyone retreats subconsciously, and the master is no exception. The strength of souls above level 30 already has considerable power, and they can't control their own soul power to the extent that they can easily hurt others by mistake. Dai Mubai's evil eyes gradually turned red. Although the opponent in front of him was 6 levels lower than him, he didn't dare to care. The students in Shrek Academy were all monsters, but the monster that really made him jealous, besides Yang Yi, was Tang San. Little San, be careful, I won't be merciful. Tang San just nodded, and did not speak. He could clearly feel that Dai Mubai's muscles had been completely tightened, and he was ready to go like a tiger descending from a mountain. The pale white light suddenly erupted from Dai Mubai's body, his arms stretched to the sides at the same time, his chest was raised, the bones all over his body crackled, his muscles swelled instantly, and his clothes were supported. The air around him seemed to have become manic. Dai Mubai's martial spirit White Tiger has completed possession. The blue light rushed out from Tang San, and after the transformation of the human face demon spider spirit ring, the thinner blue-silver grass quietly stretched out from under Tang San's feet. Slowly raised his right hand to Dai Mubai who was ready to go, Tang San solemnly said, Mubai, if you can break my third spirit ability, then, even if you win. Dai Mubai's spirit was lifted. Not only him, but even the other students who were watching the battle were watching Tang San attentively. They all wanted to see how powerful Tang San's third spirit ability was after experiencing such intense pain. To what extent? Yang Yi looked at Tang San in front of him. From the previous Oscar's tone, they didn't meet the Titan Great Ape. I don't know if Xiao San still got the spirit ability of the human face demon spider's external spirit bone and spider web binding. The pupils in Dai Mubai's evil eyes instantly merged into one, without thinking about it. The crystal purple of the third spirit ring on his body was released instantly, and the third spirit ability, White Tiger King Kong, broke out. Wuhanbeihu's majestic body swelled again, his own muscles exaggerated, his upper body clothes were completely burst, revealing the scary muscle outline, black stripes appeared on the skin, and a pair of tiger palms were bigger in the circle, the sharp blades that popped up turned into bright silver, and the whole body was enveloped in a strong golden light, as if it were gilded. The blood-red eyes showed a bloodthirsty light, and the whole body carried the domineering king of beasts. When Daimyo Bai fought Tang San for the first time, he broke Tang San's second spirit ring parasitic ability instantly with the help of the White Tiger King Kong transformation. Facing Tang San again at this time, he used his strongest spirit ability again, with the goal of breaking Tang San's blue-silver grass with his sharp tiger claws. Be careful! The blue-silver grass under Tang San's feet instantly started, and countless vines swarmed out, some vacated, some glide on the ground, some bypassed from the side, and flocked to Daimyo Bai in all directions. Daimyo Bai belongs to a strong attacking power-type spirit master. Agility is not what he is good at. Seeing the blue-silver grass entangled, he did not dodge, the golden light on his body suddenly became stronger and stronger, and the whole person launched a charge against the blue-silver grass. Daimyo Bai took only 3 steps, and his majestic body stopped moving, and the blue-silver grass's first spirit ring ability was wound and activated. Entangling his body tightly, Daimyo Bai subconsciously wanted to use his own power to free the blue-silver grass, just like last time. However, the moment he exerted his strength, he discovered that it was wrong. With the attributes of the third spirit ring injected, the blue-silver grass has become thinner, but its toughness has increased exponentially. Under Daimyo Bai's whole body's strength, he could not break the blue-silver grass, but was reduced by that. The blue-silver grass is tightened into the muscles. The spikes attached to the ghost vine quietly protruded. If Daimyo Bai's skin hadn't become extremely hard in the White Tiger King Kong transformation state, he would have been invaded by the toxins from the fusion of the ghost vine and the human face devil spider. But, the 37th level Daimyo Bai was not so easy to deal with. Seeing that he couldn't break free of the blue-silver grass with brute force, his trapped hands suddenly moved. The sharp blade on the tiger's paw suddenly popped out, and at a certain frequency, it violently clung to the blue-silver grass and trembled violently. Seeing that the sharp blade had gradually cut into the blue-silver grass, once Daimyo Bai was allowed to free his hand, the spirit power was fully activated, and it was impossible for the blue-silver grass after these increases to trap him. It is a pity that Tang San's goal has been achieved. Tang San just wanted Lan Yinko to temporarily limit Daimyo Bai's short time and activate his third spirit ability. The blue-green ball of light had already been emitted when Daimyo Bai's tiger palm blade began to cut the blue-silver grass. Daimyo Bai naturally saw the ball of light. Although his body was tied up, it was not immobile. He knew that the ball of light emitted from Tang San's hands should be his third spirit ring, and he didn't care about the image at the moment, so he fell to the side on one side of his body. What he needs now is time. As long as he is given enough time to get rid of the blue-silver grass on his body, relying on the 37th level of spirit power and the doubled power and attack increase of the White Tiger King Kong, he is confident that he will take Tang San's position. 3 spirit rings. As everyone watched in astonishment, the blue-green rays of light stretched instantly, and the 5-meter diameter net fell from the sky. Although Daimyo Bai's body rolled over, it did not escape this range. The entire net expanded too fast, and, the blue-green ball of light was sent out by Tang San with a throwing arrow, and the speed at which he moved forward reached a terrifying level. Buzz, the huge cobweb suddenly wrapped, Daimyo Bai only felt his whole body tighten, and the whole body was tightly bound by the huge cobweb. Tiger claws cut the inner blue-silver grass. Just when Daimyo Bai was about to continue cutting, there was a sudden strong numbness and burning sensation on the cobwebs that looked thinner than the blue-silver grass. With the White Tiger King Kong becoming powerful, it couldn't dispel the feeling of paralysis. Daimyo Bai mobilized his spirit power with all his strength, hoping to break free from the paralysis and spider web, but the harder he was, the tighter the spider web tied to his body. The feeling of powerlessness immediately caused this evil-eyed white tiger to fall into extreme depression. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Yi thought to himself, "It's over. It's okay," the master said lightly. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, raised his hand and wiped it on the spider web. It was strange to say that the sticky spider web turned into light, quietly merged into Tang San's palm and disappeared, even the blue silver entwined with Dai Muabai's body. The grass also turned into streamers and disappeared. "This is my third spirit ability, spider web bondage," Tang San explained to him while helping Dai Muabai, who fell on the ground. At the same time, holding his hand, he sucked the cobweb toxin from Dai Muabai back into his body. The master walked in front of the two of them, looked at Dai Muabai with a gloomy look, and said calmly, "Control is a unique ability of a control-type spirit master. Generally speaking, the attacks of a control-type spirit master are very weak. But the control power is not extremely powerful. Below level 60. An excellent control-type spirit master can completely control opponents who are within 10 levels of his own. In addition to being able to restrain the spirit of the control-type spirit master, he faces the most control-type spirit master. The good way is not to give him the opportunity to control. And you, as a power attack type spirit master, the control type spirit master is your nemesis. In this case, you must distance yourself from the control type spirit master." His eyes swept to other people, and the master continued, "Every soul master has its own advantages and disadvantages. There is no perfect soul master in this world. But..." At this point, the master paused. "However, there is a perfect group. A person's power cannot reach absolute strength, but a group can achieve perfection with tacit cooperation. It is enough to complement each other's abilities." Faced with enemies of any attribute, Tang San's third spirit ability is very powerful, but it also has very obvious weaknesses. That is the limit of the number of uses and the range of control. If it is a sensitive attack type spirit master, just try to pay attention to it. When he shot the situation, he was as far away from his attack distance as possible. No matter how strong the spider web was, the restraint could not be completed. You are a whole. When facing the enemy at the same time, the first thing you should do is to make up for each other's shortcomings and everyone's advantages are fully utilized. At that time, you will become invincible in the same level. Next, Tang San will fight Yang Yi. As soon as the master's voice fell, everyone, including Dai Muabai who had just been defeated, eyes lit up. Tang San was the only control-type spirit master among them, and he could rank in the top 3 in strength. It can be seen from Dai Muabai's battle. Yang Yi, from the battle with Zhao Wao Qi, to the arena of souls and then to the Star Do Great Forest, showed stronger strength than others, and now these two people will fight very well. Yang Yi walked in front of Tang San and said, "Little San, you can recover your spirit power first." Tang San was not hypocritical, because he knew that to fight Yang Yi, it would be impossible to defeat him without the peak spirit power. At this time, the master said, "Then Yang Yi and Ma Hongjun come first." Everyone couldn't help but smile at this time, because Ma Hongjun was beaten by Yang Yi before, but the teacher still needs to listen. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and said, "Brother Yi, come on." Yang Yi looked at Ma Hongjun in front of him and put on a combat posture. Chapter 37, Special Training begins too. Then Ma Hongjun and Yang Yi will start first. After hearing the words of the master, everyone stepped back again. Although they had been far away from Tang San and Dai Muabai before, Yang Yi and Ma Hongjun and their fighting spirits had their attack power. And the explosive power may be even higher than the battle between Tang San and Dai Muabai. "Ma Hongjun, I don't know how to use the third spirit ability, so let's do my best." "Okay, Yang Yi, come on." Ma Hongjun's martial arts spirit has already appeared, although because of Ma Hongjun's relatively fat figure, his phoenix martial arts spirit does not look like a phoenix, but looks more like a native chicken. But because the flames around the phoenix martial spirit possessed were not joking, the dark red flames were floating around Ma Hongzhen loomingly. Yang Yi was already best prepared at this time. A layer of white armor of Omegaman X appeared on the left-hand Tyrannosaurus sword and right-hand Garuru gun. This is all the Omegaman X activated by Yang Yi. The part that is used is Yang Yi's respect for Ma Hongzhen. Ma Hongzhen knew that even though Yang Yi didn't use the third spirit ring, his spirit power was still stronger than his own, so he was prepared to act first. The first spirit ability, Phoenix Firewire. Flames spurted out of Ma Hongzhen's mouth one after another, and those flames were like a small fireball attacking towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised the Garuru cannon and fired several shells at the fireballs. When the shells of the Garuru cannon collided with Ma Hongzhen's phoenix line of fire, because of the collision of cold and heat, a cloud of water mist rose on the battlefield between Yang Yi and Ma Hongzhen. Everyone couldn't see clearly for a while, Yang Yi and Ma Hongzhen in the mist. In the fog, Yang Yi couldn't see Ma Hongzhen in front of him, but Ma Hongzhen could see Yang Yi's position clearly. This was also one of Ma Hongzhen's tactics. Ma Hongzhen knew that he would definitely not be Yang Yi's opponent if he went head-to-head. This could be seen from previous battles, so Ma Hongzhen took a gamble, betting that Yang Yi would use the Garuru cannon against his own phoenix line of fire. Ma Hongzhen knew not long ago. The attribute of the Garuru cannon is ice, which is the opposite of the attribute of his martial spirit. This is how he had the counter-attack just now. The evil fire phoenix martial arts brought Ma Hongzhen not only powerful flames and flawed evil fire, but also the insight and visual boundaries that are exclusive to the phoenix's top, which can be clearly seen even in the mist. The figure of Yang Yi. Ma Hongzhen stretched out his hands at this time, and glided briefly towards Yang Yi, and then rushed behind Yang Yi. At this time, Yang Yi felt the air current change behind him. When Yang Yi turned around, Ma Hongzhen was almost in front of Yang Yi. The second spirit ability, the Phoenix on Fire. The first spirit ability, Phoenix Firewire. Because of the blessing of the second spirit ability, Ma Hongzhen's Phoenix Firewire's power has increased a lot compared to before. That group of flames attacked Yang Yi, and Yang Yi subconsciously blocked those flames with the Tyrannosaurus sword, and Ma Hongzhen disappeared into the mist again after playing with this. Ma Hongzhen is preparing to defeat Yang Yi before the mist disappears. Yang Yi looked at the Phoenix fire line blocked by the Tyrannosaurus sword. The flame on it had a strange stickiness and could not be extinguished naturally. But after Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword's eyes lit up a few times, the flame on the Tyrannosaurus sword was absorbed by the body of the Tyrannosaurus sword. Yang Yi looked at the water mist calmly, and smiled and muttered, Ma Hongzhen actually thought of using water mist as a cover to defeat me. It was really good to think, but Ma Hongzhen still doesn't know that it is within such a small range. Even if you don't use Omegaman X's terminal acquisition power, you can still detect him by relying on mental power. But the power of terminal acquisition. In fact, after merging with part of the spiritual origin of Tianmeng, Yang Yi can use Omegaman X's terminal acquisition power, but only 20 minutes a day. After Yang Yi turned on the terminal gain power, he found that his mental power and soul power were passing very fast at this time. But at this time, Ma Hongzhen's next move, whether it's his position, the spirit abilities he uses, from which direction to attack, and even where to leave after the end, everything is like a slideshow in Yang Yi. Although the speed was very fast, Yang Yi remembered it completely, as if it had been engraved in his own mind. Yang Yi closed terminal acquisition power. It seems that it is better to use less, and the consumption is too large. Then Yang Yi released his mental power to detect Ma Hongzhen's position. At this time, Ma Hongzhen also attacked Yang Yi once and again, but Ma Hongzhen didn't know that his current actions were completely under Yang Yi's observation. Yang Yi used mental power to observe Ma Hongzhen's position and direction of attack, and for the first time felt the horror of terminal gaining power. There was no difference at all. And Ma Hongzhen has already arrived at the location of his attack at this time. The first spirit ability, Phoenix. The second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. Yang Yi took a step faster than Ma Hongzhen, raised the Garuru Cannon and launched the second spirit ability at Ma Hongzhen's position. Ma Hongzhen also interrupted his first spirit ability because of Yang Yi's Omega Meteor Shower. In addition, it happened too suddenly, and he was not prepared to defend himself. In an instant, he was taken second by Yang Yi. The spirit ability hit all. At this time, Ma Hongzhen, who was attacked by all the meteor showers, was frozen into ice. At this time, Yang Yi kicked Ma Hongzhen out of the mist again. Everyone on the outside has no way to see what it looks like inside, only sometimes there will be some flames. At this time, a human-shaped ice cube came out of the water mist. Everyone looked closely and found that this person was Ma Hongzhen. Suddenly, a sword gas was cut out from the water mist. The water mist was all dispersed. Yang Yi also appeared in front of everyone at this time. Yang Yi walked to Ma Hongzhen and absorbed all the ice that Ma Hongzhen had frozen. Ah, sneeze, Yang Yi, you are too cruel. Ma Hongzhen complained immediately after Yang Yi unwrapped him from the ice. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Not next time." Ma Hongzhen looked at Yang Yi bitterly and said, "I will never fight against you, a pervert." Yang Yi smiled mysteriously at Ma Hongzhen and said, "This is not necessarily true." "That's right, how did you judge my position before?" Ma Hongzhen thought that his position had been accurately judged, and asked Yang Yi puzzled. "This is a secret." Yang Yi still mysteriously said to Ma Hongzhen. Then Yang Yi turned around and said to Tang San, "Little San is up to us now." Tang San got up and came to Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said with a serious face, "Little San, use your full strength, remember that I'm talking about full strength, including your special weapons." Chapter 38, Special Training Start 3. Use, to dark. Tang San looked at Yang Yi in shock after hearing what Yang Yi said. After hearing Yang Yi's words, Master said excitedly, "Yang Yi, you don't even know how powerful Tang San's weapons are. Don't say these are unrealistic." Dai Mubai beside also said, "Xiao Yi, Xiao San's weapons are so lethal. You left the Star Do Great Forest before, so you don't know." All the people on the side also tried to persuade Yang Yi, but Yang Yi didn't listen to what they said. Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, what do you think?" Tang San looked at Yang Yi and shook his head and said, "I will not use hidden weapons on my own." Yang Yi looked at Tang San in front of him and said, "Little San, you are so stupid, I will let you do it willingly." Then Yang Yi mentioned that his Tyrannosaurus sword was an attack against Tang San, and Tang San's first spirit ability entanglement against Yang Yi who rushed over. Those blue-silver grasses were particularly agile under Tang San's control, and they came to Yang Yi's side in the blink of an eye. Immediately after Yang Yi's feet appeared a large number of blue-silver grass. These blue-silver grass entangled against Yang Yi. But at the moment when these blue-silver grasses appeared, Yang Yi just used the Tyrannosaurus sword in his hand to lightly stroke the surrounding blue-silver grasses, and the blue-silver grasses were cut open by the Tyrannosaurus sword instantly. It feels like it doesn't have the toughness that entangled Dai Mubai before. Tang San looked at Yang Yi in shock, but didn't expect that his blue-silver grass did not cause Yang Yi any trouble at all. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at this time, and then raised his Tyrannosaurus sword and rushed towards Tang San. Tang San had brought up the Tang Sec's unique skills at this time, and he was lost in ghosts, and kept a certain distance from Yang Yi. Tang San himself, as a control-type spirit master, knew that he had to keep a certain distance from other spirit masters. The third spirit ability, Explosive Slash. Yang Yi didn't give Tang San a chance. The third spirit ring on his body lit up. A flame-like slash attacked Tang San at a rapid speed. As he approached Tang San, that slash caused an explosion. When Tang San exploded, he immediately picked up his ghost shadow and escaped from the explosion range. But the speed of the explosion was too fast. Tang San didn't immediately escape the scope of the explosion even if he used the ghost trail, so he could only use his blue-silver grass to wrap himself up to offset some of the explosion damage. I don't know if Tang San overestimated his blue-silver grass's resistance or underestimated the damage caused by Yang Yi's blasting slash. When Tang San wrapped himself in his blue-silver grass, he was still burned by the flames. After these flames disappeared, Tang San's figure appeared again. Tang San's figure was a lot more embarrassed than before. The blue jersey he was wearing was already a little damaged at this time, and there was also some damage on his face. Some black dust. Tang San looked at Yang Yi pantingly. "Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Yang Yi didn't have the same smile on his face at this time. He looked at Tang San blankly and said, "Tang San, even more people fighting with all their strength is to respect others, and now you are not my opponent at all. Let me see your real strength." Tang San smiled bitterly and said, "No, Yang Yi, I also want to know what my true strength is without these, then come on." Yang Yi looked at Tang San's face and did not speak, but raised his Tyrannosaurus sword to Tang San. Tang San probably understood what Yang Yi was trying to express in this action. At this time, Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass martial spirit, and then summoned the clear sky hammer from his left hand. Then the color of Tang San's hands changed to jade white. This was one of the 6 great Tang sects, Xian Yushao. Tang San raised his clear sky hammer and attacked Yang Yi. At this time, Yang Yi didn't use his spirit abilities, and he took the Garuru cannon in his right hand back, but just raised his Tyrannosaurus sword and rushed over. Bump! The clear sky hammer collided with the Tyrannosaurus sword, making a sound of metal collision. This was the first collision between the Tyrannosaurus sword and the world's first weapon. Tang San looked at Yang Yi in shock. He didn't expect Yang Yi's power to suppress him. You must know that he had been training his strength since he was a child, and then called himself to use the mysterious jade hand, which can make him. His hands can be as firm as a rock, so that he can withstand the reaction of a collision. Tang San didn't expect to suppress Yang Yi in this way, even if he was evenly matched. Yang Yi looked at Tang San, who was confronting him with the clear sky hammer. At this time, Yang Yi didn't show any mercy to Tang San. At this time, Yang Yi had been increasing his strength in his Tyrannosaurus sword. Tang San also knew that if he was just competing for his own strength, he would not be Yang Yi's opponent at all. Tang San suddenly aroused his spirit power and pushed Yang Yi away from his confrontation. After breaking away from Yang Yi, Tang San immediately began to cast his chaotic cloak hammer technique against Yang Yi and began to ring his clear sky hammer. Tang San performed the chaotic cloak hammer technique time and time again, and Yang Yi continued Tang San's hammer technique time and time again, but Yang Yi also clearly felt the strength he had endured when he followed Tang San's hammer technique. It's getting bigger and bigger. Yang Yi knew that if he didn't interrupt Tang San's chaotic cloak hammering technique in the process, he would only passively endure strong power. When Tang San's next hammer attacked, Yang Yi blocked the clear sky hammer with his Tyrannosaurus sword, and then Yang Yi said to Tang San, "Little San is about to end." After, Yang Yi used the Tyrannosaurus sword to beat Tang San back. Although Tang San didn't know what Yang Yi said, but after the current chaotic cloak hammer method was cast, he could only reach the strongest strength after using it continuously, so he couldn't stop. Tang San once again attacked Yang Yi with the clear sky hammer at this time, but Yang Yi didn't look at Tang San, but closed his eyes. Yang Yi recalled what Swaity said before, "No move is invincible, any move is invincible. You have to feel the trajectory of those moves with your heart, and the places where the breath does not circulate are the flaws." When Tang San's hammering method attacked Yang Yi clearly felt that although Tang San's hammering method was basically very solid, Yang Yi still clearly felt that there were some loopholes in the hammering method. Just when Tang San's clear sky hammer came to Yang Yi's face, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the Tyrannosaurus sword picked up Tang San's clear sky hammer when he picked it up, and then the Tyrannosaurus sword. The sword was just 1 centimeter behind Tang San's throat. Everyone was very shocked at this time, because this happened only in an instant. Yang Yi said to Tang San at this time, "Little San, do you still use your hidden weapon like this?" Book has been signed, please readers greatly support. Chapter 39, Special Training begins. 4. Tang San felt the cold touch in his throat. Tang San had never felt that he was so close to death. Even when he first acquired the first spirit ring, he was not so close to death. This time he didn't use Tang Sect hidden weapon, but he failed completely. Tang San is a person with very strong self-esteem. At this time, Tang San said to Yang Yi, "I promise. It ends here." Master's voice rang from behind Yang Yi and Tang San. Master said to Tang San, "Enough Xiaosan, this is a discussion, you don't need to reach this level, and Yang Yi, you can stop here." After Tang San heard what his teacher said, he didn't get any excitement, but Yang Yi felt that Tang San would definitely not fight with him at this time. Yang Yi didn't ask himself to be boring, and put away his spirit and walked towards the rear. Went. Ning Rongrong watched as he walked to them, trot to Yang Yi and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Nothing." Even though they said that, Yang Yi and Tang San didn't say anything when they returned to the team at this time. They both remained silent. Master shouted at this time, "Zhu Zuqing is fighting against Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu cannot use the third spirit ability." The battle between Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu began, but Tang San didn't watch Xiao Wu's battle. He kept thinking about the scene of the battle with Yang Yi just now, and Yang Yi felt lost because he didn't battle with Tang San's hidden weapon. After, Dai Mubai played against Ma Hongjun and the Oscar combination, Tang San and Xiao Wu, Yang Yi and Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun all played against each other. When all the battles were over, the master said with a black face, "Are you very proud? Ma Hongjun, I asked you in the previous battle, why did you let him fall to the ground when Oscar's flying mushroom sausage failed? If this time Dai Mubai still has the power of a blow, kill him, what do you do?" Ma Hongjun looked at the master dumbfounded. The master turned to Oscar, "And you? The most important thing for a food soul master is to keep his life as much as possible under any circumstances. If he doesn't take the initiative to help you, won't you grab his body and continue to float in the air? If Dai Mubai is the one with sufficient spirit power, he will be the first to deal with the fallen you. If it is an enemy, you are now dead. Soul Sovereign? Even a titled Douluos level food spirit master, it's also vulnerable in front of the war spirit master." Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other, and no one could speak. Master's voice was flat and calm, sharply pointing out their previous mistakes. "Little San." The master turned to Tang San. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, "Teacher, I am here. Tell me how you feel about fighting Xiao Wu." Tang San's face blushed, "Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken care of it. I was charmed by Xiao Wu's second spirit ability and fell into a passive situation. I didn't know what her third spirit ability was. Unleash the cobweb and plunge yourself into a more passive situation." The master nodded, "It's good to know that you are wrong. Your mistake is the most serious. The lion fights the rabbit still need to do everything. You actually committed an unforgivable sin at the beginning of your hand. If the enemy attacked harder, you are also dead. Remember, the control spirit master not only controls the enemy, but also controls himself." Finally, the master looked at Xiao Wu, "Your third spirit ability should be teleport. But there is a distance limit. If I guess it is right, this should be the ability of Lightning Bunny. Your third spirit ring is 1,000 years. Level Lightning Rabbit. Teleport is one of the most rare types of spirit abilities among all spirit abilities. You have given me a great surprise. At the same time, teleportation will be more lethal with your soft skills." The amplitude increased. "But why did you conclude that you had won when you wrapped Tang San's neck? If you were careful then, when you see Tang San's third cobweb bondage, don't be eager for success, Teleport first if you leave his attack range and continue to launch, then you have already won, rather than being controlled again. Xiao Wu quietly stuck out her tongue, but did not dare to refute a word. Only Yang Yi's battle is perfect, no matter from which aspect, Yang Yi can use it perfectly during the battle, everyone else, The master's stiff face looked ugly. Is this the so-called monster genius? Except for Yang Yi. Your performance today disappointed me. Everyone has made unforgivable mistakes. Now, all of you will suffer punishment. Run forward, supervise each other, and not use spirit power. Run from the academy to Soto City and back again. Before lunch, I ask you to run 10 back and forth. When will you finish running and when will you eat? Tang San, your mistake is the most serious, so you ran 12 back and forth. Act immediately and start. Tang San ran out first, and the words of the master were no different from the orders to him. Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Heng-jun followed closely. The master even punished his own direct disciples, and the punishment was the heaviest. What else can they say? What's more, the errors pointed out by the masters are great mistakes for them. There is a prepared rock at the gate of the academy. Each of you should carry a piece of it and run with a heavy load. You must remember that you are a group. If one person does not complete the punishment, then everyone will have no food. The master emphasized. Although they can't use spirit power, they are all spirit masters. The transformation of their spirit power over the years has made their bodies much stronger than ordinary people. If you just run, it will not achieve the purpose of the master. The distance from the college to the city of Soto is not too far, but there are also 3 or 4 kilometers away. 10 times to go back and forth, it will be about 60 or 70 kilometers, plus the load. It is by no means an easy task. And Yang Yi, who was not punished at this time, also set off with Tang San and the others. Ning Rongrong couldn't help laughing while looking at Tang San's 6 people running out, but her smile did not last long. Why don't you run? The master's cold voice sounded. Shall we also run? Ning Rongrong looked at the master in surprise. Master said, what I just said is that all of you will be punished. Ning Rongrong suddenly became anxious, but, this is not fair, Zuking, and I did not make a mistake. Master said calmly, I ask you, who are you? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, classmate, partner. Master said, there is a saying called sharing happiness and sorrow, have you heard it? You are partners, and you want to be partners who can entrust your back to each other. Do you think you should watch them get punished and rest yourself? Ning Rongrong was speechless, and Zhu Zuking had already ran out at this time. When the 8 people came to the gate of the academy one after another, they found that the master still treated them differently, or in other words, they were already prepared. 8 bamboo baskets woven from bamboo contain stones of different sizes. Each basket has a strap and a name written on it. Among them, Yang Yi's stone is the largest. Above it is Tang San. Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun are the total of the 3, followed by Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Heng-jun. The stone in the bamboo basket is the largest. Xiao Wu together with Zhu Zuking and Oscar, the stone in Ning Rongrong's bamboo basket was the smallest. When Ning Rongrong saw the stones in the bamboo basket, the dissatisfaction in his heart suddenly decreased a bit, and he thought to himself that this master is not too unkind. Yang Yi, when they carried the stone and started running, Yang Yi said to Tang San, Little San, you come to me after this run. Of course, Tang San knew what Yang Yi was going to do, and nodded to Yang Yi, but these words and movements were very secret and were not discovered by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and others. Chapter 40, End of Special Training. Put the bamboo basket on their backs. Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed out first. But Yang Yi didn't rush with them, but slowed down and walked behind Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the weakest 2. Yang Yi's speed made everyone confused, but they only wanted to complete the master's training immediately, but they didn't realize that the punishment was really heavy until they got up. If they can use spirit power, a half-day distance of 60 or 70 kilometers is not a problem for them, and it can even be done easily. However, it is not easy to accomplish without using spirit power and still carrying a heavy load. Mubai, let's stop first. Tang San stopped suddenly while running. At this time, he ran not far away, and there was a slight sweat on his forehead. Although both of them had consumed soul power before, they were running without soul power. In terms of physical strength, they were obviously the best among the 8 Shrek monsters except Yang Yi. At this time, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar already hundreds of meters behind, Zhu Zuqing behind had already caught up with them, Ning Rongrong was behind. No, Yang Yi was still behind Ning Rongrong. Little San, what's the matter? Dai Mubai also stopped, looking at Tang San with some confusion. 10 round trips are not short. Run quickly. Tang San said, Mubai, do you remember? The teacher said before we set off that we are a whole and he asked us to complete this punishment together. You see, Zuqing and Rongrong were also punished with us. Except for me. In addition to running 12 back and forth, you must also complete it at the same time. Based on my understanding of the teacher, this time he not only wants to punish us, but also allows us to exercise. The teacher told me yesterday that the body is the foundation of the soul master. I can leapfrog the human face magic spider spirit ring, it has something to do with physical fitness. More importantly, this punishment is probably a test of the teacher for us. What he wants to test is our collectiveness. We are a whole regarding physical strength, perhaps you and I can support it, but they may not. I think we must think of some way to see how we can complete this test together. And look at Yang Yi, he has been in Ning from the beginning. Behind Rongrong and Oscar, even if Yang Yi's stone is the heaviest among us, Yang Yi's strength will not be the last. He may be to take care of Ning Rongrong and Oscar at the end. It seems Yang Yi before we all understand the meaning of teacher punishment. As the master's only disciple, Tang San obviously knows the master best. After hearing what he said, Dai Mubai slowly nodded, I'm afraid it is really the case. When they come up, let's discuss it first. Soon, the 6 people behind followed suit, and Tang San set aside his views on today's punishment. Oscar frowned slightly, and said, I think Tang San is right. The master should test us. Our weights are different. It should be the master deliberately calculated the limits of our physical strength. Like Tang San and Dai, the situation of the boss should be able to be completed within the limit, and there will even be physical strength. Like a fat man, he should just reach the limit. Naturally, there are also more than the limit. Only when everyone works together can it be completed. That exceeds. I am afraid that I will be the only one who can bear the extreme load. And Rongrong. And Xiaoai has been watching from behind just to take care of me and Rongrong, Xiaoai, I am right. Speaking of the end, he couldn't help but smile. He ran out only 2 kilometers. He already felt that the bamboo basket on his back was getting heavier and heavier. He saw sweat on his forehead, and there was still such a long distance behind. He was definitely unable to hold on. Yang Yi looked at them and said, yes, the main purpose of the master is to let us know that unity is the foundation of a team. Fatty Ma Hongjun said carelessly, why don't we cheat? Let's eat some Xiaoao's recovery sausage secretly, afraid of lack of physical strength. Cheating! Oscar gave Fatty angrily. He is a wise man and will never do stupid things. Fatty, let me just ask you, are you sure that the master didn't let other teachers supervise us? What if we cheat? It is discovered that the punishment may not be as simple as the current punishment. Moreover, the master's punishment of us must have his deep meaning and will only be good for us. Now we must find a way to save as much energy as possible. Tang San suddenly said, even though the teacher told us to run with a load, we cannot use spirit power. The total weight of the 8 of us is so much. As long as we can carry these loads to complete the punishment, it will be fine. Oscar, give me your stone right. Oscar froze for a moment, and smiled, good brother. But, it's not necessary now. I don't think so. From now on, the 7 of us will run at the slowest speed so that everyone can gather together at a constant speed. It is the most energy saving again. When who can't hold on anymore, we can help each other adjust the load, so that we can save as much energy as possible. What do you think? Ning Rong Rong smiled and said, Xiao Ao, I didn't see it, you are quite smart. Oscar had a natural expression on his face. I wonder if I was called the intelligent little prince when I was a kid? What is that? Yang Yi said, you can put stones on my basket. The stones on my basket are not my limit. Everyone looked at Yang Yi in shock. Of course they knew how heavy Yang Yi's rock was, which was not yet Yang Yi's limit. Stop talking nonsense. Talking will waste energy, let's run. Just follow Xiao Ao's instructions. Yang Yi watched them get up and move forward first. The other 7 also restarted their long-distance running journey. Undoubtedly, of the 8 people, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, who are auxiliary soul masters, are naturally the weakest, and everyone ran at their speed. Go forward at a constant speed, towards the direction of Soto City. The first round trip was completed at this constant speed. When really running, everyone gradually felt the pressure brought by the load. If it's just ordinary running, even if it doesn't use spirit power, this 6-kilometer round trip will not be a load for them. The transformation of the body by spirit power gave them a physical stamina far beyond ordinary people, even auxiliary spirit masters like Oscar and Ning Rong Rong. With the weight, the body obviously became uncomfortable. After going back and forth, Ning Rong Rong and Oscar were already sweating, and the others were also showing a little fatigue. Ning Rong Rong is undoubtedly the weakest among the people. Although Oscar is also an auxiliary spirit master, he has broken through the 30th level after all. His body has the bonus of the 3rd spirit ring in various attributes, and his state is better than Ning Rong. There is a lot of honor. Yang Yi's weight is 45 kilograms of stones. Tang San and Dai Muabai's weight is 15 kilograms, and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun's weight is 10 kilograms. Although Ning Rong Rong and Oscar have only 5 kilograms, but at this moment they felt like they were carrying a big mountain on their backs, their bodies getting heavier and heavier, they could only grit their teeth and maintain a constant speed. The gate of the academy is in sight. To everyone's surprise, the master is standing at the gate of the academy watching them finish their first round trip and return. Next to the master, there is also a table with a big bucket on it. Everyone drink some water, and then continue. The master's words have always been concise and concise. The barrel contains warm water with a slightly salty taste, which seems to be salt. Under the supervision of the master, everyone was only allowed to drink a glass of warm water and immediately urged them to embark on the path of punishment again. With the passage of time, the big fireball in the air has gradually moved closer to it, and the temperature brought by it has gradually increased. Everyone who drank the salt water received some supplements. Yang Yi, Tang San, and Dai Muabai were nothing but Oscar and Ning Rong Rong obviously felt that they had recovered a bit of strength. Looking at the backs of the students gradually moving away, the master stood expressionless on the original ground, but seeing that the 8 people came back together, his eyes were obviously somewhat satisfied. Carried the big bucket and walked towards the academy. At this time, he is not only a teacher who teaches students, but also an elder who cares about them. What he wants to do is not to abuse the students, but to let them get real exercise. The second round trip, the third round trip, the fourth round. After everyone's efforts, everyone arrived at the last round trip. At this time, Yang Yi's weight had reached 60 kilograms, Tang San and Dai Muabai had 20 kilograms, and Xiao Wu, Fatty, and Zhu Zuqing with 5 kilograms each on his body. Oscar and Ning Rong Rong were walking slowly step by step with difficulty at this time. But the scene in front of them is blurred, and the end point can only be seen vaguely. Their bodies are now completely supported by willpower to move forward. Yang Yi carried heavy stones on his back, and simultaneously supported Ning Rongrong and Oscar with both hands to help them support part of their weight. Although he can't use spirit power, he has gradually developed his own toughness after so many years of exercise under the limit of his body. Otherwise, he would not be able to persist until now. Tang San on the side is also helping Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun to move forward slowly. Dai Muebai's waist has been slightly bent, and the evil eyes are already a little red, and every step of the way seems to be pressed by the force of gravity, but he still holds Zhu Zuking's hand towards the end. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The stiff face of the master has appeared in front of everyone. Seeing them supporting each other and moving forward together, even the master can't help but move. This last round trip, they walked for an hour. However, they finally insisted on returning. Puff, puff. 7 people fell to the ground almost one after another. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun passed out almost at the same time. Only Yang Yi was still a little awake at this time, watching everyone who fell on the ground muttered, "Is this the original Shrek 7 monsters?" At this time, the teachers immediately called the women from the village and carried the girls into the academy. Afterwards, Zhao Wuji and others also took Tang San and the others. At this time, only Yang Yi and Flanders are left outside. Flander looked at Yang Yi next to him and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Xiao, I didn't expect your body to be so strong, it's great, ha 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 ha." Yang Yi looked at Flanders seriously at this time and said, "Dean, I have a few words to tell you." At this time, Yang Yi said a few words to Flanders. You reading www.uutext.co, bending over, "Dean. Then I will go back and rest first." And Flander looked at Yang Yi's back, his eyes full of shock and dismay, and muttered, "Oh, this is everyone's choice." Yang Yi walked on Shrek's road, looked at the moon in the sky, and muttered, "It seems it's time to leave, but before again." Chapter 41, Conversation with Tang San. When Tang San woke up from a coma, he found that he was already in the dormitory. The warm feeling passed into his body from all directions, and the warmth and comfort almost made him groan. Settling down, Tang San found that his naked body was in a large wooden barrel, which was full of brown liquid, and Oscar was on the other side, still asleep in the barrel. Due to the 2 large barrels in the dormitory, it was already crowded at this time. Easily stirred the liquid in front of him, the not too strong smell of medicine puffed into his nose. Tang San moved his nose, and suddenly understood a little in his heart. After he came to this world, although he had not carefully studied the medicines in this world, he probably knew some of the medicines in this world, and his previous life had many similarities. At this time, the liquid in this vat should be boiled with some medicines. The main function of these medicinal materials is to relax the tendons and invigorate the blood and strengthen the roots. It's no wonder that after such intense consumption, there is not much pain when I wake up. Only the legs are slightly sore, and the body is slightly soft. Later Tang San learned that in order to maintain the temperature of the water in the bucket, the master would add some hot water to their bucket every certain period of time. The girls were hired by women from the village to help them. A note was pasted next to the wooden barrel with the master's handwriting on it. "Go to the cafeteria to eat after waking up." Seeing the word eating, Tang San suddenly felt a grunt in his stomach. He seemed to think about it, and the hunger surged. After standing up from the water, he discovered that there were 2 other smaller barrels beside the 2 large wooden barrels. They were filled with clean water. Obviously they were used to rinse their bodies. The clean water was not warm. Tang San couldn't help shivering cleverly when he was immersed in it, and suddenly felt refreshed, and the soreness in his whole body gradually disappeared. After hurriedly washing the liquid medicine on his body and putting on clean clothes, Tang San walked out of the dormitory. He was surprised to find that there was already a starry sky outside, and in the silent night, insects and birds rang occasionally, giving people a sense of tranquility. Stretched his body vigorously, and his whole bones made a series of crackling noises, as if the whole person had been stretched out. Taking 2 deep breaths of fresh air to replace the foul air in the body, he strode towards the cafeteria. When Tang San saw the entrance of the canteen, Yang Yi came out from the neighborhood and stopped Tang San. "Mistress." Tang San noticed that the person who appeared was Yang Yi and then stopped. Yang Yi took out 2 large chicken thighs, several steamed buns and a bottle of water from his ring at this time and handed them to Tang San. "Mistress, go there and eat, let's talk while eating." Tang San took what Yang Yi handed over and looked at Yang Yi. Tang San read a kind of persistence from Yang Yi's eyes, and Tang San nodded. So Yang Yi led Tang San to the back mountain in the academy. At this time, Xiao Wu had just arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, and looked at Tang San and Yang Yi going away. Although she was a little confused, just ask Xiao San later. Now the most important thing is to eat and starve herself to death. After Tang San and Yang Yi came to the back mountain, Yang Yi sat down with his back to Tang San and asked, "Little San, you should know what I called you to come over." Tang San walked to Yang Yi's side and sat down and said, "I probably know, Xiao, you brought me here because you wanted me to fight you with hidden weapons." Said that Tang San returned a chicken leg in his hand to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a bite of the chicken leg and said, "That's right, I just want to see your hidden weapon, Xiao San." Tang San looked at Yang Yi and asked puzzlingly, "Xiao Yi, there will be opportunities to see hidden weapons in the future, why should I rush now?" "Mistress, I will leave Shrek soon, and we will not have much time together again." "What? Why do you want to leave Shrek? Do they know the Dean?" "I just told the Dean about this matter. I am going to leave Shrek after finishing the special training with you." Then there was some expectation in Yang Yi's eyes. As for the reason? "Xiaosan, do you know the mainland elite soul master contest?" Tang San heard this term he heard for the first time, but Tang San had some guesses from the words soul master and big competition. Does it refer to a game dedicated to soul masters? Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's worthy of being a junior." "That's right. The full name of this contest is the Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. It was sponsored by the 2 imperial families of Tiandu and Xingluo, and organized by the Soul Master. The largest Wuhan competition in the world, the strength of the participants is second only to the Wuhan Palace Elite Trial. This competition is divided into 3 parts, qualifiers, promotion, and finals. Of course, there are certain rules for this competition. The students sent by the first participating academy must be under 25 years of age, and keep the number of participants in each competition at 7. During the second competition, try to avoid injuries as much as possible. Disabled opponents are not allowed to die. Once an opponent is killed, the academy will not only bear the corresponding losses, but will also be expelled from the Soul Master competition. Third, during the game, no non-food items and you can't use any weapons other than Wuhan with medicines or foods made by healing spirit masters. Xiaosan, I'm talking about this, you should understand." Tang San already probably understood what Yang Yi said these words to himself. "You are going to participate in that competition?" "Yes, I believe the Dean and Master will find a way to let you participate in this competition, but I cannot participate in this competition with you, because several of my partners and I have already agreed to participate in this competition together." Tang San said at this time, "Is that the reason you are leaving later?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, when we meet again next time, we will be opponents, so let me have a one-on-one match before the competition. In that competition, I cannot use Wuhan weapons, but I want to see you who use the full power of the hidden weapon, so promise me, Tang San." Tang San looked at Yang Yi's firm face and asked, "Xiao Yi, why are you so obsessed with asking me to use hidden weapons?" Yang Yi said without hesitation at this time, "In order to see clearly your current limits, but also to make you understand something." "Me? Tang San asked inexplicably when he heard Yang Yi's answer. He didn't understand what Yang Yi wanted to understand. Yang Yi smiled and said, "As long as you have a match, you will know." Tang San thought for a while and said, "Okay, Xiao, I will fight you with hidden weapons as long as this special training is over." Yang Yi smiled and said to Tang San, "Then it's settled." Tang San nodded solemnly. At this point, the first battle between Jian Shao Douluo and Huangqi Douluo of the famous mainland is about to begin. Chapter 42, 3 months. During the 3-month special training, all 8 Shrek people understood one truth deeply. The master was a devil, and Yang Yi felt the same way. The training of the master was not very difficult for Yang Yi, but on the second day, the master tailored Yang Yi's exclusive training plan specifically for Yang Yi's physical fitness. That amount was at least 3 times that of others. So what happens when a monster meets a devil? The training of the masters is very simple, 1 to 2 hours a day against each other. The battle situation is different every day, and both sides of the battle are randomly combined. Sometimes it is 1-on-1, sometimes 1-on-2 and 2-on-2, or even 3-on-3 or 3-on-4 competition. Every day the battle master will put forward some special requirements, such as what kind of spirit abilities are allowed to be used, what are not allowed to be used, and what restrictions are there. After the battle training is over, physical training will begin. Just like the first day, during physical training, soul power is never allowed. At the same time, 8 people must work together. There are endless ways for masters to train physical fitness. The simplest is to run with a load. There are also various methods such as mountain climbing. But no matter what kind of physical training method is used, make sure that the Shrek 8 monsters reach the limit that the body can bear. After a period of time, they have become accustomed to waking up from the wooden barrel potion every night. Although this devilish training is hard, there is a master who is never stingy. In terms of diet, he changes the appetite of everyone to the greatest extent. Because of the strong training density, after 3 months, Ma Hongjun may have consumed too much evil fire in the devil training, and he never went to Soto City to solve his problem that evil fire could not hold back. But the stove Tang San bought from the smithy had already been delivered, but he didn't have time to cast the hidden weapon. Even the first batch of parts completed by the smithy has no time to assemble. Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu are officially registered as Soul Lords in Soto City. In order not to cause a sensation, when they went to register, the master specially asked them to bring a specially made mask. Although a certain amount of suspicion was aroused, the situation of the Soul Master realm concealing their appearance also occurred from time to time, and they successfully received their subsidy. 3 months of devil-style training did not greatly improve the spirit power of the Shrek 8 monsters. During the period, only Ma Hongjun's spirit power increased by 1 level. However, these 3 months of extreme physical training have brought about tremendous changes in their physical fitness. First of all, Yang Yi's current weight can be the sum of the weight of the other 7 monsters, but even with these on his back, Yang Yi still has the best physical fitness among the people during training. Secondly, when Tang San and Dai Mubai carried the weight-bearing long-distance race as they did on the first day, their attached weight had already exceeded 50 kilograms, but they were quite comfortable. You know, this is already extremely scary data without using soul power. Everyone's physical condition has been greatly improved. With a large amount of exercise and adequate nutrition, it is first reflected in the body. Dai Mubai has obviously become stronger, and there is a bit of mighty light in his evil eyes, and his whole person looks full of explosive power. Now he really looks like a tiger descending from the mountain. Oscar's change is even more obvious. The whole person has lost weight, but if he only looks at the appearance now, absolutely no one would think that he is an auxiliary soul master. The strong body shape is completely comparable to most spirit war masters. Of course, his voice is still so soft, and the big beard and the peach eyes on his face have not changed. Tang San's appearance has changed very little, his appearance is still so ordinary, but the whole person looks more introverted. The figure is not too strong, just a little taller. It feels like an ordinary teenager. It definitely belongs to the kind that can't be found in the crowd. What was pleasantly surprised was that Tang San's spirit power had reached level 30. This was not brought by the 3-month special training, but from the original human face demon spider spirit ring. Perhaps because of breaking the limit, the suffering brought to Tang San by the human face demon spider spirit ring was huge, but the benefits were also a lot. In addition to the spirit ring and spirit bone, even his spirit power was directly increased to level 30. It made other people envy, of course, envy to envy. None of them dared to leapfrog and absorb spirit ring like Tang San and Yang Yi. Ma Hongjun has lost weight twice, and he doesn't look so bloated anymore. Although he is still fat, he feels powerful. The spirit power was raised to the 28th level, and he strode forward towards the 30 level. The changes in his body made him look sharper. Yang Yi has no obvious changes in appearance, but Yang Yi is sharper in aura and his body has become more robust. And Yang Yi has also been more perfect in the battle transformation of his left-handed Tyrannosaurus sword and right-handed Garuru gun during these 3 months of training. There are some flaws in the battle. But what everyone doesn't know is that during these 3 months of special training, the time that Yang Yi can use the terminal gain power has become half an hour, which has made Yang Yi's combat effectiveness even better. But these are what Yang Yi feels. Since the first time I tried it with Fatty, in the next 3 months, Yang Yi has not used the terminal acquisition power, and he has exercised himself in the discussion. Mental strength. Xiao Wu is still the same, with the smallest changes in appearance. She is the one among the people. She is not even tanned, and she looks happy and lively all day long. However, she also made everyone suffer a lot during the daily battle. Her third spirit ability teleported out of sight, and even Dai Mubai and Tang San suffered. Fortunately, her teleport distance can only be maintained at 5 meters now. Despite this, with the combination of waist bow and charm, the melee effects of the 3 soul abilities are enough to make people feel terrifying. Compared with when Ning Rongrong first came to the academy, although the arrogance cannot be said to be gone, it is better than before. I don't know how much. A bit more heroic between her eyebrows, and her introverted temper made her more confusing. As for Zhu Zuqing, she has to say that her perseverance is not weaker than that of men. The 3-month devil training has never screamed bitterly. Not only has she clenched her teeth and persevered, she has even actively asked to increase her strength. The whole person lost a circle, but, as a sensitive attack-type spirit master, her speed increased a lot when her body became stronger. The 3-month devil training finally ended yesterday. The master gave our Shrek 7 devils a 7-day holiday and let them adjust their status. Finally had a chance to rest, Oscar was slumped into the bed and fell asleep. Zhu Zuqing insisted on continuing to exercise the basics of the body, and Dai Mubai actively asked to be accompanied. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were about the same as Oscar, and they decided to take a good rest during these 7 days. Ma Hongjun couldn't help himself. During the devil training, he was the one who complained the most, but as soon as the holiday was off, the fat man immediately slipped out of the academy and went to Soto City to solve his evil fire problem. But among the 8, only Yang Yi and Tang San were doing other things. Tang San was checking all his hidden weapons and adjusting his condition to the best condition. Yang Yi is constantly swinging his sword and training with accuracy. This is the last day. Tang San told Yang Yi a few days before the end of the training that he would play against him on the night when the training ended. This time Tang San, Yang Yi, and neither of them told anyone that they were all adjusting their state. This time Tang San would use hidden weapons, and Yang Yi would also use his full strength. Tang San and Yang Yi will use all their strength to defeat each other this night. Chapter 43, Yang Yi vs Tang Sanyi. The night is quiet, everyone in Shrek has gone to sleep at this night. Except for Yang Yi and Tang San. Yang Yi had already arrived at the place agreed with Tang San earlier. Yang Yi sat there cross-legged at this time, looking at the moon in the sky, and there was longing in his eyes, but he didn't know what was missing. At this time, Tang San's voice came from behind Yang Yi. "I'm so sorry for making you wait so long, Xiao Yi." Yang Yi stood up and said to Tang San, "It's nothing. I asked you to discuss with me. I am sorry to say to you." Tang San nodded and said, "Let's start." Yang Yi did not directly possess his spirit in the ink after hearing it. He left the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand and the Garuru cannon in his right hand. His body was protected by the armor of Omegaman X. The spirit ring appeared, and the aura around him sharpened, which already showed that Yang Yi had entered a state of fighting. At this time, Tang San obviously felt that his body was a little heavier. It should be Yang Yi's martial soul that suppressed him, and Tang San could only let his body adapt to the current state as soon as possible. At the same time, his hands have gradually become white as jade. Between the 10 fingers, there seemed to be a faint air flow. The head was slightly lowered, so that the opponent could not see that he had completely turned into purple eyes. Mysterious Jade Hand and Purple Magic Pupil. Yang Yi and Tang San have been training together for about 4 months. Tang San's subtle changes can still be noticed by Yang Yi, not to mention that Tang San has even used the Xuanyu Hand and the Purple Magic Pupil now. I started to be serious as soon as I came up. It may be very hard to win Tang San in this battle. Xiao Yi, be careful. Tang San suddenly raised his head, and the purple light in his eyes suddenly became stronger. Even though Yang Yi had prepared for his purple eyes, he was still affected a bit. Now Tang San, it is already possible to use the purple magic pupil to launch some mental attacks. Although it is still very weak, it can still cause Yang Yi to be a little troublesome. But Yang Yi soon discovered that the purple light in Tang San's eyes now had a little offensive effect. But as long as he releases a little mental power, he can completely resist Tang San's purple demon eye. At this time, Tang San's drooping hands floated up on both sides of his waist. Chi 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 chi. 10 cold lights burst out among the light twists of Tang San's hands and 10 fingers, and shot at Yang Yi's shoulders, knees, and lower abdomen respectively. 10 cold light attacks intertwined, but as long as you observe the trajectory of these attacks, you will find that Tang San did not attack Yang Yi's vital parts. Facing the sudden and extremely precise 10 cold lights, Yang Yi reacted quickly. He raised his Garuru cannon in his right hand, and then rotated it 360 degrees in place, and then those shot from the Garuru cannon, the shells flew around like water splashed by the spinning top in the water, but under Yang Yi's control, these flying shells perfectly shot all the hidden weapons shot by Tang San to the ground. After Tang San shot 10 cold rays, his body didn't stop at all. He stepped on ghostly shadows, and quickly backed away. Seeing Yang Yi so easily, Tang San resolved his hidden weapon attack. Not only did he lament that Yang Yi's martial arts were no worse than his own hidden weapon in terms of long-range attacks, and these were just shells released with soul power. It is not a spirit ability, these powers will increase in the future. But Tang San didn't give up so simply. Just as Yang Yi stopped, Tang San took the opportunity to attack Yang Yi's left hand again. Chi 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 chi. 10 cold lights burst out from Tang San's hands and 10 fingers lightly twisting once again, but this time it was not in all directions, but attacked Yang Yi's left hand and passed. But at this time, Yang Yi didn't have any intention to dodge or defend. Yang Yi just raised his Tyrannosaurus sword at this time, and when the hidden weapon attacked, he used the dragon head on the Tyrannosaurus sword to resist it. Bang 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 bang. Click, 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 click. There were 2 sounds at this time. The first was the sound produced by Tang San's hidden weapon colliding with Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword. The second is the sound of Tang San's hidden weapon being shattered by force after the head of a Tyrannosaurus sword collided. Tang San looked at the hidden weapon after colliding with the dragon head of Yang Yi's left-hand Tyrannosaurus and shouted out in surprise. It's so possible. As the maker of these hidden weapons, Tang San certainly knew that these hidden weapons were powerful in harming people regardless of their power, but Tang San fully understood that the premise of these hidden weapons was hard and indestructible. These were completely incorporated when Tang San made them. In addition, the iron on these hidden weapons was forged by Tang San using the chaotic cloak hammer method Tang Hao taught him. Tang San can say that these same hidden weapons are the same as in the previous life. The hidden weapon, not to mention its power, is at least twice as hard as theirs. But now it broke in the collision with the dragon head in Yang Yi's left hand. But then Tang San sent out 10 cold lights again. 10 explosions sounded almost at the same time, and the 10 cold lights pierced the head of Yang Yi's left hand, but in the collision with each other, these hidden weapons were still the same as the previous ones, and they exploded again only the moment after they were shot. Opened. Tang San can no longer be said to be surprised, but should be said to be shocked. You know, he shot 10 piercing nails. Among the small hidden weapons, the weight of the piercing nails is a heavier one. Coupled with his internal force and the penetrating characteristics of the piercing nails, it was not able to. It caused a little bit of damage to the dragon head of Yang Yi, but all his piercing nails were scrapped, which shows how tyrannical Yang Yi's dragon head's defense and reaction force is. Can be said to be flawless. Tang San turned around at this time, and more than a dozen cold rays were thrown out. Is there no flaws? A chill flashed in Tang San's eyes, the so-called no flaws, in fact his whole body was flawed. Only by breaking the point is your opportunity. As he retreated, Tang San's hands were thrown or flicked in front of him like butterflies wearing flowers, one after another cold light shot out from his hands, specializing in the attack of Yang Yi's left hand faucet, just to break his face. To prove their hidden weapon. But at this time, when Yang Yi's Garuru cannon was raised against Tang San, it was a shot. Tang San was startled by the sudden shot and immediately retreated, but this also stopped Tang San's storm-like hidden weapon attack. Yang Yi looked at Tang San in front of him and said, "Little San, you can't break the defense of the Tyrannosaurus sword. This is made of the digital alloy of time that is harder than your hidden weapon." The so-called digital alloy of time is an alloy made of digital metal of time. It is called digital alloy of time. The official name is Digital Metal Hybrid Organic Alloy of Time, which can be abbreviated as CHO alloy. Using this super metal, which has both the hardness of the digital alloy of the time and the flexibility possessed by living things, it can be integrated with Digimon and turned into living metal. Therefore, in addition to being used as materials for weapons and armors, it can also be used for parts of modified and mechanical Digimon. Moreover, the color, type and purity of the so-called time digital alloys are different, but these time digital alloys are very hard. And the other positions of Omegaman X are not digital alloy of time. Only the left-hand Tyrannosaurus sword is digital alloy of time. Because the Omegaman is a combination of the Battle Tyrannosaurus and the Steel Galuru, and the Battle Tyrannosaurus contains the digital alloy of the time, so far when the fusion, the left hand of the Omegaman also contains time's digital alloy. The digital alloy of time. This is the first time Tang San has heard of a vocabulary. Although I don't know what it is, it can be seen from the performance that it is a very hard metal. Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "So, Xiao San, what other tricks you can use next?" Tang San looked at Yang Yi and said, "Since Xiao Yi, you have such a strong defense, then I will be welcome." Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "Come on." Then Tang San took out Zhuzhlian from the moonlit night of the 24 bridge, and Yang Yi also raised the Garuru cannon, each of them pointed at each other. The second collision began. Chapter 44, Yang Yi vs Tang Saner. Boom! Two different sounds came from Yang Yi's Garuru cannon and Tang San's Zhuzhlianu. The steel arrows of Zhuzhlianu and the shells of Yang Yi's Garuru cannon fired and collided at the same time. After Tang San's Zhuzhlianu collided with Yang Yi's Garuru artillery shells, the artillery shells dissipated because they were penetrated by the Zhuzhlianu's arrows, but Zhuzhlianu's arrows were also frozen by the cold air in the shells. The Lulu artillery shells also turned into ice immediately after they dissipated. Tang San did not immediately launch the next round of hidden weapon attacks against Yang Yi after this collision. At this time, Yang Yi had already begun to raise the Garuru cannon towards Tang San and attacked. Looking at the shells fired by spirit power, Tang San could only avoid these shells with ghosts. When Tang was planning to reflect some hidden weapons to attack Yang Yi while hiding, Yang Yi could immediately sense Tang San's position and fired a Garuru cannon against Tang San. Tang San still had to be prepared for firing hidden weapons against Yang Yi, but Yang Yi just wanted to shoot Tang San for an instant, and the spirit power used by Yang Yi to fire the Garuru cannon and Tang San's ghostly disappearance while avoiding the spirit power used is actually similar. But Yang Yi was suppressed by fire power, and Tang San could only avoid it. If Tang San made a mistake and Yang Yi would attack him, then he would lose. If this doesn't work, Xiao Ai will solve it quickly. Tang San's eyes were cold, and it seemed that his plan could only be advanced. At this time, Yang Yi fired a shot at Tang San again, and Tang San was no longer ready to avoid Yang Yi's attack. Seeing Yang Yi's Garuru cannonball fired towards him, Tang San immediately released his martial spirit, regardless of the damage he received and the biting cold air. The first spirit ability, Winding. The second spirit ability, Parasite. Lan Yinko began to rush towards Yang Yi at an extremely fast speed after being in the natural environment of the back mountain. After a while, Yang Yi was entangled, but a trace of flame appeared on the body of Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword and instantly destroyed the blue-silver grass that was entangled on his body. But the parasitic seeds had been quietly hidden in Yang Yi's body. Just after Yang Yi destroyed the entangled blue-silver grass, he raised the Garuru cannon again. Suddenly the seeds on Yang Yi's body were activated. The blue-silver grass that suddenly appeared did not give Yang Yi time to react, and immediately entangled Yang Yi. Tang San chose to launch the parasitic at the right time, just when Yang Yi was about to attack, and it was also a good opportunity for Yang Yi to focus on himself. In this way, Yang Yi could not attack him in the first place. Tang San raised his hands at the same time, listening to the sound of zheng zheng, 6 cold lights spit out from his sleeves, and the powerful crossbow arrows shot straight at Yang Yi's body with a piercing sound. Although Yang Yi's left-handed dragon head had amazing defensive power, Yang Yi had never used his armor to withstand Tang San's hidden weapons, so Tang San guessed that Yang Yi's armored defense power was not as strong as the left-handed dragon head. While Yang Yi looked at the hidden weapon that was flying towards his body armor, Yang Yi hummed, and the blue-silver grass wrapped around Yang Yi was cut off by Yang Yi's sword energy. The first spirit ability, the Shield of Courage. After Yang Yi's first spirit ring lit up, some light appeared on Yang Yi's surface. After that, Yang Yi forcibly took in all Tang San's hidden weapons that flew toward his armor, and then there was no surprise that Tang San's hidden weapons were no longer accidental. It broke once. Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, although the Omega armor on my body is indeed not as hard as the digital alloy of the time, but the defense is not vegetarian. In addition to my first spirit ability, the defense of my armor is enough. It will be up 1 floor." Tang San smiled and said, "Of course I know, I just tested you just now, you have to be careful next, Xiao Ai." What is Tang San best at? At least so far, it is by no means a hand-thrown hidden weapon, but a machine-like hidden weapon that he has studied for a lifetime in his previous life. Tang San looked at the 6 crossbows that fell to the ground after the collision, and Tang San's hands grabbed twice in the void. This is one of the 6 masterpieces of Tang sect, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Controlled the crane and captured the dragon at the same time, Tang San leaped back again, his arms retracted, his chest muscles were tattooed, and a buzzing sound suddenly sounded from Tang San's chest. A gleaming steel needle with a thick mist spit out from Tang San's chest, and at this moment, the 6 arrows on Yang Yi's ground that had been dropped were also given by Tang San with a crane control and a dragon. Take control. Tang San is also a master of hidden weapons of a generation, the hidden weapons he made do not require any switches, and can be activated by muscle contraction. The steel needle from Tang San's chest shot out and fired at the 6 arrows just now. Under the powerful control of the crane control and the dragon, the steel needle collided with the 6-arrow crossbows, and Tang San had incorporated poison gas into the 6-arrow crossbows before. After being stimulated by the steel needle, inside the poisonous gas is released. At this time, Yang Yi was in the Star-Do Great Forest, because the 10,000 Demon King had told Yang Yi to know all the poisons that the family had seen, so when the poison appeared, Yang Yi would feel it, but prepared it was too late to stop. The tea-scented mist was inhaled by Yang Yi, which made Yang Yi's mind dizzy. The defense activated by Yang Yi's first spirit ability naturally declined. Yang Yi was surprised. I have been studying with the 10,000 Demon King for so many years, naturally, I am resistant to poison, not to mention that it is not invading, but at least it will not have an impact so quickly. However, the poison of Tang San's blending can affect him immediately. Although he may have been slack in this aspect, it should be said that it is indeed the Bashu Tangman. Tang Sect is not only a hidden weapon, the poison of Tang Sect is also unique. Although Tang San hadn't had a chance to collect poison in the past few years, he didn't waste the mandala snake that he had obtained in the first spirit ring, as was the human face demon spider he had previously obtained in the Star-Do Great Forest. The toxins extracted from the venom of the mandala snake and the spider legs of the human face demon spider were used by him on the hidden weapon of the chest, which played the greatest role at the critical moment. The hidden weapon in his chest is also one of the few hidden weapons on his body that can break the chi of the body. The name is innuendo. However, after seeing Yang Yi's martial spirit's defensive power, Tang San knew that his Sandi projectile had no ability to break through Yang Yi's defenses, so Tang San could only use his steel needles to drive the poisonous gas in the 6 arrows. But this is enough. Although the poison gas of the mandala snake and the human face demon spider was not enough to make Yang Yi lose his resistance, he had to separate a part of his spirit power to prevent the spread of the poison. This gave Tang San greater breathing time. But just when Tang San was about to rest to recover a little spirit power, Yang Yi fired his Garuru cannon at him. Fortunately, Tang San avoided it in time, otherwise Tang San would definitely be injured. Tang San looked up at Yang Yi in shock after avoiding. He was very sure that his poison had an effect on Yang Yi. Yang Yi said at this time, "Don't be so surprised that Ziosan, I have received anti-drug training since I was young. Although I have neglected to exercise in the past few years, the anti-toxicity residues in my body still exist. The sleeping anti-drug ability in my body is activated again." Tang San looked at Yang Yi very surprised. He didn't expect Yang Yi to exercise an anti-drug aspect, and he also helped Yang Yi to wake up again. Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "Mistress, let's end now." Chapter 45, Yang Yi vs Tang Sansan. The second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. Yang Yi's second spirit ring lit up, and the powerful spirit power and cold air gathered to a point, and instead of releasing it immediately, it gathered and accumulated energy. Omega Meteor Shower changed, Omega Meteorite Strike. A huge cannonball attacked Tang San with powerful spirit power and chill. This Omega Meteor Strike is a trick that Yang Yi used to improve his second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. This is to launch the Omega Meteor Shower and all the scattered cannonballs are concentrated in their spirit power and cold. A single long-range attack released together. There was no way for Yang Yi to use this trick. It was after Yang Yi merged with that part of the spiritual origin of Tianmeng, his spiritual power has skyrocketed, and then he has spiritual power to release this trick. Tang San felt the powerful spirit power fluctuations and the incomparably powerful cold air from the Garuru cannon when Yang Yi was accumulating his energy, but at that time Tang San had consumed a bit too much spirit power. There is no way to stop Yang Yi from releasing this trick. When his spirit power had recovered, Yang Yi's Omega Meteorite Strike had already been released. Ghost Shadow. Tang San can only use Ghost Shadows to escape at this time. When Tang San was about to hit him by Omega's meteorite, Tang San's waist twisted down, and then stepped on his feet, quickly avoiding Yang Yi's move. Tang San also flashed to the other side at this time. Seeing that the corners of his clothes were now ice cubes, Tang San's face was filled with fluke. In fact, the corners of his clothes had already been wiped just now when he avoided. A little bit, but just this little bit of rubbing made the corners of his clothes instantly form ice, but fortunately, he had already escaped. But a mysterious smile appeared on Yang Yi's face standing still, and Yang Yi raised the right hand equipped with the Garuru cannon, and then hit the Omega meteorite that Tang San had just avoided. There was a turning motion. I saw Omega meteorite hit by Yang Yi's movements and turned in Tang San's direction. Tang San's pupils suddenly dilated, which Tang San didn't expect. Yang Yi's move did not expect to turn around and attack the enemy. Tang San looked at the Omega meteorite that rushed over to him quickly. He had to avoid it now, and could only observe while avoiding it. Tang San kept using ghost shadows to avoid Omega's meteor strikes. Originally, Tang San was planning to use ghost shadows with the deceptive nature. In the process of avoiding, he left 6 shadows caused by speed, but he got Omega's meteor strike seemed to be wise, following Tang San's steps, completely ignoring the remaining shadows left in place. Tang San determined that this move must be controlled by Yang Yi at this time. The move itself should not have the ability to automatically track and attack others, and all of this should be related to Yang Yi's previous actions, including Yang Yi's right hand is still making gestures now. But how did you do it? Tang San dodged while thinking about Yang Yi's method. No, you have to find out quickly that the little soul power that he just replied is now exhausted. Purple Demon Eye. The trace of purple appeared in Tang San's eyes again, and when Tang San activated the purple demon eye, he noticed that there was a blue line in the muzzle of Yang Yi's Garuru cannon, and this blue line the other part is connected to the tail end of the Omega meteor strike. From this point of view, it is the fluctuation of mental power. Yang Yi should use his mental power to control the movement trajectory of the Omega meteor strike. It's no wonder that Yang Yi didn't use the Garuru cannon to fire other shells against him when he was dodge. He originally thought that his soul power was not enough, but now it seems that he can't. If a shell is fired from the Garuru cannon, your spiritual power the lines will also lose control of Omega's meteor strike, so now there is a way. With the insight of the purple magic pupil, Tang San could not only see clearly every movement of his opponent, but could even see the fluctuation of the spirit power around Yang Yi's body. Otherwise, how could he find his opponent's flaws so precisely? This is the biggest role of the purple magic pupil. And now Tang San also found a weak spot in Yang Yi's spiritual line with the help of the purple magic pupil. Tang San, as a hidden weapon expert, after finding the flaw, it was naturally extremely important to grasp the timing of launching the hidden weapon. Tang San undoubtedly did this, and he chose the right time. At the time when Yang Yi's Omega meteorite hit the direction of rotation, the line of mental power connected by Yang Yi and his move would also appear a little faintly broken at that time. But Yang Yi can quickly repair this short rupture. The repair speed is so fast. Yang Yi believes that even the Soul King cannot interrupt this time, but Tang San can not only observe this with the purple magic pupil, but can also seize the opportunity to immediately interrupt the connection with a hidden weapon. Tang San suddenly changed his position at this time, and Omega's meteor strike also quickly turned around at this time. At this time, Yang Yi and Omega's meteor strike were connected to a fault. Swanyu hand. Tang San's hands turned white again, and 10 faint golden lights popped out of Tang San's 10 fingers at the same time. If you don't look closely, you can't even find them. And those 10 lights are the hidden weapon dragon whisker needles made of the sheet metal that Tang San bought in the Black Heart shop in Flanders before. The dragon beard needle is made of the hair gold in the sheet metal. If the hair gold leaves the protection of the crystal, it will automatically curl up to form a particle. With the infusion of soul power, it will reincarnate into gold. Once it loses the infusion of soul power, it will resume curling up. The hair crystal is so slender, its tip is naturally thinner than the needle, and its piercing power will become extremely strong after the soul power is injected. Fahine is extremely tough and amazingly elastic. Once it leaves the support of its spirit power, it will curl up again. Can be imagined. Because the volume of the gold is extremely small, after it is injected into the human body, you must not be able to find the source of its extraction. If you want to take it out, then you can only cut off the curled tendons together. This is the dragon's beard needle, ranking 8th among the mysterious hidden weapons of the Suine Shanbao, and it is not the most malicious needle-type hidden weapons. After all, as long as the dragon's beard needle does not hit the key, it will not cause death. However, there are two conditions for the effect of the dragon beard needle to be completely successful. One is that it cannot be discovered by the enemy's mental power during the launch process, so it is very easy to avoid it. The second is to be able to penetrate the enemy's defense. If the opponent's defense force exceeds the hardness of the dragon's whisker itself, then the dragon's whisker is useless. These two conditions are absolute for any hidden weapon. 5 of Tang San's 10 dragon beard needles shot at Yang Yi's body, but it was no surprise that those dragon beard needles did not penetrate Yang Yi's defenses, but the other 5 dragon beard needles succeeded in taking Geruru. The mental line on the muzzle of the gun was cut off from the Omega Meteor strike. Yang Yi was also backlashed by his own mental power at this time. However, the speed of Omega's meteorite strikes suddenly increased after the cut, and Tang San at this time did not expect that Omega's meteorite strikes and slammed after the cut-off. Did not disappear, but attacked towards himself. At this time, Tang San had no spirit power to escape the blow, so he could only wrap himself in his blue-silver grass. Boom! A voice came out, and Yang Yi's Omega meteorite slammed into Tang San's blue-silver grass. At this time, the blue-silver grass that had wrapped Tang San was completely sealed by ice. At this time, Yang Yi knelt on the ground tiredly. In fact, whether it was the Omega meteorite strike just now or the movement of using mental lines to control this trick, it is still too reluctant for Yang Yi now, but looking at the ice in front of him Feng Lan Yinko, Yang Yi thought to himself, it should be over. Just when Yang Yi was about to help Tang San get out of the ice, only one sound was heard. Click, 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 click. This was the sound of the ice on the surface of blue-silver grass breaking open. Yang Yi also retracted his hand and looked at the scene with a wry smile. It's really a mistress, it seems that the battle is not over yet. Chapter 46, Parting. Bang bang bang. All the ice cubes on the blue-silver grass were destroyed because Tang San broke the blue-silver grass from the inside. At this time, Tang San was holding the second martial spirit clear sky hammer with both hands at the same time, gasping for Yang Yi, and the fluctuations in his aura and spirit power became very weak. Only Tang San himself knew how much energy he had spent to get out of the frozen blue-silver grass. After Yang Yi's Omega meteorite hit his blue-silver grass's defenses, he was eroded by the cold inside. At that time, Tang San could only force the profound heaven art to his full strength to resist the cold. To go out, Tang San completely overdrawn all his spirit power, poured all his strength into the clear sky hammer, and finally relied on the clear sky hammer's own power to barely break the ice. Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, you are really amazing." Tang San adjusted his breathing and said to Yang Yi, Hu, I lost this time. Even if I use hidden weapons, I still can't beat you." "Xiao Yi, you are really strong." Tang San wiped his face and said solemnly to Yang Yi, "However, next time I will create a more powerful hidden weapon, then we will fight again." Yang Yi looked at Tang San and said, "Okay, Junior San, let's play a game in the Soul Master Elite competition." Said that he clenched his fists and stretched out towards Tang San. Tang San smiled and clenched his fists and stretched out towards Yang Yi. This was the agreement between them. Then both of them fell asleep on the grass in the back mountain because of exhaustion of their soul power, but this time both Yang Yi and Tang San were satisfied. They both found out what they lacked in this battle. What I am missing. Tang San and Yang Yi both woke up in Hushan the next morning. Seeing the grass on the other side, they both laughed. At this time, Yang Yi took out a booklet from the ring and said to Tang San, "Little San, this booklet contains some self-protection skills and steps. You will keep it for me. After I leave Shrek, I will save these churches." Others, especially Xiaoao and Rong Rong. Tang San fully understood what Yang Yi meant, nodded, and said, "I see." 7 days later, Flanders brought everyone together. At this time, Flanders and 8 students were present, and the other teachers were not present. Ma Hongjun said to Flender with a little spirit at this time, "Teacher, why do you call us to gather early in the morning? Isn't this the last day of the holiday without having to go to class? I was so tired last night, it seems I want to go back to sleep." At this time, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong also made dissatisfied voices, while Zhu Zuqing still maintained the habit of getting up early in the morning for these 7 days. There was no dissatisfaction. Dai Mubai also accompanied Zhu Zuqing for these 7 days. Exercise. There is no dissatisfaction with getting up early in the morning. It's okay for Tang San to practice the purple magic pupil every day, but Tang San has already guessed what the dean has gathered here. Flender said at this moment, "Be quiet, I have something to say." Although Ma Hongjun and the others were a bit dissatisfied, they were still quite afraid of Dean Flanders' majesty. When the dean said quiet, everyone was quiet. Flander nodded in satisfaction, and then said angrily, "I don't know how many of you are. Once you wake up, you won't find anyone. It's best for you to adjust your time in the morning. Prepare for class. But now is not the time to talk about this. Yang Yi has something to tell you. Yang Yi, come over and tell them." At this time, everyone except Tang San looked at Yang Yi, with their expressions as if they were saying, "If it's not something important, we'll beat him to death together later." Yang Yi walked to Flanders at this time, then looked at the Shrek 7 monsters and said, "I am leaving Shrek today, so I gathered you here to say goodbye to you." When I heard this, all the complaints, sleepiness and sluggishness were all gone. Instead, I was shocked, unbelievable, and sure enough. There are 3 kinds of people represented here. One is Tang San. Yang Yi told him before that he was leaving. Combining with the fact that Flanders brought them together this time, it seems that Yang Yi is leaving. But before all this, I guessed that Tang San really believed it when Yang Yi had said this. The second is Ning Rongrong, who I knew before. Actually, after getting along for these 3 months, Ning Rongrong had already forgotten what Yang Yi said about leaving Shrek. Ning Rongrong thought it was just something Yang Yi said to comfort him. That's it, but Ning Rongrong was shocked when Yang Yi really said this in front of everyone. He didn't expect this to be true, and Yang Yi was really leaving. Finally, there are 5 people including Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing who did not know before. Suddenly they couldn't believe it when they heard Yang Yi saying these things. They actually didn't have it after entering Shrek. I thought about who I would leave here suddenly, especially after everyone came back from the Star Do Great Forest. Although Yang Yi did not come back with everyone at that time, he still came back. Everyone trains together, eats together, and goes to class together. Everyone thinks that this kind of day will continue until the end of graduation, but Yang Yi suddenly told them to leave. Ma Hongjun said at this time, "Why do you want to leave? Did Yang Yi force you?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "No one is forcing me. I left Shrek for a previous agreement with my partners. That is also a dream of mine. I want to join them in the Continental Spirit Master Elite Competition. Soul Master Elite Contest. Yes, I believe you will all know by that time, and you will definitely participate at that time." At this time Oscar said, "Why don't we participate together?" Yang Yi said helplessly, "I'm sorry everyone, I have promised my partners to join them to participate in this competition. They are now studying in various colleges in mainland China. I left to bring them back one by one. Go to the competition. Everyone was silent after hearing this. They knew that Yang Yi had to leave this time. He was to fulfill his dream. As Yang Yi's partners, why did they stop him? But their mood is still relatively low. Yang Yi looked at them, walked in front of them, and hit their heads one by one. Everyone's head hurt a bit after being beaten by Yang Yi, and they all looked at Yang Yi bitterly. Yang Yi said, "It's not that we'll never see you again, don't make life and death, let's see you in the Soul Master Elite competition." After everyone heard what Yang Yi said, their eyes lit up again. Yes, it was not that they would never be seen again, as long as they met next time. They all looked at Yang Yi with a smile. Yang Yi said to Dai Mubai, "Boss Dai, you are the oldest of them, and the soul power is also the highest. You have to protect them, you have to do your own responsibility as the captain, and you have to take care of other things. Take a good hold. See you next time to show me a different evil-eyed white tiger." Dai Mubai said with tears in the corners of his eyes, "Don't worry, Xiao I will definitely catch up with you next time I meet. Don't be surpassed by me." Yang Yi smiled and looked at Oscar. "Xiao, you are the first food soul master with innate soul power on the mainland. Your role in the team is far greater than you want, but you also have to fight. Protect yourself in the middle, you must have a certain ability to protect yourself. I put things in the third, you can ask the third to get it." Oscar hugged Yang Yi and cried and said, "Oh, Xiao don't worry, I will. Next time you come back, I will make a lot of sausages for you." Ooh! After listening to Oscar's words, Yang Yi reluctantly broke free from Oscar's embrace and turned to Tang San and said, "Little San, you are the most stable of all. There is nothing to say to you and me. You just need to know to keep doing this, but I also want to say something to you, don't overdo some things, don't rely too much on some things, and don't expose yourself too much for the sake of temporary victory. You must know how to hide." Although Tang San didn't know what Yang Yi said to him, Tang San still said, "I know, I will remember what you said, don't worry." Yang Yi then walked up to Ma Heng-jun, "Fatty, although you fool me when school starts, I still have a good sense of your senses. You have to cultivate hard and go to those places less. I will give you a word now. Cultivation hard, in the future you will definitely thank yourself for practicing hard now. As long as you work hard now, you will not be disappointed in the future." Ma Heng-jun didn't understand what Yang Yi said at this time, but still couldn't stop his inner sadness. And promised Yang Yi, I will work hard." Yang Yi looked at Xiaowu who was aside, hugged her, and then whispered in Xiaowu's ear, "Don't care about your identity, if you really love, go and fight hard, and you should pay attention to your safety outside, even if it is exposed, don't panic, urge the feather I gave you, then someone will come to you instantly, don't worry, the Star Do Forest has always been your backing." Then Yang Yi returned to his normal voice and said to Xiaowu, "Xiang Xiaowu, please come on." Xiaowu looked at Yang Yi and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm Xiaowu's sister, but after you went out, Xiaowu was not bullied. Come back and tell Xiaowu's sister Xiaowu beat him to death." Yang Yi smiled and nodded. After turning to Ning Rongrong took the lead to ask his own question, "Are you really leaving?" Yang Yi looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "That's right, so after I leave, you have to practice hard. Don't play with the eldest lady's temper anymore. The self-protection method I told Xiaoao before is also useful for you, you then go to Xiaosan, I believe you will surpass your father." Ning Rongrong did not answer Yang Yi's words, but lowered his head to prevent Yang Yi from seeing his sad expression now. Yang Yi looked at Ning Rongrong and shook his head, and looked at Zhu Zuqing, the last person, "Zuqing, I only want you to practice very hard, but sometimes your heart is lost by your hard work and uninterrupted practice. Sometimes you go to see around you, look at the people around you again, then you will find a different brilliance and smile more. At this time, Zhu Zuqing subconsciously looked at Dai Mubai and then smiled and said to Yang Yi, I know brother Yi, I will listen to your opinion. Yang Yi said at this time, well, everyone, I'm leaving, let's see you in the competition next time. Then Yang Yi said to Flender, Dean, I'm leaving, thank you for your care during this time. Flander touched his tears and said to Yang Yi, go, but you will always be from Shrek. Shrek's door will always be open for you. Don't lose Shrek's face. Yang Yi nodded, and then, as everyone wanted to send it off, Yang Yi left Shrek. Although they have gone far, Yang Yi still vaguely heard their voices. Goodbye. Don't forget our promise. See you in the competition. I will work hard. Be careful. A simple sentence, bearing their feelings, people will partake. This time parting is just for a better reunion next time. The next time Yang Yi and them meet again, both sides will become better. And Yang Yi is now preparing to leave the Heaven Do Empire and go to the Star Luo Empire. Went to Xingluo Academy to pick up the life of his first partner. Chapter 47, 3 Major Forces. It has been half a month since Yang Yi left Shrek, and Yang Yi has been heading towards the Star Luo Empire non-stop for the past half month, but after leaving the Heaven Do Empire, Yang Yi found himself lost. Yang Yi came directly to the territory of the Heaven Do Empire when he left the Star Do Great Forest before, and had never been to the Star Luo Empire. Because of his unfamiliarity with the Star Luo Empire, Yang Yi came to the Star Luo Empire as soon as possible, so he had a lot of time to find Si Ming. But the idea is very good, but the reality is very skinny. Yang Yi still lost his way after leaving the border of the Heaven Do Empire. Now Yang Yi can only follow the North Heaven Do, South Star Luo he heard before. Geographical location is here to move forward, and all Yang Yi can do now is to find a city if lucky all the way south. Oh, I'm really sick. I didn't know Lu and hurriedly ran to the Star Luo Empire. I had known that I should pick up the one who went to Xing Luo together in Heaven Do first, or I would come out and ask Boss Dai for a copy. The map. Do evil. Yang Yi complained as he walked south, then Yang Yi saw a huge city standing in the distance, not losing to the city of Soto. When Yang Yi saw this city, there was a light in his eyes. You must know that Yang Yi hasn't seen people and those delicious foods in the past few days. Yang Yi accelerated his speed, and after a while, he came to the bottom of the city, only to see the 3 characters of Minjaihu City written on the wall of the city. After entering Minjaihu City, Yang Yi clearly felt that Minjaihu City and Soto City were different. It can be seen from the entrance to the city to check the Kingdom of Barak. Soto City belongs to the Kingdom of Barak in the Heaven Do Empire. It is located to the south of the Heaven Do Empire and borders the province of Fastno. Said it was a kingdom. In fact, its area is only 3/4 of the province of Fastno. It belongs to the Tiandu Empire, one of the 4 kingdoms in the Tiandu Empire. King Barak Kandera was the cousin of Okura, king of the Fighting Empire. To the south of the Barak Kingdom, it directly borders the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, among the 4 kingdoms of the Heaven Do Empire, the Barak Kingdom has the most powerful military power, and it can also be said to be the gateway to the Heaven Do Empire. But because of Soto's position, there will be a large number of soul masters, merchants, and farmers entering the city. This means that although Soto has a large number of soldiers, they will not check and block anyone at the gate. Enter directly. However, at the gate of Minjaihu City, it is not only necessary to check all the things it brings, but also to prove his identity and pay the city tax, but these are only for ordinary people who are not spirit masters. And these practices are actually different manifestations of the political and national division of the Heaven Do Empire and the Xing Luo Empire. The Heaven Do Empire originally had 10 provinces. Later, with the division of the 4 kingdoms, a 6-party power was formed. The empire itself directly controlled the 5 provinces, each of the 4 kingdoms controlled one, and there was also a principality second only to the kingdom. occupies the smallest province to the east of the empire. On the surface, the 4 kingdoms and the 1 duchy must be ruled by the Heaven Do Empire, but in fact, these 5 countries have already become countries within the country, and everything is completely independent except for the necessary tribute. If it hadn't been for the Tiandu imperial family to control the heavy soldiers, perhaps the civil strife had already appeared. Although the Star Luo Empire also had a similar situation, the Star Luo Empire did not divide the land half of the land directly to others like the Heaven Do Empire, making its own royal family's ruling power drop. The Star Luo Empire imperial family is very powerful in its control of the land. Although the Star Luo Empire also divides the territories into 10 provinces, 8 of these 10 provinces are completely controlled by the Star Luo Empire royal family, and the other 2 one is at the border of the Heaven Do Empire and is controlled by the generals of the Star Luo Empire. For example, the Minjiahu city where Yang Yi is now is located in this province. The other is controlled by the Nether Duke, the only Duke family in the Xingluo Empire. However, the Nether Duke family and the Xingluo imperial family on this site have always been better. They and the Xingluo imperial family can also use powerful martial arts. The fusion skills of the Netherworld White Tiger were also the reason why Emperor Xingluo was at ease with the Netherworld Duke family. So far for Emperor Xingluo, as long as he guards against the generals guarding the border, he can stabilize the security of his country. But now the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire are not worried about each other, but the Spirit Hall, which has been standing between the two and maintaining a balance. In the past 10 years or so, the Spirit Hall has established more and more Spirit Halls in the 2 empires, and more Soul Masters have joined the Hall of Spirits. Now the Hall of Spirits occupies about 60% of the whole continent. The number of titled Douluo owned by the Spirit Master of, called the Upper Spirit Hall, is also the largest in the entire continent. Regardless of the number of Spirit Masters and the strength of the Spirit Master in that respect, the Spirit Hall is stronger than the 2 empires. Moreover, the 2 empires are not only incomparable with Wuhan Temple in terms of strength, but also in terms of people's minds. Wuhan Temple is free for civilians to awaken Wuhan, although among these civilians those who have awakened a powerful spirit and soul power will be particularly small, but if there are those who already have a teacher or hate the Spirit Hall, they will join the Spirit Hall. But there are basically no civilians who hate the Hall of Spirits, so after awakening the Hall of Spirits and detecting that they have spirit power, they will join the Hall of Spirits. And after you become a Soul Master, the Hall of Souls will ask you to register, and then before you reach level 40, you will be issued gold soul coins, and even if you have not joined the Hall of Souls, these will be given to you at that time. Gold soul coin. This is also the reason why the 2 empires have lost a large number of soul masters. In the past few years, the 2 empires have begun to take measures. Whether it is in awakening the spirits or distributing funds, changes can be felt. Especially in the later Soul Master Elite competition, the Heaven Do Empire Imperial family directly distributed titles to the top 5 players. This also shows that the Heaven Do Empire has begun to resist the Hall of Souls. But these are no threats at all to the Soul Hall, which has been in existence for decades. The most noble thing in the eyes of ordinary people is not the 2 empires, but the Soul Hall. Therefore, although the 2 empires seem to be strong, in fact, they are both going downhill. No one can say that it is bad. One day the situation of the entire continent will suddenly change. This is also an important thing for Yang Yi. If a battle breaks out between the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall, then the Spirit Master will become the backbone of the battle. At that time, a large number of Soul Masters will be cultivated quickly between the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall. In addition, the combat power of the Soul Master is related to the Soul Ring and the Soul Bone, so as to hunt for the Soul Masters of their own camp to the limit. The Spirit Ring is also equipped with 1 or 2 Spirit Bones for them, and the 3 large forests where the Spirit Beasts gathered at that time will bear the brunt. Among them, the Soul Beast casualties in the Star Do Great Forest and Sunset Forest will be the most serious. Even if Dityen and the others face so many titled Douluos and soul masters, they will be ineffective. Moreover, at that time, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu might have completed the inheritance of the divine residence, although they could not attack the soul master, but because the body of Guyuina was split by the Dragon King, the gods have been looking for the Silver Dragon King. At that time, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu would definitely receive instructions from the god realm to hunt down Guyuina. Guyuina's current injury hasn't fully recovered yet, and she is definitely not the opponent of the two major gods. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Yi is working hard now. At that time, Yang Yi will stand up to protect his homeland and protect the people he cherishes. And at that time, I believe that Hong Yu and the others will definitely stand by their side. Chapter 48, Go to Xingluo City. After entering Minjiahu City, Yang Yi finally found out in a small shop that a caravan would go to Luo City to do business this time, and this time it was to recruit some soul masters to follow the team to ensure the safety of the team. After Yang Yi inquired clearly, he immediately came to the door of a Rurui pharmacy, where many people lined up there, all in order to enter the caravan. But Yang Yi didn't feel a few soul power among those people. Yang Yi was also waiting in the team. After about half an hour, it was finally Yang Yi's turn. Yang Yi then realized that the man who interviewed so many people in front of him was an average-looking but strong man. At this time, the brawny man asked Yang Yi, "Is it a soul master?" Yang Yi looked at him and replied yes. Several levels of soul power. Yang Yi did not answer him, but told the brawny man in the most practical way that a yellow, 2 purple and 3 spirit rings floated behind Yang Yi. The brawny man sitting there stood up in surprise and looked at Yang Yi stuttering, "Soul, soul, soul lord." Yang Yi looked at the surprised brawny in front of him and said, "Can I enter your caravan now?" The brawny man said to Yang Yi with a bit of flattery, "Of course, respected soul master, you are welcome to join. The villain is called Tai Luo. After you have any instructions, just tell the villain and the villain will prepare it for you. Please come here to rest next." This is what the mainland is like. When you don't show your strength, some people will look down on you at all, but when you show their unattainable strength, they will come to cheat you again. This is what the strong do. Zun's Law of Survival. After Yang Yi was taken inside by Taylor, he found that there were only 3 people sitting inside, 2 men and 1 woman. And the fluctuations in their spirit power should all be spirit masters. At this time, one of the 3 with a smile on his face, a handsome 25-year-old man, said to Yang Yi, "Is this little brother also a soul master?" Although Yang Yi didn't believe them too much, but after all he didn't hit the smiley person with his hand, Yang Yi answered him, "Yes, so are the big brothers." At this time, the woman on the side took the call and smiled and said to Yang Yi, "Yes, little brother, we are all soul masters. My sister is called Su Xing. What is the name of my little brother?" Yang Yi looked at this female soul master named Su Xing. This woman is probably still around 25 years old. Although she doesn't look like Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are as beautiful as the others, but they are still beautiful, and she has a figure not bad. Coupled with this Su Xing and the mature royal sister temperament that is unique to this age, it can make people want to stop. But Yang Yi has no interest in these. Yang Yi looked at Su Xing and answered her and said, "Hello, my sister, my name is Yang Ren." Su Xing smiled at Yang Yi and said, "Little brother Yang Ren, sister will take good care of you in the next few days." Yang Yi knew when he heard that Su Xing regarded himself as a spirit master who had just obtained the spirit ring, but this would also save trouble. And the man who had spoken before this time said, "My name is Cheng Yu, and the person sitting there is called Lin Hai. If you have anything to do with you during these few days, you can come to me." Yang Yi nodded and said he knew it. At this time, Yang Yi looked at the man named Lin Hai. That man was about 30 years old. He was very strong. There was a huge scar near his right eye, and not only on the right eye. There are huge scars on his arms and the looming chest from the collar of his clothes. Yang Yi clearly felt that this middle-aged man in Linhai should be a man who often fights, and when he came in before, he found that this man's spirit power fluctuation was the strongest among the three. In the following time, no one entered this lounge. And Yang Yi at this time also knew roughly the origin of these people and what they were mainly doing this time. This male soul master Cheng Yu is the suitor of this female soul master Su Xing. This time it was mainly because Cheng Yu entered the caravan this time to show Su Xing how powerful he is. And that Su Xing didn't have any interest in Cheng Yu. She joined the caravan this time mainly to find someone in Xingluo City. But Yang Yi estimated that Su Xing should have gone to Xingluo City to find a man, and this caravan should not have come for Cheng Yu, but that the caravan was paid, plus he could reach Xingluo City, so he participated. As for the man named Lin Hai, he is a soul master who focuses on making money by escorting items to the destination, and in the words of his previous life, he is a bodyguard. And the reason why this caravan hired soul masters this time was because there was a band of bandits on the only way from Minjiahu City to Xingluo City, specifically to rob other caravans. I heard that this medicinal store had already been there before. The number of times of being robbed has already been a lot, and because this time the medicinal material trading is so important, there can be no more mistakes, so this time the soul master is hired. After roughly knowing their purpose and what to do this time, Yang Yi began to sit there and meditate. But I don't know how long the rest room was pushed away, and the one who walked to Yang Yi and the others was an old man who had passed his 60s. Although he is over 60th birthday, his body still looks very tough, and the spirits emanating from him are very good. Although over 60th birthday, he does not seem to lose some young guys at all. The old man looked at Yang Yi and the others and said, "Old man, I am called Fan Wei. You can call me Old Fan. I believe everyone in the Soul Master knows the purpose of this time. I mainly don't want to be robbed this time. Trading is very important to the old man and me. After this is done, the old man will give you 50 gold soul coins, and the carriage is outside, please." Then Yang Yi and 3 other people walked out, and Fan Lao prepared a carriage for each of them. This is especially good for Yang Yi, so that no one can disturb Yang Yi. Following Fan Lao's order, the caravan drove towards the gate of Minjiahu City. Yang Yi said in his heart, looking outside from the window on the carriage, "I'm here in Xingluo City, and the secretary ordered me to come." Chapter 49, Attacked. It has been a day and a night since Yang Yi left Minjiahu City with the caravan, and after about an hour and a half, they could arrive at the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Xingluo City. Yang Yi sat in the carriage and vaguely heard the conversation outside. "There is nothing wrong with this road. Yet, my lord is just too nervous. Look, those robbers must be scared when they saw our luxurious makeup. I think. Listening to their conversation, Yang Yi also faintly felt that if this was like what the old fan said, then the journey was too smooth, and I looked at the old fan with an unknown premonition. Is it an illusion? Oh, don't you panic, just relax, Xiao Yi." Yang Yi suddenly heard a familiar voice in the Sea of Spirit. Yang Yi exclaimed in surprise at this moment, "Tian Meng, are you awake?" After Tian Meng separated some of the spiritual origins in the Lake of Life in the Star Do Great Forest and merged with Yang Yi's spiritual sea, the clone that Tian Meng entered also fell asleep. If it weren't for Yang Yi could clearly feel that there was something in the Sea of Spirit. With the breath of Tian Men's avatar, Yang Yi would think that the avatar of Tian Men's Bikuger.vip dream was gone. But fortunately, after almost 3.5 months of sleep, Tian Meng finally awakened. At this time, Tian Meng proudly said, "Of course, who is brother? Brother is Tian Meng I Silkworm. Brother actually woke up a long time ago and just wanted to sleep for a while." Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, yes, Tian Meng, you are the best. Xiao Yi, you can just say in your heart that you can hear him without talking, and you should call him Tian Meng, not just Tian Meng. Good heavenly dream, no heavenly dream, understand heavenly dream. Ah. Listening to Yang Yi's answer, Tian Meng knew that Yang Yi hadn't heard what he said just now, which made Tian Meng a little bit crazy. Yang Yi could already imagine Tian Meng's crazy expression in his own sea of spirit, and the corners of his mouth laughed unconsciously. In this way, Yang Yi and Tian Meng are constantly communicating. It's communication. To be precise, Tian Meng is unilaterally bragging about his strength and grandeur. Yang Yi was getting goosebumps. At this moment, Tian Meng stopped his boasting words, and said to Yang Yi with a serious face, "Xiao Yi, several people are following you." After Yang Yi heard what Tian Meng said, he also became vigilant. Tian Meng may not be the best in combat, but his mental power is definitely the peak of the mainland. After detecting by his mental power, he said that there is a problem. That is definitely problematic. It should be the bandits they mentioned before. Judging from the fluctuations in the spirit power of these people, it should be the cultivation base of the soul. Venerable Xiao Yi, you are more than poking at them. Tian Meng looked at Yang Yi very relieved after detecting the cultivation base of the few people tracked by Dao. Said. Yang Yi got out of the carriage after that, and the brawny man named Tai Luo whom Yang Yi had seen before saw Yang Yi come out, hurried up and asked, "Dear Soul Master, do you have any instructions?" Yang Yi said after seeing Tai Luo, "Your name is Tai Luo, right? Now you go and inform Old Fan and 3 other spirit masters. Now you should pay attention to the surroundings." Tai Luo felt that they were approaching Xingluo city, and they should be considered safe. He didn't understand why this soul master still wanted to do this, but he still obeyed Yang Yi's words and ran to the carriage of Fan Lao and the other 3 soul masters. Let me tell them. After a while, the 3 soul master Fan Lao and a man in black and a mask came to Yang Yi's carriage. At this time, Fan Lao asked Yang Yi, "I don't know what the soul master has discovered." Yang Yi did not answer Fan Lao's words, but looked at the man in black beside Fan Lao. Fan Lao looked at Yang Yi's eyes and knew what Yang Yi meant, and quickly explained, "This is the guard who has been protecting me since before. He is called Aki and is also a soul master. Don't worry about yourself." Yang Yi realized that the inexplicable premonition that had been watching Fan Lao before was him, and it was at least a soul sect from the breath of Qi. Yang Yi looked at everyone and said, "I was meditating just now when I discovered that several people were following us not far from the back of our caravan. I think it should be the bandit gangs mentioned earlier." Cheng Yu said, "Really, don't talk big, brother." Su Xing on the side of said, "Yeah, we didn't feel it, little brother, did you have an illusion?" The old Fan on the side looked at Qi, and Qi shook his head at Fan Old and said that he hadn't noticed. An old Fan obviously believed in Qi words, and then said to Yang Yi, "This soul master maybe are you tired?" Lin Hai on the side did not speak, but his eyes were obviously disdainful when he looked at Yang Yi, and he obviously did not take Yang Yi's words to heart. Yang Yi knows that these people are too young because they are too young, so they think that they are playing outside and have little combat effectiveness. So I took what I said as nonsense. But Yang Yi didn't need to put cold buttocks on their hot faces, they didn't care about their own affairs at all. Yang Yi said coldly to them, "I've already told you, believe it or not, you can, if I die here later, I won't save you." After listening to Yang Yi's words, the others didn't stay in Yang Yi's carriage anymore. They all returned to their respective carriages. However, these people did not have any measures to deal with after they returned, and they still did their own things completely. He didn't take what Yang Yi just said to his heart. At this time, Tian Meng angrily shouted in Yang Yi's sea of spirit, "Abominable human imp, I don't believe in brother." Yang Yi said calmly, "Normal, no one will believe what a child says, but they will know when they arrive." Finally, it only takes another 20 minutes to reach Xingluo city. At this time, Fan Lao and others have completely put down their vigilance. After returning from Yang Yi's carriage before, whether it was Fan Lao Aki or the other three soul masters, they were doing their own things on the surface, and they were still wary in their hearts, but as time passed, they were about to be called again. When they arrived at Douluos city, their hearts were completely relieved. Now they completely just take what Yang Yi said before as an illusion that the child had before. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly looked out of the carriage. Come yet! The third spirit ability, explode the fireball. At this time, 5 big fireballs appeared in the air, and they attacked the 5 carriages of the caravan with the Soul Master. At this time, Yang Yi immediately released the Wuhan and raised his Garuru cannon. The second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower Change, Omega Meteor Strike. The powerful shell was pierced by Yang Yi's Omega Meteorite before the big fireball hit Yang Yi's carriage. But the other carriages were not so lucky. They had no room for reaction when faced with the sudden spirit abilities, so they could only jump out of the carriage and release the spirit to protect themselves. But they were still hurt, and they were hurt differently because of their different strengths. At this time, 4 people appeared in front of Yang Yi, and one of them was really releasing his martial spirit. Behind him were 3 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. A big fireball is his sole ability. The middle-aged man in red in front of them looked at Yang Yi and the others and said, "If you want to survive, hand over everything." Chapter 50, First Murder. At this time, Lin Hai finally saw clearly who these 4 people were. Lin Hai's voice was a little trembling at this time. "I didn't expect it to be you. The Scarlet Bandit." At this time, apart from Yang Yi, Fan Lao, Aki, Cheng Yu, Su Xing, and others all frowned. Obviously they had also heard of this so-called Scarlet Robber. The middle-aged man in the lead said, "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to know it. So just hand over all your things, oh, and the woman behind you." At this time, after hearing this, Cheng Yu forgot to be afraid of the Scarlet Robber, and said to the middle-aged man, "What are you? You dare to hit Su Xing's idea? I think that the Scarlet Robber is powerful." It was rumored. Said that Cheng Yu had released his martial spirit, which was a long stick with 2 yellow centuries-old spirit rings on it. At this time, the middle-aged man said to the man in green at the end, "Han Gui, you go and cut this kid." After the man named Han Gui heard the middle-aged man speaking, he walked up to Cheng Yu, and then Han Gui released his martial soul, which is a ghost vine of the plant family. And there are 3 spirit rings floating behind this Han Rail, who is a strong soul at the level of soul. This directly frightened Cheng Yu on the opposite side. He never thought that the person in front of him was actually a soul sovereign. At this time, Lin Hai tisked and said, "It's really a kid who doesn't know the situation." Although there are only 4 Scarlet Bandits, they are composed of 3 souls and 1 soul. The middle-aged man they lead is called Caou, is a soul sect, and then the one who released the fireball to us is called Huibo, and the last one in the blue clothes is Zhao Chuang. Now it is a big crisis for us. Cheng Yu saw that Han Gui was a soul sovereign, and he planned to escape, but the opposite Han Gui did not intend to release Cheng Yu. The third spirit ability, Binding and Winding. Second spirit ability, Ghost Vine Strangulation. After the 2 spirit rings behind Han Rail lit up, the ghost vine in his hand began to grow rapidly, and then quickly attacked Cheng Yu. The ghost vine entangled Cheng Yu at a very fast speed so that Cheng Yu could not move. Then the ghost vine in Han Rail's hand began to rush into the ground, and then kept moving under the ground, and also emitted from the ground. The sound of vibration produced by the movement of ghost vines. Then 2 huge ghost vines rushed out of the ground and appeared in front of Cheng Yu, and then the hard tip of the ghost vine pierced Cheng Yu's body. Just when the ghost vine was about to pierce Cheng Yu's body, a sword light flashed and cut off all the ghost vines that attacked Cheng Yu. At this time, everyone present looked at Yang Yi who had saved Cheng Yu, but they were all very surprised. Because they didn't expect that the young man in front of them who was only about 12 or 13 years old was actually a soul sovereign, and the soul ring was still a yellow and 2 purple that surpassed the best match. Everyone knew that these signs represented this: from now on, the young man is bound to be a titled Douluo level powerhouse. Then Yang Yi rushed towards Han Gui without hesitation, and Han Gui immediately reacted. The first spirit ability, Ghost Whip. The ghost rattan in Han Rail's hand turned into a rattan whip and flogged Yang Yi, but how could this whip made of ghost rattan be the same as the opponent of Tyrannosaurus sword in terms of hardness? Yang Yi just swiped the Tyrannosaurus sword at the ghost vine whip casually twice, and the ghost vine whip in Han Gui's hand was not cut off. And Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword pierced Han Gui's heart straight. At this time, the scarlet robbers on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Huibo raised a cane in his hand to Yang Yi. The first spirit ability, the fire gathers. The third spirit ability, blasting fireball. One after another fireballs flew towards Yang Yi, but Huibo's movements were actually captured by Yang Yi's mental power. When Huibo lifted his martial soul, Yang Yi was wary of it. Yang Yi raised the Garuru cannon in his right hand and shouted in the direction of the three people on Huibo. Second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower. A number of cold air cannonballs more than the explosive fireballs were fired at the fire wave three people. Omega Meteor Shower directly freezes the explosive fireball during the attack and then penetrates it, then attacked the other three scarlet bandits. Bang 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 bang. A huge noise rang out in the explosion, and then a huge burst of smoke followed. This scene shocked Fan Lao and the others. Cheng Yu, who had just been rescued by Yang Yi, had returned to the crowd. None of them thought Yang Yi had such a strong strength. At this time, Su Xing was a little surprised and asked, "Will that little brother Yang Ren become titled Douluo in the future?" At this time, Lin Hai said solemnly, "He has reached the soul venerable at this age, and he must be a titled Douluo in the future." I knew that the feeling when I spoke to others was different, and now they were thinking about how to make a good relationship with this future titled Douluo after they arrived in Star Luo City. At this moment, the three scarlet bandits who were hit by the Omega Meteor Shower also came out of the smoke, and now all three of them have soulless rings on their bodies. As expected, the same as Lin Hai said before, the one named Caou, that person is a soul sect, and the others are also soul sovereigns. At this time, the Scarlet Three looked in the direction of Han Gui, but what they saw was that a sword in Yang Yi's left hand had penetrated Han Gui's heart deeply, and blood flowed from Han Gui's heart and followed the Tyrannosaurus sword. His sword slowly dripped to the ground. Then Yang Yi drew out the Tyrannosaurus sword, and Han Gui's body also fell to the ground coldly. At this time, no one made a sound, and the surroundings were silent. There is only the sound of blood dripping on the ground from the body of the Tyrannosaurus sword. Tick 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 to tick. And Yang Yi actually felt a sense of guilt the moment he killed him. Yang Yi's hand was shaking slightly now, and he felt a nausea in his heart. But this is also normal. After all, Yang Yi has never killed anyone from the time he traveled to the present or his previous life. The first killing brought Yang Yi some disgusting feeling, and it also made Yang Yi unable to accept the scene before him. What just happened so quickly? Yang Yi only knew that after saving Cheng Yu, he subconsciously wanted to remove the person in front of him, just like removing a piece of rubbish. When Yang Yi came back to his senses, Han Rail had turned into a cold corpse, and Yang Yi himself didn't know what was wrong with him. At this time, an angry voice came from behind Yang Yi. "Korean Rail! I want you to pay for my life, kid." Chapter 51, Arrive in Xingluo City. Although the group of 4 scarlet robbers made a living by robbing the caravan in the past, the 4 of them are best prepared to be killed by others in the process, but when one of their companions is killed in front of them, that kind of anger and pain was something that Caou and others could not accept for a while. After Caou saw Han Gui's death, he immediately rushed towards Yang Yi, and the 4 spirit rings on his body also appeared behind him, indicating his identity as a soul sect. After the fire wave behind Caou and Zhao Zhuang saw that their boss had rushed past, they also wanted to avenge Han Gui, and followed Caou and attacked Yang Yi. But the few people behind Yang Yi won't miss Yang Yi's great opportunity. After they saw Huibo and Zhao Zhuang rushing towards Yang Yi, Lin Hai and Aki also went to help Yang Yi. As for Cheng Yi, Su Xing stayed in place to protect Fan Lao because he had only the Great Soul Master. At this time, Huibo and Zhao Zhuang saw Lin Hai and Aki also rushed towards their boss. In order to ensure that their boss could completely kill that Yang Yi, the two of them immediately appeared in Lin Hai and Aki front, blocked the way for both of them. At this time, Aki and Lin Hai couldn't help Yang Yi for a while, but it was good, they could deal with their opponents. At this time, Yang Yi looked at Cao who rushed over, but Yang Yi was not scared because Cao was the soul sect at this time. After Yang Yi adjusted his state on the spot, he immediately carried his Tyrannosaurus sword and attacked Cao. Boom! Cao's palm collided with Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword. At this time, Cao's right hand turned into a wolf claw. It seems that Cao's martial spirit is a wolf. The second spirit ability, Bloodthirsty. At this time, Cao's eyes turned red. After that, Cao's strength suddenly increased a lot, and then he began to suppress Yang Yi, but Yang Yi can be suppressed by Cao as long as he uses a spirit ability. Although Cao is a soul sect, Yang Yi's soul power has reached level 39, which is only one level away from the soul sect. However, the quality and quantity of the soul power are not comparable to Cao, and Yang Yi has been training in strength. So, how could it be suppressed by Cao? At this time, Yang Yi just wanted to quickly get rid of the guy in front of him, and saw that Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword picked Cao's wolf claws towards the rear. After being picked, Cao also used his years of fighting skills to stabilize. Lost his body. But Yang Yi's reaction was not vegetarian. After Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword lifted the wolf claws away, he held the Tyrannosaurus sword into Cao's face again. The third spirit ability, Extremely Wolf Step. When the Tyrannosaurus sword was about to pierce Cao's face, the third spirit ring behind Cao immediately lit up. At this time, Cao's speed became faster, and Yang Yi's fatal blow was avoided by a single blow. But after avoiding, Cao immediately distanced himself from Yang Yi, but at this moment Cao felt that his face was wet, and, with the touch of his hand, a red liquid appeared on his hand, which was blood. It turned out that although Cao had avoided the fatal blow just now, he was still scratched by the sword energy generated by Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus sword. At this time, Cao knew what a monster he was facing, even his sword aura could hurt him, so if he was just stabbed, he would definitely die. Cao's heart began to retreat. At this time, Cao felt that Han Gui's hatred would be reported later. Now he can survive. Yang Yi looked at Cao's eyes and knew what this guy was thinking. This guy wanted to abandon his partner and run. Yang Yi's eyes once again had the chill that had happened when he killed Han Gui. Now Yang Yi only wants to kill this scum. Yang Yi no longer hesitated to rush towards Cao, the Tyrannosaurus sword in his hand flashed a sharper light than before. Cao watched Yang Yi rush towards him, knowing that he was looking for a chance. Although this little devil was a monster, he was at least a soul sect. He still had the strength to run against this little devil. The fourth spirit ability, Wolf King's Tearing Blow. 4 claw strikes attacked Yang Yi. Looking at his strongest soul ability, Cao felt that he had a chance. But the dream is good, but the reality is very skinny. After Yang Yi flew 2 claws with the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand, he twisted his body while moving and avoided the other 2 claws of Cao. Click, this process is very easy and easy. Cao saw that his strongest spirit ability was easily cracked by Yang Yi. He immediately turned around and prepared to run away, but Yang Yi also appeared in front of Cao in an instant. 3 Swords of Beilong, Broken Dragon Point. When Yang Yi appeared in front of Cao, he immediately used the Dragon Smashing Point against Cao, and Cao also immediately blocked Yang Yi's attack with his wolf claws. However, Cao's hand was easily torn off by Yang Yi's Broken Dragon Point. The tragic cry made everyone who was fighting on the side look at this place. At this time, their eyes were full of shock. They did not expect that Cao, the strongest of the 4 scarlet robbers, was so easily cut by Yang Yi. She broke her hand. Cao held his broken arm in pain with his other hand, and then he half-kneeled on the ground and kept screaming. "It's so noisy!" At this time, Yang Yi's understatement reached Cao's ears. Cao raised his head and looked at Yang Yi angrily. But what Cao saw was a pair of cold eyes that he had never seen before. This seems to be something no one should have. Eyes. There seemed to be a little darkness and stain in those eyes that could not tolerate him. It was like a sword of justice that penetrated Cao mentally. Cao had to admit that he was scared. Yang Yi raised his Garuru cannon, the pitch-black muzzle pointed at Cao's forehead and said, "Even if you don't be a good person in your next life, you won't be an innocent person." Boom! A voice came to mind, a shell appeared in the muzzle of the Garuru gun, which directly pierced Cao's forehead. At this time, everyone in the class was very surprised. Looking at the fallen Cao, he didn't expect it to end so soon. This Yang Yi is really a monster. Huibo and Zhao Zhuang saw that their boss was dead, and immediately ran away in 2 directions while Lin Hai and He were looking at Yang Yi in a daze. But Yang Yi has been observing their movements, when he saw them about to run. Omega Meteorite Strike. Tyrannosaurus Annihilation Slash. Omega Meteorite hit the key of the escaped fire wave, and Tyrannosaurus Annihilation hit Zhao Zhuang. Yang Yi knew that with the spirit power levels of these 2 people, it was impossible to survive these 2 moves without defense. After solving all the Scarlet Bandits, Yang Yi immediately entered his carriage, and did not have any conversation with Fan Lao and others. At this time, Fan Lao and others thought that Yang Yi was angry because they didn't believe him before, but now that they knew Yang Yi's strength, they didn't dare to explain to Yang Yi casually, fearing to add fuel to the fire. This is the psychology they have after seeing someone better than themselves. But why Yang Yi entered the carriage immediately only Yang Yi knew. Fan Lao and others inspected their products and found that there was no major problem except for a little loss. After everything was cleaned up, they set off. The journey after the caravan was very smooth. After a while, I saw a magnificent wall building with 3 large characters engraved on the wall. Xingluokeng. Chapter 52, Sea Life. After a day and a night, Yang Yi took Fan Lao's caravan and finally came to Xingluo City from Minjiahu City. Although something happened in the middle, he still came. After Fan Lao and the others entered Star City, Yang Yi once again walked out of the carriage. Now Yang Yi no longer had the cold expression when he entered the carriage. He has changed back to the gentle appearance before. As for why Yang Yi became like this when he killed the Scarlet Bandit, Yang Yi thought about it himself when he was in the carriage, and discussed it with Tian Meng, but he did not discuss a complete conclusion. The closest thing is that Yang Yi felt that it was Omega Beast X's justice that penetrated him that affected him, but the real reason was that he would see Omega Beast X again in that mysterious space and ask him. After Fan Lao saw Yang Yi coming out of the carriage, Fan Lao immediately walked towards Yang Yi. Aki, Lin Hai and 2 other spirit masters followed Fan Lao. Old Fan walked to Yang Yi. The little brother had misunderstood you before, and thank you for your help this time. This is 100 gold soul coins, and the other 50 are thanks to the little brother for your help. Grace. After Yang Yi took the money bag handed over by Fan Lao, he said, "You're welcome, if there is nothing to do, I will leave." Yang Yi nodded to the others, then turned and left without giving them a chance to speak. Lin Hai, their faces are full of regret as they watched Yang Yi leave. Fan Lao watched Yang Yi's departure, and muttered, "We have never been in the same world with him. He is a genius. He will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future and stand on the top of the mainland." Lin Hai also said, "Yet, we have no way to predict Yang Ren's strength. Only if we have the chance to meet again in the future." At this time, Fan Lao once again took out 3 purses, but apparently there were not as many as the ones given to Yang Yi, and then Fan Lao handed these purses to Lin Hai, Cheng Yu, and Su Xing. Thank you all this time too. These are your rewards. Let's see you by chance. The three of them took the money bag handed over by Fan Lao and bowed their hands to Fan Lao. Then I will leave. Goodbye. Goodbye bye. Yang Yi started to stroll around in the Douluos city after leaving the team. Douluos city is really worthy of the capital of the Douluos Empire. The density of the population, the liveliness of the streets, the endless flow of various shops, and the traffic on the road and the number of soul masters appearing are not Minjiu at all. The city is comparable to the city of Soto. Coupled with the powerful military forces of Douluos city, Yang Yi just walked on the streets of Douluos city for a few minutes, but the army that passed by has changed 3 waves, and judging from those passing by, those troops all of the soldiers are strictly trained. Yang Yi not only said with emotion at this time, if it weren't for the existence of the Spirit Hall, the Douluos Empire might have already become the largest empire in the Douluos continent. But the important thing for Yang Yi now is to find where Douluos Academy is. Yang Yi walked to a hawker's shop, and after buying a few things, he finally found out the location of Douluos Academy and some information. Douluos city is divided into 4 urban areas, southeast, northwest, and northwest, and the entire eastern city area belongs to Douluos Academy. This is because the Douluos imperial family spent a lot of money to train soul masters. Although the entire eastern district is called Douluos College, Douluos College is divided into Douluos Royal College and Douluos General College. The Douluos Royal Academy is mainly to train the noble students of the Douluos Empire. Their cultivation conditions are the best in the entire Douluos Empire, whether it is the strength of the teachers, the treasures that can be obtained, or the soul power needs. The simulation environment is the top level in Douluos continent. But Douluos General Academy is not so lucky. Douluos Ordinary Academy actually didn't take more than 10 years to be established, mainly because the Emperor of the Douluos Empire personally ordered the construction of those potential civilian spirit masters as soon as possible. However, there is still a gap with the Douluos Royal Academy. Not all civilian spirit masters are geniuses. Some people only have spirit power of 5th level or below, but the Douluos imperial family still allows them to enroll in order to not join the Spirit Hall. This also led to different levels of strength in Douluos Normal Academy. And although the Douluos Normal Academy was built by the Douluos royal family to keep them, the Douluos emperor still knew that the potential of these soul masters was not high, so when allocating resources, he used the rest of the Douluos Royal Academy. Resources are being allocated to them, so that there is no change in the soul masters with low innate soul power, and those soul masters with high innate soul power cannot get good training. This makes the gap between them and the soul masters of Douluos Royal Academy. It's getting bigger and bigger. Yang Yi felt a little sad after learning about these things. Although the Douluos Empire also built the Douluos Senior Soul Master Academy for civilian soul masters, this was much faster than the Skydo Empire, but it came from the allocation of these resources. It seems that there is still no good cultivation environment for the civilian spirit masters. To put it bluntly, it is the nobles who really get these things by giving them a place to live. If you can't treat the nobles and commoners equally, the so-called Douluos General Academy will go to Lekong within a few years, and they will still join the Wuhan Hall. But fortunately, Yang Yi gave them a lot of resources for cultivation before they went to various academies. With those resources, even if they didn't get any resources for cultivation in Douluos Academy, they could reach a very high spirit power with his extraordinary talents. High level, definitely not worse than the Shrek 7 Devils. When Yang Yi thinks about this, he feels that he is so wise and martial, like a god, and his worship of himself is like a surging river, endless and uncontrollable. But now the most important thing is to go to Douluos Academy to find the life. Then Yang Yi rushed towards Douluos Academy at full speed. Bump! At this time, 2 teenagers in their 20s were shot out from an arena in the Douluos Normal Academy. Come on again, do you want to participate in the 2-person match of the Star Academy at this level? Standing on the ring at this time was a teenager who was about 13 years old, with broken black hair and silver pupils. Although he was still young, he could not stop his handsomeness. But now his handsome face is full of anger. His age should be the youngest among all the people present, but no one was dissatisfied when he reprimanded everyone just now. They all lowered their heads and listened carefully to the words of the young man in the ring. At this time, one of the teenagers who had just been beaten off said, "Boss, it's not that we didn't practice seriously, but that we got too few resources." Then everyone on the side responded, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Okay, be quiet." At this time, the teenager on the ring shouted and everyone was quiet, "I will give you your resources to figure out a solution. So who will come up and fight me now?" Everyone was silent at this time. Although they knew that the boy was for their good, they did not dare to go up. The teenager on the ring wrinkled and did not say, "I will ask who is going to come up again." No one answered after a while, when the boy sighed and was about to leave. "Don't hurry down, I'll fight you." Si Ming. Chapter 53, Invite. "I'll fight you, Si Ming." A familiar voice came from behind to the ear of the boy standing on the ring. The boy looked behind him in shock, a familiar face caught in his eyes. Yang Yi stood there, looking at Si Ming on the ring with a smile on his face. But the students in the ring are not happy anymore. Although they dare not fight against their boss, it is not possible for any kid to fight against their boss. At this time, a boy who was about 18 years old shouted, "Do you know what place this is, kid? You can stay away if you don't want to die." Before Yang Yi could speak, an angry voice shouted at the boy just now. "Dewei, shut up!" Of course Dewei knew exactly who the owner of this voice was. At this time Dewei looked at Si Ming a little nervously and said, "Si Ming, boss, this is..." Shiming looked at Dewei coldly and said, "Okay, take everyone back. I know this person, and he is not something you can deal with." They didn't dare to disobey the command of the boss, Si Ming, and then everyone looked at their boss and Yang Yi in confusion and left. After a while, only Yang Yi and Si Ming were left around the ring. Yang Yi looked around and ridiculed Si Ming, "I didn't expect that your prestige in this college is so high." Si Ming looked at this long-lost partner with gentleness and a smile on the face of the group of people just now. "If you want to change them, you can only convince them, but this time you came here is what you said before. It's done already." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I have experienced the battle with him personally, and it really is a strong opponent. Then the next step is to find them and participate in the Soul Master Elite competition a year and a half later." "Yes, although there is still a year and a half, there is a team competition in that competition, so I still find time to cooperate." "Is this Yang Yi, I think?" Si Ming stopped when he said this, as if there was something he dared not say. Yang Yi smiled and said, "You want to finish the 2-person match at Douluos Academy before you go, right?" Si Ming looked at Yang Yi in surprise, "How do you know this?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "This is how I heard you when I first arrived, so I guessed it right." Shiji nodded and said, "By the way, this 2-person match is 7 days later, and we will leave after that is over. This is the promise I made when I came to this academy." After Yang Yi heard what Si Ming said, he couldn't help but remember the scene when he first met Si Ming. Yang Yi knew everyone Zhong Si Ming the earliest time, and he had a fight when he met Si Ming. Si Ming's birth is completely different from the 7 of them. Except for Si Ming, everyone else is orphan without parents, but Si Ming has parents. However, when Si Ming was 8 years old, all his family members were the evil soul master was killed. At that time, Si Ming escaped the evil soul master's hunt with the help of his family. After that, Si Ming escaped to the far north, a zone that even the evil soul master did not dare to penetrate before saving his life. Although he escaped the hunt of the evil soul master, he was completely unable to withstand the coldness of the far north with the Si Ming at that time. Fortunately, he met Yang Yi and saved Si Ming back. However, after Si Ming woke up, Si Ming thought that Yang Yi was also an evil spirit master, and immediately released his spirit to attack Yang Yi. Originally, Yang Yi wanted to explain, but after seeing Si Ming's spirit, Yang Yi decided. It was at that time that Yang Yi realized that he was not the only owner of the Emperor Cavalry spirit on this continent. But at that time, Si Ming was only a quasi-great spirit master at level 20 without a second spirit ring. Of course it was not Yang Yi's opponent. After being subdued by Yang Yi and listening to Yang Yi's explanation, Si Ming finally knew that he was saved by the boy in front of him. After that, Si Ming did not hold back the grief in his heart anymore, and became painful. It was at that time. Si Ming vowed in his heart to kill one evil spirit master if he saw one, and Si Ming decided to always follow Yang Yi in repaying Yang Yi's life-saving grace. In the next 2 years, Si Ming and Yang Yi received the Shui De training together. During that time period, Si Ming's impression of the soul beast also changed. When he was 10 years old, Si Ming left the far north to go outside to experience, and then it took another year to receive a letter from Yang Yi before he went to the Arena of Souls in Soto City. At that time, Si Ming was the first to arrive. In Si Ming's words, as long as you Yang Yi speak, he will definitely do it even if he sacrifices his life. Therefore, Yang Yi knows that Si Ming is a person who values commitment very much. He will keep moving forward for what he believes in his heart, even if he will be an enemy of the whole world. Yang Yi looked at Si Ming in front of him and shook his head and said, "It still hasn't changed. If there is no problem, can I help you?" Si Ming had long known that Yang Yi would definitely agree to him, nodded and said, "I want to invite you to participate in this 2-person match." Yang Yi said, "I have no problem, but will Xingluo Academy let people who are not from their own academy participate in this competition?" Si Ming said, "Don't worry about this. Although it is a 2-player match between Xingluo Academy, it is just a confrontation between Xingluo Royal Academy and Xingluo Normal Academy, each selecting the 2 strongest players, and what you saw before is I want to choose another partner, but you don't need it when you come. Xingluo Normal Academy can find foreign aid, even if it's not from your own academy, but you must be under 15 years old. In fact, this requirement is already very high. Be strict. You must know that the souls selected by these academies are basically souls. Souls under the age of 15 are geniuses. The guys in the Royal Academy expected that ordinary academies would not know such geniuses. But this time they were disappointed. Up. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Then I understand, let's cheat them. Do you know who we are going to fight against in 7 days?" Si Ming nodded and said, "It should be Davis from the Royal Academy and his fiancée Zhu Ziyun. They have a 42nd level Soul Sect and a 38th level Soul Sovereign. I am now at the 39th level, although 1-to-1. I won't lose that Davis, but I can't do it for 1-to-2, and they also have martial arts fusion skills. Xiaoi, you probably haven't broken through the Soul section." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I'm only level 39. It seems that tomorrow will be a tough battle. But tomorrow, I can hold that Davis, and you can solve Zhu Ziyun directly and don't let them complete the martial arts. Soul fusion technique." Shiming nodded and said, "It seems that this can only be done." At this moment, Yang Yi thought of something and said a few words to Si Ming's ear. Si Ming was a little surprised and said, "It shouldn't be that easy." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Try it and you won't die. Hurry up, try it in our grove." Then Yang Yi pulled Si Ming into the small forest that he had seen when he came to Xingluo Academy. Chapter 54, The Battle Begins. 7 days are fleeting. In the past 7 days, the students of Xingluo General College finally knew what it meant that his boss was not inferior to me. In the past 7 days in the ring, everyone has seen Yang Yi and Si Ming's one-on-one battle. Although they didn't use their full strength, it was not something they could deal with for these students. In addition, Yang Yi's age seemed to be about the same age as Si Ming, so they thought that Yang Yi and Si Ming were both geniuses on the mainland. Today is the day of Xingluo's two-person matchup. Si Ming brought Yang Yi and all the people from Xingluo Normal Academy to the Arena of Souls prepared by Xingluo Royal Academy. Only then did Yang Yi deeply understand that the same is the Star Luo Academy, but there is still a huge gap between the Royal Academy and the Ordinary Academy. Just look at the Arena of Souls in front of you. There is only a small arena in the Ordinary Academy, and there is nothing around it, but the Arena of Souls in the Royal Academy is like a small county town. I don't know, the area is huge. Even the seats on the ground and the ring are carefully built. From here, you can see the treatment of the nobles and civilians by the Xingluo royal family. And the seats inside are only available for students from the Royal Academy. For example, students in ordinary colleges can only bring their own seats or stand and watch. This is sad. Sure enough, it's your job to compete. At this time, a voice came over. Yang Yi fixed his eyes and saw a long golden hair draped behind his back. There was a lazy look on his face. The purple light in his eyes was shining, but they were not double pupils. His appearance was at least 7 points similar to Dai Mubai, but his figure was a bit taller than Dai Mubai. Although very casual, there was still a high-level smile in his smile. Behind him, followed by a tall girl who was almost as tall as his side. She was extremely plump, with white skin like suet, with a smile on her face, even holding the former's arm in the playing field. This girl is very beautiful. She and Zhu Zuqing are even more similar than Dai Mubai and the former. It's just that she lacks Zhu Zuqing's coldness. The whole person looks very soft. In this kind of tenderness, beauty is more easily recognized. Shiming said, "Is Davis really fighting you?" Davis said to Si Ming, "I said before that there is nothing wrong with joining me with your talent. I can give you a lot of powerful training resources, and you can also enter the Royal Academy to practice. Why bother with these wastes? Stay together." Shiming said coldly, "Hey! Waste? You with so many resources, even if you are one-on-one, you can't help me. Isn't your way like that a waste? You?" Davis became angry when he heard Si Ming's words. Then looked at Yang Yi who was aside and said, "This is your partner. It doesn't seem to be from your ordinary college. I want to see what strength it has." Yang Yi said, "It is more than enough to defeat you." "Humph," Davis said with disdain after hearing this, "big talk, let's see how I will scrap you later." Said, he took Zhu Ziyun into the fighting arena. Si Ming looked at Yang Yi and said, "Then we will go all out." Yang Yi looked at the sky and said, "It will take a while to use that trick again. If we lose, we will try to delay it." Shiming nodded and said, "I see." Then Si Ming said to the younger brothers who followed, "You go back first, you will have unnecessary conflicts with them after you go in, and you will get hurt. Dewei will take them back." Then Si Ming led Yang Yi in, and a different voice came from behind. "Come on, Boss Ming. Kill them. Come on, boss, we wait for the boss to come back and start the party. Come on. Come on." After Yang Yi and Si Ming entered and came to the ring, Davis and Zhu Ziyun were already standing on the ring, and there was an old man. Then a different voice came from all around. "Trash from the ordinary college, you dare to come over? Hurry up and surrender, your mother is calling you back to drink milk." Ha 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 ha. Davis abolished them and let them know how good the Royal Academy is. "Goddess Zhu Ziyun, come on." In this way, Yang Yi finally knew why he didn't want them to come in, and Yang Yi wanted to kill them here. The old man in the ring obviously did not have the idea to stop this, saying, "You can call me to where the old man, as long as you don't hurt the other's life in the battle, and falling into the ring is counted as losing, and being saved by me is counted as losing, then let's start now. After Yang Yi heard that this old man was sexually worn, he knew that this old man was also a nobleman. No wonder he just looked down on those people and didn't stop them. It turned out to look down on civilians. At this time, Davis and Zhu Ziyun both released their own martial arts, and as expected, like Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking, they were Evil Eyes White Tigers and Ghost Cats. Then Si Ming also released Wuhan. Come on, Jesse. Jesmon is the last to appear among the Royal Knights, also known as the Patron Saint, at the highest level of network security, and a disciple of the stubborn beast who is also one of the Royal Knights. Can perceive the signs of abnormal changes and chaos occurring in the digital world, and rushed to the scene of the incident earlier than any Royal Knight. He is a paladin known as the Savior. Has 5 digital inscription swords and the 3-in-1 sword spirit Ado, Rene, and Bull, and has the ability to manipulate data. Rarely among the Royal Knights, they conduct activities in groups, trust the power of their partners, and will not be too confident in themselves. And Jesmon is one of the few Royal Knights with 2 forms, one is Jesmon X, the other is Jesmon GX. However, these 2 current Siming martial arts have not yet appeared, so under what conditions should they appear, and the current Siming can only use 2 swords with digital inscriptions. As for the sword spirits, they have not yet appeared. At this time, behind Si Ming appeared the same color as Yang Yi, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Yang Yi also released his martial soul. When Yang Yi's spirit ring appeared, there was an exclamation around him. I didn't expect that the partner brought by Si Ming was actually a soul sovereign and was of the same age as Si Ming. Then Davis said, Si Ming, the partner you found really surprised me, but today's victory still belongs to me. Rushed towards Si Ming, and Si Ming also attacked Davis at this time. This battle between Xingluo Royal Academy and Xingluo Normal Academy has just started. Chapter 55, Fierce Battle. Shiming had already carried his digital inscription sword and greeted Davis. At this time, Davis's Tiger Claw and Si Ming's digital inscription sword had a strong collision. Although Davis' soul power cultivation is stronger than that of Si Ming's martial spirit quality is much stronger than Davis's martial spirit quality. This enables Si Ming to rely on the strength of the soul and David. Si confronted each other. At this time, Zhu Ziyun on the side saw that Davis had not suppressed Si Ming in the first place. Cat paws appeared on his hands, and he quickly rushed towards Si Ming, preparing to give Si Ming a blow in the back. Just when Zhu Ziyun rushed towards Si Ming, Yang Yi instantly came to Zhu Ziyun, and then swung a Tyrannosaurus sword at Zhu Ziyun. Zhu Ziyun did not react slowly, and used his cat's paws to attack Yang Yi's Tyrannosaurus. The sword resisted, but also because of Yang Yi's organization, Zhu Ziyun couldn't help Davis immediately. Yang Yi looked at Zhu Ziyun in front of him and said, "Since I'm here to help Si Ming, I can only deal with you here." Zhu Ziyun snorted coldly and said, "Then you can try it." The first soul ability, Nether Thrust. The second soul skill, the Nether 100 Rivers. After the 2 spirit rings behind Zhu Ziyun lit up, the speed increased a lot, and then Zhu Ziyun's sharp claws suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. The Tyrannosaurus sword in Yang Yi's hand also waved. Bump bump bump. The collision between the cat's claw and the Tyrannosaurus sword made a violent sound. But compared to the fierce collision between Yang Yi and Zhu Ziyun, the collision between Si Ming and Davis seemed a bit flat. Davis has been so stalemate after the collision with Si Ming, because Davis is a proud man, he has to use his power to conquer Si Ming, and his soul power level is higher than that of Si Ming. And the soul master who possesses the Emperor's martial spirit is also proud of himself. He feels that he cannot be weaker than others. So the 2 did not collide again after the collision, and remained deadlocked. However, the consumption of soul power is huge for Siming and Davis. Although Davis's soul power is indeed greater than that of Siming's soul power, the quality of Siming's soul power is greater than Davis's spirit power is of high quality, so if this goes on, Two people will lose both. Davis is not a fool either. If he and Si Ming are both injured, Zhu Ziyun's victory point in this battle will be on Zhu Ziyun, but from their collision just now, Zhu Ziyun is not the opponent of that Si Ming's partner. At this time, Davis took the lead in withdrawing the move and retreated behind. But since Davis knew what Si Ming could not know, if Si Ming forced Davis to live or hurt both, he and Yang Yi could win. Shiming chased up the moment Davis backed away. The second spirit ability, by Huli Guangbo. The second spirit ring behind Davis lit up, and then Davis sent a fiery light wave towards Si Ming. Seeing that Bai Huli Guangbo, Si Ming raised the blade of his right hand and pointed at the flying Bai Huli Guangbo. The second spirit ability, rewrite. When Si Ming's second spirit ability came on, a ball of light appeared on the end of Si Ming's right hand blade, and then a light wave was emitted, and this light wave was exactly the same as the White Tiger Fierce light wave emitted by Davis. This is Si Ming's second spirit ability duplication, which can replicate the opponent's spirit ability in an instant. This is also one of the powers of Jesmon. Si Ming's martial spirit is a bit different from Yang Yi and the Emperor's martial spirit of others. Yang Yi, Lan Hao, and Lan Xiying will use the spirit beast's attributes and bloodline after absorbing the spirit ring. The factor appeared that the soul beast possessed the most suitable soul ability. But Si Ming's current spirit abilities are actually the power of Jesmon, as if unlocked by the spirit ring, and the copy just now is one of the powers on Jesmon's five-handed digital inscription sword. After the digital world, digital text is a manifestation of Digimon's own power. And Jesmon is the Digimon with the most digital words so far. These words reflect his abilities, and these words are printed on the 5 digital inscription swords of Jesmon. Immediately looked at Davis after Si Ming resisted the Bai Huli light wave. At this time, Davis had already rushed towards Yang Yi, ready to work with Zhu Ziyun to solve Yang Yi. It is the first spirit ability, transfer. Siming found out that the first spirit ring was lit up immediately, and then the digital inscription sword in his left hand also lit up. Then Si Ming disappeared in the same place in an instant, and Davis disappeared on the road he ran over. Immediately after that, Davis appeared in the position where Si Ming stood before, and Si Ming appeared in the position where Davis had just stood, and the positions of the two were transferred. Yang Yi smiled at this time. Of course he knew Si Ming's trick. When he and Si Ming had discussed this trick, he suffered a lot from this trick. Yang Yi immediately held the Tyrannosaurus sword to Zhu Ziyun. The third spirit ability, explosive slash. The powerful fire sword aura attacked Zhu Ziyun, and Zhu Ziyun immediately retreated to the back. However, behind Zhu Ziyun appeared was Si Ming carrying 2 swords of digital inscriptions. At this time, a digital inscription sword appeared at the tail of Si Ming. In fact, Si Ming had 3 inscription swords before. One spirit ring unlocked the power of a Jes beast, but this sword was used in Si Ming. The tail makes Si Ming sometimes embarrassed to use it, but now Si Ming doesn't care so much for the victory of this battle. The third spirit ability, mandatory termination, trial. A bright green sword aura attacked Zhu Ziyun, and at this time it was too late for Zhu Ziyun to escape, so he could only use his body to block Si Ming's trial. However, Zhu Ziyun, the Soul Lun, was unable to block the trial of Si Ming. At this time, Davis rushed in the direction of Zhu Ziyun. At this moment, Yang Yi and Si Ming nodded each other. The first spirit ability, transfer. Si Ming's first spirit ring lighted up again. At this time, the positions between Davis and Zhu Ziyun changed again, and the one facing Si Ming's trial suddenly became Davis. Bump! The trial directly hit the defenseless Davis. This change was unexpected by all the people present, and even Lao Dai, who had been observing the scene, did not expect it. Wise! After seeing Davis was hit, Zhu Ziyun ran towards Davis immediately. Zhu Ziyun hugged Davis when he ran to Davis. Yang Yi walked up to Si Ming and asked, "Can Davis still use spirit power?" Shiming said, the front is directly blocked by my forced termination of concentration. Even if it is not completely sealed, the soul power should be sealed by about 70%. The forced termination is 1 hour, and 1 hour is my current limit. At this time, Davis stood up with Zhu Ziyun's support. Davis felt that nearly 70% of his soul power was unusable, and immediately knew that it was the ghost of Siming's trick. Davis angrily shouted at Siming, "Siming! You did it!" Shiming looked at Davis and said, "Give up, Davis, now you have no chance of winning." Davis gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I didn't want to use this trick, you forced me." Then Davis hugged Zhu Ziyun's body, and then a ray of light appeared on Davis and Zhu Ziyun, and these lights began to wrap Zhu Ziyun and Davis together, and David also appeared on the light. The martial souls of Si and Zhu Ziyun, the white tiger and the ghost cat, the martial souls of the two began to merge with each other. Yang Yi looked at the scene in front of him and muttered, "Is it there?" One of the strongest tricks of the Star Luo Empire imperial family, the martial soul fusion technique, Netherworld White Tiger. Chapter 56, Wuhan Fusion. At this time, the breath of the two people in the light ball slowly began to merge. Finally, the two figures of Davis and Zhu Ziyun overlapped, and the breath of the evil eye white tiger and the ghost cat completely merged at this moment. In the next instant, everyone in the audience felt the shocking energy fluctuations. The martial soul fusion skill is not 1 + 1 = 2, even if it is two identical martial souls, it may not be able to possess the martial soul fusion skill. Because this requires a complementary and perfect match. When the martial soul fusion skill is produced, that power is not only the level of the two soul masters, but the existence of transcendence. Davis and Zhu Ziyun's bodies disappeared at the moment of fusion, and only one huge white tiger remained on the fighting platform. The white tiger is transparent, white hair and black stripes, purple eyes and double pupils. Staring coldly at Yang Yi and Siming in front of them. Netherworld White Tiger simply lifted his right paw, and then slowly photographed it against the ground of the fighting spirit arena. There was a sound. The students on the entire fighting arena felt a tremor. This is the Netherworld White Tiger swearing his own strength. And the transparent body of the Netherworld White Tiger shook slightly. The next moment, it suddenly turned into a streamer, running non-stop on this ring. At the moment of shining, the huge white tiger raised its head proudly. The arrogance of overlooking the world fully demonstrated its dominance and the king of beasts. Not only all the students present were dumbfounded, even Mr. Dai in the ring was also full of relief, joy and shock at this time. At this time, the Netherworld White Tiger in front of him rushed toward Yang Yi and Siming, and a sharp claw rushed toward them. Yang Yi directly mentioned that his Tyrannosaurus sword blocked the claws of the Nether White Tiger, but the power of the martial soul fusion skill did exceed Yang Yi's imagination. Yang Yi tried his best and only barely blocked the Nether White Tigers. Just one blow. At this time, the eyes of Netherworld White Tiger were full of disdain, and then he claws at Yang Yi. At this time, Siming on the side immediately picked up the two digital inscription swords in his hand, and the two swords were in a cross state to block the claws that were attacking Yang Yi. At this time, both of the front paws of the Nether White Tiger were barely blocked by Yang Yi and Siming, but at this time the Nether White Tiger still looked at Yang Yi and Siming with disdain. At this time, the Netherworld White Tiger said, "I told you about life, you can't beat me. If you and your companions give up and surrender to me, I will let you go." Siming watched Netherworld Beihu jokingly and said, "Dreaming before you go to bed, Davis, you should find your royal doctor to take a good look." Then Yang Yi also said to the Netherworld White Tiger, "I thought the Netherworld White Tiger was so strong, it seems that the so-called Xingluo royal family's martial arts fusion skill is just a fame." At this time, Davis heard that the two people in front of him not only refused his request of them, but also insulted himself and the Star Luo royal family's martial arts fusion skills. Angered for a while, Davis said, "I'm going to kill you." Then the power of the Nether White Tiger became stronger and stronger, and under the sharp claws of the nether white tiger, Yang Yi and Si Ming, their bodies began to sink slowly, and the ring began to gradually collapse under the power of the nether white tiger. The first spirit ability, Transfer. The second spirit ability, Omega Meteor Shower Change, Omega Meteor Strike. When the power of the netherworld white tiger was about to defeat Yang Yi and Si Ming used his first soul ability to escape the claws under the nether white tiger. Because of Si Ming's sudden departure, he didn't prepare the netherworld white tiger at all, and for a time the balance of his two front paws was a bit uncontrollable. At this time, Yang Yi raised his Garuru cannon to shoot at the front paws of the nether white tiger he was resisting. He broke free in an instant, and the netherworld white tiger began to fall backwards after being hit by this blow. Yang Yi immediately retreated at this moment, but when he retreated, he did not forget to use the Garuru cannon to open the netherworld white tiger. Fire the soul cannon! At this time, Yang Yi withdrew to Si Ming's side, but at this time they did not immediately attack the netherworld white tiger. Yang Yi put his hand on Si Ming's shoulder, felt it for a moment, and said to Si Ming with some excitement, "Our time is up, we can start." At this time, the netherworld white tiger also stabilized his body and roared at Si Ming and Yang Yi, expressing his dissatisfaction. At this time, Si Ming said to netherworld white tiger, "Davis, let you experience our strongest trick." Yang Yi smiled and said, "There is an old saying that you must use magic to defeat magic. Since you use the martial soul fusion technique, you and we also use the martial soul fusion technique." Then Si Ming's left hand and Yang Yi's right hand joined together. At this time, the same light group appeared when Davis and Zhu Ziyun were fused before, but this light group was brighter than Davis and Zhu Ziyun. Moreover, Yang Yi and Si Ming's martial soul Omega Beast X and Jess Beast appeared behind the light group. But Jessmon must be Jessmon, but this Omegaman X is not Omegaman X, but Alphaman. In fact, this was when Yang Yi and Si Ming were trying the martial soul fusion technique 7 days ago and discovered that Omega Beast X could not be fused with Jess Beast martial soul. On the contrary, the spirits of Alpha Beast and Jess Beast merged with each other under the circumstances. And this time behind the martial soul fusion light group is Omega Beast X but not Alpha Beast, because Yang Yi asked Tianmeng for help and used their family's talents to simulate the appearance of Alpha Beast under the strong spiritual power of Tianmeng. After becoming Omega Beast X, Yang Yi didn't want to let others know that he was a twin spirit. As for why Alpha Beast and Jess Beast can merge with Wuhan, although Yang Yi and Si Ming did not know the specific reason for this, Yang Yi probably knew the reason was that Alphaman was a Digimon born with X antibodies, and Jessmon could accept X antibodies to become Jessmon X, so it is not so much that it has performed the martial arts fusion technique, it is better to say that the life-saving Jess Beast has temporarily understood its strength after absorbing the X antibody in Yang Yi's Alpha Beast. But during these 7 days, Yang Yi thought for a while, since Jess Beast can absorb the X antibody in Alpha Beast to achieve evolution, can't the other 6 people also? If this is the case, Yang Yi feels like he has become an advanced synthetic material. I can't complain, but after Yang Yi's test, the strength of Jess Beast X far exceeded their imagination. At this time, Davis should let him know what this is. This is the martial arts fusion skill. Davis was also shocked by this scene just now, and immediately after reacting, he controlled the netherworld white tiger to rush towards Yang Yi and Si Ming, preparing to interrupt their martial arts fusion skills. However, Yang Yi and Si Ming's martial soul fusion skills were much faster than Davis and Zhu Ziyun. Just as the netherworld white tiger rushed to interrupt him, a sword flew over and flew netherworld white tiger. The light group also disappeared, and there was a huge human figure whose main body was red and white. The whole body of this figure was made of sword blades, but it was full of beauty. And there are 3 unknown spirit bodies floating behind this figure, but these 3 spirit bodies are indeed grey, and I feel that this color is a bit incompatible with this human figure. But the most important thing is the head of this human figure. Although the whole body is made up of swords, which are full of offensive weapons, the eyes of this figure are full of gentleness, and there is no killing aura. Just take a look. It feels very comfortable. This is Jesmon X. This is also the first time he has appeared in the world of Douluos continent. Chapter 57, Rolling. Beast X appeared on the ring. At this time, there were no 4 people in the ring. Now it has become a battle of martial soul fusion skills versus martial soul fusion skills. Even Mr. Dai has never seen this kind of scene. At this time, Beast X didn't immediately make a move, but calmly looked at the nether white tiger in front of him, looking extremely relaxed. And the netherworld white tiger didn't make a move at this time, but at this time, the eyes of the netherworld white tiger were full of jealousy. Although the netherworld white tiger is the embodiment of the martial soul fusion skill, whether it is a martial soul or something else, its essence is also a tiger. Since the tiger is the king of beasts, his intuition about the dangers around him is very sensitive. Although the human figure that appeared in front of him by the fusion of Yang Yi and Si Ming's martial spirit looks very gentle, but from his whole body the blade and the faint aura made netherworld white tiger feel that life and death only took a moment. At this time, Beast X and nether white tiger did not choose to shoot immediately, but as time passed, the atmosphere created by the confrontation between Beast X and nether white tiger became more and more serious. The people in the college did not make a sound. But as time passed, the spirit power content in the bodies of netherworld white tiger and Beast X continued to decrease. This is very unfavorable for Davis. If both parties are at the peak of spirit power, it should be Yang Yi and Si Ming who are worried, because although Yang Yi and Si Ming and their spirit power are of extremely high quality, they are of high quality. It can only be used as an advantage against the opponent in battle. What supports the martial soul fusion technique is the amount of soul power, which is the content. When both soul powers are at their peak, the soul power content of Yang Yi and Si Ming's 239th level is not as good as Davis and Zhu Ziyun. A soul power content of a 42nd level soul sect plus a 38th level soul sovereign. But because the two sides used up a lot of soul power in the previous battle, Davis was hit by the mandatory termination of the command and was sealed with 70% of his soul power. If the netherworld white tiger is not doing it now, it would consume its soul power and disintegrate without Beast X doing it. Davis can't wait anymore at this time. The netherworld white tiger moved, and I saw the netherworld white tiger stretch out its sharp claws towards Jesmon X. A cold light flashed, and Beast X avoided, but left a deep claw mark on the ground of the ring. Yang Yi and the others know that Davis and the others are really doing their best at this time. If ordinary soul masters are undead and severely injured, if Yang Yi and Si Ming did not perform the martial soul fusion skills, then they saw the ghost just now. After this claw, the white tiger could only surrender and surrender. But there is no if, now they are Beast X, because of this they will not lose today. Beast X rushed towards nether white tiger immediately waved his claws at Beast X again, but this time Beast X raised his left arm and easily blocked nether white tiger's claw. Then he swung the blade of his right arm at an extremely fast speed. With a scream, the blade of Jesmon X chopped off the other front paw of the netherworld white tiger, and the spirit power of the broken arm was dispersed. And at this time, the netherworld white tiger also screamed in pain, and then Beast X made another sword, but this time using the back of the knife did not cut the nether white tiger again, but directly flew the nether white tiger. The netherworld white tiger who was pumped away kept trembling on the ground, not knowing whether it was painful because of a broken arm or for other reasons. Regardless of Yang Yi and Si Ming's affairs, Beast X floated in front of netherworld white tiger and said, "Davis, give up, you are not our opponent." Netherworld white tiger tremblingly raised his head and said to Jesmon X in front of him, "Don't dream, unless you really defeat us, don't think about it." Beast X shook his head and said, "Originally we didn't want to use it. If you say that, then you will be lucky enough to be the first person to do this trick." At this time Beast X floated into the air, and then the 3 spirits that were still grey behind before appeared some golden light, and then the 3 spirit bodies combined into a triangular shape, and then Beast X he injected his soul power into that triangle. I am everyone. This is one of Jesmon's tricks. I'm everyone. This is to use the power of the spirits behind the 3 Jesmon X to form a triangular green prism. Then the power of Jesmon is injected into it, and the 4 work together. A green shock wave was emitted from it. And these 3 spirit bodies are the 3 swords of Jesmon Ado, Rene, and Bol. They are also the sword spirits of the Trinity. Although their current power has not yet awakened, this also allows Beast X to be able to use me as a human, but perhaps this trick is only 1/10 of the peak power. But it is enough to deal with the Nether White Tiger at this stage. A green shock wave hits the Nether White Tiger. At this time, the Nether White Tiger felt the powerful power from that move, but the scope of this move was too wide. The way to escape, this time I can only use my own power to follow. At this time, the Netherworld White Tiger condensed all the soul power in his mouth, and sent out a soul power to me for everyone. But this is undoubtedly a mantis arm as a car, that so-called spirit power was swallowed by my human being in an instant, and the green shock wave rushed towards the Netherworld White Tiger. Only a loud noise was heard, and the whole ring collapsed because of Jesmon X's move, turning into a piece of stone, and this power almost spread to the students watching around. Beast X lit up at this time, and then disappeared, and it was Yang Yi and Si Ming who came back, but the 2 of them are now supporting each other because of the martial soul fusion technique just now and that tricked me. Being everyone has exhausted their soul power. They looked at the position of the Netherworld White Tiger just now, and saw that the Netherworld White Tiger had disintegrated at this time. Davis and Zhu Zuyun were already unconscious on the ground at this time, and Dai Lao was standing in front of them. He released his martial soul, 2 yellows, 2 purples, and 4 blacks, and he was a strong contra. Then Old Man Dai took back his martial spirit and the spirit power barrier that stood in front of Davis and Zhu Zuyun. Yang Yi looked at this scene and thought, it seems that the previous trick I used to be everyone was blocked by Davis and Zhu Zuyun. Actually, Yang Yi didn't think wrong. He was exhausted and disintegrated when the Netherworld White Tiger released that soul power. It was Dai Lao rushed in front of them to block it. Originally, Dai Lao didn't want to release the spirit, but afterwards Mr. Dai still underestimated my strength as a human being. Dai Lao glanced at Yang Yi and Si Ming and said, Xingluo General Academy 1. After hearing Dai Lao's announcement, all the students who watched as Xingluo Royal Academy applauded Yang Yi and Si Ming. This battle is indeed better than them. They are a strong match. The respect of the people, and they also know that there are geniuses among civilians. At this time, Dai Lao said, I announce that from now on, Xingluo General Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy have equal resources, and the next Xingluo Academy double match is over. At this time, Yang Yi and Si Ming left the fighting spirit amid the applause of everyone. On the way back, Yang Yi asked, that reward is your purpose, right? She nodded his head. In this way, their cultivation resource problem will be solved, and I can have nothing to worry about, and I will rely on them in the future. I didn't expect you to be like this. I have been their boss for more than a year anyway, and now I am leaving something for them. Yang Yi smiled and said, then we will leave the day after tomorrow. Shiming said, no problem, who should I go to next? Yang Yi looked at the direction of the Wuhan temple and said, go and bring that dragon back. Chapter 58, Wuhan City. It has been 7 days since Yang Yi and Si Ming left the Xingluo Royal Academy. When they left, all the students from Xingluo General College came out to see Si Ming farewell, and they also made a heavy oath to Si Ming. The next time they meet, they will never let Si Ming down, and will definitely make Si Ming look at him with admiration. At this time, Yang Yi asked a little tiredly, Si Ming, how long will it take us to arrive? Shiming looked at the map in his hand and said, it should be as long as you walk a distance to see what is marked on the map. Yang Yi pulled his face down after hearing what Si Ming said. No, why are you still walking so far? Ah, so tired. At this time, a group of black chi faintly appeared on Si Ming's head, and he said to Yang Yi kindly, Xiao Yi, are you tired? At this time, Yang Yi didn't feel anything and nodded at Si Ming. Then Si Ming smiled and pulled Yang Yi into the small forest behind him, and then... Ah 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 ah! There was a violent scream after going through the woods, and then Si Ming happily came out of the small forest, while Yang Yi behind him came out with a swollen nose and a swollen nose. Yang Yi rubbed his face and said, Si Ming, do you want to beat me so hard? Si Ming said to Yang Yi angrily, if you hadn't looked at the map upside down before, this made us walk the wrong road for nearly 3 days, if it weren't for what I found out, we wouldn't be able to reach Wuhan City in our lifetime, you can't remember without giving you a lesson. At this time, Yang Yi retorted, the secretary still said that. In fact, the entire Douluo continent is a sphere. As long as we keep walking, we will definitely reach it. Yang Yi also made a cheering gesture to cheer for himself. Oh! Really? Si Ming's eyes became kind again. Then Yang Yi shook his head and said, that's right. Fortunately you found it early. Shiming sighed and said, I really don't know why I say some strange things every time, but forget it, let's take a rest and leave. Yang Yi immediately sat on a boulder to rest after listening, and Si Ming also did it at this time. At this time, Yang Yi looked at the direction of Wuhan City and said with a smile, Si Ming, I will see Zihan soon, are you ready? After listening to the order, he said flatly, I see what the lady has to prepare. But even though Si Ming said so on the surface, his hands were a little trembling at this time. This is a proof that Si Ming's mood is not very calm now. Yang Yi also discovered that Si Ming was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. At this time, Yang Yi teased, really, you two are enemies among us. Hey, let's go. Si Ming didn't want to argue with Yang Yi on this issue, and immediately stood up and walked towards Wuhan City. Yang Yi looked at Si Ming's back and smiled and muttered, actually, you are still very happy. Then ran up and walked side by side with Si Ming. Zihan's full name is Lin Zihan. Her martial arts soul is the largest among the Royal Knights, and is the only dragon-shaped Digimon Ixa among the Royal Knights, also known as the Dragon Emperor. Ixamen is one of the Royal Knights at the highest level of network security or known as the patron saint of the network. It is also at the apex of all dragon-type Digimon and has the title of Dragon Emperor. With unprecedented magnificent data, it has an extremely huge body size, and it is impossible to even scan all of it with old-fashioned scanners. According to Omegaman, Ixarman also has the highest level of combat effectiveness among Royal Knights. Possessing the giant wing-cared Ulfer with thoughts made by digital alloy of time and the huge spear Ambrosius that can emit virus shells, it has the destructive power second to none among the Royal Knights. If Jesmon is a team-fighting Royal Knight who believes in the strength of his companions and is willing to fight with his companions, then the Dragon Emperor is the best model among the Royal Knights who like to fight alone. In addition to the strength of the dragon, he also have the pride of dragons, and disdain group fighting. And when Jess Beast and Dragon Emperor became the spirits of Si Ming and Zihan respectively, it also had an impact on their personalities. Si Ming liked to trust his companions and the joy of fighting together to win victory. Zihan likes to fight alone, thinking that he can challenge the whole world only if he is strong enough. For this reason, Si Ming and Zihan fought many times in the team because of this matter, but they won and lost half of the time, so no one agreed. However, although they fight every time and also have disputes, the feelings and understanding between the two of them are stronger than those of others. This is also the first time that Si Ming saw Zihan something happened, and it was also the same thing. Laid the foundation for the strong bond between the two. Arrived. At this time, Si Ming and Yang Yi finally arrived at the destination of this time Wuhan City, after an hour's journey on www.downst.net. Wuhan City. This city almost entirely belongs to Wuhan Palace. Located at the junction of the two empires, and neither of the two empires owns it. The most important thing is that, one of the two most lofty halls symbolizing Wuhan Hall, the Papal Palace, is located in Wuhan City. This newly built Pope's Palace is known as the most magnificent building in the entire Douluos continent. And Wuhan City is precisely because of this newly built Pope Hall, it has become a holy land for all soul masters. It was also the existence of the capital that the Wuhan Hall set up for itself. After Yang Yi and Si Ming walked into Wuhan City, they found that Wuhan City was much smaller than the huge cities like Douluos City, Minjiahu City, and Soto City. There is not even 1/10 the area of Xingluo City. However, it still shocked the soul masters a lot. Wuhan City is a small area, but its walls are definitely built according to the standard of the capital's main city. The 80-meter-high city wall looks extremely majestic from the outside. The thickness of the city wall is more than 30 meters. It is completely repaired from granite. Even the Douluos Empire or the Heaven Do Empire would cost a lot of money, material, and manpower to build such a city. You know, this city didn't exist in the first place, it was built entirely by the Wuhandian. How easy is it to build such a city? The most peculiar thing is that Wuhan City is not quadrilateral like ordinary cities, but hexagons, that is to say, it has 6 walls in total. All those responsible for patrolling on the city wall are spirit masters, wearing special costumes for the spirit hall. There is a huge relief on each of the 6 walls, exactly the same as on the token of Wuhan Hall. Symbolizes the 6 powerful martial souls. Walking into Wuhan City, it feels empty. There are not many pedestrians on the street and few shops. These shops are also mostly some items needed by soul masters. Even the soul guide of the space storage type is sold, of course, the quality is a bit worse. Yang Yi and Si Ming discovered at this time that the hexagonal Wuhan City was actually built around a hill. On this hill, there are 2 very striking buildings. The building on the mountainside is the most magnificent, and it can be seen clearly even at this distance. It is entirely a column structure with a dome, and the facade of the building is covered with golden material, which shimmers and shines under the sunlight. Ximing has seen it under the introduction in the book of the Douluos Academy, that is the brand new Papal Palace. The supreme ruler of Wuhan Temple lives there. Another building is on the top of the hill. The scale is much smaller than that of the Pope's Palace, only about 1/3 the size of the Pope's Palace, and the building structure is somewhat similar, except that the facade is as white as jade. Far not as eye-catching as the Papal Palace. I don't know why, but when Yang Yi saw the palace-like building, his feelings deepened. Since entering Wuhan City, every soul master has a special feeling in his heart, and there seems to be a little more pious emotion in his heart. Si Ming told Yang Yi that the book said that the building that seemed to be much smaller was the highest existence in the Spirit Hall, Douluos Hall. Only the dead title Douluos can stay in. It can also be said to be the tomb of title Douluos. The reason why there is a pious atmosphere here is not because of the Pope Palace, but because of this Douluos Palace. No matter where the Pope Palace is built, Douluos Palace will be built along with it, and the position of Douluos Palace must be higher than that of the Pope Palace. Before the time of the big ceremony, the Pope would personally go to the door of the Douluos Temple to worship, but even if it was him, he had no right to enter the Douluos Temple before he died. This is a rule that no one can violate. Otherwise, it will be attacked by all soul masters. It is precisely because of the existence of the Pope Hall and Douluos Hall that Wuhan City was called the Holy Land of Soul Masters by Wuhan Hall after it was established. Of course, this is also recognized by most spirit masters. Yang Yi looked at the magnificent Papal Hall and Douluos Hall in the distance and thought to himself. The Hall of Martial Spirits is indeed the Hall of Martial Spirits. Chapter 59, Long Time No See. Come again. What are you doing? Come on next. At this time, the 3 teenagers standing beside each other helplessly touched their foreheads. One of them was about 1.90 meters away, and a man with neat black short hair standing up like a steel pin said, "Zihan is still so strong." Beside the man with short black hair, one man and one woman. The man has long fiery red hair scattered behind his back. Even the eyes are dark red. The only woman among the three has long black hair, and looks a bit like the man in front. The expressions of the three of them were all carved out of a mold. If you observe carefully, you can feel a strange charm from her. These three people are the golden generation Xiaoyu of Wuhan Palace, Yan, and Hulina. Hulina covered her mouth and smiled and said, "Brother, this is not the first time you know Zihan, she is like this, but Zihan's talent for cultivation is even amazed by the teacher. This year Zihan is only 14 years old. But just yesterday Zihan had already broken through level 40, and the teacher said that after a few days, he would take Zihan to hunt for spirit rings." Yan on the side looked at Zihan, who was really fighting, and said, "Although Zihan's martial soul is a dragon martial soul, it is better in quality than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Even the Pope has said that it can be compared to Zihan on the mainland. There are very few Wuhan players." Ah! Just when the three of them were talking, a man was hit by the quilt. Zihan came to the side of the three and said, "What more are you talking about?" I saw Zihan's long dark red hair fluttering slightly under the wind, and his dark red pupils were full of beauty under the sunlight. Although Zihan has not fully opened yet, his figure is also better than Hulina's, not bad at all, coupled with the appearance that does not belong to any stunning beauty. If it weren't for the violent attacking method and hot temper, there would definitely be a group of men who would come and pursue it, including Xiaoyu and Yan in front of him. Hulina stepped up and took Zihan's hand and said, "Teacher Zihan said that I will take you to hunt spirit rings in a few days, what do you think?" Zihan said happily after hearing what Hulina said, "That's great, then thank you Lord Pope." Hulina said again at this time, "Zihan, you see that the Pope is so kind to you, why do you refuse to worship the Pope as a teacher? If you worship the Pope as a teacher, then we will be sisters, which is not good." Zihan said to Hulina, "It's not that the Pope is not good to me. I told the Pope before that one day I will leave the Hall of Souls to find my friends, and I will also make an agreement with someone. After I joined the Soul Master competition together." Hulina heard Zihan say this for the first time, and said sadly for a while, "Ah, you will leave Wuhandian in the future." Zihan touched Hulina's face and said, "Yes, but don't be sad, Nana. The Pope said that as long as I want to come back, I can come back anytime. I'll come back after I leave. Besides, I'm not yet. Didn't go." Xiaoyu said, "Yes, sister, isn't Zihan still gone now? Don't think about it so much." Yan on the side said, "Yeah, don't you think so much." After hearing the words of her brother and Yan, Hulina sorted out her feelings and said, Okay, I see, Zihan will go hunting for spirit rings in a few days. Let's relax for a few days." Zihan said helplessly when he heard the relaxation, "Ah, can't you practice well these days?" Hulina pushed Zihan to the outside of Wuhan Academy, and said as he walked, "I have been cultivating and thinking about what it is like, we girls should go shopping more." At this time, Ziyu and Yan's eyes were a little erratic and said, We are going to practice, you take a stroll." At this moment, Hulina suddenly appeared behind Ziyu and Yan, patted their shoulders and said, "Brother, Yan, you guys will help us get things." "But we..." "Okay. Yes, let's get something." Under Hulina's strong suppression, Ziyu and Yan could only go shopping with them. No, they went to get things, to be precise. Hulina took Zihan, Ziyu, and Yan to play outside the Wuhan Academy. And all of this was clearly seen by two people standing far away. One of them is a woman. Is not tall, he wears a luxurious black robe inlaid with gold patterns, wears a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holds a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless precious stones. The fair skin and the almost perfect face make her look so different. Especially the invisible nobleness and sacredness revealed on the body, it is even more tempting to worship. The other is more feminine in white clothes, and playing with a golden flower on his fingertips. If Yang Yi were here, he knew that these two people were Pope Bibidong and Zhu Douluo Yuegwen. Yuegwen respectfully faced Bibidong said, "Why did the Pope agree to Zihan's request?" Zihan could reach the Soul sect at the age of 14, and even the golden generation of Wuhan Palace could not match her cultivation talent. "Why do you want her to leave the Wuhan Hall?" Bibidong looked at Zihan and the others left and said, "I can feel that there is someone in Zihan's heart that can't let go. Forcibly leaving her will only make her feel alienated from the Wuhan Hall. Moreover, she is just leaving, not leaving. She will be back, don't mention this matter again." Yuegwen said, "Yes, Lord Pope. Actually, there is a reason why Yuegwen asked this. How long Zihan was in Wuhan Academy, and how long Yuegwen actually paid attention to her, not only because of Zihan's talent, but also because of Zihan's personality and his late sister's special personality. Similar." Bibidong said to Yuegwen, "Take Zihan to the Sunset Forest to hunt for the spirit ring in a few days, and take a few of them to experience." Disappeared in the same place as he said. And Yuegwen said to the direction where Bibidong disappeared at this time, "Yes, Lord Pope." Then he disappeared. "Are you okay, two older sisters?" "Sister, Zihan, you still want to buy it?" At this time, Ziyu and Yan's hands are already full of various things, and there are also some things hanging around their necks. At this time, Hulina said, "Really, it won't work." "Sure enough, brother and Yan are unreliable. It's fast and fast, wait. Zihan, look at this, it's so beautiful." After hearing what Hulina said, Yan and Ziyu knew that it must be a long time. "And I don't know if it's a woman's nature to go shopping. When I came out, Zihan said that he would go back to practice, but now he's even more ruthless than Hulina when he goes shopping." Just when Zihan and the others were about to go to the next house, Zihan suddenly met Yang Yi and Si Ming, who were going to Wuhan Academy to find Zihan at the door. All three of them were stunned for a while, but they didn't expect it to be so coincidental. At this time, Yang Yi smiled and said to Zihan, "What a coincidence, Zihan, we are about to go to Wuhan Academy to find you. It's been a long time." Zihan looked at Yang Yi with a smile and said, "It's really hard to see, boss." After saying hello to Yang Yi, he immediately turned to look at Si Ming, and Si Ming also looked at Zihan at this time. Although neither of them spoke, they just looked at each other quietly, but the aura of the two of them did get stronger and stronger, and a powerful spark appeared in their eyes when they looked at each other. The aura of these two people not only shocked Yang Yi, but also Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan behind Zihan. Yang Yi immediately moved his position away from Si Ming, looking at the two people in front of him. Yang Yi just wanted to say something. The big thing is not good. Chapter 60, Si Ming and Zihan and number 039, S first meeting. Looking at the two men in front of him, Yang Yi felt that he should no longer stay with them. Not only Yang Yi, but Hulina behind Zihan was shocked by Zihan's appearance at this time. Zihan looked at Si Ming with a sneer and said, "Hey, I didn't expect you to appear here, are you afraid of being killed by me?" And Si Ming, who was gentler to everyone before, said coldly, "I was killed by you? It seems that you really swelled a lot after leaving for too long." Zihan's aura became stronger and stronger, and said to Si Ming, "Hey, this time you came here to show that you are coming to me to be soft, and if the boss goes to you first, it shows that my strength is stronger, the boss must first find a weaker guy to protect him." Si Ming looked at Zihan and snorted coldly and said, "It's really affectionate. Xiao I went to me first because he thought he would feel more at ease if he finds me first, and then he finds you later because it is enough to take care of you with our strength. I don't understand, Sister Zihan." Zihan gritted his teeth at this time and said, "Hemming, you are going to fight with me." Shiming said, "Okay, I also come to see how much you have grown after so long." Said that both of them started to adjust. Yang Yi looked at the two people in front of him and muttered, it's still like this. At this time, listening to the conversation between Siming and Zihan, Hulina and others came to Yang Yi's side with a look of confusion. Hulina patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and asked, "Hello, who are you from Zihan? It seems that you are very familiar with each other." Yang Yi looked at the three people in front of him and said, "My name is Yang Yi, and that person is Siming. We have known Zihan before." At this time, Hulina and the others knew who they were after they heard Yang Yi's words. When Zihan was in Wuhan Academy before, Zihan often said the names of several of his partners. Among them, Siming appeared the most times. So when Yang Yi said Siming, Hulina and the others remembered it. Hulina smiled at this time and said, "Hello, we are friends of Zihan, my name is Hulina, this is my brother Ziyu, this is Yan." Hulina said, pointing at the two people next to him. Yang Yi looked at the three people in front of him in astonishment after listening. He didn't expect that the three people in front of him were the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. At this time, Hulina asked Yang Yi, "Do you know what happened to Zihan and the man named Siming? We asked Zihan before and she didn't tell us." Yang Yi smiled after hearing what Hulina said, "Indeed, this matter is not a big deal to others, but who calls her Zihan? In fact, this matter should be handled by Siming and Zihan. For the first time meeting 3 years ago. Siming, you are really leaving?" 10-year-old Yang Yi complained to the 10-year-old Siming next to him. Shiming nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao, I'm going to see on the mainland, or you can go with me." "Forget it, if I left early and didn't talk to Uncle Dishan, I would be loved by Uncle Dishan." Yang Yi shuddered unconsciously. Of course, Siming knew that Yang Yi would not go to the mainland to experience for the time being, "Then talk to me to buy something in Snow City today. Let's go." Then Yang Yi and Siming came to Cold Snow City. Cold Snow City is the only town on the border of the far north. However, this town neither belongs to the Star Luo Empire nor the Heaven Do Empire, but is managed by the Spirit Hall. This is also Snow City, although it does not have the Empire's city funds, it can still allow the residents of Snow City to live in a city like Soto City. And also because Snow City is located in an extremely cold location like the extreme north because of its geographic location, there are only Aboriginal people, not many outsiders live on this road, and only a few merchants do business here. This is also one of the reasons why the two empires did not manage to control Han Sueshan as not belonging to their own territory. And Yang Yi and Siming often come to Hangsuchan to buy some things. Siming and Yang Yi said after they entered Cold Snow City, "Then the old rules, Xiao, you go buy some daily necessities, I will buy some food and the like." After Yang Yi nodded, he turned to a shop he often visited. And Siming also went to a shop that he frequented to buy things. Everything seemed to be smooth and calm as usual, but just when Siming bought the things and was about to go back to meet Yang Yi, a voice came out. "Hey, the kid in front, stop for me." After hearing this, Shiming turned his head and looked over, but he saw a little girl about the same age as him. Shiming looked at the little girl in front of him and said, "Did you call me my little sister?" "You are the little sister, my name is Lin Zihan, you want to call me Sister Zihan? Hurry up and give me what you eat." Siming knew what the guy in front of him was going to do, he wanted to rob himself. Siming said to Zihan kindly, "Sister, stop making trouble, go back to your mother, don't do these things. Be good." At this time, Siming didn't know that Zihan had 3 things that he hated the most. One was because her parents had abandoned her before, so she hated her most when others asked her parents before her. The second is Zihan because she looks petite now, and many people call her little sister, which is also very annoying. Is the most annoying when others talk to her in an educative tone. And Siming trampled all these 3 thunders in one sentence. He was really a little prince trampling thunders. "Damn it, this lady is going to kill you," said that Zihan released his martial soul. For a while, a black spear appeared in Zihan's right hand. Although this spear looked basically the same as an ordinary spear, the difference was that there were some muzzles similar to machine guns on the spear. A sense of violation. If at first glance you might think that Zihan's martial spirit is still a weapon spirit, but behind Zihan appears a pair of dragon wings. This is another symbol of beast martial spirit. For a while, Si Ming didn't know the little one in front of him. Is the girl's martial spirit a beast spirit or a weapon spirit? But no matter what martial spirit it was, Si Ming would not have any contempt for Zihan, just relying on the 2 yellow spirit rings behind Zihan at this time. Is a great spirit master about his age? It seems that the little girl in front of him is not easy to answer. Si Ming was not at all ambiguous. Just beast possessed his body. 2 digital inscription swords appeared in Si Ming's hands, and 2 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, appeared behind Si Ming. Although Zihan looked at the 2 spirit rings behind Si Ming, he was particularly surprised, but this did not make Zihan scared. Zihan said to Si Ming, "I want to beat you." Zihan incited the dragon wings behind him, quickly rushed towards Si Ming, and then stabbed him with a shot. Si Ming did not panic at this time. With a digital inscription sword in his hand, he blocked Zihan's shot, but Zihan's power still shocked Si Ming. When Zihan resisted, the strength of Si Ming almost made Si Ming miss Zihan's thorn. Damn it! The first soul skill, Dragon Shadow Stab. Zihan saw that his attack was relieved by the guy in front of him. Zihan began to release his first spirit ability. At this time, Zihan's black spear showed a strong black light, and then stabbed towards Si Ming at a fast speed. The speed caused a lot of afterimages of the black spear, and most people couldn't avoid it. But who told Zihan to meet Si Ming? The first spirit ability, Transfer. When he saw the speed at which the black gun fired, he knew that he could not completely avoid it. At this time, Si Ming could only use the first spirit ability to move behind Zihan. When Zihan's first spirit ability was about to attack Si Ming disappeared. This shocked Zihan when he was really ready to look for Si Ming's figure. Si Ming's sword was already on Zihan's neck. The victory is divided. At this moment, Yang Yi ran over from a distance. After seeing Si Ming in the distance, he asked, "What happened?" Si Ming. Before Yang Yi sensed that Si Ming had released his martial soul not far away, he rushed over immediately, and then saw Si Ming put the sword of digital inscription on a little girl's neck. After taking back his martial soul, Si Ming said, "Nothing, let's go." Then Yang Yi looked at Zihan who was still sitting on the ground and nodded, and then followed Si Ming away. After walking for a while, Si Ming turned his head and said to Zihan who had been following him, "When are you going to follow us?" Zihan said, "I will follow you until I beat you." Shimei said, "You." After that, Si Ming and Yang Yi didn't care about her, and later thought that Zihan would be forced to retreat by the cold of the far north, but he did not expect Zihan to stick to it by his own will. After getting along with Zihan, he discovered that Zihan didn't care about the relationship between soul beasts and humans. It might be because he was abandoned by his parents when he was a child. Zihan would only care about his own good things. The fate was purely accidental. After that, Si Ming left the far north, and Zihan and Yang Yi also said they would go outside to practice after spending half a year in the far north, but Yang Yi knew that Zihan was going to Si Ming, and Yang Yi did not stop him. And in the past 6 months, Yang Yi also knew that Zihan's martial spirit was also Huangqi martial spirit. Then we said we participated in the Soul Master competition together, now we are looking for her. Hulina and the others also understood the relationship between Zihan and them at this time. Zihan and Siming were enemies who didn't know each other. It's no wonder that Zihan didn't tell them before. This is indeed a different thing for Zihan. A shameful thing. But when Yang Yi was talking with Hulina and others, both Siming and Zihan adjusted their state. Siming and Zihan are about to fight again.